analogy of BLM being a plane, and you're talking about what happens on U.S. soil. I use analogy because you wanted to try to make him a racist.
I
When
have
the
a
man
question.
literally stood.
Would it be fair? Hey, buddy, would it be fair to say that we're going to ban all white Christians from entering into the country for the reason that white Christian nationalists commit the most domestic terror attacks on U.S. soil?
That's a deflection of, and of course not.
It's not a okay. So if it's not justified to do it in the context of white Christians, then why would it be justified to do it in the context of Muslims?
Because it's a whole different situation
What's the
when
difference?
you got a needle. When you have a needle and a stack of needles, you don't really know who is who.
I
Okay,
don't understand
so
that analogy. Could you just tell me what the difference here is in between saying that we should ban all Muslims from entering into the country and
okay,
ban
I'll
all
give you
like
a
white
perfect example,
Christians?
Dean. I'll give you a perfect example. When the six people came in to Massachusetts that did the 911, what happened? They blended in. They were literally in the university. You can't pick a needle out of a stack of needles, so you got to stop all the needles until you figure out what is going on.
Okay,
That's
so
just
like
due
once again,
diligence.
why wouldn't it be justified for us to do the same thing in the context of like white Christians?
Okay, here, let me explain it this way. Let's say that there's a serial unaliver running around,
Why can't you answer my question?
and
Why are you?
someone he
Why can't
loves,
I? Do you think it's like
because you're
very
not
kind that you
understanding
can't
why
answer
he
my
did it,
question?
Dean. You're trying to paint a
No,
picture that doesn't exist.
I understand what you're saying. You're saying that he banned Muslims from
You
entering
do.
into the country because
We,
Muslims were committing terror attacks in the country. But what I'm saying here is
thank
that,
you.
proportionately speaking, white Christian nationalists commit more domestic terror attacks than Muslims on U.S. soil. So why wouldn't it be justified for us to turn around and ban white Christians from entering into the country?
Because the United States has what's called a constitution, and they're here already, not coming here already. You guys were
Is there,
basically
wait, so
giving
you're
them
saying
hell
that the
for
Constitution will
trying to
protect
stop.
white Christians, but the Constitution shouldn't protect Muslims?
No, no, no. You're painting up another picture that doesn't exist. They're already here. When they're
You
coming
don't think
into
that
the
there's
United
Muslims
States,
already in our country?
if you use the
You don't think that
analogy,
white Christians come into our country?
they're here already
We
on U.S.
just
soil.
like we already have Muslims already here on U.S.
No,
soil.
but you're
There's
talking about
practicing
coming.
members of the Islam religion that exists here in the U.S. That's a fact. We do not exist in a Christian nation. We exist in a nation where you are free to be Christian, free to be Muslim,
You're
free to be.
deflecting, bro.
This is not a deflection.
It
What
is.
the define deflection? Define
You're
deflection.
monologuing. We're on
Define
a topic.
deflection.
You're
Define
on a topic.
deflection.
You got to Google right there.
Define
Moving away,
deflection.
to another topic to defer from your argument that is
No,
not
that
valid.
you want to call it a deflection so you could ignore the fact that it's absolutely destroying your argument. You're saying
Not at
that we should
all.
ban every single follower of the Islam religion because some members of the Islam religion have committed acts of terror on US soil. I just want to see if you're going to keep yourself logically consistent here, if we should ban all members of the Christian religion because some members of the Christian religion have committed acts of terror on US soil.
You're actually trying to compare people that are in the United States on our land already, under our constitutional protected rights, to people that haven't even got here yet. How
Yes.
can you compare the two, Dean?
Yes, because I don't think that one is deserving of persecution for the reason that some members of the religion have committed terror attacks, with the other not deserving of persecution, even though the same thing is true.
So you
Like, I think
actually
that taking
think
one group of people, generalizing them, and then saying, for the reason that some members of this religion have committed acts of terror, therefore all members of this religion should be banned from entering into the country, is incredibly prejudiced, right? What it does is it demonizes this sect of individuals that would follow this religion, and it places a blanket ban on entry into the country, which is literal religious-based discrimination, which is
not at
unjustified.
all.
And I
It
mean,
was not based
when
on
else has this,
religious. It was based on violence.
Nava, 1 second. When is this ideology that we should ban this group A from being near group B because we think group A is more violent than group B? When else has that logic been used? Do you want to talk about white supremacists and the Jim Crow era segregation bans instantiating the false idea that black people are more violent and aggressive than white people, and for that reason they should be segregated from entering into the quote unquote white spaces? So now you're saying that group A, right, Muslims without good reason are more violent than group B. Americans first of all, making that distinction between Muslims and Americans is insane. Muslims can and are Americans, and then therefore you're saying that they should be segregated from the Americans. It's gross.
I'll tell you why, and I'm going to explain it real simple for you. How many? Okay, let's just say hypothetically, something's really bad is happening in your town, and a
Pivot.
Latino is climbing in your window, right? And 5 minutes the Leos have to get there. They run past the Muslims, they run past the African Americans, they run past the Asians, and they go after they go after Latinos and the Anglo. Why is that? Because how many African American serial killers do you know, Dean? None.
I don't know
How
any
many
serial
Asian serial
killers.
killers do you know, Dean? None. How many Muslim serial killers do you know, Dean? None. So it's more mathematically for the Leo to go after the person that is mathematically factual to have committed these crimes. And the same thing with you may call it stereotyping, but a cop when he's only got 5 minutes,
Would we call this
he goes after them.
would we call this racial profiling?
No, I call it if the person think of the person you love
So
most.
I have a question. What's the difference between racial profiling and what you're describing?
Racial profiling is another label for cop doing their due diligence when they have limited time.
Oh my God! So you are justifying racial profiling.
If you have think of the person you love most in the world, Dean.
Oh my God!
Okay.
You're actually justifying.
like I said, I'm
One
gonna
second.
take-
No, let me go ahead and finish. You just
Can you
called
give me
racial
10
profiling
seconds?
intelligent due diligence of the police force.
Here, let me ask you this. Give me 10 seconds, and if you would answer it yes or no, sir, I really would appreciate it. Think of the person you love most in the world is getting on a plane. They got credible evidence that within 10 minutes, a BOMB is going to go off. You hear Leos run by. You're watching them board the plane. You can't go anywhere. You're sitting there watching them. Leos run by. You hear on the radio. They say that it's a Arab country male on the plane, looks like this. They run past the Latinos. They run past the Asians. They run past the Anglos. And they actually get on that plane.
Then all of a sudden, the white
let me
man
finish.
standing
I
at the
got 5 more
front. No,
seconds.
1 second. Then all of a sudden, the white man standing at the front of the plane steps up and blows that shit up. And then we have these racist cops running towards the back to arrest a member of a
Okay.
practicing religion.
me-
It's
when
fucking
you're a law
gross. I
enforcement
can't even believe what
officer-
you're saying. It is
when
so
you're a law
gross.
enforcement
And you know
officer,
that this type of profiling actually. Shut
You
the fuck
got
up.
to think mathematical.
Boop! You can't speak now. And it's incredible because this type of profiling actually does exist. For instance, I have a friend, her name is Lily. She is Arab. Her father is Arab. And every single time they go to the airport, her father gets pulled aside for a quote unquote random check. Every single time she and her father goes to the airport. So I just want to clarify here. Do you think that it's justified for the airport to do a quote unquote random check on her father every single time he enters into the airport?
You never answered my question, yes or no. I think I had 5 more seconds left. So when they save that person you love on
Jesus
that plane,
fucking Christ. I can't believe that we actually have people justifying literal
would you be
persecution.
grateful, or did
One
you
second.
think the cop
Hey,
did something wrong?
Robert, thank you so much for the $3 on Venmo. So I just want to clarify. I would say
you
that the
think
cop.
that-
Yes,
you
we
think-
should be racial profiling. Of course, the cops did something wrong. So now I have a question for you.
So if
Should
it took 11
I have
minutes
a
to
question.
go
Should
through
we
all
ban?
of the
I have a
people,
question. Shut up, buddy. Should we ban?
you lost
Hey,
your loved
Navajo,
one,
are you
that would be
listening to me?
better?
Are you listening to me?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll mute myself.
Yeah, so should we ban all white Christian teenagers from going on the campus of any elementary, middle, or high school for the reason being that white Christian teenagers are disproportionately more likely to commit school shootings?
You're going from one extreme to. I'm using emergency situations like you did at the beginning of this
Can you answer
topic.
my question?
When Trump bland them all, but you're deflecting again.
No, this isn't a deflection. Should we ban all white Christian teenagers from going on elementary, middle, and high school campuses?
All right, repeat the question.
Should we ban
Should you
all
what?
white Christian teenagers from going on elementary, middle, and high school campuses?
Okay, that's ridiculous. But go ahead.
Okay, well,
No.
if it's ridiculous to say that we should
No,
ban
to answer your question, no. But it's
so one
it's-
second. Hey, I'm talking. So if it's ridiculous to say that we should ban white Christian teenagers from going on these school campuses, even though they're disproportionately more likely to commit acts of terror on school campuses, why would you say any different for Muslims? Right? I've already tried to reduce and disprove your point that they're disproportionately more likely to commit acts of terror because they're not. White Christian nationalists are most likely to do so. But second up, if we accept that fact that they are, seemingly speaking, what's the distinction between the hypothetical I gave you and Trump's Muslim ban?
Okay. Give me 30 seconds and I'll explain it. It's an emergency situation that you're just saying blanket paint over. He said until we figure out what's going on. Now, using your scenario, let's say Leo's got credible information
No,
that a
no, no,
white
no, no.
Christian
What was
nationalist
the
is going
emergency
to go into
what
a
was it? What
school,
was the
and
emergency
then they
situation in
run past the
2016?
Asian. So you're not going to let me finish. They run past the Latino. They run
Bro,
past
I don't like
You've
this.
made the
Like,
same point 6 times.
yeah, it's fucking
because
annoying.
you brought up that scenario. So if it's an
No, I
emergency
didn't.
situation and they have 5 minutes before it goes
Hey,
off,
Navajo,
then
hey
they should
Navajo,
run
buddy.
past
What was
all
what
these
was the
people
emergency first
to
of all,
the
you
white
made this
Christian
like
nationalists.
so like
And,
Law of the
and
Wild
in that
just
case,
said.
it would be
Hey,
justified.
hey,
Yes.
hey, 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 hey. So you think it would be justified to ban all white teenagers from going on school campuses?
In an emergency situation, if they got credible evidence that there's going to be a bombing in that scenario, how many
So what was the emergency
Asians
situation?
have bomb a place? Nobody.
What was the emergency situation in 2016 that called for a Muslim ban?
2016, that would be the terror. I'd have to look that up, but there was something was going on, influx, credible evidence.
Abel, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal.
What?
Let's get some
Oh.
W's in the chat for Abel. Thank you so much for the $20. Massive W's down below for Abel. I really appreciate you for that love. Thank you so much for the love, Abel. So what was it?
Congrats.
Robert, thank you for the $3 as well. And Cyber, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, you guys.
Anyway, like I was saying,
So what was the emergency situation in 2016 that called for
I'd have
a
to
ban on
Google
all
it.
Muslims from
They
entering
were
the
getting
country?
credible evidence that something was happening, and they had to stop it. I'll Google it and get back with you. I don't know, but there was an emergency. It wasn't like he
Law of
came
the
off
Wild,
the cuff
do you
and
know?
said,
Yeah, it was in the wake of the San Bernardino attack, where
"That's yeah."
two Muslim people, unalived people in San Bernardino, California. Interestingly, though, while they were both Muslim, one was an American citizen and one was here legally because they were married to the American citizen. So you by blanketing an entire religion, banning a religion from entering into the country because of the actions of an American citizen and lawful resident, how does that fix anything?
Like I used the analogy earlier, sir. If you're having a wedding reception and somebody is getting unalived in there, you're going to close the doors until you figure out who's the good guys and who's the bad guys, because people are crashing your party. Same exact thing, except broaden it to a country. If you're getting crashed at your wedding reception, then and the country's getting crashed at our borders, you close it, find out what the heck is going on.
Wait, but you just
and then
clarified there was no
bring
crash
it
at
back
the
to
border.
normal again.
One was American citizen, and the other was in the country legally as they were married to the American citizen.
Yeah, hindsight is 2020, sir.
What?
Hindsight is 2020. It isn't like they showed their ID at the door.
Okay, so I just want to clarify here. If like a Christian committed an act of terror, should we ban everyone coming in from like predominantly Christian countries around the world?
That's a deflection and lunacy.
No, wasn't that
You
just
gotta
what you
remember,
just said?
this
I
is-
literally
this-
just replaced the word Muslim with Christian. How's that lunacy and a deflection?
Because how many Christians, Anglo-American Christians, are known to bomb a plane? How many serial killers are
So,
African American?
I just
None.
wanted to clarify once again.
How many
if a
Asians are
Christian-
serial killers? None.
If a U.S. citizen that's a Christian commits an act of terror on U.S. soil, would it be justified to turn around and ban all Christians from entering the country? And I just want to clarify, yes, white Christians are more likely to commit domestic acts of terror than Muslims.
On the U.S. soil.
Yeah.
They're already here. You're talking
once
about
again,
leaving the
I was
gates
just-
open
I was just
when
clarifying-
something's going on inside your
to-
wedding
just to-
reception.
just to
you would leave
clarify-
the door open?
Just to clarify, the U.S. citizen that was a Muslim and their spouse that was here legally were already here as well. So already being here is obviously not relevant to you thinking that the Muslim ban was justified. So just to clarify, if a Christian commits an act of terror on U.S. soil, is it justified for us
And
to
for
turn around and ban
clarification-
new Christians from entering?
And for clarification, when you have somebody that is actually known, like for instance,
Navajo, you're not
Anglo-
answering my question. You're not answering my question.
I'm answering it. You
So if
just
a
don't like
Christian
the-
is
you don't
committing
like
an
the
act of
answer.
terror on U.S. soil, is it justified to turn around and ban all new Christians from entering?
If you have, hypothetically speaking, like IRA didn't always used to be a savings account. Okay, realistically,
I don't know-
IRA
I don't
did
know
not
this.
used to be a
Should we
savings
just kick
account.
'em?
So if you have IRA people coming in, then yeah, you stop them from coming from Ireland, because that's where they're coming from.
All right, so
Do you
should we just kick 'em?
remember the IRA
Could you-
was
could
the
you-
Irish
could you-
Republican Army?
Could you just tell us, right, if you think it'd be justified, right,
I
to
just
stop
did.
all new Christians from entering into the country if one Christian commits an act of terror on U.S. soil? Yes or no?
When your country is 70% Christians, that's ridiculous.
Okay, so it has to do with the amount of Christians that are already in the country. So you'd say if there's more Muslims in our country, that his ban would have been unjustified?
No, if you have a known group committing known terrorism, like this gentleman just reminded you of what was going on, and saying, close the door of my United States wedding reception, that has nothing to do with racism. Why would he do that?
Okay, so then
Abraham Accords.
So then it would have nothing to do with.
Why would he have 4 years of peace in
I just
Arab
want to
countries,
clarify
sir?
here. You're not giving me the difference, right? You said that it wouldn't
You're
be justified
trying to
ban.
define Trump as a racism,
Hey,
and he's
Navajo,
not.
Navajo, 1 second. So you said that it wouldn't be justified to ban new Christians from entering into the country for the reason that there's already Christians here, right? So if we had
I just
a more
told you a
So if we had
scenario
So if we had a more predominant, like a Muslim sect of like our citizen base, would you say that Trump's Muslim ban would have been unjustified?
No. Because if you have Ireland that are sending people
Okay, so
from
then
the IRA,
then how come?
you
Then
can't
how
tell
come?
who's
Hey,
who.
hey!
They don't
So then
have a
how?
sticker on their
Hey!
forehead.
Shut up! So then
They don't
how
have a
come you?
sticker on their forehead saying, "Hey, I'm a terrorist."
Hey, little boy, pipe down. So
I'll
you
mute
said that
myself.
specifically speaking, it would be unjustified to ban new Christians from entering into the country because 70% of Americans are Christian. But now you're saying even if 70% of Americans were Muslim, it still would have been justified from banning new Muslims from entering into the country. So that's a contradiction.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that.
Okay,
if
so
you
then
have-
why would it be banned? Why would it be why would it be unjust to ban new Christians from entering into the country, but not new Muslims?
I didn't say it wouldn't be justified. If they are actually Christians that are coming to harm people, let's say from Ireland, using that analogy. If they're sending the IRA over here, they don't have stickers on their forehead saying, I'm in the IRA. It's like looking for a needle in a stack of needles.
So I just want to clarify: the Muslims that were in our country that committed these terror attacks on San Bernardino were a U.S. citizen and their spouse. They didn't.
Let me
come
ask you
here.
this.
No,
Yeah,
don't deflect. Don't
I'm not
deflect. They
deflecting.
did.
It's
No,
just you don't
Navajo.
understand
Navajo.
unless I
They
use analogies.
Navajo. They didn't come here. They were a U.S. citizen and their spouse.
Like I said, when it happened, when you're a leader, you got to make tough decisions really fast. Okay,
So then it
The
would be
first
justified to
decision
ban.
you'll make-
If it was Christians who committed that act of terror, would it be justified to ban new Christians from entering?
If you have a reception and they're coming,
No. If it was no. If it was Christians who committed the San Bernardino terror attack, would it be justified to stop new Christians from entering into the country?
No, because the mathematical certainty is not there when you have that many Christians already here that are Anglos.
Okay.
They could
So
be
then why
living here.
would you say,
close the door
Purdy? I
to
appreciate you for the boxing
incoming?
gloves. I appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Purdy. Thank you for the boxing gloves. So you
You just
particularly.
destroyed his whole premise with that. I'm so glad you did that.
Thank
Not
you.
at all.
Yeah. So now you're saying
Not at all.
because even if it was the Christians who committed the San Bernardino attacks, it wouldn't be justified to ban new Christians from entering because we already have a lot of Christians in the U.S. So if 70% of American
You're not
citizens, hey,
using
stop and
logic,
listen.
Dean.
Stop. I am using logic. You're not.
How many
Stop and-
Christians
Hey, Navajo.
want to destroy the United States compared to the small?
Yeah, the biggest attack of terror that we've had on the United States of America against our government, against our Constitution, and against our civil and electoral processes happened in 2020 when Trump tried to steal the outcome of the election from Joe Biden, and Trump is a self-proclaimed
That's not true
Christian.
either.
It absolutely is true, but we could talk about that next. So I just want to clarify here. You're saying that it wouldn't be justified to stop new entries of Christians into our country, specifically for the reason that 70% of citizens are already Christian. So if when these San Bernardino attacks occurred, right, if 70% of the citizen base was Muslim, would it be justified to turn around and not, would it be not justified to turn around and ban all new Muslims from entering?
That's not true at all. That's not what I said. I said it would be justified to ban Christians if there was a series of events from, for instance, the IRA that's from Ireland that are Christians, the Irish Republican Army, and we're coming here and you can't tell who is who. Yes, shut down the border. Don't let them in.
So if another country is sending them in to commit acts of terror, then it's justified. But if another country is not sending them in
Until
to
you
commit acts
figure
of
out what's
terror,
going
then
on.
it is not justified. So yeah,
Nobody
the San
said
Bernardino
permanent,
attacks
Dave.
were committed by a U.S. citizen and their spouse. They were not sent by another country, meaning according to
Yeah,
their logic,
hindsight's
the Muslim ban
20/20.
was unjustified.
Hindsight's 2020, but when it happens, you need to make a hard decision. And if it's happening at your wedding reception, the first thing you do is close the door.
So okay, so so you're saying in hindsight, so we don't know if another country sent them in or not. So wouldn't we say in the
No,
same
no, they didn't know
circumstance,
who they
if
were when
Christians
they did
committed
it.
this attack, hey, and would you say in the same circumstance, if Christians were to commit this attack, we wouldn't know if another country sent them in, so therefore it would be justified to ban all new countries from entering into the country?
No, you're taking the information that Leos and the POTUS had at the time.
Yeah, yeah.
and
So
Leos
if
and
Christians
POTUS
committed
had
this,
now.
if Christians
Now
committed
they
this
know
attack,
they were
hey,
Americans.
hey,
They didn't know
Navajo,
it then.
Navajo. So if Christians committed this attack and we didn't know if they were sent in by another country or if they were citizens, would it have been justified for Trump to ban all new Christians from entering into the country?
If they were coming from places like the IRA, yeah.
Wait, but remember, we don't know where they're coming from. We're going to say that they were U.S. citizens. We
just
just didn't know
said-
for sure.
Yeah, I just said the mathematical numbers of people that hear that are
Okay,
Anglo.
okay. So if Christians committed this attack of terror, it would be justified to turn around and ban all new Christian entries.
Yeah, but when you have people
Really?
that are
Really? Okay.
actually
So if Christians
coming
commit
from
attacks
a
of terror
Christian
on U.S.
country-
soil, it's justified to ban all Christians from entering. Christians commit the most domestic attacks of terror. Should Biden implement a Christian ban tomorrow?
if you find that
Crazy.
these people have a series of events that are attacking the U.S. citizens,
Cyber, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat
They're
for Cyber.
Christians,
Also, I just
doesn't
want to
matter.
clarify that we knew that these
it
individuals were
doesn't
U.S.
matter
citizens
what
prior
their
to Trump's
religion
ban.
is.
I just want to
It
clarify.
doesn't matter.
Hey, Navo, I just wanted to
didn't-
clarify. Hey, I just wanted to clarify that we knew that these individuals were U.S. citizens prior to Trump's ban.
No. That's not true.
It was true, yes.
No, it's not true. We didn't know anything. It was called
Yeah, yes, we
it's
did.
kind of like the fog of war.
Yes, we did. We knew who committed the terror attacks prior to Trump's ban. Of course we did.
No,
We
we didn't.
Okay, would you be able to indicate a source that we didn't?
Yeah, it's called you can't solve an unaliving right when you walk up to the body. It takes time.
Yeah, it took about a day.
No, that wasn't confirmed. That was
Okay,
speculation.
yeah.
Nobody
Could
knew
you give
for
me a
sure.
source? Could you give me a source?
Everybody was saying it's unconfirmed.
So could you
it's
indicate?
unconfirmed,
Hey,
it's
little
unconfirmed.
boy, can you indicate me a source?
So when they
So your source is
shut the
trust me,
door
bro.
down-
So you're no. Don't
What's the
pivot.
smart
Indicate.
thing to
Hey,
do?
hey, fuck. Indicate me a source.
Oh, you're getting personal attacks. That means you're getting a defensive.
Okay,
which
so
means
it's
you're
okay for
incorrect.
Trump to launch a personal attack on everybody pertaining to the Islam religion, but as soon as I turn around and call you a fuck, you turn into a baby and you start crying. Indicate
No,
me
nobody
a source,
said I'm a
little bro.
baby. I'm just stating out the facts that you're getting defensive would suggest I'm correct.
It would suggest that I know that you're wrong and you're currently annoying me as you're
Not at
continuing
all.
to pivot around my question and me asking you for a source to indicate what you're saying is true.
No, but in retort of your comment to me, I bet you're under 25,
can you give me a
right?
source? Hey, can you give me a source?
Yeah, it's called the news.
Okay, what station? What
You
publishment?
have unconfirmed reports that
What the news is not a source. The news is
But
not a
if
source.
somebody is known, whether they're
Hey,
Christian,
Navajo,
whether
Navajo.
they're Muslim, it doesn't matter.
Hey Navo, so just saying news is not a source. So can you indicate me a publisher with the title of an article?
Google it. It's free.
Okay, so just telling me to Google it isn't giving me a source.
So you can actually walk up to an unalive
So
body
you
and
don't
think
have
you
a
can solve
source.
the crime
You
right
don't.
there.
You don't have a source, little
It
bro.
takes time.
You don't have a source.
Yeah, it's called common sense. You can't solve an unaliving right when
Common
you walk
sense
up to
is
the
your
court.
source. So common sense led people to the conclusion.
Can you
that the
solve
Earth
an
was flat
unaliving
300
right when
years
you come
ago.
up to the body? No, you can't. It takes time. It takes
You could.
investigation.
They identified the shooter, Donald Trump, in less than 48 hours.
Okay, that's 2 days. You said a day, and then it's going to
Yeah,
take.
yeah,
time
and then he
to-
turned around like
it
3
takes
weeks
a long
later
time,
and
Dean.
instituted his Muslim ban.
It takes a long time. And you actually think the guy that started the Abraham Accords to get peace in Israel,
Hey,
the
hey,
first
Navo.
historic flight from
I'm just gonna go ahead and clarify this once again. So
Arab country to Israel?
So Trump announced, right, the Muslim ban 3 weeks after these events had occurred, right? So specifically speaking, right, they had identified the terror attackers as a U.S. citizen and their spouse, right, prior to the time in which Trump announced the Muslim ban. All right, you're discounting this. You're saying that this is false. Once again, I'm asking you for a source. Right? I'd love for you to indicate to me a source in which would detail what you were saying as being true.
Whether they're American or they're not American is irrelevant. Any group of people that
So now you're saying that whether they're American or not an American is irrelevant. So if 2 American citizens, 2 Christians committed an attack on terror on San Bernardino in those same circumstances, it'd be justified to turn around and ban all new Christians from entering into the country?
absolutely, if you find they're coming from the Ireland and the IRA, 100%.
Wait, but you just said if they're a citizen or not a citizen, it's irrelevant. But now you're saying
It
it's only
doesn't.
relevant if they're not a citizen.
It's relevant, whether they're a citizen or not a citizen, to stop them from coming into the USA is 100% justified when you're not sure. It's like looking for, again, a needle in a stack of needles. You
I just
can't
want to.
tell. So if
I just
they're
want to.
coming from Ireland
Hey, I just
and
want to
they're in
clarify.
the
Hey,
IRA,
I just want to clarify something real quick. So
stop them.
I just asked you, right, if it's relevant, if they're a U.S. citizen that lives in America or not, and you said it's not relevant, right? When we're talking about the Muslims, but as soon as we're talking about the Christians, it is relevant. So why is it only relevant for the Christians but not relevant for the Muslims?
Because on site of an unaliving, you don't know what's what. It's called the fog of war.
That's not an
As
answer
you
to my question.
learn,
That's not an answer to my question. Or I'm asking you a rational question here. So you said
yeah,
that it's
he
only
said
relevant if
until
they're
we
Christian.
figure out what's going on, Dean.
Purdy,
You
thank
remember
you for the
that
boxing gloves.
statement?
I appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's for Purdy in the chat. Thank you so much for the boxing gloves. Can you repeat my question? I'm not sure you understood my question.
Yeah, whether it's Christian national or Muslim, is it relevant to ban them if you think they're going to be doing something dangerous until you
No,
figure out what's going on?
no. So that
Yeah,
wasn't my
you close the
question.
door of your wedding reception
Hey,
if there's
Navo.
unaliving going on in there.
Navo. Hey, Navo. With all due respect, that wasn't my question. Will you listen a little bit closer this time?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so you specifically said if two Christians had committed the act of terror on San Bernardino, then it would only be justified to ban new entries of Christians if they traveled from another country. But if two Muslims committed the act of terror on San Bernardino, then it is not relevant whether they came from another country or not, and the ban is justified. So why do you hold a different standard there?
It's not a different standard. I just told you, Dean, that it's irrelevant whether they're on the topic of closing a border.
Okay, so
Okay,
that is a different standard, all right? And
it's not.
I'll make the difference in the standard explicitly clear for a second time.
Whether they're
So
Christians, Muslims,
hey,
whatever.
hey, so I'm gonna make the difference in the standard explicitly clear for the second time. So the difference in your standards that you're using here is if it is the case that the Christian is from another country, it is then and only then that it is justified to ban all new Christian entries. But if the Muslim is from our country or from another country, you could ban new Muslim entries either way. So if you were to say that you didn't have a different standard here, you'd say rather the Christian is from our country or not, it is justified to ban all new Christian entries. But you didn't say that. You said it's only justified to ban them if they're entering from another country.
Again, you're forgetting the fact that you cannot solve unaliving right when you walk up with a corpse. They found out later who is who. Do they have ties to T groups? What are their motives? Was this something that was done just out of a
So
triangle of
that's not
love,
so Navo, that's not
or
relevant
would they
because
designate?
we're not
How
talking
long
about the
does it? How long
information.
does it
Hey,
take, Dean, to
Navo.
designate a T attack?
Hey, Navo, so we're not talking about the information that they had available to them at the time. We're talking about your standard insofar as when it is and isn't justified to ban new entries. Right? Because in one
Yes,
second.
and remember,
Okay, so Navo, you're
remember
not
what he
tracking here.
said.
I'm going to go ahead and clarify here
All right,
just for
go
a
ahead,
second.
go ahead, go
Just
ahead, go
going to
ahead.
clarify for a second time. So we're not talking about the information that they had available to them at the time. We're talking about the actions that can be partook in. So you're saying that banning all new Christian entries are only justified if they're from another country, but you could ban all new Muslim entries even if they're from the own country. So why wouldn't we say here that we couldn't have all the available information available to us at the time and ban all new Christian entries because they could have been from another country if a Christian were to have committed the San Bernardino attacks?
Because I just told you. What did Trump tell you, Dean? He said, until we figure out what's going on. So the information that he had at the time was so conflicting that he wasn't sure either way. So in the interest,
Yeah. So why wouldn't we say the same thing if a Christian committed the attack? We weren't sure if they come from another country or not.
okay, like I was just saying, you keep interrupting me in the middle of my
Yeah,
sentence.
because you're not tracking the question that I'm asking you.
Yes, I am. You're just not liking my
No. The
answer.
reason I'm actually detailing you specifically how you're not tracking like the question that I'm asking you. So once again, the question that I'm asking you is, well, if a Christian committed this attack, wouldn't we'd still not be sure if they're U.S. citizen or not, or if they came from another country? So why wouldn't it be justified to ban all new Christian entries?
Here's
Because we
a
have that
legal
available
term.
information to us at the time.
Here's a legal term I'm going to throw you away that might explain it a little easier for you. Err on the side of caution.
Yeah, so why
Okay.
wouldn't we err
So
on the
when
side of
he-
cautions if a Christian committed the attack by banning all new Christian entries?
This is your life, so I'm giving you the respect to just treat me rude and cut me off all you want.
I'm
But
asking
when
you a question
err
that you
on the
haven't
si-
answered.
But yes, sir, I am. When you err on the side of caution, you're protecting the U.S. citizens from the actual potential of any further violence, whether it's from a Christian, a Muslim, a Hebrew, whatever. If
Okay.
you have a specific group of people
So
that
if
are
a
doing
Christian committed the
certain
terror
things,
attacks
can I
on
finish?
if a Christian committed the terror attacks on San Bernardino in comparison to a Muslim, it would be justified to err on the side of caution and ban all new Christian entries, correct?
In a situation similar, if they were coming from Ireland and they are the IRA members,
Wait,
exactly.
remember, we don't know where they're coming from. We're just erring on the
They're
side of
here,
caution.
but they're known to be IRA members.
Wait, but now
Yes.
now you're implying that we know where they're coming from. So if you're
Exactly
implying
my
that we're
point. Thank you
if
for
you're
just
implying
winning
that
my
we know where
argument.
they're
We
so if you're-
don't know.
So if you're implying that we do know where they're coming from, well, why don't we just imply that same thing?
When
about the Muslim that
Trump
we
banned
knew
it,
a
what was the
US
last three words? That last words he said, until we
could
figure out
what
what's
the hell's
going on.
So if a Christian commits an act of terror and we don't figure out until later that they're a Christian that they're a U.S. citizen, would it be justified to turn around and ban all new Christian entries until we figure that out?
He knew enough to know that they were coming from T countries, and if that Christian was coming from a, let's say, where IRA came from, I got nothing against Ireland. I got 3% Irish in me, but if they're coming from
Okay.
IRA,
So here's
then
the
yes,
defeater.
Cut off Ireland. Here's
the
cut off
defeater.
Ireland.
Here's the defeater. Here's the defeater.
There is no defeater.
Yes, here's the
It's due
defeater.
diligence.
Here's the defeater.
You have to make
no,
it err on the
Navajo,
side of caution.
Navo. Did Trump know the Muslims were coming from another country?
The first, when you walk up to the corpse, you have the bodies that actually are on the
Navo,
line.
did Trump know that the Muslims were coming from another country?
Yeah, when they're shouting Allah Akbar, yeah.
Praise be to God. So when someone shouts praise be to God, they know that they're coming from another country?
Oh my gosh. How many actual times did you have
You're saying when someone shouts praise be to God, they're coming from another country, even though they're US citizens.
How many times do you have to lift the toilet seat before you figure it out?
Cyber, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for
Some things
Cyber.
just take
I really
common
appreciate you
sense.
for the love. So I just want to clarify that Trump didn't know that they were coming from another country
No,
because
he
they
used
didn't come from another
information that He
country.
got from the site, from the witnesses. The 5 minutes after it happened, he used that information.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and try to make this clear one last time for you, Navajo. If you can't, hey, buddy, I'm gonna go ahead and talk now. I'm gonna
Err
go
on
ahead
the
and
side of caution, Dean.
hey, I'm gonna go ahead and try to make this clear one last time, okay? So if you don't end up accepting this one last time and answer directly, I'm gonna go to move on to the next guest because I'm making myself so explicitly clear here, and you just literally lack the intelligence to have a constructive, logical dialogue with me, okay?
That's not
so
true
I'm
at
gonna
all.
go. It is true, unfortunately.
No, you're under 25, which means technically
half
the
your age, twice as smart and
the
wise.
consequential portion of your
Hey,
brain isn't even fully developed yet.
And I'm still smarter than you. I know, crazy.
No,
right?
you're not. You're
So
functioning
anyway-
at diminished capacity.
I'm functioning at such a small capacity, and I'm still
It's a
dog
medical
walking in this
fact,
debate.
Dean.
It's a
Look it
medical
up.
fact that I'm still dog walking you. What does
You
that
have a
mean
great
about
life.
you?
Thanks for letting me
Oh,
speak.
so this is where you run away because you know that you're wrong. Let's get some runner emojis down below in the chat. Let's get some runner emojis down below in the chat. See, that's what happens when the racists get brought up onto the live and then they get dog walked. See what I mean, chat? That's just what happens every single time. Thank you so much. Victoria, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some massive W's for Victoria in the chat. I really do appreciate that. We are going to go ahead and move on to our next guest at this point. Victoria says, I was one of the law enforcement officers who responded to the attack in San Bernardino. I do not believe in banning anyone based on religion. Bad people do bad things regardless of religion. Massive W's for Victoria. And that's also insane that you happen to be watching the live. That's awesome. We're going to move on to our next guest, Peter, here, y'all. So everyone just give us 1 minute. We are already starting the day off strong with some racists. Let's go and get our next guest up in the box literally right now, chat. If you are voting for Trump, make sure to hop in that queue. Let me know in that chat. We are going to go in and get our next guest up in the box literally right now. So everyone just do be patient, y'all. Everyone just do be patient. For the 3,000 people in here, make sure that we are double tapping away in that phone screen, folks. Let's go and get our next guest up in the chat. What's going on, Alex? Ebony, thank you so much for the train. I appreciate you for the love. Are you voting for Dipey Don?
Who? Donald Trump?
Yeah.
You're.
Okay, why so?
Just because.
Okay, because why?
Because I want to.
So why do you want to vote for the felon, rapist, fraudster, election denier, womanizer, racist?
Well, if they let him be president, is it really true?
Can you repeat that?
That if they're letting him run for presidency, is it true or no?
If Jeffrey Dahmer was alive today, he could run for president per the Constitution.
Oh, well, no one's voting for Jeffrey Dahmer.
So you're saying that it's not true Trump's a rapist because people support him and are voting for him? It's kind of a weak argument.
Well, it's okay to cry.
I'm crying? Really?
Yeah. Sometimes, it's okay.
I'm so confused. How many continents are there?
A lot. I don't know. 9.
So that explains my point perfectly. Goodbye, Alex.
Oh.
We're going to move on to our next guest here. Everybody just give us a minute. Let's go and get Doug Charles up in the box, y'all. Everyone just do give us a minute. Just be patient, guys. That perfectly explained my point there. If you are MAGA, let me know in the chat literally right now, and we're going to go and pull you up here. So everyone just be patient. 9 continents is crazy. Maybe he meant brain cells. Maybe he meant brain cells. He lost so bigly. Such a tiny brain. Moving on to our next guest here, y'all. Everybody give us a minute. Hello, are you voting for Trump?
Of course.
Okay, why so?
Hey, Dean, you know what? I caught part of your conversation with that guy Navajo. And why were you calling him a racist? I only caught part of your conversation.
Oh, yeah, because he thinks that racial profiling is smart.
Oh, isn't that what Obama did? Because I heard you mention the Muslim countries, yet it was Obama that banned those Muslim countries from coming into the United States.
No, you are confused. So
No.
predominantly, he had
No.
countries on a watch list, but then
No.
Trump stepped in and he
No.
said that he didn't want to just ban individuals from these countries
That's
entering.
not true.
He wanted to ban all Muslims from entering.
That's not true. Obama banned 9 Muslim countries from entering the United
Well,
States.
I like to clarify here. Through what bill?
I don't know the bill, but it's true. Dean, look, there's one thing that Navajo said to you that is very true. How old are you?
do you
Wait a
mind-
minute. How old are you?
Okay.
19?
Okay.
19?
No, I'm actually 20 now.
Okay, you weren't even alive during 9/11.
That's
right?
right, I wasn't.
I was 26, I believe, when it happened. You don't know a lot of these things that you're talking about. I don't know, man. I understand you're young and you want, people, oh, thank you for the $20, guys. And I understand that this is your job. I understand that, right? So you're going to say and do anything to get those, that money in your Cash App. I understand that. So this is your job. So you basically at this point, you're a parrot, right? You're a parrot and you will say and do anything.
Ebony, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal for being awesome. Let's get some W's in the chat for Ebony. Thank you so much for the love.
Oh my God, guys, thanks for the $20. I don't have a job, so just keep giving me because I'll keep telling you
What's a
whatever
job?
you want to hear, guys. I'll
What's a
keep
job?
saying whatever you want to hear, guys, so that I can just get money. You're a parrot, just like Harry,
Hey, can I
dude.
have, so first of all,
And Parker,
I don't,
dude.
I don't,
Wait,
I don't say things.
refute what I said.
Yeah,
Refute what I said.
Of course, man. Of course. So you're saying
did
that
Obama
I said...
ban those? Wait, did Obama ban those Muslim countries? Yes
wait,
or no?
Des, you were like throwing a bunch of things
See,
at me.
oh,
I'm
you
gonna
won't
go ahead and
answer the
respond to them all.
question. Go
Okay,
ahead.
I'll go ahead and start off with Obama. Yeah, so as far as I'm aware, no, Obama did not ban new entries
Oh,
from
but you won't
particular
look it
countries.
up. But you won't look it up.
Des, with all due respect, I did ask
See,
you for the name of the executive order
listen,
of policy that he
look
influenced
it,
to get
look,
past that
look,
ban entries
Dean,
from these countries.
Dean,
I'm more
Dean.
than willing to do research. Do you mind if I
Dean,
talk real quick without interruption?
It's very simple for you to look up. You don't want to look it up. Just like you don't want to look up the over 300,000 children that are missing under the Biden-Harris administration, right? You don't want to talk. You're going to support the people.
we can talk
open the
about
border.
all these things.
All right, let's go.
Corey, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. They should shut up and bring facts. I know, right? I appreciate you. So, anyways,
Oh my God, guys!
mind if
Thanks
I-
for the gifts, guys. Yeah, go ahead.
You mind if I talk real quick? Awesome.
See how that's how you sound. You sound. It's embarrassing to hear a man speak that way. Speak like a man. Just say, hey, thanks for the gifts, guys. No, my God, guys, let me eat this microphone and say thank you, guys, for the $20, guys.
Des, do you need
That's
a
what you
Kleenex?
sound like. No, go ahead.
Do you need a
Go
Kleenex
ahead.
or a baby bottle?
Go ahead. Come on. Let's go, David Bowie. Let's go.
Des, do you need a baby bottle?
Let's go. Let's go. Let's talk.
Let's get some
facts
baby
here.
bottles in the chat for Des. Okay, so I'm going to go to respond to the multitude of claims.
Let's talk facts here, Dean, because let's talk facts.
All right, Des, am I going to have to put you on mute?
Come on, let's go.
All right, awesome.
Tell
So
me why
anyways,
you
we're going to
support
go...
Kamala Harris and the open border with over 300,000
Christine, thank you for the
children missing.
$5 on Venmo for Dez's baby bottle fund. I appreciate you for the love. So do you think that we have an open border today?
Oh my God, guys! Thanks for the gifts, guys. Because I don't want to get a real job, guys. I want
Wait,
to
Des,
sit
what's a
here
real
and
job?
tear bullshit. I want to sit
Des,
here and
what's a
tear
real job?
bullshit. Listen, what are you gonna
Des,
do?
what's a
when
real
they-
job? Des, I have
what
a
are you-
question.
what-
What's a real job?
What are you gonna do when they ban TikTok?
If I get fired from my job, what will I do?
What
Hey,
will
Des,
you do?
what's a real job?
What will you do?
I'll go back to developing software, buddy. Anyways,
Okay,
answer my question.
yeah.
What's a real job?
You're a coder. All right, go ahead.
What's a real job, Des? You said I don't have a real job. What is a real job? Can you define real job?
I'm not talking that stupid. Let's talk about real stuff. Let's talk
I know.
about
I'm sorry. No. You said that I don't have a real job. What is a real job?
Parker. You're a cyber panhandler.
Aaron, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo to make the guests cry more. I appreciate you for the love. That is awesome. Thank you so much for the love. Massive W's for Aaron in the chat. Let's go. And John, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal, saying your efforts are definitely a real job. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for John. And Karen with the $10 on Venmo, saying happy belated birthday. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some W's for Karen and some W's for John. Let's go. Anyways, buddy, what's a real job? Tell me.
Oh my God, guys, I'm a cyber panhandler. I'll say and do whatever.
Kevin, shut up. Kevin, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying 4 more
Oh my
whining
God,
from the
guys,
guests.
I'm a
And
cyber-
Darrell, thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo for job of trying to debate with an infant. Let's go, dude. Anyways, buddy, what's a real job? I don't know why you keep interrupting me.
Come on, let's talk about this Kamala and what she's done at the border along with Biden.
Your name's Kamala, so you don't
It's
want to talk
Ka-
about the
it's
fact that you
Kamala.
can't tell me what a real job is.
Look, buddy, I got a real job, okay? I've been doing what I do for 23 years. I'm an electrician.
So what is a real
Okay.
job?
A real job, I mean, look, let's move past this. Let's talk about real stuff, okay?
Yeah,
talk
let's move past that. Yeah, sure.
Well, seeing that you didn't want to answer my question about Obama banning those 8 Muslim countries.
Lo, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo to make desk cry more. Thank you for the love. I literally did answer it. I asked you for
No,
the
you
policy
didn't.
or executive order you signed into law
Dean,
that banned
Dean,
Muslims from
Dean,
entering from particular countries.
Dean, it's very easy to look up. You have a
Autumn,
computer
thank you
like-
so much for the $5 on Venmo, saying that guest is a jealous, broke crybaby. Let's get some W's in the chat for Autumn. Thank you for the love.
Oh, man. Parker, you know how much, or Dean, you know how much I make an hour?
No.
Take a guess.
Milady, thank you for the $10 on PayPal, saying cyber panhandling and happy belated birthday. Let's get some W's in the chat for Milady. Thank you so much for the love. No, I don't care how much you make an hour. So
Of course
yeah.
you don't. Of course you don't.
Yeah, so see, that's kind of like normal is to not
Okay,
really
come on.
care about
Come
what
on.
other people do for an income.
Thanks,
but
guys. Thank you
seemingly
for all
care
the
so
gifts,
much about
guys,
what
because
I
I'm going to say and do whatever you.
Okay, so Des, just once again to respond to the Obama claims that you made, you can feel free to reference me a policy or an
Look, just
executive
look it
order
up and you have
that Obama signed into law that particularly banned Muslims from entering into the country. And by the way, I did look it up. I looked up Obama Muslim ban, and the first thing that popped up was how Trump's administration banned Muslims from entering into the country. So this is why I'm going to have you do the research for your own claims. But yo, Elizabeth, thank you for the $20 on Venmo, and Sally with the $10 on Venmo as well. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Elizabeth and Sally. Thank y'all so much for the $20 and the $10 on Venmo. You were awesome. Thank y'all so much for the love. Massive W's down below. Thank you, Elizabeth and Sally. So anyways, Des, once again, my question to you was, all right, do you think that we have a...
Are you not embarrassed doing that shit? For real, you're not embarrassed?
I'm not embarrassed
You should
whipping
be
your ass
embarrassed.
any day of the week.
What-
You
what-
should be embarrassed. You're
what did
voting
you
for the
say?
felon rapist want to be dictator on day one.
Hold on, did you say you would whoop my ass?
Kevin, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo for more guests crying. Let's get some W's in the chat for Kevin and Christine with the $10 on Venmo saying happy belated birthday. Also, more funds for my real job. W's for Kevin and Christine. Let's go. Thank you so much. I really appreciate y'all for the donations. You guys are awesome. So anyways, do you think that we have an open border today?
How many people came in undetected through the border right now?
So no
Was it
answer
not-
to the question?
Wait. Did Biden not tell people to come rush the border?
He didn't. In fact, they
didn't?
third people to third around. So
Parker.
can you answer my question? My name's not Parker.
Look,
Crazy.
Dean.
So answer my question. Do we have a
Dean,
crisis or an open
Dean.
border today?
You know what? You are an embarrassment to
Parker.
men. You are an embarrassment.
to men because I don't support.
get me some.
I'm such an embarrassment to men because I don't support the rapist pedophile that has sexualized little girls and boasts about grabbing women by the P word. I'm such an embarrassment for men because I don't want to vote for the guy that's already tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government and rig an election. I'm such an embarrassment to men because I want women to have rights. No, I'm an embarrassment to incel alt-right quote-unquote alpha gym bros that haven't had a conscious thought since.
Let's talk
like, I don't
January
know,
6th.
birth.
You want to talk January 6th? Let's talk January 6th since you want to use that as a talking point.
Yo, yeah, sure, man. Jasmine,
Oh,
thank
yeah,
you so much
sure.
for the
Yeah,
$10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's for Jasmine in the chat. Yeah, so let's go to, I mean, so you wanted to pivot. I'll go ahead and entertain your pivot. Let's talk about January 6th when Trump tried to rig an election to steal the vote from Biden by sending fake slates of electors to 7 different states to cast fake Trump votes into Congress from states that he lost, then turning around and asking Mike Pence to certify them as real, to install himself for a second presidential term, even though he lost, attempting to ignore the voice and the vote of every single American voter in like in the 2020 election, specifically being the biggest internal attack on our government and on our democracy since the Civil War. Let's talk about it, little bro.
Okay, let's talk about it, little bro. Did you know that Obama had stand-in alternate, what do you call them? Delegates?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the sunglasses. I appreciate you for the love.
See what I mean? Did you know that Obama had alternate stand-in delegates on his second, when he ran for a second term? Did you know that?
Delegates in Congress? Delegates
No,
are in
no, no.
Congress.
Listen to what I said. Did you?
Rainey, thank you for the 50 cents on Venmo.
Did you know that he had alternate stand-ins ready to go?
Where?
See, that's what I mean. You don't even know what you're talking about, and here you are.
I'm asking you. I mean, you're saying delegates in the general election. I'm just clarifying here. Delegates don't serve in the general election. Delegates serve in the primaries of the private political parties, and they're not called stand-in delegates. They're called super delegates, which is a function of every single primary election.
I'm talking about alternate delegates.
Hannah, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. My workday would be so boring without your live. Thank you so much for the love, Hannah. Let's get some W's in the chat for Hannah. I appreciate you so much. So Obama sent
Listen, bro. You don't like facts. You're a fucking pussy, and if I ever catch you, I'm gonna knock your fucking ass out. Fucking little bitch. You and Parker. You Parker, and Dean and Harry are little bitches.
Yeah, you Parker and Dean, real smart guy.
You guys are little bitches. You're the fucking laughing stock of this country. You fucking little faggots.
Oh, shit, he is pissed. We are going to go ahead and kick him off of the stream for slurring. I apologize for his use of slurs, chat. Following the MAGA script to a T, unfortunately. They like to say they're not bigoted, then turn around and do that shit. Honestly, that was a little bit unsuspecting. I was not prepared for that, but I should have been. Gabrielle, I appreciate you for the $1 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. We're going to move on to our next guest here. What's up, Nessie? Are you voting for Trump?
Of course I am.
Okay, so why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you?
Yeah.
Trump is literally a sexist.
Why do I care about someone who doesn't care about me? Well, does Camilla care about me?
Yeah, of course. She wants to fight for your federally protected access to abortion. What's that?
That as well. I'm not I'm not with abortion.
Oh, okay, got
So
it.
that doesn't
woman as
affect me.
So just can you answer my question though? Why do you care, or why do you support Trump when he doesn't support you? He's incredibly
course I'll
sexist
answer.
with a history of ill will treatment towards women. He's sexualized little girls. He's raped an adult woman. He's boasted about grabbing women by the P word without asking first. So why do you support someone that doesn't support you?
Of course I'll answer that question. For me, I just don't really believe a lot of stuff that people say, because as soon as things start hitting the fan, they start making up stuff. I don't know about the whole media stuff. I feel like it's not really, a lot of that is just blown out of proportion. I feel like it's given to us, and a lot of accusations have been revoked. I feel like a lot of stars go through that as well. I feel like Camilla, Biden, Obama.
I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it? Thursday night. You're going up the escalator?
That's not.
I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
My source isn't media hearsay, word of mouth of someone else. My source is Trump. He is the one that was privately recorded saying that he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He's the one that went on Sirius XM with Howard Stern and boasted to him about walking into the little girls' changing rooms while they're half naked. He's the one that was privately recorded on Access Hollywood tapes in the 2000s, boasting about how when he sees a pretty woman, he just has to kiss them, doesn't even ask first, and usually grabs them by the P word too. And these aren't allegations by other people. These are things that Trump has said out of his mouth and has been recorded saying so.
And I understand that. I get what you're saying. I feel like that's what you feel like, and that's totally okay. But
That's not what I feel like. That's just what the case is.
that is, if you want to take that and run with it. I mean, people say for boys how they'll date him in 10 years when he's young. I mean, people say that all the time. So we can kind of cross out the
And
list,
every
right?
single person who's saying that is sexualizing little kids.
You're totally right. And you're so right? And they may not do it in the future, but that comment itself was wrong.
Okay, so
Right,
I'm
I'm
still
not-
waiting
I'm
on
not
an answer.
saying-
So do
right,
you
and I'm
deny
giving
that
you an
Trump is
answer.
sexist?
I think, yeah, I don't think that he's sexist. No.
Okay, so like when he
Well,
says things like the best thing that could ever happen to a woman is pregnancy, or yeah, like boasting about grabbing women by the P word without consent, boasting
Again,
about
that-
walking into their change rooms, or even raping an adult woman, how does that not make him sexist?
I feel like to me it is all perception, right? So for me, I would have to perceive it as sexist. I think a lot of people do things or say things that are sexist, including women to men. I feel like it's kind of common, like how women would grab a man without his consent. Is that not kind of the same energy?
So
Or
this
like
is
as
the second
women-
time you've made this argument. So you're just
Right.
saying a lot of people are sexist. Well, that doesn't discount Trump's
course.
sexism. Like for instance, if the
doesn't.
year was 1850, a lot of white people would have owned slaves, but that doesn't make owning slaves any
No,
less morally
that's kind of the point I
despicable.
was trying to make. That's absolutely, that brings up the point I was trying to make. Earlier, you mentioned how, black people and everybody like that. And I can't really pinpoint what you said, but I know that the thing about that is that every president does that. Everyone
No.
who runs for pregnancy, that, you know what I'm saying, that they always bring us into it. They always be like, we're running for black people, or we're supporting the lower end of things, and it's always indicated toward us. Every president does that, and there's a reason for that, right? Because we don't be voting, right? And they know that. So let's not act like that's new. Everybody does that, including Biden. So everybody can
I'm
perceive that
confused
as
of
racist.
what I'm confused
that.
what point you're getting at. So how is Kamala Harris racist? Because I can tell you how Donald Trump is racist. Right? He denied
Right.
housing opportunities to black people because they're black in the 1970s. He said that because Barack Obama is black, that must mean he's not born in the U.S. Therefore, he shouldn't be able to
You're
run for
asking,
president.
yep.
He said that Kamala Harris, quote unquote, turned black. When did I turn white? That's racism. So how is Kamala Harris racist? And we just got banned on that backup account as well. So we are going to be doing the rest of the streams for the day here on DNC Dean. Y'all already know. Quite unfortunate, but it is what it is. I also can't really do a night live tonight because it is the case that I'm going to be going out for a nice old dinner with a family. Maybe I'll join Parker for a co-host later in the evening. I guess we will see. For everybody tuning in, welcome into the stream, guys. How are we doing? Make sure that you are double tapping away on that phone screen. Make sure that you're sharing out that live as well. If you're voting for Trump, hop in that queue, hop up in the box. We are going to go ahead and continue. What's going on, man? Are you voting for Trump?
Nope.
You are not. Awesome. Well, I do appreciate you for coming up, man. For everybody tuning in, for the first 400 of y'all, hop in the queue if you're voting for Trump. All right. Also, share out that live with a couple friends. We are going to go ahead and move on to our first guest tonight. So everybody just give us a minute. Yo, Sally! Sally with a $25 on Venmo saying backup stream fun. Hey, Sally, I appreciate you for the love. Let's make sure that we show some insane love to Sally in the chat for the $25 for the backup stream fund. That is so incredibly kind of you. Now, for the first 500 of y'all, this is like a very obscure, unknown backup account of mine. Kenny, thank you for the galaxy, man. So it's like it's going to be hard to get the Trump supporters in here because, only the true fans follow this account, which predominantly is not going to be Trump supporters. So help me out here by boosting this live to the For You page by double tapping and sharing. What's up, Jalen? Are you voting for Trump?
Hey,
Appreciate you for coming up. Moving on to our next guest, y'all. Everyone just give us a second to get our first debate going. What's going on, man? Are you voting for the tyrannical rapist?
I am voting for the Let's Make America Great, Donald Trump.
Okay, all right, buddy. So why are you voting for Trump?
Because he's just a better candidate. He's going to get America back on track. Kamala won't be able to do it.
Okay, yeah, sure. Let's talk about economic policy because that's that's a big thing. The economy is
all that.
in
You already know all that stuff right now. So what I'm going to talk to you is like Kamala said, what are you, 18, 20? How old are you?
I am 20 years old.
So she calls you stupid, man.
Yeah, but then if I go
24 is stupid.
But then if I turn around and I vote
so
for
you're
Trump,
voting for her. So what's that make you?
One
stupid.
second. Well, but I'm gonna catch 22.
She call you stupid, man.
1 second. But you see,
What is it?
Brother.
She called you stupid, man, and
But
you're
you-
voting for her.
You see, I'm gonna
So
catch.
that's all I wanted to say to you, man.
Dude,
Goodbye.
listen to what I'm saying. You don't want to listen. That's what they do, bro. I swear to God, some of these Republicans, they know that they can't beat me in a debate, so they just won't even listen and then they'll run away. But Rand, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Rand. Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. That is so incredibly kind. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some runner emojis in the chat for the last guest and some W's for Rand in the chat for the $25. Thank you so very much for the love. It means the world to me. Thank you so much. Let's go get our next guest up in here. I guess I won't waste my breath responding to his claims if he's just going to run away. What's up, Avery? Are you voting for the rapist?
Hey, brother, no, I'm voting Kamala, but I just want to say I appreciate everything you're doing. You've made me.
Thank you so much for the love, Avery. Gal, please make sure to show some love to Avery, and I apologize for kicking you out so quick, man. I am just looking to talk to Trump supporters, but you are awesome, Avery, and I love and appreciate you so much. W's for Avery. What's up, Lynch? Are you voting for Trump? Lynch is not here. Let's go ahead and move on to our next guest, Jose. Let's go ahead and get him up in the box. Everybody tuning in, double tap. Y'all already know. What's going on, Jose? Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I want Donald because I want him to pay for IVF.
Brooks, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you so much, Brooks. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Jose.
Because I like the hypocrisy of paying for IVF and not paying for abortion. I love it.
Appreciate you for coming up, Jose. He's just a Trump. He's not a Trump supporter. But yo, Brooke, seriously, thank you so much for the gift. Make sure to show some love to Brooke in the chat. That was so very kind of you. Thank you so much for the fireworks once again, Brooks. We're still just trying to get our first debate underway, y'all. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why it's taking so long. What's up, Skylar? Are you voting for Trump? See what I mean? Like, they're not even here. So guys, if you're voting for Trump, let me see some MAGAs spam below in the chat. I don't know why it's taking so long. We're just trying to get a debate underway. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
I'm on the fence. I don't know who to vote for.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm only talking to people that are voting for Trump, but I will ask you one quick question. Would you ever vote for someone that was held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman?
I don't know much about that, but
Brooks, let's go! Thank you so much for the motorcycle. That's insane, Brooks. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. Oh my God, Chad, please show some love to Brooks. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for the motorcycle and the fireworks. Thank you so much, Brooks. Holy crap, Chad, please show some love to Brooks. I apologize for interrupting you, man. I'll just go ahead and answer the question again so we can pick up where we left off from. Would you ever vote for someone that has been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse or rape without the G of a woman?
I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about at all, actually. Like, what do you mean? Like, is one of the candidates doing that? I don't understand.
So if Trump was held civilly liable, as in it was proved in a court of law that he had raped a woman violently, like he was a violent sex offender, would you still vote for him?
I mean, is that what happened? I don't know. I guess.
So I'm asking an if-then question, so it's very simple to follow. I don't understand where we're kind of like speaking past each other here. It's very simple. If Trump did this, would you still vote for him? It's a very, like, for instance, if you asked me if Kamala Harris had raped a little boy, would I still vote for her? The answer would be no. So I mean, just answer the question here. If Donald Trump was held civilly liable for being a violent sexual offender, raping a woman forcefully without her consent, would you still vote for him?
I don't know.
Okay. If Donald Trump had raped a little girl, would you still vote for him?
I don't know. I don't know who I'm voting for. I don't know.
If Donald Trump wanted to bring slavery back to America, would you still vote for him?
Obviously, I don't think so. No, I don't think about that. No, I don't know. I don't know who to vote for.
Okay. So like bringing slavery back.
Can I ask you a question?
No, because I'm trying to see like where the standard or your standard lies. So like raping someone isn't sufficient reason not to vote for them, but bringing slavery back is. So why is raping someone not sufficient reason not to vote for them? Like if Donald Trump had raped your mother, would you still vote for him?
Obviously not.
So then if Donald Trump raped a woman that wasn't your mother, would you still vote for him?
Obviously not, but I want to ask a question. Though.
Okay, so there we go. You said if Donald Trump had raped a woman, you wouldn't vote for him. So Donald Trump was held civilly liable for the rape of a lady by the name of E. Jean Carroll. It was proved via a preponderance of evidence submitted to a court over 2 years to a unanimous jury that yes, that is something he was guilty of. So does this mean you will not be voting for Donald J. Trump come November?
I just told you I don't know who to vote for. So I don't know if that's true. I don't know. I don't read sources. I don't do research about that stuff.
So just go on the internet, look up Trump v. Carroll court case 2022, and you will find like sufficient reason there not to be voting for him. But we are just looking to vote for people that are voting for Trump. I just wanted to give him good reason not to vote for Trump. But we're going to move on to our next guest right now. If you are in the queue, make sure that you are voting for Trump. We only have 5 people in the queue right now with about 1,000 people in the stream. So if you are voting for Trump, spam MAGA in the chat and hop in the queue. What's up? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, they just left. Let's go to move on to our next guest here. We got the short reels loading in, y'all. Let me know in the chat if you're voting for Trump. We're just still looking for our next guest here. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
That's who I prefer as my president.
And why is that?
He's better than Kamala.
And why so?
Because Kamala's been vice president. She's been in office for years. Has done nothing that I like.
Okay, so you didn't like when she passed like the PACT Act with Biden that invested nearly $1 billion into the expansion of VA healthcare benefits? You didn't like that? Why?
My VA healthcare benefits are just fine.
Yeah, they expanded VA healthcare benefits to over 1 million new veterans to cover new things, such as like burn pits are toxic burns.
That was pretty well already covered with VA benefits.
No, it wasn't. Like this bill expanded access to over 1 million new veterans.
If
Get your little bitch ass up, you little faggot motherfucker! I'll break your fucking nose.
I apologize for his use of the slurs.
You talking to me or you?
He's talking to me. Whoa. Go ahead and continue, man. So yeah, I just wanted to clarify. You're saying that they haven't done anything that you've liked. They've passed some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history. Like we could talk about the PACT Act expanding access to VA healthcare benefits. They've passed the Chips and Science Act to bring manufacturing for chips to America. Here back home in America by 2030, we're going to be producing 20% of the global chip supply. They've passed the Inflation Reduction Act, investing the most in renewable energy resources ever, right, to reduce inflation in the long term by addressing supply chain issues now. They passed the infrastructure bill that invested $1 trillion into local communities across the U.S. To specifically spur their local economies and to create construction jobs. So, like you said that you didn't like any of this. That's pretty crazy for you to say that you didn't like any of this.
They keep saying inflation's at an all-time low. Where are they even getting this?
Okay, I mean, I would love
things are expensive as can be. This is the most expensive things have been in a long time.
Okay, so the rate of inflation went from a 9% peak under the pandemic to a 2.8% rate right now, which was the same rate we had pre-pandemic under Trump in 2018. My question for you would be, do you think that Biden and Harris caused inflation?
That's a possibility.
Okay, how do they do that?
Between their regulations and deregulations, I mean, it's going to affect the economy and inflation.
Like what specifically?
I don't know which ones. I couldn't tell you which ones. But usually that's how presidents usually always affect the inflation and prices of stuff.
By regulation and
regulations and regulations.
Like what have they regulated or what have they deregulated that has caused inflation?
Well, as soon as they got into office, they shut down the pipeline for drilling.
Okay.
Drilling on, I know you're going to tell me, well, that it's not producing any oil. It's not producing any oil, but it was helping out the oil prices because it was for futures.
Okay, so yeah, if you look at the futures market and you evaluate the futures market before and after they shut it down, there was the same consistent trend. That's something I've already looked into. The future market was unaffected by them shutting the Keystone XL pipeline down. Then second of all, the reason they shut the Keystone XL pipeline down was because of a Supreme Court order. It ingressed upon indigenous land, and the Supreme Court concluded that construction should not continue. And then third off, the reason it didn't impact the futures market for oil was because we're still producing more oil than we ever have been before here at home in the U.S., even more than we produce under Trump's admin.
Then why is gas prices still outrageous?
Because oil is a global market, and we see a reduction in the global market from things such as Russia's invasion of Ukraine and Trump telling OPEC to decrease their outage by 10%.
So we're still blaming Russia 4 years later?
We're blaming Russia and OPEC for a decrease in the global oil supply. And of course, we're no longer getting Russian oil because of their ongoing invasion of Ukraine. Right? Those are sanctions placed on them by majority of countries in NATO. And yeah, that is going to be the reason that we see higher prices of gas at the pump.
So why don't we drill our own, like what Trump's wanting to do?
We are drilling more now than we did under Trump's administration. The Biden-Harris administration has approved 50% more drilling permits on federal land than his administration ever did. We literally have more independence, energy independence now than we had then.
Like I said, I mean, the numbers sound good, what you're giving me, but it's not affecting anything. Like I said,
because I can tell you what caused inflation. The pandemic caused an.
It's still $3.60 something a gallon. Like I said, what you're telling me sounds good, but it's not affecting anything. Like prices are still going up.
So, I mean, I've already told you that oil is a global market, right? And just because the U.S. is producing more, if the world as a whole is producing and selling less, that means that price will go up, okay? But secondly, and more so sounds like you're just blaming this on the Biden-Harris administration.
No, I'm not at all.
It's happened, one second, because it's happened under their term, when specifically speaking, it's not caused by them, okay? Right? So could I say that the highest rate of unemployment that we've had since the Great Depression that happened under Trump's term in April of 2020 is to blame on him?
It could be partially to blame, yeah.
Okay, so if Trump is to blame for the highest rate of unemployment that we've had in the damn near last 100 years, why the hell should we vote for him over Harris?
Because Harris has been in office for years. Trump's been in office for 4.
So Harris has been in office as a VP for 4 years.
No,
she served as a senator for 3 or 4 as well. Then, of course, AG and DA prior to that. I don't see how this would give us reason to vote for Trump. This would, if anything, give us more reason to vote for Harris because we know that she's more acquainted with politics, with public service, etc. Like, imagine you were at a company and you have been working there for 4 years. Your friend had been working there for 25 years. Who is going to get the first promotion?
Obviously, the one that's been there longer.
Thank you for refuting your own logic.
Yeah, no, I got you. But she still hasn't done anything as far as like, okay, she's trying to ride Biden's train right now is what she's doing of the policies the policies Biden passed. She still is yet to say what she's going to do. Like I've tried to look up like some of her policies she's wanting compared to Trump's. I can't find anything of what she's wanting to do as far as policies. I even went to her website. There's nothing on there besides, hey, donate to me. Like, why the fuck are we going to donate to someone when you don't even say what your policies are?
Your argument here is that you want to vote for Trump over Harris because you know more about Trump's policy. So if you knew more about Harris's policy over Trump, would this give you reason to vote for her?
It would give a reason for a lot of people. Either way, I think I'm going to
phenomenal. I'm so happy. I'm so happy you just fell into the trap.
I'm still
we
literally
know more about Harris's economic policy than Trump's. And I'll go ahead and just ask you this question.
Where'd you get it from?
From her campaign, from her social media, with her speeches at the DNC and her interview with CNN.
So you're getting from social media is where you're getting policies at.
Her campaign, right, makes public public statements about what her policy would be.
Why doesn't she come out?
Sources. She did. DNC and CNN. Yeah.
I've never heard you talking about her CNN interview.
I'm prepared to tell you her policy if you'd like it. Are you ready?
No, I don't want to hear it from you. I want to hear it from Kamala. You're talking about the CNN interview she had. She talked about policy.
She talked about, dude.
You couldn't even say what she was going to do on day one, Dean.
Yes, she has. There's been public releases from her campaign, and there has been. We literally know more about her policy than Trump's. She has an economic plan to cut taxes for over 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class by increasing the child tax credit to $6,000 per year for newborns. For newborns, $3,600 per year from everyone from the age of 1 to 5, and then $3,000 per year from everyone from the age of 5 to 17. She wants to introduce a $25,000 first-time homebuyer subsidy particularly for newly developed properties, so developers are more incentivized to build new affordable houses where people want to live, right? She also wants to limit the amount that any American could spend on prescription drug prices to $2,100 per year and further implement caps on the price of prescription drug costs, specifically by allowing Medicare a greater ability to renegotiate drug prices with private pharmaceutical companies. This is going to cost her $2.4 trillion over the course of the next 10 years, and she intends to pay for it by increasing the corporate tax rate by 7%, which will generate $1.7 trillion, by granting Medicare a greater ability to renegotiate prescription drug prices, which will generate the federal government about $300 billion over that same time span. And then for the remainder $400 billion, she wants to increase the realized capital gains tax and introduce an unrealized capital gains tax on centimillionaires. So specifically speaking, she has a sound, strong economic plan that will make your life better by reducing your taxes, and she knows exactly how she's going to pay for it. Now I want to ask you a question.
Why doesn't she make this public?
This is public. So now I want to ask you a question. What is Trump's economic plan?
Same as hers.
No.
Yeah, because I mean, she pretty well copy and paste all of his ideas just to get voters.
So I'm going to go ahead and now tell you the difference between their economic plans. He does not want to cut taxes further for the low and middle class, disproportionately affecting them more than the ultra wealthy and corporations. During his first term, he implemented the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that disproportionately benefited the top 1%. And during his second term, he wants to reinstitute that for another 10 years. And it's going to cost more this time because he's going to give the ultra wealthy greater tax cuts, which will cost $3.9 trillion over the course of the next 10 years. How the hell is he going to pay for it?
Same way he did last time.
Which was through what?
Through taxes, through tariffs, all that.
So he's going to pay.
That's how he was getting money, was through the tariffs.
So he's going to pay for a decrease in the government revenue by cutting taxes through taxes. Can you explain that one to me?
Because it'll come back through the economy.
So that's not true. If you'd like to reference the macroeconomic impact of the 2017 Tax Reform Act, written by 2 Harvard professors, available online, it only led to an average annual GDP growth of 0.04%. When we extrapolate that out with the current GDP of America, that'd be about $10 billion per year. Over the course of the next 10 years, that'd only be about $100 billion. So he intends to pay for this $3.9 trillion tax reform bill by specifically generating $100 billion of GDP growth.
That's usually how it works, yeah.
Do the numbers for me on that. So if it's only going to generate a GDP growth of $100 billion over the course of the next 10 years, and we'll just take half of that GDP growth for the takeaway government revenue of $50 billion, $58 billion will not pay for $2.9 trillion. That is MAGA math, if I've ever heard it.
So like I said, you're still failing to answer the question, though. Why was everything a lot cheaper under Trump compared to what it is now? You have yet to get that answer.
Yeah, sure. I could answer that question. Chad, has he asked me that?
No, I haven't asked you that.
You're saying I was like failing to answer that question, but
I've yet to hear an answer out of anybody why things were cheaper under Trump than what they are now.
Yeah, because of the global pandemic. That caused.
You can't keep blaming the pandemic. The pandemic's over.
So the global pandemic caused global inflation, and which, by the way, is now over. We have a 2.8% rate of inflation, and which was the same rate of inflation pre-pandemic.
It's been over. You've had 4 years since.
You've had 4 years. We've had the quickest response to the inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7. Nobody did it as good as us. You're just economically illiterate. You sound dumb.
Then how come she's not saying this? She's blaming it on price gauging is what she says. Whatever the hell price gauging is.
It's not price gauging.
She said it was price gauging. I know that. Maybe you should correct her.
Yeah, because
nah, she probably misspoke like her VP when he said he was in war. That's
okay,
right.
Or like Trump misspoke incessantly over the course of the last 4 years, saying he won 2020. Did Trump misspeak when he said that he likes to grab women by the P word, or did Trump misspeak when he sexualized a little girl? Or was Trump misspeaking on Sirius XM with Howard Stern when he boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked?
You're on a talk show with Howard Stern. Have you ever listened to a talk show of Howard Stern? Come on.
And I've listened to Trump boast to Howard Stern about how he enjoyed walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls.
Okay, that's his personal life. I'm not voting on him for his personal life.
So if Trump walked into your daughter's changing room while she was naked, would you still vote for him?
You ain't changing my mind. I'm not voting on Trump for his personal life.
So if Trump raped your daughter, would you still vote for him?
He didn't grape anybody.
He did, but if Trump raped your daughter,
didn't. I mean, you can ask some crazy analogies like that, but he didn't grape anybody.
Okay, so I'm guessing you know nothing about the court of law that determined that Trump was guilty of raping a woman by the name of E. Jean Carroll in 2022. You know nothing about that, right?
I know enough that it was not criminal
It wasn't criminal. Congratulations. It was civil.
Right. So he wasn't charged with grape. So
yes.
you keep
yeah,
calling,
the jury
you
concluded.
keep calling that he's a abuser of that. He's not.
Yeah,
he
the jury
wasn't criminally
concluded.
charged.
Yeah, so the jury concluded that he had raped Eugene Carroll. Paula, thank you for the money gun.
He was not criminally charged.
Captain Obvious, I know that. He was held civilly liable. What's the difference between a civil court and a criminal court? Do you know?
The burden of proof.
And what's the difference of the burden of proofs?
You need a lot more burden of proof to have a criminal conviction.
You need a bigly burden of proof. You need a lot more burden, bigly of proof. Okay. So in a criminal court, the standard of evidence is what is likely to occur beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. In a criminal court, that's in a criminal court. Then in a civil court, it's just what is more than likely to have occurred due to preponderance of evidence. I would make the argument that the evidence Eugene Carroll submitted in that civil court proved that Trump had raped her beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, the same standard of evidence upheld in criminal courts. If you would dispute this, I just ask you what your reasonable doubt to the evidence was.
Because he wasn't criminally charged. That's enough for me. If he was criminally charged, it's a whole different story. He wasn't criminally charged.
Zero brain cells. So once again, right, I would say the evidence that Eugene Carroll submitted in the civil court proved that it had occurred beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, the standard of evidence they used to prove things in a criminal court. And you could dispute this by telling me what the reasonable doubt was to the evidence she submitted.
I don't care what the reasonable doubt was. It was not in a criminal court. Anybody can sue anybody.
Okay, so could you just repeat what my argument is here? I don't know if you understand it.
I don't think you're understanding me. I don't care what kind of, if it was in criminal court, that's a whole different story.
Okay,
you keep calling the guy a rapist. He's not because.
Sure. Once again, your argument is that you would only accept it in a criminal court because in a criminal court, they prove things beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, correct?
Yeah, like you would 100% know that person done it.
Yeah, so it's not 100%. It's beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. So what I am saying is they proved it beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt in the civil court. And if you disagree with me here, all you have to do is tell me what the reasonable doubt was to the evidence.
Disagree with you because you don't need as much evidence in a civil court like that.
Yeah, so they use a lower threshold of evidence, but I'm saying in this particular case, they still.
So that's my argument.
So my argument is that they still proved it to that same standard of evidence in the criminal court. And if you disagree with me, all that you have to demonstrate is what the reasonable doubt was to the evidence. Because if there's a reasonable doubt to the evidence that Eugene Carroll submitted inside of that civil court, then I will accept your argument. I don't think there is a reasonable doubt, meaning that it was proved to the same standard that criminal courts use.
You can say that all you want, but it wasn't in criminal court.
So then tell me what the reasonable doubt was to her evidence.
Why didn't she take it to criminal court if they had all this evidence on him? Why didn't she take it?
Great question, because the statute of limitations had passed.
Wow.
New York State law
So
didn't
she
allow
waited
her
so
to
long.
take it to criminal court. So what is the reasonable doubt to the evidence
She
that
waited
she submitted
so long,
in
found out
in
he was
civil
running
court?
for president in 2016, and like, you know what? Let's bring all this up.
Oh, yeah, she waited so long. Maybe it's because 62% of women who get raped never report it to the authorities in the entirety of their life, meaning it's quite typical for victims of rape to wait so long because of the social repercussions at the hand of ignorant men such as yourself. And secondarily, if you think that she made it all up when he was running for re-election in 2019, then explain to me how she made fake state medical records from the 90s.
I didn't say she made fake medical records.
Beautiful. So, yeah, back to my question.
When did I say she made fake records? I'm saying he wasn't.
So the records were real?
She waited to charge
so the records were
in
real.
a civil court. She started this a few years before he started running in 2016, correct?
She started this? No, incorrect.
When she started it?
2019.
2019? Who was the one that came out right before the 2016 one?
No clue. Probably one of the other 24 women that have accused him of rape. So I'm waiting. I'm going to make the argument incredibly clear. If you can't answer this question, I'm just going to move on. Now, for the 2.2 thousand people
No,
in
you
here,
usually move on when you're wrong, dude. I've been watching you, and you move on every single time someone has an argument against you.
So you understand that I'm not moving on. I'm saying if you can't answer this question, I'm going to move on. Real quick, buddy. Rick, I appreciate you for the little crown. And by the way, if you can't answer this question, it will demonstrate that you don't have an argument. I just want to put that out there. So I'm just going to go out and make this incredibly clear. Right? We have 2.3 thousand people in this stream. So just let me know if I'm not clear. I want everybody in chat to let me know if I'm not clear. Right? I want to make sure that I'm communicating this clearly. I want to make sure that it's well received by little buddy down here.
You're just blabbering now.
So you're saying that you would have accepted this grape case if it was accepted in a criminal court of law, and the reason you would have accepted it if it was tested in a criminal court was because a criminal court would have proved that it occurred beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt.
I've already answered it.
So you are essentially saying here, if E. Jean Carroll proved that Trump raped her beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, you would believe E. Jean Carroll. Now, what I am saying is that E. Jean Carroll did prove in the civil court that Donald Trump had raped her beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. And if you disagree with my claim, I will ask you to tell me what the reasonable doubt is to the evidence submitted to the court to prove that Trump raped her. Is that
clear? Did they have a DNA test?
Is that clear?
Did they have a DNA test?
No. And
Why
the
not?
reason they didn't have a DNA
Because Trump
test
said no, right?
was because Trump said no. Exactly.
Exactly.
So the lack of a DNA test is not a reasonable doubt to a grape case, as grape
It absolutely is.
The reason
you don't have DNA tied to it.
The reason that is not a reasonable doubt is because grape is proved in criminal courts quite typically without DNA tests.
Most of the time it's with a DNA test and a grape kit.
It is about 50-50, meaning that the lack of DNA testing would not amount to a reasonable doubt, because if a lack of DNA testing did amount to a reasonable doubt, then we would not see criminal proceedings proving grapists to be grapists without DNA tests. But we do all of the time, meaning the lack of DNA testing is not a reasonable doubt. So I will ask you once again.
If you respond to a grape case, the first thing you do is send them to a hospital to get a grape kit done at the hospital.
That would be for women that report the grape as it occurs. But as we've already detailed here, 62% of women never report it to the authorities in their lifetime, meaning it's quite typical for them to not report the grape as it occurs. In fact, it is rare, right? And this is why grape is proved in criminal courts quite frequently without the use of a DNA test. So I would refute and reject your position that the lack of a DNA test would give you reasonable doubt.
Then you have more witnesses. There's other ways you can prove it without DNA, but
yes, like Eugene Carroll proved it with state medical records that indicated Trump raped her in the 90s, and the 7 witnesses.
All that really didn't even matter because it wasn't even criminal.
Okay, so now you're going back to saying
if he done something criminal, he needed to be charged criminally.
So now you're going back to saying that it wasn't held in a criminal court. But what's my argument?
I've been telling you the whole time.
I'm asking you what my argument is.
I've answered your question 100 times, but you keep repeating yourself.
So I want you to repeat my argument, because I have been repeating myself. I don't understand how it's not clear. Can you repeat my argument for me to make sure that we're on the same page and you understand what I'm saying?
I understand exactly what you're saying. You're saying it was the same evidence that they would have brought into a criminal court that they brought into a civil court.
Exactly. And the reason, once again, they didn't pursue civil charges is because the statute of limitations didn't allow them to. And by the way, those same statute of limitations didn't allow her to pursue civil charges either until they were changed because of advocation from the ACA for victims that had been raped by church fathers in the state of New York. So I think I made my point clear. Now I want to ask you one last question here. Can you name one piece of evidence that E. Jean Carroll submitted inside that civil court case?
Say that one more time. Sorry, you cut out.
What is one piece of evidence that E. Jean Carroll submitted in that court case to prove to the jury that Trump raped her?
I don't know. You tell me. What did she submit?
If you don't know the evidence that she used to prove Trump raped her, how do you know Trump didn't rape her?
I'm going off criminal. That's it. If it was in a criminal court, then it'd be a whole different story.
So you just think that civil courts are always wrong?
No, I'm saying if you wait long enough and you want to take it to civil court, then have at it. Go prove your case. But if you did, I mean, you could have changed his whole life. If you would, she would have changed his whole life, and he wouldn't be sitting as president.
I have a question. Was OJ guilty?
Was OJ guilty? No, because his was in civil court also.
So OJ, the guy that wrote a book, I Did It, wasn't guilty. That's quite like unpopular position. I'll just ask you another question.
What he got proved guilty in civil court, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And then
why couldn't he get proved in criminal court?
Yeah, the case got thrown out when it went into criminal proceedings because of a technical filing error of evidence. But now to my next question: would you still vote for Trump if he was held civilly liable for the rape of a little girl?
He didn't rape a little girl.
Can you repeat my question to me? I don't think you understand that.
I don't think you understand. You're, like I said, you're coming up with these little stories. He didn't rape a little girl.
So let's go to hypothetical. So my question would be...
I'm not even going to answer your hypothetical because he didn't rape a little girl.
The reason you don't want to answer my hypothetical...
No, the reason I'm not going to answer it because you're just blabbering some stupid shit. He didn't rape a little girl.
So go ahead and ask me if I'd vote for Harris if she raped a little girl. Just ask that question real quick.
Would you vote for Harris if she raped a little girl and Trump raped a little girl? Who would you vote for?
If Harris raped a little girl, I wouldn't vote for Harris.
Who would you vote? You didn't answer my question.
I wouldn't vote at all.
You wouldn't vote at all? I don't believe that.
Okay, so now, dude, I'm being so fucking courteous to you. So not only did I try to give you an explanation of what a hypothetical is,
because you're coming up with these stories, man. It has nothing.
But then you said that you wouldn't answer it. It does have something to do with it.
Rape a little girl.
Okay, so I'm going to explain this to you one last time. So hypotheticals are incredibly relevant.
They're not relevant because he didn't rape a little girl.
So allow me to finish. I see that there's going to be a little bit of a discrepancy here in our abstract thought ability, but I hope I could, communicate a message to you that you'll understand. The point that we'd be making with hypotheticals is a test in your logic. Okay, right? Because you're telling me that the reason you're going to vote for Trump, even though he was held civilly liable for the rape of a little girl, is because you reject and do not accept civil courts. So I'm merely testing the expansion of your logic here by asking you if you would still vote for Trump if he was held civilly liable for the rape of a little girl. And yo, thank you so much for the motorcycle. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat. I really appreciate you for the motorcycle. Chaz Ito, thank you so much. It's so kind of you. Massive W's down below for Chaz Ito. Thank you so much for the motorcycle. So once again, if Trump was held civilly liable for the rape of a little girl, would you still vote for him? And do not respond, he didn't rape a little girl. I don't like your story.
Once again, you're not changing my mind. If it's in a civil court, you're not changing my mind.
So you'd still vote for Trump if he was held civilly liable for the rape of a little girl. So if you had a 7-year-old daughter and you're a babysitter...
You're not changing my mind. If it's in a civil court, if it was my kids... We're going to criminal court over it. I'm getting this guy to where he's registering for the rest of his life.
So
not taking it to civil court.
If this guy that was applying to be a gym teacher was held civilly liable for the rape of a student, do you think he should still be a gym teacher?
Yes, he's able to still be a gym teacher. I know, it's amazing. That's why you got to take it through the criminal court proceedings so the guy can register for the rest of his life.
If you had a 7-year-old daughter and you figured out that...
their stupidity for wanting to take it to civil court.
One second. So if you had a 7-year-old daughter and you figured out that her babysitter had been held civilly liable for raping a 7-year-old girl that he had babysit in the past, would you still let him babysit your daughter?
Once again, I'm not changing my mind.
Would you still let him babysit your daughter?
You're in civil court.
Would you still let him babysit your daughter? Yes or no?
You're in civil court.
You're sick. You're so sick. You are so sick. You're sick. Oh my God. You just told me that if you had a 7-year-old daughter that was being babysit by a man that had been held civilly liable for raping a 7-year-old girl that he had babysit in the past, you would still let him continue to babysit your 7-year-old daughter.
Once again, you're in civil court.
Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. Are you real? Are you like a robot?
Are you real? Like,
I'm so real. Are you like a fake person? Are you rage baiting? Tell me that you're trolling.
No, not at all.
Oh my God, you are sick. Holy shit. Oh my God. So
I'm sick because okay, how many grape cases actually go to civil court?
How would I know?
Hardly any, because they get criminal court, not civil.
Okay, I'd say that like this offense can be taken to a civil or a criminal court. We would like it to see it executed in a criminal court. The reason this wasn't executed,
Right, because it was out of statute of limitations.
was because it was out of the statute of limitations. But I just think it's sick that you'd say that you would let someone babysit your daughter even if they had been held civilly liable for raping
It's civil court.
a little girl just as old as your daughter. But I don't think you understand what that means. Like you're continuing to say, oh, it's civil court, but you don't really know what that means. Like, why don't you accept civil courts?
Because you don't need as much evidence in civil court.
Well, now, what is the standard of evidence in this civil court?
I want to say you only need about like, it's like 52%.
Christine, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. So what do you, so the evidence that E. Jean Carroll submitted, to what standard do you think that proved Trump had raped her?
It wouldn't have proved it in a criminal court.
Why do you say that?
She would have took it to criminal court when it happened.
No, so like you can't say it couldn't have proved it in a criminal court, else she would have taken it to a criminal court. Keep it in mind the fact that the statute of limitations had passed. She couldn't, straight up, period. And then you're saying, well, if she could prove it in a criminal court, that she would have taken it to a criminal court after it happened. So the reason that argument is invalid is because it's literally blaming the victim. 62% of women that get raped never report it to the authorities in their lifetime. It's very typical for women to wait because of social pressures as perpetuated by rape culture because of people like you. Like she knew that she'd lose her job. She knew that she'd be demonized,
She'd lose her job. You just had a billionaire graper, and she's worried about losing her job.
Yeah,
she would have been worth a lot more money if she would have took that to criminal court. So don't give me that crap if she would have lost her job. I mean, look how much she's worth now.
Yeah, so she loved her job. She worked as a journalist, and I think that has to go. Like,
she wouldn't even had to work another day in her life.
Yeah, but I still think like a social pressure of like losing your career insofar as what you love to do every single day of your life, not just to make money, but because you enjoy it, doesn't necessarily have to do with like the idea that, oh, well, she would be okay with losing her job. And then secondarily, making the accusation alone is like scary. And I think that she, as well as anyone, would definitely have the thought in the back of their mind, this man raped me, but what if the jury and the judge doesn't believe me? Then I'm going to lose my job for nothing.
If
you know
that
so I mean, I think it's quite clear.
You wouldn't have to worry about that because you would have so much evidence to even worry about it.
No, she has to worry about that because of people like you. She has to worry about that because people are going so far to reject reality around them and contort it to bend at the knee for the tyrannical rapist because you will do nothing except act on irrationality, mob mentality, and political bias. And it's gross. She actually has to worry about people not believing her because you don't believe her. What's gross is platforming. One moment. What's gross is platforming a rapist into the highest ranking of power known to mankind. We are supposed to stigmatize rapists. We are supposed to socially scrutinize rapists, but instead you turn around and you say, this man isn't a rapist. Instead, I'm going to stigmatize the victim. What do you think that tells men? This tells men that they could go out, rape women, be held accountable for it in a court of law, still be accepted into the social circles around them, still have the same amount of societal opportunity that they had prior, and instead the woman that I raped, the woman that I harmed is going to get the brunt end because she's going to get demonized, she's going to get called a liar, and she's going to face the repercussions that I should have faced. That is going to cause more men to perpetuate more harm against women, and that is going to cause more harm, more of those women who had that harm perpetuated against them to stay silent about it.
You done?
Silenced or silent?
Are you done? Can I speak?
One sec, I gotta put the salt and the pepper on the filet mignon. Then I'll let it rest for a little bit. I'm done.
I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, but okay.
I finished cooking.
Cooking what?
I'm putting the iron. I'm putting the skillet away. Putting the butter back in the fridge.
No idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, I was.
That's some woke term or something.
Yeah, cooking. Wait, one question. Define wokeness.
Is that a woke term?
Define wokeness. What is wokeness? What does it mean?
I'm just asking you. Is that a woke term?
No, cooking is not a woke term. Now define wokeness, please.
Cooking? Well, I don't see you cooking, so that's why I'm asking. Is it a woke term?
I mean, typically the ingredients don't know that they're getting sauced up. But anyways, could you
please
tell me what
ingredients
you mean
don't
by
know
woke
they're
term?
getting sauced up?
Yeah. So, like, what is wokeness?
Is that another woke term?
Tell me what woke means. Can you define that term for me?
I'm still waiting on an answer.
Oh, no, the answer is no. Now, what is wokeness?
The answer is not. It's not a woke term. Then what is it? Just like some teenage term or what?
Is this you deflecting because you don't know what wokeness is? You've been confused this entire time, bro. I don't think that you being confused now makes it like any more of an impertinent discussion to have. So now tell me, what do you mean by woke?
You are the definition
when you say woke,
of
you
woke.
just mean Dean? Okay, and you're the definition of fucking idiotic.
Of what? Of idiotic, huh?
I mean, so you're saying that when
hang on,
when Kamala Harris,
Time out.
so when Kamala Harris said that we all need to be more
I
woke,
asked
she's just
you
saying that we all need to be more like Dean.
What caused the prices to be going up, and you twisted that to grape. I've literally asked you about the prices going up.
Yeah, and I answered.
And why
I'll
things
answer
were
it
cheaper
again.
Hey, I'm still talking. Why things were cheaper under Trump, and why they're so expensive now, 4 years later after the pandemic, and you twisted that to grape.
So I would like to clarify. First, I did answer how things became more expensive. Would you like me to answer it again? I will. How about I just go ahead and answer again? Perfect. So yeah,
go ahead.
So the reason that we saw like a high rate of inflation right at the beginning of Biden and Harris's term was the same reason that we saw a high rate of unemployment at the end of Trump's term. So a global pandemic can cause a multiplicity of things. One of the things that it caused is for like small businesses to shut down their operations, people to stay at home instead of going out and working. And another thing that it could cause or generate is less consumer spending. Okay, and when we see such a fast, sharp reduction in consumer spending, what will happen is a recession. But in order to prevent that recession, what you need to do is you need to stimulate the economy. When you are stimulating an economy, pumping trillions of dollars into it to promote consumer spending, which in turn will promote confidence in the markets. Thank you so much for the gifts. I appreciate you so much for the love, Chad. What that will lead to is inflation. And this didn't just happen here in the U.S., but it happened at every single country in the world because every single country in the world wanted to avoid a recession. Meow, thank you so much for the galaxy. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much. No, we didn't enter into a recession, right? And there's stimulus produced under Trump and there's stimulus produced under Biden, stimulus produced in every country around the world. So now that the stimulus has been produced to avoid a recession, now we need to see what countermeasures the administration took to avoid further inflation to bring the economy back down to a hole. And what they did was they passed a multiplicity of legislation that was, first of all, budget reducing, such as the Inflation Reduction Act, deficit reducing, such as the Inflation Reduction Act, and then other policy to further stimulate the market and decrease consumer confidence by making the low and the middle class better off. We could go over through those specific policies as well as you'd like. But what this led to was America having the quickest rebound from the inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7, going from a 9% peak to a now 2.8% low since 2018 Trump era pre-pandemic. And the reason that you still see the prices of goods in the grocery store so high is because it's about the reduction of the rate of inflation. It's not about deflation, because deflation leads to recession, right? So we can't just reduce the price of goods at the grocery store unless the companies are price gouging. Then we can literally reduce the price, which was another proposed policy by Kamala Harris. So
where's this policy at so I can read it over?
Yeah, just look up Kamala Harris price gouging.
Give me a site so I can look it up.
You could choose like which site you want to read about it on. Just look up Kamala Harris policy price gouging. I don't think that she has her policies listed on her official website. So anyways, I just have a quick question. What is one policy that Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that you agreed with?
I like how I guess it wasn't a policy, but I like how he influenced the...
Hannah, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal saying that this guy is TRAS. He's making me lose brain cells. Please dump him. I think that we should dump him soon, but I want to hear his answer to this question first. And Christine, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo as well. Thank you so much, Hannah and Christine. Y'all are awesome. So what's one policy that Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that you liked?
I like how he... a couple of them. So I like how... It wasn't a policy, but I like how he influenced the Roe v. Wade, knocking it back to the states.
Oh, taking women's rights away wasn't a policy.
It wasn't taking any.
So what was a policy that he influenced to get passed that you agreed with?
You gonna let me speak?
Not if you're not answering my question, bro.
I am. I was literally in the middle of answering your question.
Your answer to my question was not a policy.
I was in the middle of answering your question and you talked over me.
Your answer to my question was not a policy. I asked for a policy.
Didn't I just say that?
Yeah, meaning you made it explicitly clear that you weren't answering my question.
You keep talking over me.
give me a policy.
As Kamala Harris says, I am speaking.
And as Dean says, name a policy.
So, once again, it's not a policy, but I liked how he influenced the Roe v. Wade, knocking it back to the states. I liked his Remain in Mexico policy. It helped out the border as far as people coming across.
How much did it help out the border?
Okay. You going to let me speak?
How much did the Remain in Mexico policy?
So I like how it helped because while they were waiting on citizenship, they would remain where they were at instead of coming here before they were okay to come here.
Trump doesn't like the Remain in Mexico policy. He doesn't claim that it affected the border. If you look at the graph behind him at the rally that he got shot at, he claims that the quote-unquote Trump clampdown started when he enacted Title 42. Like the wall and the Remain in Mexico policy essentially had no impact on daily border crossings or encounters. And specifically, the Remain in Mexico policy only impacted about 1,000 people, right? And we only saw year-by-year increases on the border under his term until Title 42 is implemented. Right, then also specifically speaking, you said that you liked rescinding Roe v. Wade back down to the state. You think that's a right that states should have to delineate. Do you think that abortion is murder, sir?
Yes.
So you think that states should be able to legislate on the legality of murder?
I think as far as depending on what term they get it at, if there's a heartbeat, it's murder.
So we should send murder back to the states?
Yes. Keep it out of federal hands. Trump
isn't this like a very similar argument to what the Confederacy made?
What they argue? Do tell.
That we should send the right to own slaves back down to the states.
Aren't we all?
No.
Sure feels like it. I pay a lot of money to work.
Oh, so you're telling me that there's no difference between you and an enslaved person in 1850?
They got paid, didn't they?
So you're telling me that there's no difference between you
Did slaves
and an
get paid?
enslaved?
Did slaves get paid?
I just want to clarify. No.
Just want to clarify. Did slaves get paid?
The answer is
Yes,
no.
they did.
The answer is
Yes,
no.
they did.
So I want to clarify. There's no difference between you and an enslaved black person in 1850.
We're all slaves.
Well, if we're all slaves and the Civil War never ended slavery, do you think that the world would be better off if the Civil War never happened because it cost like hundreds of thousands of lives?
No, Civil War needed to happen.
Wait, why? Because it didn't have any effect. It didn't stop slavery.
No, because in a way, I mean, like I said, we're still all slaves.
Yeah, it didn't. So yeah, the Civil War was
we're still working.
Yeah, but
to pay the government.
You're just saying that, like, then therefore the Civil War like didn't really need to happen. If it had no effect and it only caused Americans to die,
We're a different kind of slave than what they were back then.
Oh, but you told me earlier that there's no difference between you and an enslaved.
I didn't say that.
1950. You did.
Did I?
Yes.
No.
You did.
No, that's you putting words in my mouth. I said
now you're going to get
we're all
fact checked by
slaves.
2.5 thousand people. Now you're going to get fact checked by 2.5 thousand people. That's why I love having these conversations in such a large conglomerate of people.
Yeah, in
because
a
you can't gaslight me
large
like that.
liberal space. Of course.
So are you now gaslighting me and 2.5 thousand other
You've
people?
been gaslighting me for the past 15 minutes, so don't even start that shit.
So you just admitted that you're trying to gaslight me?
I'm not gaslighting you.
Oh, now you're double gaslighting me because you're trying to gaslight me by saying that you're not gaslighting me. Do you want to triple gaslight me?
You sound like a woman right now. You literally sound like my ex-wife.
What does that mean to sound like a woman? What does that mean to sound like a woman?
You.
What do women sound like?
Right. Listen to yourself.
So I'm asking you.
I'm telling you, listen to yourself.
What do you mean when you say that I sound like a woman?
Listen to yourself.
Listen to myself. What about the way I speak makes me sound like a woman?
There you go. There's your answer.
What about the way I speak makes me sound like a woman?
You literally just answered your own question.
Please answer my question. What about the way I speak, quote unquote, makes me sound like a woman? What do women do that I am doing right now that makes you say I sound like a woman?
You're gaslighting. You're a narcissist.
Oh, women are narcissists, but then you turn around and you see men committing 95% of violent crimes. Women gaslight, but then you see men starting wars, genocides, committing mass majority of self-unalivings, committing mass majority of.
There's a lot of women
because you're interrupting me. So women are the narcissists, but men commit the vast majority of violent crimes. Women are the gaslighters, but men disproportionately abuse hard drugs as a form of an unhealthy coping mechanism to deal with unprocessed emotions, commit self-unalivings. Women are like emotionally adverse, but then men are much more likely to engage in irrationally adverse activities such as drunk driving, reckless driving, or gambling. Meanwhile, women are much likely to do much better in the context of school, K through upper education, getting better grades and better degrees. Women also have a higher IQ and EQ on average, and they're much more likely to do better in STEM-related fields. So honestly, sweet cheeks, Pookie gumdrop, when you tell me I sound like a woman, I take it as a compliment. What do I want to sound like? One of those sick fucking pigs that starts every single war we've ever had, has committed 95% of the violent crimes, and degrades our society? Is that what I want to sound like? Oh, what do I have to start doing? Act like I don't care about anyone around me apart from myself? Act like I couldn't give a shit about anybody that has something different between their legs? Is that how I sound like a man?
Driving.
Or what do I have to do? Do I just have to decrease my IQ by about 3 points on average, act like I have no clue how to deal with my emotions, then go around and perpetuate prejudice and harm? Is that how I sound like a man? Is that how I do it? How do I sound like a man? Tell me. I want to be manly.
How about Tim Walz and that drunk driving?
I want to be manly.
You want to talk about drunk driving? How about Tim Walz and that drunk driving?
So you want to pivot away from the fact that you're getting dunked on because of your implicit misogyny?
You mentioned it.
Damn, that's right. Damn, that's right. That is a victory, ladies and gentlemen. That is a victory. You are done. You are absolutely pivoting because you are getting dunked on. Don't worry. I'll go ahead and entertain it for a second. Tim Walz got arrested for drunk driving, and Donald Trump committed 34 felonies, sexually abused a woman, sexualized little girls, and tried to overthrow our government. Which one are you taking, little bro?
Are we just forgetting about the whole Tim Walz DUI?
I just responded to it. You were just too slow at listening.
No, you kept muting me. I was trying to respond to you.
So not only did I respond to and destroy your misogyny,
you didn't destroy anything.
but I've also responded specifically
Let's talk about Tim Walz's DUI.
Yo, Carrie, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Carrie for the $100 on PayPal saying, Dean, you are an American treasure. I really appreciate you for the love, Carrie. That is absolutely so kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. And let's see here. Lauren with a $15 on Venmo saying, W women. I want to see 1,000 W's in the chat specifically for Carrie for the $100 donation on PayPal. And let's get some W's in the chat for Lauren as well, saying W women. Thank y'all so much for the love. I'm roasting the fuck out of this guy.
No, you're not. let's talk about the Tim Walz DUI.
Cope. That is your imagination talking.
Let's talk about the Tim Walz DUI. You want to bring up all of Trump's cases? Let's bring up Tim Walz DUI. He got convicted.
Sure.
Right?
So if I respond specifically to Tim Walz DUI, will you respond to everything that I said dunking on your misogyny?
Are you going to respond to this or not?
If you can answer my question.
Are you going to respond to this?
Yeah, if you can answer my question.
You want to bring up Trump, so let's bring up Tim Walz. What about his DUI?
Are my ears or my words just going in one ear out the other?
You're not answering my question.
I told you I'd answer
my question.
If you can tell me.
Answer my question. It's not an if.
Oh my God.
That's not how debates work. I'll answer this if you answer this.
Yeah. We could talk about Tim Walz DUI if it is the case. They're willing to respond to me debunking your misogyny afterwards. Can you
tell me about Tim Walz DUI?
If you could agree to that first.
Tell me about Tim Walz DUI.
So you're not going to agree to it? Are you scared?
Are you scared to talk about Tim Walz DUI?
No, I already have. You just literally didn't hear me. I'm telling you, I will talk to you about Tim Walz DUI if you specifically engage in a conversation with how I debunked your misogyny afterwards. Are you okay with doing that?
Sure.
Can we agree on that?
Let's go.
Yeah, Tim Walz DUI. I will absolutely take Tim Walz, who did drink and drive and then has spent the next 14 years of his life advocating against it, over the rapist felon wannabe dictator on day one that tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government and steal a federal election for Biden.
You're pivoting.
No, I'm not pivoting. I'm providing reason. It's comparative analysis. I don't like the fact that her VP has a DUI on his record, but at the end of the day, that's definitely preferable to the alternative.
So he could have done the ultimate of unaliving somebody, drinking and driving, and you're okay with that?
Yeah, it's definitely preferable to Trump.
What? You're okay with the possibility of him possibly unaliving someone from drinking and driving, Because Trump man bad.
Yeah, specifically because Trump denied black people housing opportunities in the 70s.
You're pivoting again.
No, it's a comparative analysis. Can you define comparative analysis
You're
for me?
pivoting.
I'm giving you a comparative
You're pivoting.
analysis.
Stay on topic.
Dude, it's literally not a pivot. It's called a comparative analysis.
No, you're pivoting.
Tell me what a comparative analysis is.
You're pivoting.
Okay, so I've already explained to you how it's not.
You're literally bringing up other. We're talking about drinking and driving and how he could possibly unalive someone and do the ultimate thing of killing an innocent family, and you're pivoting to other crap.
Okay, so it's not a pivot. It's called a comparative analysis. Do you know what a comparative analysis is?
Do you know what a pivot is?
Yes, I do know what a pivot is. Do you know what a comparative?
Okay, so stop pivoting and stay on topic.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and ask you this one last time. If you do not respond to the question, I will kick you and move on.
Oh, you want to kick me because you're getting proved wrong. Where's your baby bottle? Put your baby bottle in.
So the reason I'm saying that I will kick you is because
put your baby bottle in.
So is your tactic to refuse to engage in a conversation with me, and then when I tell you the ultimatum of either engage in a conversation or get kicked, you say that I'm getting proven wrong?
I said we're talking about Tim Walz' DUI, and you're wanting to pivot.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and respond to that one more time. Right, once again,
get your baby bottle.
A comparative analysis is not a pivot. A comparative analysis is merely when I'm saying at the end of the day, I'm going to be choosing one of the two candidacies.
Look at all them baby bottles for you.
You think those are for me?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They're coming from all the women that you were misogynistic to.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And you think they're coming towards me?
Yeah, because you got to pivot. You can't talk about the DUI.
So was I just talking about
You know
the
what?
DUI?
I bet I know what Tim Walz
Adam, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love.
The amount of beers like he misspoke when he said he went to war. I bet that's what happened.
Y'all, you know what this is giving me? Do y'all remember when like Charlie D'Amelio like went on Twitter and said that the Here for Charlie hashtag was for her and that she appreciated everyone's love? That's kind of what this is giving.
You're literally laughing.
That's what that shit's giving, bro. Yeah, dude, I've literally been doing this for so long. Of course, he's like trying to frustrate me, but I do this for 6 hours a day, bro. It's not gonna work.
Oh, I do too.
But yo, Aubrey, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Aubrey says dominating the misogynist. Let's get some W's in the chat for Aubrey. Thank you so much for the $20. Dustin, thank you for the Tom's Hug and Casey. Thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo, saying this guest is insufferable. I don't know how you do it, Dean. I've just gotten good at it, Casey. It's my thing. It's my thing. But let's go and talk about Tim Walz DUI. Then, of course, I want to talk about how I debunked you on your misogyny. So, yeah, when we're referencing Tim Walz DUI, he did drink and drive 14 years ago. And while he was drinking and driving, he got arrested, said that he was deaf, so he couldn't respond to the cops, and inevitably got arrested and charged with a misdemeanor. And then he spent the next 14 years of his life traveling around the nation and advocating for an end on drunk driving and advocated strongly against it. And he's done a lot of good. But yeah, at the end of the day, I'm going to pick Kamala Harris with the VP that is drunk driven in the past over like Donald Trump. There's no comparison to be made here. Donald Trump tried to overthrow our federal government. Donald Trump has raped a woman. Donald Trump has sexualized little girls. Donald Trump has boasted about grabbing women by the P word. Donald Trump has went on SiriusXM with Howard Stern and specifically said that he likes to walk into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls. Donald Trump committed 34 felonies. Donald Trump scammed people through Trump University. Donald Trump is a fraudster. Donald Trump is a racist. There's no comparison, man. There truly isn't. Tim Walz was a good family guy who made a mistake in his past and has been advocating for others to not make that same mistake for the last 14 years. Dean Dunked. Like, it's so easy, chat.
Ready now? You're gonna
Christina, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, saying that this guest is why women cover their drinks. Absolutely. W's for Christina in the chat. Let's go. Thank you for the love. Dean Bucks.
So, he blames it because he couldn't hear. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, which was a lie. He lied to the cops?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he lied to the cops.
Phenomenal.
What makes you think he's going to tell the truth to you if he's going to lie under pressure?
Oh, so lying under pressure means that he's not going to tell the truth to you. So when Donald Trump told over 30,000 confirmed lies during his presidency, and the biggest lie that any sitting president has ever told with his denial of the outcome of the 2020 election, this is obviously going to lead you to the conclusion that you don't think he's going to be honest with you, right?
You're pivoting again.
No, it's not a pivot.
What makes you think that he's going to tell you the truth under pressure? if he can't even tell the cops the truth?
So the reason that this isn't a pivot is because we have never had anyone run for the presidency or be president that has lied more than Trump.
You're missing. You keep bringing up Trump. We're talking about Tim Walz.
Okay, I'll answer your question. Yeah, I think that like lying under pressure, telling the cops that you're deaf when they're not it, is like would be significant and would like indicate to someone, well, I don't know if this individual has good moral virtues. I don't know if they're a good person. I don't know if they're willing to lie or not lie under pressure. But I think after 14 years of advocacy against what he did, recognizing that it was wrong and moving on, I think that I can now accept Tim Walz and I can trust him pretty good. He seems like a good family guy. But now when we're talking about Trump, where's Trump's like advocacy and apology for the 30,000 lies he told during his presidency, including his denial of the outcome of the 2020 election? It's not there. In fact, he tells the same lies to today. So does this make you not trust Trump?
The lies that you're talking about, how did 30,000 is what you said?
Yeah, with the biggest lie being his denial of the 2020 election, being the most significant as well, because
is that what we're qualifying as lies?
Yes, denying the outcome of the 2020 election, saying that he won when Biden won, was a lie.
He questioned the election, as every candidate has the right to do.
Did he question it or deny it, and still deny it to this day, even though 63 courts that he's handpicked have disproven it?
He questioned the election just as every candidate is allowed to do.
Okay, so does he recognize that he lost the 2020 election, sir?
Yeah.
Could you give me a clip of him recognizing that he lost the 2020 election, sir?
He talks about it all the time.
Okay, then it should be pretty easy to find a source, right?
Yeah, sure is.
He doesn't. That's a thing. He doesn't. In fact, his son, Don Jr., said at the RNC a month ago that Donald Trump had won the 2020 election and that it was stolen from him by Biden.
Okay, well, let's talk about election then. Tell me how Joe Biden is off the ballot whenever there's states that's refusing to take RFK off the ballot.
Yeah, so I am down to pivot after you respond to my last question.
That's not pivoting. We're talking about the election now and lies.
We're talking about how Trump lied about the outcome of the 2020 election. We could talk about like the ballot taking RFK off or refusing to do so, but taking Joe Biden off. We could talk about that next. But like specifically right now, we're going to be talking about like the idea that Trump lied about the outcome of the 2020 election. In fact, he tried to rig it and steal it from Biden by sending fake slates of electorates to 7 different states to cast fake Trump votes to the Electoral College from states that he lost. He literally tried to rig and steal the election from Biden. He tried to install himself in for a second presidential term, even though he lost. And he wanted to ignore the voice and the vote of every single American citizen that voted in 2020, launching the biggest internal attack on our democracy and on our government as a whole since the Civil War. Do you agree with that?
You think that was the biggest attack since the Civil War?
Yes.
Because a few people assaulted some people?
No, because he tried to steal the election from Biden. He tried to install himself for a second presidential term with
so you
Trump votes.
compare that to the Civil War, where there was many lives lost?
That is the biggest internal attack on the government since the Civil War.
You just said it was bigger than the Civil War.
No, I did not. I said it's the biggest internal attack on our government since the Civil War.
No. That's not what you said.
Okay, I mean, it is, but just for like all intents and purposes, if I said something else, that's what I meant to say. So This is the biggest internal attack on our government since the Civil War.
Okay. To me, no, that's not. Because a presidential candidate has every right to question it, and he took it to court. Courts proved him like, no, that there was a few fake votes that shouldn't have been there, right? They did prove that, correct?
Yeah, so what I'm implying that Trump did, he didn't question the outcome of the election. He tried to steal the election from Biden.
Okay. I don't see how he did that, but...
I'll tell you, by sending several different fake slates of electors to 7 different states that he lost, then he had to make fraudulent certificates of ascertainment, which is the certificate that's sent to Congress by the states to be counted on January 6th to certify the next president.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Congress. I can't even talk about it.
He wanted Mike Pence to certify them as real.
Oh, I can't even talk about that because I don't know what happened behind the scenes. All I seen is what happened on January 6th.
Yeah, so I mean, so Trump is. I can tell you what happened.
In the White House. I'm not saying.
I can tell you what happened behind the scenes.
Good.
So Trump on the January 6th indictments, as well as to the Supreme Court, has admitted and argued that these are things that he has done, but he should be immune from repercussions because of presidential immunity. Him and his legal team is considering them an official act of his presidency. They've admitted it to seek immunity.
What was the official act of his presidency?
Trying to steal the election for Biden.
Like I said, I'm not even going to speak on that because I don't know the details of what happened behind the scenes. Like I said, the only thing I can speak on the January 6th.
What more details would you like? I gave you the details.
Like I said, I can't speak on it. I can't even debate you about it because I don't know the details about it.
I just gave you the details, though.
Okay, well, I can't even debate it because I don't know the details about it.
You do know the details because I just gave them to you.
Okay.
So now that you know the details, right, why would you vote for someone that's attempted to overthrow our government and steal an election?
Because I think he's a better candidate than Kamala.
Okay, so the rapist, felon,
lived
fraudster,
better
misogynist,
under
racist
Trump than
that
what
has
I
tried to
did
steal an
under
election,
Kamala.
that has tried to overthrow our government and rig an election is better than Kamala Harris. What's one policy that Biden and Harris passed that made your life worse?
Whatever they did to make everything go.
Wow, he was moved because of the community guidelines. That went on for a little bit too long, but he is gone now, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely fantastic that he's gone. That is so great. Phenomenal. We're going to move on to our next guest here, chat. Let's go and get our next guest up in the box. I remember you. You were on my live yesterday on my main account when I got taken down, huh?
Yeah. Well, it's a little funny how that worked out. You shut me off like right when I was in the middle of a topic, but that's all right. Did you want to continue?
TikTok shut us both off. My account got banned.
Your account got banned?
Yeah. Like if you
well,
like,
my apologies then.
If you click on my profile picture, if you click on my profile picture right now, you'll see that I'm not on the same account I debated you on yesterday because that account got banned for a day.
Oh, okay. Well, my apologies then. Would you like to continue?
Yeah. So yesterday you were making the argument that denying a black person an opportunity because he's black is not racist.
Well, okay. So that's a little disingenuous. So what actually happened? What did you claim?
That is what happened, right? Like you said,
no, actually, it's not
speaking, that Trump saying that Barack Obama shouldn't be able to run for president because obviously he was born in Kenya, which means he's obviously not a born U.S. citizen, shouldn't be able to run for president. Denying an opportunity or attempting to deny an opportunity of employment to a black person because they're black, saying that they're not qualified because obviously they're not a natural born U.S. citizen. Do you see the issue with that?
Okay. So actually what happened is I asked you for proof of Trump being racist, to which you said he denied that Obama was born in the U.S., said that he was born in Kenya, and somehow that automatically equates to he can't be president because he's black, of which I denied that by saying that he supported Jesse Jackson's campaign back in the 80s. But okay, I'll go a step further. So you said, why would he say Obama was born in Kenya? Well, I mean, his father was born in Kenya, so it's not that big of a stretch to assume that he was born in Kenya. And also I pointed out that Hillary Clinton's movement, not Hillary Clinton herself, but her movement
started what you're actually right about. I can confirm that's a fact.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So I guess I'm just trying to ascertain how you go from him.
Is it a stretch for me to say that Trump was born in Scotland because his mother was a Scottish immigrant?
That is not the same thing at all. If this man's father,
what's the difference?
It's a huge difference just because
the difference is the country and if it's the father or the mother.
No, it absolutely is not. The difference is you're going back generations. I'm saying Obama's father.
That's Trump's mother. His mother was a Scottish immigrant.
But that's not what you said. You said his mother had Scottish lineage. That's not the same thing. What I'm saying.
No, I said his mother's a Scottish immigrant. You could backtrack me.
Okay. Well, either way, that's not what I'm talking about.
So is it a stretch for me to say that that Trump shouldn't be able to run for president because he was born in Scotland?
No, what I'm saying is if there was any sort of doubt at all that Obama was not born in the U.S., of which I'm not saying that he wasn't. He clearly was. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is there was doubt, and it's not a huge stretch given that Obama's father and some of his family are from Kenya.
Okay, so is it a stretch for me to say that? His father was
a governmental economist.
Is it a stretch? Is it a stretch for me to say that Trump was born in Scotland?
You know what? If that's the hill you want to die on, go for it. But you have to also.
Stretch?
Is it a stretch?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Even though he has a birth certificate in New York, is that a stretch?
You know what? Fine. Nope, not a stretch at all.
You're so fucking disingenuous. You just got shot on.
No, I really didn't, because what I'm trying to point out to you,
dude, that was so fucking easy. I used like a good sixth of my brain there. I literally used like a sixth of my brain power. Oh my god. I'm over here eating like sugar babies. Just like destroying. This is great. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yep. Well, more the Republican Party, but yeah, I am voting for the Republican Party. Yep.
So if Harris was running as a Republican and Trump was running as a Democrat, who do you vote for?
Well, I'd obviously vote for the Republican side, and my reasoning is based on their policies, right? So
I can't hear you. If you can't see I can't hear you. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, take it away. He's doing it again. Y'all's Parker live? If he is, maybe we just send him a raid and co-host for a little bit, maybe about 2 hours here. Also, if you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal or my bio, I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms in comparison to about 30% here on TikTok. If you donate to me on PayPal and Venmo, I win very bigly. Very bigly I win. I bigly win another 66% of the proceeds. $1 on TikTok goes $3 on Venmo and PayPal. $3 is the equivalent. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go ahead and head over to Parker's stream. We're just going to crash that shit, send him a raid, and try to co-host. So for everybody in the live, head over to Parker. That is at Parker Get a Job. We're going to pop up there and co-host for a little bit. We're having fun. We're having fun today. At Parker Get a Job, spam Dean Raid in the chat. I'm going to go ahead and hop up there as a guest. We're going to have so much fun. We're going to win bigly all night long. Head over to at Parker Get a Job. I will see y'all there. Love you all so very much. See you on at Parker Get a Job.
Timothy 2:12, where it says women should be quiet and should never assume authority over a man. Jesus Christ. Oh my. That's the moral book that you want to look at. Okay, go for it. Go for it.
So are you atheist?
Absolutely.
You're atheist? You're not a
DJ classes,
agnostic?
thank you so much. Well, I'm an agnostic atheist. So I'm atheist as it relates to the Abrahamic religions, but I'm agnostic. I don't know what caused the universe into existence.
So you do believe in a higher power of some sort?
No, that's not what agnostic means. I don't know. I don't know what the cause is.
That's what I'm saying. There's something going on, but you just don't know.
You don't know if there's anything, right? You don't know what the explanation is.
All right.
You don't know if there's a beginning point, if there's not. Appreciate the glasses. Thank you so much. You don't know if existence is eternal. No one has a clue. Okay, now don't try to pivot into that because you just realized that your position is utterly insane.
I would never do that.
You just did a million times.
Parker,
how about this?
How about
this? As a Christian man, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
They're both evil, Parker. I mean, I just got through explaining this to you earlier. One just believes in unaliving babies in the womb.
Okay, so I have a question.
The problem.
If Donald Trump slaughtered 10,000 children himself, would you still vote for him?
Probably not, bud. I mean,
probably not. Why not? Because that's less children than would die if you allow for abortion to occur, right?
Yeah, I mean that's
okay. So why wouldn't you vote for Donald Trump, dude?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. They're both evil. I don't.
Okay, but if you're voting for the lesser of two evils, and more babies die under Kamala Harris if there's pro-choice legislation, comparative to a Donald Trump, well then wouldn't you say that even if he kills 10,000, that overall there'd be less dead?
Sure.
Okay, so you would vote for him if he killed 10,000 kids directly.
No, dude.
Okay, so then you're not voting for the lesser of two evils. If you're not voting for the lesser of two evils,
this is about as like a word salad as Kamala the other day.
Word salad?
Yeah, word salad.
And you can't say Kamala,
is, right?
Is it really hard to say Kamala?
Kamala?
Yeah. When I was in my Calc 3 class, I thought that my teacher was spurting word salad. It just ended up to be the case that I wasn't intelligent enough to understand what they were saying.
Hello, Dean. How are you?
I'm doing great today, dude. I'm spectacular, quite frankly.
Great to hear,
Spectacular. Very great. So great.
Listen, Parker, thanks for letting me have a voice, man. I really appreciate it. And enjoy the rest of your day, brother.
Peace out. Peace out. He got scared. Okay, let's go on to the next individual. Dean, he's scared of you. That's what it is.
He's dude, so scared, so scared. How we doing, Parker?
I'm doing good. How about you? You want to help me out, people, real quick? Let's get some mag up here. How was your day, man?
It's honestly been great. I've been having fun debates. But I thought I'd raid you and ghost with you if you want. Let me know if you don't want to, though.
No, I'm down as fuck. I was gonna let you know that you could because you're on your account. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I don't have mod on this account though. Just
21.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I don't want America to become a communist country.
Define communism?
No private property.
No private property. Okay, so as it relates to communism, we're not going to be having no private property under Kamala Harris's view. There is absolutely private property that exists right now. If you think there's not private property, what's your definition of private property?
My definition of private property, it's just all a part of communism in general.
What? No, public property would be communism. Right now, you said private property. So what's private property?
Or like what proposed
Or you would define it as
owned.
There's public property and there's personal property under communism.
Owned property by somebody else.
So which one of Kamala Harris's
by the way,
policies?
Wait, no, by the way, you can have owned property under communism. That would just be personal property.
I'm not saying that's what I want, though.
Production.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. So tell me what policy, like Dean said, of Kamala Harris's is communism.
Oh, policy? Policy?
Yeah,
anything.
policy.
Anything. Tell me what is communist about her.
Yeah. So you define communism as not having the ability to own private property. Then you said Kamala Harris was a communist. So which one? Of her
no. I never claimed she was a
to...
communist. Actually, I claimed if we do vote for her, eventually, sooner or later, the country will become a communist country.
Why do you say that?
And that's also an oxymoron given your own definition, genius.
Oxymoron.
Yeah, you can't. Wait, are you driving? Are you driving?
Nigger.
That's like what the fuck, dude. What a weirdo. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's go on to the next individual.
Christ,
Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
Jesus Christ, man. I fucking hell.
That's MAGA.
I apologize, chat. That's MAGA for you. Following the script. Jesus Christ, man. I fucking hell.
That's MAGA.
I apologize, chat. That's MAGA for you. Following the script.
The MAGA is in their natural habitat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Trump's gonna be your daddy.
He said the same thing to me, but now he's not driving. Can I ask you a question? Oh, he's still driving.
Trump's don't.
He said the same thing to me on my live like 3 hours ago.
Dude, he's still driving, bro? That's crazy.
For real.
Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I just know you're weak. The 2K. 2K, love the lives, though. Okay, yeah, I'm getting better, okay? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
This is more just so a PSA for everybody. Bro, these two guys, love them or hate them, man. They know what they're talking about. If you're going to come in here and make claims, know what the fuck you're saying. Good Lord. I'm not going to sit here and go tit for tat with you guys. I don't know enough to hang. I'm going to be completely honest with you. But just a PSA, you guys make yourself look fucking horrible when you come in and you don't know what you're saying.
All right, appreciate you coming up, Evan. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully we can sway your vote too, Evan. Thank you for coming up, though.
Respectfully, you won't, but for what it's worth, you guys are very smart in what you guys know.
Never say never, okay? Even though I just said never.
Fair enough, but all right.
3 times.
Okay. I guess it's like a step in the right direction, because a lot of these Trump voters, of course, we're not going to sway their vote, but they think we're like not that smart. You know, he has like his left foot on the line.
Yo, what's up,
Parker?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Oh, this guy's not voting Trump.
Oh,
hey, what's up,
base. Yo, W, dude. W.
Yeah, no, we love Joe. We love Big Rig Joe. He came up on my live earlier. He said he was voting for Trump, but I changed his mind. He's awesome.
Oh, that's a W. That's such a W.
Yeah, W for Joe.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Are you voting Trump?
I don't know if I'm gonna vote. Someone's got to convince.
Then listen in. Listen in. Trust me, we'll convince you. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you. Literally, listen to this next conversation. I got you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh,
hello?
You talking to me? I'm 62 years old.
Are you voting Trump?
For Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Well, for one, because you two aren't, so that's a good thing. And I follow your guys' policies, which you guys are go ahead and push your socialist agenda. You know, you
What is
guys say
socialism?
Kamala.
Hey, buddy, what is socialism? Define that silly little word for me.
Okay, we do that there, faggot boy. Now here it goes.
Okay.
You ready?
Alrighty. Wow, that was quick. The MAGAs,
Bro,
the MAGAs are crazy, dude.
So the script is to say something that's false, just get asked to expand upon what you said, and then to slur. That's the script, guys.
Yo, it's a paladin.
Someone in the chat said record time. That's fucking crazy.
I don't even think that was record time. I honestly, I really, actually, maybe for like someone who was going to engage in conversation, maybe. I honestly, I feel like there's so many MAGAs like that.
Yeah, it's insane.
Have you seen the MAGAs in the wild TikTok?
Yeah,
I think it's the
have.
funniest shit ever.
Like the person that put Trump on their shield.
They have the perfect.
I have a quick question, real quick.
Are you voting Trump?
Can we speak specifically between the two parties, or you just want Trump?
Just Trumpers. I do, Albert. There's a bit of a lag anyway, but I do appreciate you coming up. We are just looking for Trumpers. We don't necessarily talk to people who are on our side. We are talking to the other side. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because Kamala is a socialist,
Define socialism.
communist.
Wait, whoa. Define socialism or communism.
Is it seeks to more equality by creating a distribution of wealth.
Okay. So false. So communism. You know what? Go ahead. Go.
No, I said
okay. So like you're against like
communist.
You're against like equity, right? Like giving people equality. So like we should get rid of the Electoral College, right, in the Senate.
Why do you say that?
Because that's to help out people who are in like the red states. Remember, like the rural areas, so that they can have equity and equality with the people of the big cities.
Yeah, like literally think about the Senate. Like California has just as many senators as like Alabama. But if we were to extrapolate how many U.S. citizens live in California compared to Alabama, there's going to be a massive discrepancy there. So that is quite literally, definitionally speaking, equality.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about money, wealth. She wants to redistribute our wealth to everybody else.
Are you driving, Dave?
What?
Are you driving?
No. Oh, I have the fan blowing on me.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were like hiking in the Arctic.
No. No, but
also, I just want to clarify.
You guys are funny.
So socialism has nothing to do with like a redistribution of wealth. Socialism is a mode of production where like the workers own the means of production, meaning that like there's no privatized ownership of the means of production. That's what socialism is. I think that you don't really know what socialism is, and you just kind of call Kamala Harris a socialist because that's what Donald Trump tells you to do.
She said it herself that she wants to reconstruct our economy so it's more equal across
And what
the
proposed
board.
policy has she? And what proposed policy of her and of her campaign would be indicative of this?
She doesn't have any
tyrannical
written
socialist
policies.
system?
This is all based on what she said.
She does have proposed policies. That's false.
Where is it?
You could find it through the publications that her own campaign has made, what she spoke about at the DNC, what her campaign has published on social media, as well as her interview with CNN.
So
And when
why
she's
isn't that
referencing making the
posted on
economy
her
more
website?
fair for people, she's just
Why
talking
isn't that
about
posted
making.
on the website?
I couldn't tell
If
you.
she has freaking policies, why doesn't she post it on the website?
I couldn't tell you, man.
And why does she keep changing her policies?
She doesn't. What policy has she changed in the last 6 months?
She added no tips, no taxes on tips right after Trump.
So is she a communist, or does she have too many of Trump's policies?
She has too many of Trump's policies. But she's never
Wait,
said,
but you just said that she was a communist.
No, she flip flops. She's flip flopping to cater to the Democrat centrists.
Wait, but like you just said that she was a communist.
I did not say she was a communist. I said she was a socialist.
And you said she's a communist.
So then Trump's a socialist.
She is a socialist, 100%.
So Trump's a socialist because if she's adopting his policies, too many of his policies, and she's a socialist, well, logic just indicates that he's got to be a socialist.
Yeah, if her policy makes her socialist and she's stealing it from Trump. Oh, what is this big Trump? Is Trump one of those crazy commies?
Taking a little statement and blowing it up out of proportion. She's literally taking some of what he says and copying it. She's unoriginal. She has no leadership skills.
So Bernie Sanders
can't even
actually
take an interview with anybody for a month. So what's going on with that?
She literally
She's
did.
too active campaigning. That's actually
No, she's not. She's
that's
hiding.
the legitimate. That's the legitimate response.
If she
she's
was
been actively
campaigning,
5 days
the
out of
media would be
7 day week.
involved with her. Like,
and they have.
Everybody would know what she's doing. So why isn't she being on the media and talking to people?
I have a question. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
I don't care what you ask. Go ahead, ask whatever you want.
Nice. So, if Kamala Harris and Joe Biden tried to like overthrow our government and like rig elections, like, would you say that this would be indicative of communism?
It would be. What's the question again?
So, if like the Democrat platform, like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, like tried to overthrow our government and install fake votes, like for like the presidential election, is that communism?
I don't know what the hell it is. I'm talking about what Kamala is doing right now. This is not. I'm talking about what is going on in real time. I'm not talking about what if.
Yep. Trump's a commie. He's a commie. Look at him. What a commie.
He's a communist. He's
a communist. Like, look at him.
Yeah. He's a
our country is going to be so communist. It's going to be so very communist.
Do you care about the Constitution?
All you have to do is say,
like, they're going to take your free speech. They're coming after your free speech. He wants to make it illegal to burn the American flag. He wants to put people in prison for burning the American flag. He wants to take your rights away. He wants to restrict women's access to abortion by leaving it up to the states.
And he tried to take the voice and the vote away from every American that voted in 2020 by attempting to
by mail-in ballots, and he says that the
elections
elections are stolen. Look at this guy. What a communist.
He's
He's trying to steal our government. He tried to goo the government.
I am not even talking about that.
David, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Why are you escaping the economy questions that I have?
Oh, you want to talk about the economy? We can do that. So Kamala Harris wants to cut taxes for over 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class. If you want specifics, just ask. This will cost about $2.4 trillion over the course of the next 10 years. She has a plan exactly how she's going to pay for it. If you want specifics, once again, just ask.
Where's Donald's plan? Where's Donald's plan?
And the question I'd ask of you is, what the hell is Donald's plan, and how the hell is he going to pay for it?
I don't know, but I know that.
So it's Kamala Harris who doesn't have the policy, or Donald Trump?
I haven't looked at his economy, but I just know about hers and what she said.
Okay, so again, don't know what you're referencing. Can you give me any plan he has to pay for it? No, just tax the poor, give to the rich. Robin Hood for the rich.
Destroy American
literally
businesses
wants to cut taxes on rich people and then increase taxes on people who are poor by increasing tariffs. So he literally wants to do that, and you're like,
great.
Oh,
this guy's so
billionaires.
good.
More money for the billionaires, less money for the workers. Woo!
How does increasing tariffs affect the poor?
Yeah, because it increases the cost of goods coming to the country.
And they spend a disproportionate amount of their income on the bare necessities to live in comparison to richer people, meaning that the tariffs regressively affect them more. And tariffs also destroy like smaller American-owned businesses by decreasing exports.
Okay, so my theory on that is that there will be a time that will be hard, but then it will equal out or get better once we start building our own shit, not buying it from China. And we could be our...
Okay, so you want to be completely, like, we don't engage in any trade with the rest of the world.
I didn't say that.
Why? So then why do we need...
So why
can't
tariffs?
we grow our own timber?
Why don't you just buy stuff that's made in America? Why don't you just get more people to buy stuff made in America? I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Instead of forcing everyone else to do the same shit as you by making it more expensive, why don't you just buy more American-made
why
shit?
it's so expensive?
Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so
Because of
much.
liberal
If you buy
leftist
more
policies?
American-made shit, there's going to be more people that will make stuff in America. Do it yourself. Don't force everyone else to do it. Don't try to hurt the middle class because you want people to make more stuff in America. Buy stuff from America.
I do.
Okay, well, keep doing that and get people you know to buy stuff in America. Otherwise, don't force us. Thank you very much.
Why not?
Oh, okay, so you're okay with forcing us to do all these things, but you're like, my freedom, my guns.
No, wouldn't it be better for our own economy to be able to have our own stuff that we buy for ourselves?
No, because then people would buy it themselves. They would choose to buy it. That's how a free market economy works. If they thought it was better, they would have done that.
Yeah, then also like
literally.
Can't I kind of attack the libertarian Republican small government worldview here? Like you say that you love capitalism, you say that you love the free market, you say that you love competition because competition drives innovation. Well, how about instead of forcing people to buy American-owned produced goods by raising the prices on imported goods, making them pay more for the bare necessities, turn around, invest more into American infrastructure, invest more into American manufacturing, so the natural competition of the quote-unquote free market will weed out imported goods through American goods simply being better. I thought that's what capitalism was all about. I thought that's what free market was all about.
He's mad he's getting outcompeted. Is that what it is? Are you jealous?
I kind of agree with what you said, because our stuff needs to get better, but yet we need to be able to be given a chance to be better.
So are you saying we need to artificially prop ourselves up, or we're good enough that we can do it ourselves? So we should pull ourselves up by our bootstraps, or should we rely on the government to fix our problems?
We don't rely on the government because they fucking...
Wait, the tariffs are relying on the government to fix the problems.
How about we just invest billions of dollars into American manufacturing? Do you like investing billions of dollars into American manufacturing, Dave?
Why wouldn't I?
So you like the Chips and Science Act influence get passed by the Biden-Harris administration that specifically invested billions of dollars into American chip producers, meaning that we will be producing 30% of the global chip supply by 20% of the global chip supply by 2030. There's like a perfect example of how we can promote American infrastructure and American manufacturing without banning imports from other countries or without increasing tariffs.
This person said that we're communists
through like investment in American manufacturing.
They didn't join.
And the only reason why that happened was the industry pushed it so that way they wouldn't be putting spy bots in our chips.
What the fuck is a spy bot?
Like something that listens to what we do or records what we do and sends it off secretly.
Can you show me one of these spy bots, Dave?
No.
And what products are these spy bots in? And now are you advocating for governmental regulation because something in the private market is bad?
Oh.
No, I'm
no regulation. So stop regulating them. Let them spy bot.
No, I'm advocating for our own. Shut up, dude. Why are you laughing?
I'm sorry, just because you clearly don't want to let them spy bot, but then it goes against your worldview of like, oh, we're so freedom.
Well,
now you're not arguing for freedom. You sound like the communist that you're not.
Yeah, Dave, are you saying that regulations on the market to produce optimal outcomes based upon empirics that have historically been the case is a good idea?
There does need to be a little bit of regulation. Yes, I agree with that.
You're a communist.
What
we
a
got
communist.
on the live.
That's not communism.
That you are exactly.
That's why Kamala Harris isn't a communist.
Jesus Christ, dude! You did. You literally explicitly said you said she was a socialist communist.
Socialist.
Okay, that's still okay. So you want to say the same thing with socialist? Because that's not socialism either. So are you a socialist?
No.
Because you want to wait. So you don't want to regulate.
No.
He just doesn't like any of it.
No, listen to me. We need to be able to self-regulate ourselves.
That's not the guy. So stop relying on the government to fix your problems. No tariffs.
Fine. No tariffs.
There we go. W. Dave.
So here's my question: How do you pay for Trump's tax cuts? How do you pay for Trump's tax cuts? Cut spending?
$3.9 trillion over 10 years. How's he going to pay for it?
3.9 trillion, 10 years. How are you going to pay for it?
He's going to do it, Dave.
I think shrinking the government and their
what? Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps, unemployment insurance,
all the three-letter agencies,
healthcare, all the 3-letter agencies.
But not the military.
Every single one. So every single 3-letter agency.
No, I didn't say everything. I said shrinking them. They're getting
which
too
ones?
big.
Tell me which one.
And we need a balanced budget.
Okay, I don't disagree with balancing the budget, but what you're not understanding is that Donald Trump was worse for that. He signed more debt-related spending than the Trump administration or than the Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah, and if you want to balance,
you know why he did that? COVID-19.
Oh, but even
no,
if we account
it was
for
non-COVID
COVID,
related. It was
Yes,
4.8 trillion non-COVID related.
And if we account for COVID, he still spent
What was
twice
it for?
as much. Predominantly his tax cuts. That's going to be the main driver at $1.9 trillion in debt-related spending over the course of the next 10 years. That's going to be the main driver. I mean, we could look at the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget and probably delineate further on what that $4.6 trillion was spent on. But if you're going to make the implication that the way that
they
Trump
didn't have deficit reducing policies, right? Whereas under the Biden-Harris administration, they signed off on deficit reducing policies like the Inflation Reduction Act that not only were deficit reducing, but provide a $35 cap on insulin for seniors. And it specifically has the largest investment in renewable energy ever. Everyone always talked about, it's going to be so expensive to switch to a green economy. It's funny that it was so expensive that it was deficit reducing. So expensive, very expensive, incredibly expensive to go green.
Also, can you just show me which policy that Trump is proposing would be deficit reducing? Because as far as I'm concerned, tax cuts, deficit increasing, free IVF for all, deficit increasing, expanding the military expenditure, deficit increasing. What does Trump want to do that is deficit reducing?
So I don't agree with that. Anything where the government hands out money to people, because that is definitely socialism.
Yeah,
so Trump's a socialist.
Yes, Trump's socialism.
Show me where Biden and Harris spent $3.9 trillion on hands out for American individuals. Nowhere. But you know who wants to? Trump.
And I agree with that.
So Trump is more of a socialist than Biden and Harris combined?
I don't think he's ever going to do it, honestly.
But if he did, he'd be
but
more
you
of a
said
socialist.
spending money, giving free money, which is debt spending, by the way, right? Is socialism. Trump signed off on more debt-related spending, therefore is more of a socialist. Under your own view.
Maybe. Okay.
Oh man, I love these ghosts, man. They're great. I have so much fun up here.
Dude, getting MAGA to concede that Trump is a socialist is wild.
I don't know. I don't believe that that the government should do that. So I would be completely opposed to any hands out from the government. And I think we should.
So get rid of Social Security, get rid of Medicare, get rid of Medicaid, get rid of unemployment insurance, get rid of the Affordable Care Act, everything. Get rid of all of that. Get rid of the police,
firefighters too.
Those are not social.
Wait, yes, they are.
Those are literally social.
Actually,
programs.
give me the relevant difference. Push the rock.
The relevant difference is that one is for necessity for medical take care of human needs, immediate human
Take care of
needs.
human needs. So immediate human needs, like eating, like
Housing.
making sure you have money, housing,
Would you say
healthcare.
that, Dave? Would you say that housing is an immediate human need?
It's a need.
Would you say it's an immediate human need?
No, it's a need. The government is not responsible for.
How are firefighters more of an immediate human need than housing?
Yeah. What did in order for the firefighters to have any effect?
Yeah. In order for the firefighters to do anything for you, you got to have a house. So it seems like a house is going to be more rudimentary and basic than the firefighters, right?
I'm just saying that the houses shouldn't be provided by the government.
Well, if they're immediate human need, according to your worldview,
Okay,
they
so
should.
you sound like a really big communist right now, providing the necessities for people.
I know. What happened to you?
What a
Dave?
communist.
Wait,
I'm very scared of. I'm red scared, very scared.
very scared,
Communism.
very scared. Lock him up. Lock him
So
up.
just change the subject.
I'm not changing the subject. I'm just acknowledging that you guys how you guys call things communism is so absurd that I can call you a communist right now to a greater extent. George, thank you so much for the $20.24 for MAGA going full commie. Thank you so much, George. Seriously, there actually are communists that do support Trump because they want more bad shit to happen in the country.
Really?
Yeah, I've
God.
talked to a few on this live.
Oh my God.
There's I want everything to burn. I'm like, okay, all right, that's not constructive.
So the Green New Deal is a good thing.
Well, I mean, a lot of the things in the Green New Deal would be good, but I didn't necessarily say I totally agree with it in everything in the bill. But yeah, I would like to do things to better off our environment. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much.
Is
The
climate
Inflation Reduction Act does do that, actually.
Yeah, the biggest investment in
renewable energy ever.
Resources ever. While also producing more oil now than
So
ever
why
before.
don't-
That's
why
why I
don't-
think that their administration is so
CJ, thank
based,
you for the galaxy
because they're investing.
the subscriptions. Thank you so much.
That's why I think that Kamala Harris is so based, because not only does she want to invest more in renewable energy resources to make that switch in the long term, but she's also approving more permits for drilling on federal lands today, out of the recognition that the U.S. will produce it cleaner than any other country around the world. Like that.
why aren't we
How
chasing
could you
other
possibly
countries?
disagree with that?
Why aren't we chasing other countries that are actually affecting the environment, like China?
Why didn't we stop the genocide in
India?
Congo?
Paris
I thought you
Climate
didn't want to be.
Accords?
I thought
Paris
that you
Climate
didn't want to
Accords?
be the world's police, Dave.
We're not. But why?
Oh, okay, so then why should we have an obligation
shouldn't
to chase
we
China for
encourage
producing
them
more carbon emissions than the
not
U.S.?
do that because they are actually
Natasha, think of it
contributing
$10.
to climate change. It's a worldwide problem, not just American.
Yeah, but imagine this.
Paris Climate Accords.
So slavery was a worldwide problem, but I'd still say that America making it illegal, winning the Civil War, and dismantling the Confederacy was a phenomenal thing. It's about making progress, right? And I do like the ideological position of every single country in the world, quote unquote, going green, right? Operating on a net zero carbon emissions. That's phenomenal. I think we will be there in a handful of years. But simultaneously, if we can't stop China from their carbon emissions and we can stop us from our carbon emissions, the progressive step is to reduce our carbon emissions.
And I understand what you're saying, but I'm just saying right now, our carbon emissions are really low compared to those. So why should we?
Our murder rates are too, so should we stop trying to make it lower?
No.
Okay, so then we shouldn't stop trying to make the carbon emissions lower either.
We should continue trying, but I'm just saying that we should also. I was reading some of the comments. Also, help other countries, maybe.
Yeah, like not pulling out of the Paris Agreement. Phenomenal, great. Right, but that's what Trump did.
But no, none of those other countries signed into it that needed to be a part of it, like China and India.
So if we want agreements with them, don't we have to require international agreements like this to start those things? And Trump pulling out of those international agreements makes it harder to get those countries on board with doing something as it relates to climate change. So Trump literally says that he does not believe the Earth is even warming. He thinks it's cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. He said it himself. It's gonna start cooling.
It's cooling. I don't know what's going on with the Earth, but I don't believe that it could be.
So the
controlled.
97% of climate scientists know less than Donald J. Trump.
No.
So real, so true. I had someone come up on my live yesterday and make the argument because Plymouth Rock hasn't been moved, the sea level hasn't risen. You think that's a good argument, Dave?
So so more taxes can control the environment around the whole world. by us reducing our own carbon footprint.
Mm-hmm.
We don't necessarily need to
that
tax
gets-
more to do so.
That shows
Like
the world that we're willing to do it.
That's good. But you know what? I know why he signed out. He didn't participate in that because
Also, we can make it so cost effective that the rest of the world will just adopt it because it's cost effective.
Literally.
That
We
was the
literally
goal of the
hold like a
Inflation
unique
Reduction Act.
position that other countries don't.
So why don't we go to like hydrogen fuel?
We can do that. We can use hydrogen.
I mean, I'm
Fuel
totally
cells,
for that.
I mean, those are expensive, but like that's
I'm
fine.
totally for that.
Okay, that's
I'm not for electric cars because they're worse than anything else.
Give me any source that indicates that.
The mining process and the production of the batteries are
is a carbon emission that is
enormously-
accounted for in 30,000 miles in comparison to its gasoline combustion engine counterpart.
What'd you say?
Yeah, if you drive an EV for 30,000 miles, you've already got yourself to net zero emissions in comparison
that's
to
not
the
true.
combustion engine gasoline
You
counterpart.
have to
I
go
can give you a study if you'd like.
200,000 miles.
He doesn't believe
in order to get that net zero.
And what is the lifespan of an EV?
200,000?
Like 500,000 miles.
Probably no. They're pieces of shit. I'd be surprised if you get 50,000 out of them.
Dave, where do you live?
Why does it matter?
Like what state?
Why does it matter?
Well, I want to know if there's EV infrastructure there.
I don't know. I don't care.
I live in
But
California, and a lot of people have EVs here.
Good for them.
Okay, and it works totally fine for them.
And anyway, so Texas is where I live. So we are very.
We're not even advocating to force you to do this. We're just advocating to invest in this, to like make them less expensive long run, which will be better for the planet.
Yeah,
for our
and
ability
also
to,
just-
to inhabit the planet.
And also just look at
Megan,
the
thank you
EVs.
for $5. Thank you so
So,
much.
like the typical
I'm still stuck
lifespan-
on spy bots.
The typical lifespan of an EV battery is going to be about 200,000 miles. The same mileage that you suggested would make it like net zero, net positive. So do you think that a combustion engine style vehicle would be net zero, net positive after 200,000 miles, Dave?
Net zero, net positive.
The answer is
So
no.
you're saying net positive is better, right?
I'm saying net zero, net positive is better. Yes.
Net zero, I would assume. I don't know what net positive means.
Yeah, so I mean, what we're saying here is that when you build a combustion engine vehicle and you drive it, it's already had an impact on the carbon footprint of the world, and the more you drive it, the more of an impact it has because of the constant reuse of gasoline. But when you produce an EV, right, specifically speaking, you drive it for 200,000 miles, you resell it if you get bored after 100,000 to let someone else finish it off, whatever the case may be. That car is going to be net zero, right, in 200,000 miles, right, which is obviously preferable over the counterpart of the combustion engine style vehicle.
But I'm saying that EVs don't last that long. Therefore, you have to replace them more often.
They do. That is the lifespan of the battery specifically, but the vehicle as a whole would typically last about 500,000 miles. And Vanessa, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love W's for Vanessa in the chat. Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo.
I think those are specs that are pulled out of the manufacturer, not happening in the real world.
See, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
Okay, so you
that's
can
what
argue
the
it's
study
speculation.
indicates. You just deny science. I don't care, Dave. You
deny
deny
science, little
No, I
fucker.
don't. No, I don't. We just gave you a study. You denied it, right? I don't even want to talk about it. You denied climate change. You're just like really weird.
I'm not really weird.
Yeah, you are. You have no basis, and you think you know more than the climate scientists.
Climate change.
Garrett, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
Is a phenomena that happens throughout the life of the planet. That has happened throughout the life of the planet.
Yeah, but we're just speeding it up a bit. Like cancer, for instance. Cancer is a phenomena that has always happened for every life form on planet Earth, especially mammals. So when we smoke cigarettes and speed that up a little bit, make more people have cancer, is that a bad thing? Yeah, the same way you could say that climate change is a natural phenomena that has happened through the life cycle of the Earth. But when
Pedro,
humans
thank
step
you
in
so
and
much
speed
for
it
the
up through
$5
carbon
from the
emissions,
DNC. Thank you so much.
So you
to
know how much
artificially
of the-
heat the climate more than what would be expected given a natural rate of rate of change, right? That's an issue, right?
I didn't hear what you said exactly because you were stepped on with the other guy. Parker.
I mean, I can repeat what I said because I think I made a good point.
Go ahead and do it. I don't.
Yeah, so like cancer is a natural phenomena that has occurred to mammals since the conception of mammals, but still yet when humans step in and produce cigarettes that speed up that natural phenomena, make more people get cancer and die from it, that's a bad thing. Very similarly, you could say that the earth has these natural cycles of climate change, yet when humans step in and speed up the process through carbon emissions, that's a bad thing.
Yeah, so that is a bad thing. Humans are so bad. That's why we need to depopulate and vacate here.
We're not advocating to depopulate.
Yeah,
Fighting
I gotta go.
against our agenda is not to depopulate. Dave, are you okay? Did you mute yourself? Why'd you mute yourself, Dave?
I gotta go. My boss has called me. I'll talk to you.
The wife's calling, chat.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only Senegals request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Jeez. Crazy. Dude, that's actually crazy, Dean. Which one do you think it's going to be? Do you think it's going to be me
I
or
think
you?
it's gonna be you.
You think
crazy,
so? I'm
Dean.
not sure, bro.
Which
Yeah, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual. If it does happen, that's going to be insane.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be cool if it'd be me, but I just don't think so. We'll see, though. We'll see. We'll see. It's gonna be a big day.
I have a feeling
Big
it is
day.
going to be you.
I have a feeling it's gonna be you. We'll see who's right.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay.
In the meantime, while Parker's pulling up our next guest chat, make sure to double tap on that phone screen.
And are those
if you
like
want
the
to support
for
it.
sure dates?
Yes, I know for sure the first one is accurate. The second one, it's somewhere in the 20s.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 24.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
But I just wanted to comment about the EV thing you guys were talking about.
Okay.
The,
Why are you voting Trump?
Oh, because I just support his policies.
Like what policies?
Just all of them.
Can you name me one policy that you influenced to get past that?
But I'm talking about the EV thing right now. That's what I came on to talk about.
Sure, but can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get past that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
There's plenty of them.
Can you name me one?
Like what?
Okay. Give him a second. We can't hear you
I
right
feel
now,
like
Blitz,
he's
by the way.
wrong. Oh, he's back.
Hello?
I'm here. I'm just waiting so I could talk about the EV thing because that's why I joined.
Did you not want to answer my question?
No, because I came on to talk about the EV thing.
Okay, well then if you don't answer my question, I'm going to kick you off because if you don't care to talk about anything, then I'm going to kick you off.
I'm trying to talk about something.
Well, if you would want to respond to what I'm saying, I'd love to talk about that. You can, if you say you have nothing, well, then we can go on.
Oh, I do have things
I'll
to
be
talk about,
$1.
but I'm here for the EV thing because when you guys were talking to Dave about the EV thing, you guys were giving multiple incorrect things about EVs.
Yeah,
like,
and
for
we'll talk
example-
about that. Can you answer my question though? What's one? You said you liked his policies. I asked you one policy that he influenced to pass. Can you stop muffling the mic, please? That influenced the country in a way in which it benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people. That's what I asked you. If you don't have an answer to that question, you can do that. We'll go talk about EV. But I think it's a bit ridiculous for you not to have any reason and not want to talk about that at all.
Oh, wow.
Hello? I can't hear you.
I can give you some, but for example, there's one where he's cutting 10% off the taxes for middle class.
Okay, so so that's not true, but you said specifically that you want an extension to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act? How's he going to pay for that?
Also, I was
how's he
wrong.
going to pay for the
You're trying to
$3.9
bait
trillion?
me off topic from. You said we could talk about the EV thing.
We
but now
will,
you're
we
trying
will,
to
but I just want to
bait
ask
me.
you about this first. So how are you going to pay for that?
How are we going to pay for that?
Yeah.
Oh my god. This is so hilarious.
You want to stop touching the mic?
I'm not touching the mic.
You are. I hear it so much, and it's really
Here,
annoying.
hold it away from my face.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the money, guy. Thank you so much, Paula. So you don't got anything? Still thinking?
No, I'm trying to talk about the EV thing like I came here to talk about.
So you're just are you pivoting?
No. I'm trying to talk about the EV thing that I came on here to talk about, but you're asking me a
So
completely
you're not
different
willing
question.
to engage in any other conversation?
I'm willing to after we could talk about what I want to talk about.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, so with the EV thing, you guys are incorrect about multiple things. For example, those batteries do not last 200K. I am a mechanic and work at a mechanic shop. For example, not
last
just
longer.
Teslas. What?
They last long. You're right.
No, they
don't-
do not.
I just like
They
to
do not
clarify,
last 200K
I
miles.
was. Yeah, you're right. They don't last 200,000 miles. They last between 300,000 and
No, they do
500,000.
not. No, they do not. First
That's
off,
what Tesla's warranty is for their batteries.
Yeah, so that's their warranty. So then why are they all getting replaced before that?
Because Tesla would specifically indicate that they should last between 300,000 and 500,000 miles.
So then why do you have all these Teslas that have failed batteries coming in?
You do
Wait,
not
wait.
have.
If you're a mechanic, you are more likely to see the failed batteries comparative to the ones in which are not failed. So of course you are more likely to see the issues. This is like someone going into a combat region and being like, "Oh, the entire world's in combat."
No,
Like, do
it's
you
not.
realize what you're saying right now? You don't even know, right? Of course
No,
you're going
I
to see
do
the
know
ones
what
that
I'm
are bad.
talking about.
Of course, you're a fucking mechanic. No shit.
I see ones that are good too. I have electric
Harrison,
cars
thank you for
come in
the
all the
$5. Thank you so
time.
much.
I have electric cars that come in all the time without bad batteries. But a lot of the problems with Teslas, Chevy Volts, and other cars, especially Tesla, I will say this, Tesla is the best when it comes to it. But the other brands, their batteries, they die a lot quicker than Tesla. For example, we had a guy come in the other day and his battery was bad and he had 60K miles on his Tesla and he needed a whole new battery. And you know how much a whole new battery costs to replace? $20,000. And then you have to mine.
Just like I had a thermometer go bad after 300 miles. Does that mean that the typical thermometer goes bad after 300 miles, Blitz?
No, but you're having a lot less thermometers going bad than you would have batteries.
The typical Tesla battery lasts between 300,000 and 500,000 miles, as found in reports indicative of Tesla's internal team. This has also been something that's announced very proudly by Elon Musk, which is someone who the right really loves.
First off, no, they do not last that long. You're replacing them before that. You may have some lasting that long,
That's what
but
the
most
typical
do
battery
not.
lasts.
And also, half of them aren't even old enough to see that.
The survivorship bias is strong with this one.
And then on top of that, you have to sit there and you have to mine the lithium, right? Do you know what happens to the land where you mine the lithium?
Yeah, so Blitz. So you're acting like batteries are only used in the context of EV vehicles. You understand there are mining processes for other types of vehicles as well, right?
Oh, yes. But the lithium mining after electric cars have been introduced has been multiplied by umpteen times. You weren't having you had maybe 10% of the lithium mines that you have now. That's just a rough guesstimate.
Yeah, so you just whipped that right out of your ass. So, I'm asking you, what specifically is the things that we said that are wrong?
You guys were saying how long they last, that they're better cars.
We gave you sources on that. You didn't give a shit. You just said I feel like it, and of course it's like a cop saying there's so much crime. Well, all you see is the crime. You're experiencing it more than me, experiencing it more than a typical person.
Yeah, I also
right?
like
You
to.
understand what I'm saying?
I'd also like to just point out a study real quick. So this is called the Insights into Future Mobility Study. This is from MIT, and this is from 2019. So the typical gas power vehicle, when accounted for production, manufacturing, and driving, would emit more than 350 grams of CO2 per mile driven over their lifetimes. Meanwhile, right, the typical hybrid, counterpart, keep in mind this is hybrid, would emit about 260 grams per mile. Meanwhile, the fully electric battery vehicle was just a little bit over 200 grams, right? So we'd see, as accounted for over the lifetimes of the vehicles, right, EVs are better for the environment. That's an unfortunate fact for your worldview.
So,
perspective.
How many?
If they're better,
let's clarify. Blitz.
No, is that
how many people?
clarifying
Blitz.
the
How
fact-
many people? I'm not going to speak over you like that. How many people die every year due to pollution? How many die every year due to pollution? I send you the invite to unmute.
I don't know how many people die every year off of pollution.
I'm pretty sure it's 9 million. Am I correct with that?
I would have no idea. I would have to go and look that up.
Yeah, so 7.8 million people, right, are air pollution deaths, right? So that was 90%. Yeah. Okay, so 7.8 million.
But
so it is
also,
9 million.
You have to take
air
into
pollution accounted
consideration
for 7.8 million in
that
2021.
all the equipment they use to mine that lithium and then to charge the battery are also polluting still.
Okay, so again, you're polluting significantly less.
Yeah, didn't I just indicate a study to justify my claim that in comparison to their gas-powered counterpart, there's a net zero impact due to the fact that like their gas.
Okay, so is your claim also
emissions per mile in comparison to the EV? Like, you understand that I'm accounting for like the relinquishment of carbon emissions into our atmosphere and the use of non-renewable energy resources with the production of the battery, with the manufacturing of the car, as well as the carbon emissions given and put out through charging. Right, we'd still have like studies literally from MIT. I already referenced one that would state over the lifespan of the vehicle, mile per mile, the EV produces half as much carbon dioxide per mile. Right.
They are not accounting for all the mining equipment they use. They're just accounting for the charging of the battery itself.
No. So I just want to reference that this actually takes into case lithium-ion vehicle battery production status 2019 on energy use, CO2 emissions, use of metals, products, environment, footprint, and recycling. And that is what is factored in another study into the analysis of the climate impact of lithium-ion batteries and how to measure it, which is then conglomerately factored into MIT's report called Insights into Future Mobility Study from 2019. So it factors the production of the battery into effect. That is a fact.
So if that was true, they would also include that the areas where the lithium is mined, the environmental footprint it leaves on that area where the lithium is mined.
Yes.
What does it say about that then?
Yeah, sure. I could click into the study and read you off the specifics.
Exactly. You haven't even clicked into the study to read off the specifics.
Yeah, I'm reading to you the conclusion of the conglomerate that it produces. I'm reading off to you the specific conclusion of the study that they would produce half as much carbon emissions per mile driven.
Blitz, I think that's better than you whipping it out of your ass.
I'm not whipping it out of my ass.
You literally did whip it out of your ass.
I said I have a guesstimate on how much, but it is
that's
more.
a whipping it out of the ass.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, dude.
No, it's not. I just said I have a guesstimate that there is more. There definitely is more.
There isn't. I just gave you studies to dispute what you're saying. Give me a study to dispute mine.
Did you even let me? You didn't even let me finish my fucking sentence.
Yo, we got Blitz's guesstimate versus MIT.
There is literally way more lithium mines than there used to be when EVs became a thing.
And what's your source?
It's obvious. When the demand goes up for something, there's more mines.
Obviously, but like I'm asking you, what's like the increase, the rate of increase?
I don't know the exact increase.
So then you're just literally whipping shit out of your ass, and you're not giving anything that's relevant to the conversation.
Because
you're
if you know demand,
you're not giving a comparative analysis of which one is going to lead to a greater level of issues. You're just, again, whipping it out of your ass, saying that it's worse with EVs. And we're not just advocating for EVs, by the way. We're advocating for plenty of other things. We're advocating specifically for public transportation. We're advocating for other things like hydrogen. We're advocating for other types of renewable energies for overall residential needs and other sorts of things. It's not just going to be, cars, right? Samantha, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. My gas-powered Honda battery went bad after 60K miles. The guest experience is worthless. Thanks for combating the ignorance, Parker. Thank you so much, Samantha. I really appreciate that.
And another thing which I also find funny is why do you have two people debating one person on here? Why don't you bring another person on so you can
do you want help? I will do a 2v1 million.
Yeah,
I don't care.
Okay, we can do it.
Right,
yeah,
we're doing this because it's fun.
Yeah, I do a 1v30 if I could. 1v20 more specifically.
Oh wait, you did.
I'm waiting.
Yeah, so
okay,
you want someone up?
Here we go.
Go
lithium
get someone.
mining has
do you
gone
have a
up.
friend?
No, you could just add whoever.
You want me to add whoever? Okay.
Yep.
All right. Any insane MAGAs that want to join everyone?
I'm just still waiting. I'm just still fucking waiting for a response for the empirics I gave you from MIT that would suggest.
Yo, Glenn, how old are you? Glenn, how old are you? All right, let's get this next person. McKenna, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Let's get Blitz's help, everyone. Can you stop touching your mic, please? I'm about to just kick you, bro. It's unbelievable. It is literally the most annoying shit I've ever heard, bro.
If anyone watching wants to support me or Parker, we both have our Venmos, PayPal's, Cash Apps in the bio.
Yo, what's up, Ben? How old are you?
35.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious what it does come down to an economical standpoint.
Oh, really?
Well, I think something that a lot of people have forgot is you have to understand economics to the point of if you start taxing corporations at an insane amount, and I don't own any corporation.
What does that cause? What is increasing the corporate tax rate cause? What do you think? Like unemployment? What do you think it causes?
Well, not just unemployment, but also inflation on prices.
Inflation on prices. So we had lower rates of inflations and lower rates of unemployment in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s. And it specifically is the case that we had higher corporate taxes then. In fact, we've never had a Democratic nominee advocate for a lower corporate tax rate in comparison to what Kamala Harris would be advocating here for the 28%. And specifically speaking, she's just not raising this tax rate for nothing. She's raising this tax rate to fund tax cuts for 100 million American workers in the low and middle class. But we can empirically refute and disprove your idea that this has inflationary pressures and causes unemployment because of empirics. Can you point me at one point in American history where, specifically speaking, a higher corporate tax rate has led to these suboptimal outcomes, such as higher rates of unemployment or higher rates of inflation?
Well, I don't want to sit you and listen to you just read off this feed of whatever your source is.
I'm
I want to talk about the EV stuff. You guys asked for somebody to come on and help Blitz on the EV stuff.
Okay, destroy.
Wait, we asked you about something and this is what you brought up, and then now you're like, oh, no, we're not going to talk about the economics and the corporate tax rate.
Yeah, he's bound out, bro.
No, it's fine. But I mean, we're talking about EVs. So,
dude, I don't even care to talk about EVs. He just wanted to talk about EVs, right?
Yeah, we're talking about EVs. That's what
Blitz, are you still talking about EVs?
Yeah. Ben got cooked. Ben got fucking cooked.
So what do you want to hear on EVs? Because I don't give a flying fuck at this point. I've already responded to everything.
Ben got astronomically cooked.
Lithium is only a problem, which was brought up by Elon Musk as well, because there is a very small finite amount of that. Okay, so we do not have enough to continue that. And they use such large batteries, and they're not able to actually be used proficiently at this point in time. So
we should stop the use of non-renewable energy resources. You sound real smart, Ben. I like you. Listen to this guy. Kind of like fossil fuels and gasoline. God, I love this guy.
I'm not saying fossil fuels and gasoline are everything, man. Here's what I'm saying.
Do you believe in human-caused climate change?
Less lithium, and we're using it.
Do either of you believe in human-caused climate change?
And human-caused climate change?
Yeah.
What? Human-caused climate change. Yeah, I'm sure we've affected it. Sure. I mean, we all.
Do you think we're the main cause of it?
I can't say that. I'm not a scientist. But what
97% of climate scientists indicate that's true.
But wind does not do anything for anything. We're not doing anything with lithium.
Wind is going to be, according to the Department of Energy, by 2020.
If we were better at managing.
By 2030, according to the Department of Energy, wind is going to account for 20% of production, right? So what's your point? That's according to the Department of Energy. Wind is going to be that much. Right, solar is going to be significantly more. So you're just making things up, saying that
you cannot destroy lithium. You can't base it down to dissolve it to where it's not toxic. It will go into the water table. We're not smart enough.
Why'd you just pivot to lithium?
We were talking about EVs, no?
I was just asking if you believe in human-caused climate change. You pivoted to wind, and then you pivoted again after I responded.
We're talking about EVs and lithium.
Jesus Christ! What is the reason why we want to use EVs? Because there's human fucking caused climate change that kills 7.8 million people to air pollution every single year, right? And it's going to lead to worse off climate conditions where it's harder to grow crops, where there's more severe weather, where there's less places where people can live, and other places around the world where it's closer to sea level, which is where a majority of people live globally around the world. So if you want to cause 500 million people to have to migrate out of their current places by 2100, well then be my fucking guest, you're going to keep doing that. Right?
What do you think?
But what I'm advocating for is something that's actually going to deal with this problem and try to help the future. What is your solution?
What do you? I don't have a solution. I'm just saying lithium is not the way to go. It's going to get into our water table and it's going to destroy the soil as well.
Not only
I'm not
that,
arguing against you.
You also have to realize that electric cars are 30% heavier than normal cars, right? Which takes more wear onto the brakes and tires. And tires release emissions when they're ground down, or not emissions, I would say, particles into the air that are 400 times worse than gas coming from our exhaust.
Can you give me a source?
Same with brakes. Oh, I'm looking at it.
No, what he's saying so far is true. But I think what we would need to have indicated to us here is that if we were to factor in for the additional use of like tire production by like a predominant shift to EVs, that the disproportionate effect that the gas-powered counterpart would have on the on the environment would be negated. Like I don't think that like greater consumption of tires because the tread will wear faster with a heavier vehicle is going to throw off the disproportionate effect. That the
So then we should
combustion
also
engine
ban
counterpart would
SUVs,
cause.
right? We should ban trucks.
I mean, I'm not going everywhere all over the place. Like, we should just ban everything. But let's be honest, right? Your phone that you're on right now, the computer that's around you, everything you
semis.
have is made by petroleum products, right? Am I wrong?
I don't know. I don't know if everything around me is petroleum. No. But like,
Yes,
even if that is true, that doesn't mean, Ben, even if that is true, that doesn't mean that we should continue doing the same sorts of processes that are going to lead right to this happening, right? In terms of the climate being negatively impacted.
Wait,
I'm
something
not
else.
going after that. I
Blitz,
think
something else
there's a
that
great way we could go, for sure.
Blitz, something else that could be said here.
We're not advocating to force EVs. What we're just saying is that, like, right, we want people to adopt different forms that are related to renewable energy. I prefer free public transportation. I think that we should have way better energy and renewable energy infrastructure for public transportation.
100%. And if there is that in the bigger cities, for sure. There's a lot of us that don't live in bigger cities, right? So, I mean, you do have to provide your own transportation.
Yeah, I know. I'm not disputing that. Right? But what I'm saying is that we can get rid of a majority, right, of these particular emissions by adopting other mechanisms. We don't even have to stop you using your cars. Okay? That's not even what I'm advocating for.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure just at the end of the day, all me and Parker would be saying on this topic is that over the lifespan of the average EV compared to the lifespan of the average combustion engine vehicle, we will see less of an impact on the environment, all things considered, from the EV. We are not saying that these lithium-ion battery-powered vehicles are the end-all be-all cure to human-caused climate change. We are saying that it is a step in the right progression, and compared to what is predominantly used by the American consumer today, that being combustion engine vehicles, they are better. Okay? And as soon as a better alternative to the EV is presented, me and Parker will be making the same argument for the better vehicle.
The better vehicle would actually be the new ammonia-based engine.
I can't hear you because your mic is so terrible.
Oh, 1 second.
The better alternative to the electric vehicles would be the ammonia-based engine that Toyota just produced. That's actually very good. Or you could go with hydrogen. Those are the only two that would be gas and electric carbon footprints.
Okay, go for it. What's your point, dude? Right? Is this like a reason you're voting for Trump over Harris?
I guess really here's the thing that Blitz and I are trying to get at is that there's a lot of these chats on either side that just want to pit us against each other. And there's no actual chat about
Respectfully, you're voting for a guy who tried to coup the country. I don't want to hear anything about division. The guy you're voting for is the division, okay?
Yeah.
Right? That like you guys threw away division when you're voting for this guy.
Yeah,
threw away
and
unity,
also-
I mean. You throw away unity, you don't rely on facts.
The girl you're voting for has actually put more black men in jail over
You
weed
don't have
charges that are
I have
nonviolent
to
than
kick
any
you for that, 'cause
other.
You can't say that drug name on TikTok. It'll age restrict the live. But you have no racial demographics for any of the prosecutorial charges or anything like that. Secondly, right, as it relates to that, she didn't do anything with possession, right? You just said that they're non-violent drug offenses, there were some, right? But they weren't possession charges.
There was actually quite a few, not only just her, but when she was a DA and even back as far as Bill Clinton, that was a huge thing. However, was allowed in the White House and it was allowed by those political figures, however, not by citizens, which is...
Wait, she's advocating for federal legalization.
And she started doing so in 2014 and even co-signed on legislation to federally legalize the use of the M drug in 2018 in the Senate, but of course it failed.
Right. However, she also did say, I want to stop fracking. And then in her next conversation that she had,
so she changed position. She didn't change position on legalization of leafy greens.
Yeah, then not to mention that was in 2008.
She was against it, and then she came.
I'm saying from 2019 to now. Jeez.
Well, you can't just say, like, I mean, so you're talking about somebody way back in the day, like they're going to change their minds, right? I mean, how old are your parents? Probably Kamala's age, right? Or Kamala.
Yeah,
sorry, I don't know how to say her.
Older than Kamala.
Also, you could disagree with the law but still enforce it. Like, I know cops that don't like arresting people for these minor offenses, yet they're obligated to do so because of the confines of their job. That's why we need to advocate for criminal justice reform on the front end and the back end, reform the law and reform the law enforcement agencies to produce a better tomorrow. But just because Kamala Harris enforced the law while she was a prosecutor doesn't necessarily mean that she had an ideological shift when she advocated for the end on a war on drugs in 2014 and 18.
And I agree with what you're saying there, 100%. However, if you look at the reform system that we have here in place in America, it has always been very fickle compared to, let's say, Europe, right? I mean, if you have some place in Norway where they're like, hey, we're actually rehabilitating these people, we're doing this.
Yeah,
you know,
Scandinavian criminal justice systems are awesome. They do it great. We should be more like them. But the point being, I don't even think you have any moral high ground to be talking about ideological shifts, because in 2019, the same year she wanted to ban fracking, J.D. Vance was calling Trump America's Hitler. Not to mention, you call yourself the party of law and order, turn around and you vote for the violent sexual abuser. Not to mention, you say that you care about the youth, but you don't advocate for common sense gun reform, even though guns are the leading cause of death in our youth. Not to mention, you call yourself pro-family, but then you turn around and you destroy the family unit by pushing for pro-life legislation, homophobia against same-sex couples, and bans on IVF. We could talk about so many ideological flip-flops and hypocrisy within the right is incredibly absurd. Not to mention, you call yourself a patriot, pro-America, pro-Constitution, turn around and vote for Trump, who wants to violate our First Amendment right to freedom of expression, to burn the American flag. Vote for Trump, the guy that tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government, to rig an election to steal it from Biden. You call yourself the party of law and order, complain in 2020 about how you care about our civil electoral processes, then platform this motherfucker. It's insane. Why don't you support the January 6th indictment, sir? The January 6th indictment served to no purpose other than keeping someone out of office that intended to stage a coup to steal an election.
I actually didn't touch and say that I wanted to talk about J.D. Vance at all. I did not say I support him in any means, and I'm not saying I do or I don't.
So you think J.D. Vance is weird?
I'm not saying anything about J.D. Vance, and that's my right.
Do you think J.D. Vance is weird, though?
That's employing my right to say...
No, but I'm asking, do you think he's weird?
But we're changing subjects here.
Do you think J.D. Vance is weird?
I don't know J.D. Vance. I don't know him.
You don't? You don't know your vice presidential candidate?
No, I've never met the guy. Have you met Harris?
You don't need to be able to have an opinion. I think you're being incredibly dense. Thank you for the boxing. Thank you so much. You do not need to meet them to know whether or not you like the policies they advocate for, what they're specifically like, how they're representing your party. So that's incredibly disingenuous for you to say that.
Have you met Trump?
I actually have. Yeah.
Did you support Trump before you met him?
No.
So you only support Trump today because you met him in person?
Yep.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Okay, so you'd say that all the Trump supporters... Wait. You'd say all the Trump supporters that haven't met him in person shouldn't support him because they haven't met him in person?
That's not what I'm saying. You're turning it and twisting it. You're turning it and twisting. I'm saying that's my
twisting it. You're twisting it, Dane. Stop twisting
that's
it.
My personal opinion. I am not everybody. I don't have the right to say what everybody should do. That's insane.
Wait, so you don't think
Ian,
that everyone
thank you so much
murder?
for the raid. I really appreciate it, Ian. Can we get some Ians in the chat? Thank you so much, Ian.
I didn't come on here representing America or any of its people. I came on here talking for myself and my own voice. I'm sorry if that's not allowed.
You are very dense.
No, we just mean that, like, what you're saying. How do you feel about him as it relates to the campaign that you're voting for? Appreciate the boxing.
I think there's a lot of mudslinging that goes on between both parties. I mean, obviously, it's going to happen when you have
a proven sexual abuser, a fraudster, a guy who tried to coup the government, you try to restrict women's access to abortion. There's going to be some, animosity, right, for trying to restrict women's rights. You know, like there's some animosity.
Animosity for circumventing our civil and electoral processes. Why don't you share this animosity with us? I feel like the division from the left is sparked because of the fact that you don't share this animosity. We should all share this animosity, right?
Well, we should all be mad that we're still being taxed regardless. Okay.
So you just complete pivot.
I mean, well, like the whole pivot to the tax reform and economic
I'm not
policy
talking about
would be
tax on money.
fun.
I'm talking about taxed as far as people, as far as what's happening here, the mental well-being of people.
Do you think that Trump will be good for the economy if he's reelected?
I believe so. Yeah.
So how does he intend to plan for his $3.9 trillion tax relief bill over the course of the next 10 years for the ultra wealthy?
On that, I have no idea. What I can tell you is for 4 years, there were no conflicts.
My Cash App's not working.
That's not true. We had a Turkish-Kurdish war. We had a Yemen genocide, a proxy war with Russia and Syria, 450% increase in trade
as America did not
Not
have
to
that.
mention this was another pivot. And we in
as
America
America
did.
did not have that.
Yeah, we had conflict on January 6th when Donald Trump tried to steal the election from Biden. With the use of fake Trump votes in Congress from states he didn't win. He just made fake votes, sent them to Congress, told Mike Pence to certify them to install himself for his second term, even though the American people didn't vote for him. How do you
I
feel
mean,
about that?
also the same could be said for all the people that no longer exist or that were underage that had votes that were sent in for the other side.
Not necessarily. Where is the evidence of the widespread voter fraud in the 2020 election insofar as it being sufficiently rigged to be overthrown? Do you have any? No, you don't. Because there wasn't any. Because it wasn't stolen from Trump. That's a big lie propaganda. It's been disproven incessantly in the state, local, and federal level since. And you're going to believe the alternative media. Like, it's hilarious that you'll say that big media repeats the same lies every day and convince the masses to believe in propaganda, but then you turn around and you just let alternative media piss in your mouth. You probably think that Russia had the right to invade Ukraine. You probably think that COVID was born in a lab in Russia and that the 2020 election was stolen from Trump. Like, it's
Absolutely not. What I do believe in is everybody trying to come together and get this right. I don't understand.
So how do you feel about Trump trying to steal the election from Biden in 2020? Would you ever vote for someone that has attempted to coup the country?
When you say coup the country, elaborate.
Trump tried to steal the 2020
Yeah,
election.
I just want to let everyone know, chat. By the way, my Cash App wasn't working, everyone. I got it to work now. It should be working now. I do apologize, everyone. Sorry, it was like I had to do the business shit. So.
Oh hell yeah. Yeah, so Trump tried to steal the election from Biden by sending fake votes from states that he lost to Congress saying he won, and then he attempted to pressure Mike Pence and the rest of the senators into signing them as real, installing himself for a second term, even though he lost the election.
So here's the thing. We can go into semantics back and forth, and whatever anybody's going to say is whatever anybody's going to say, right? You can source it, and you can say that, sure, but it goes on both sides, right?
Zid, thank you so much for the $1.11. Thank you so much.
It actually doesn't go on both sides. This is a pretty partisan issue. Trump admits to doing these things.
Man, you probably haven't stepped foot out of this country, have you? And see what they say and like see the real news from reporters that actually do come from outside of the country.
Ben, Trump has admitted to trying to steal the election from Biden. He's currently arguing to the Supreme Court and argued during the January 6th indictment that already unfolded that these are actions that he did commit, but he should be immune from criminal proceedings because of presidential immunity.
Oh, tell me that's never happened anywhere on the Democratic side, liberal
It
side.
hasn't. It hasn't. Give me an example.
Give you an example.
Yeah, I don't. It hasn't happened. I'm waiting.
Clinton.
I'm waiting. Where's the example of a Democrat?
Chuck, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Chuck. Alex, thank you for the Panther Pause.
Hey.
I did see that before too, but it did fail. But thank you so much, Chuck. I really appreciate it.
Michelle, thank you for the $5
No
on
hate
Venmo as
against you
well.
guys, but it's like talking to a wall.
Ben,
for
where's the
sure.
example of a Democrat trying to steal an election?
He got civil and election integrity anyway.
Beautiful. Michelle, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo as well. I really appreciate you for the love, Michelle. You're awesome.
He said it's like talking to a wall. I
Talking-
wonder what it's like for us.
Oh wow.
Jesus Christ, dude. The projection is insane with that guy. Yo, Mindy, thank you so much for the 3-month subscription. Thank you so much. We're climbing our way back up, everyone. We're at 1.3, y'all. We're climbing our way up the wall.
You're going to be so bigly big with the most subs.
The very, very big wall. Yo, what's up, how do you? Look, we got 1.3 thousand miles done so far, everyone. Way more than Trump. Way more than Trump, chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's going on?
Yo, Leslie, thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. Michelle, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Michelle. Are you voting Trump?
Neither.
Okay. Well, nice job for joining in. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, Steph, thank you so much. I appreciate the 3-month subscription. Thank you so much, Steph. Let's get this next person up here. Keep tapping that screen. Everyone's trying to get to 500,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. If you want to support me or Dean, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
Are you voting Trump?
No, but your guys' condescending.
All right, let's get this
That
next
means he was
individual up
voting for
here.
Trump. He was just scared and he wanted to complain. Hi, MAGA Forever. Are you voting for Donald J. Trump?
Hell yes.
Oh my God.
Why so?
Because he's better than Kamala.
Kamala?
That's what I said.
Say Kamala.
I said Kamala.
Have I talked to you? I've talked to you before. Get off my
I
live.
haven't. Marijuana.
I don't like that guy.
Okay. Hey, Aisha, I would like to thank you for the $10 on Venmo. That's very kind of you. Thank you for supporting.
Andrew,
Love
how
Aisha
old are you?
In the chat.
I'm old enough, trust me.
You voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Well, I'm just curious. I've noticed on your lives, it's like you and Dean both feel the need to like change. It's like you're trying to change everyone's mind. Like, what's it matter if someone votes one way or another?
Because it changes.
Stephanie,
the
thank you for the
outcome of the
$15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I care about the women in my life. Right?
Well,
Their
no, no,
life.
I just care
I
about-
care about
I get
climate
where
change.
you
I care
guys
about
are coming
health care. I care about progressing this country. I care about not voting for someone who tried to coup the government, was held civilly liable for sexual abuse, didn't rent to black people in 1973, called for the Central Park Five to be executed.
No,
Because
like
it
I said, I've
matters
watched
and
you
it
guys a
impacts our
lot,
lives.
and I've noticed it seems like regardless of how people want to vote, it's like, oh, you shouldn't do that. You can't do that. Why does it matter if someone wants to vote one way or another?
Andrew, Parker literally just explained this to you. The reason why it matters who an individual votes for is because that will change, the progress in the direction of the country as a whole. Like, obviously, right, we're going to be better off, and there's going to be more change in a positive, progressive direction when we're going to have Kamala Harris, who wants to fight to protect and preserve our democracy, to uphold our checks and balances, and to fight for the rights of all 170 million American women and girls, while also fighting to reduce income inequities through tax cuts for 100 million American workers. In comparison to the
Jeremy,
guy who's
thank you for the
already tried
$5.
to
Thank you so much.
I actually completely forgot what his.
I'm sorry. I need to stop doing that. Apple, thank you so much. I appreciate the subscription.
What was I saying?
Chat, please save me. I don't know. I stopped paying attention for a second. I'm sorry, Dean.
It's okay. I guess just like the point there was who the president is matters because it impacts the state of our country, the state of our democracy, the state of our checks and balances, the state of our legislation, and the state of our lives.
No, I agree and I get that, but it's just like I said, for me, like I've noticed when you talk with some people, it's like, no, you shouldn't vote that way. And I know you guys give your reasons on it, but it's like, who are you to say you shouldn't do that?
Would you tell people that they shouldn't murder?
Well, yes.
Yeah. Would you tell people that they shouldn't cheat?
I mean, that's their own personal life. I'm not going to tell someone you can't do something.
No, we're not saying you can't. We're saying you shouldn't. And yeah, I'm going to tell you can't murder. Yeah, I'm going to say that.
Yeah,
by
for
the way.
sure. But
we're just all that we're saying here is that you have the right to tell people that they shouldn't do things they shouldn't do, and you have the right to tell people that they should do things that they should do. You should get an education. You should care about the people around you. You shouldn't be homophobic. You shouldn't be bigoted. You know, I could give you so many examples here, but very similarly, right? Voting for Trump perpetuates harm. Voting for Kamala Harris perpetuates growth and progress and prosperity. So, I mean, I don't see why we'd say anything different here. But are you going to argue with us about how we are trying to get people to do the right thing? Or are you going to tell us why you think voting for Trump is the right thing?
Well, I mean, like I said, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous, not used to talking to 7,000 people. My apologies on that.
No, you're
You know,
fine.
like I said,
Don't
I
worry.
respect you guys more than enough for talking and debating with, 7. I think I've seen you guys have like up to like 9K in here before. Like I said, I respect the hell out of you guys for it, but for me, like I have friends that they're voting for Kamala. Sorry,
Kamala.
Kamala.
And Megan, thank you so much for the $20.24. Thank you so much, Megan. I really appreciate the $20.24.
No, and I have friends that are voting for her, and like so we have that respect. Like, okay, I know you're voting for her for your reasons, and I'm voting for Trump for my reasons. You know, like we have that respect for each other to have those conversations. You know, just like how you guys do. But it just, like I said, it just comes off that y'all are trying to
change people's minds. Yes, we are.
It kind of has like a louder with Crowder kind of vibe. You know, change my mind kind of a thing.
Yeah.
So are you going to tell us why you're voting for Trump so we can hopefully try to change your mind?
But from the other perspective.
Well, right. And like I said, I'm open for that dialogue.
So why do you think Trump is better than Harris?
For me, being a veteran, I feel like he definitely has the military in mind. Yes, I know you're probably going to go with he called the veterans
suckers and losers, and also said that John McCain's not a war hero when he was a POW for this country for 5 years and got tortured.
And what's the I want to make sure I don't let you guys get in trouble with pew pews, I think is what you have to say for live.
Mm-hmm. He's also like a draft dodger that really didn't do a lot for veterans while he was president. Meanwhile, the Biden-Harris administration passed the PACT Act that invested nearly $1 billion into the expansion of VA healthcare benefits. Right, not to mention a lot of veterans fall within that lower to middle class. Just because of like the different, horrific occurrences that can happen in war that can cause like suboptimal outcomes in the rest of their life, right? Such as PTSD or other related issues, right? And for that reason, as I already said, we see a lot of veterans fall in that low and middle class. Donald Trump wants to make their lives more difficult. Kamala Harris wants to cut their taxes.
I was not aware of that.
Also, how can you get more disrespectful, especially towards veterans, than trying to overthrow the American democracy, which is something that millions
and trying to terminate
of
the Constitution
have lost their lives fighting to protect and preserve.
I mean, I see where you're coming from on that. I do. Like I said, I'm open to have the discussions. I really am.
I don't see how any veteran could vote for Trump ever. Right?
So on the flip side of that, why should a veteran vote for Kamala?
We just gave you reasons. Jocelyn, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Again, Trump called veterans suckers and losers, dodged the draft, said that John McCain's not a war hero because he was captured.
What is he planning on doing for veterans is my question.
That they had the honoring of our PACT Act, which specifically increased veterans' access to health care for 1 million veterans.
The PACT Act, like PACT?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was meant to expand access to veterans' health care for 1 million veterans exposed to burn pits abroad and toxic substances. That's specifically like what they would do for veterans. They also signed off on like the largest increase in veterans pay in a while.
And that was
under the Biden administration.
Andrew!
Yes?
You threatened Harry Sisson's life?
No.
I just watched that video.
It is not a threat. If you listen to it.
You fucking caca pew pew on air saying if he showed up at your door,
I said
for Harris,
what he said. Go
that wouldn't be a good idea. And then you cock your pew pew
and get people to vote for Kamala Harris. And I
said, and then you say that's not a good idea and cock your pew pew.
So if someone
that's
door knocks,
not a good idea to do that in a red state because I live in Texas. That's not a good idea to go door to door because I used to do door to door knock. I used to knock door to door for door to door sales. I actually had a guy come to the door and cock a pew pew because I came to his door.
That's not good though. You shouldn't do that.
But it was not a threat.
You shouldn't do that, right?
Do what? Come to the door with the pew pew if someone?
No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't threaten someone like that, right?
I wasn't a threat. I was not threatening anybody.
I think the viewers need context.
You can't play it.
I think I'm in the clear.
I don't want to risk the live.
Okay. I'm pretty confident that I'm in the clear, but if you don't want to risk live, you're good.
Yeah, I mean, people can watch the click on his thing and play the video chat.
Like I'm pretty sure like it like every because it's just like the sound of like
the sound of that
The
even
racking of it, yes. That's
that even gets flagged.
I don't like it when someone comes to my door. If someone comes to my door knocking, I don't know you, I'm coming to the door with mine. If I'm not expecting anybody, I'm coming to that because I don't know what's on the other side of that door.
No, but like obviously what you're doing there's threatening. Like if he comes to the door, you saying that you're going to do that is clearly threatening.
It's actually like implied in the video that you do know what's on the other side of that door. That being Harry Sisson advocating for Kamala Harris.
No.
So it's like it's really sad that you like justify that. Right? That's like really gross, honestly.
That is not a threat.
Like Harry
on
disagrees with you. Like what's the reason to do that? He's literally knocking on your door for
it wasn't
political...
saying it wasn't if Harry did it. That is if anyone's come knocking on my door and I don't know who you are coming knocking on my door and you're trying to tell me, hey,
you're gonna cock it in front of their face or something?
I'll have it already cocked, ready to go.
Oh my god.
Because I don't know what's on the
you
other
are
side
such
of
a
that door.
paranoid individual.
No, and I just want to like
get a ring camera. Jesus Christ.
I also just want to like clarify.
Get a ring camera. Seriously, like get a ring camera.
I just like want to clarify here. Like it is implied that you do know what's on the other side of the door. You're actively gaslighting us.
If I can't see what's on the other side of that door and I don't have a ring,
get a ring camera.
Thank you so much for the.
My landlord won't allow me to get one and put one in.
Why?
It damages the house or I don't know, some bullshit.
That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. That's a ridiculous.
Yeah, you also said that it would work in blue states but not red states. You're obviously implying what would be on the other side of the door is someone advocating to vote for Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. Now you're backtracking and attempting to gaslight us by painting this narrative that you have no clue they could be a burglar. That's why you'd have the gun cocked and loaded. You're obviously saying that you don't like him showing up to anyone's door saying to vote for a Democrat.
I don't like anyone showing up to my door.
Gun in his face.
I don't like anyone showing up to my door. If you show up uninvited and unannounced, I'm going to come to the door with it.
So you'd say when you were a door-to-door salesman that every single person.
Wait, so if Harry Sisson was unannounced, you wouldn't go to the door with it?
No,
I mean, if he was announced. If you knew it was him.
If I knew he was coming, he messaged me, he's like, hey, I'm coming or something. No, I wouldn't because I knew he was coming. Like, or with you or Dean, if you're like, hey, I'm going to be showing up to your place here shortly. I know you're coming. I don't need it. But if you were to pull up and I don't know who's there, I'm coming with
the backpedaling is crazy. Julian, thank you so much. I appreciate the 19-month subscription. Thank you so much. He's like one of those people who gets caught like texting a minor, right, by one of those people who are like on Twitch streamers, right? And they're like,
No,
I was just doing this to tell them it was bad.
No,
like,
those people.
Yeah, or I didn't know that she was 13, and when she told me she was 13, I thought she was joking.
No, those people are just flat out fucking sick and need fucking.
Yeah, dude. No, the point we're making is that like we know you're lying, dude. Like.
Also, if you think that the sexualization of our youth is sick, why are you voting for Trump? He sexualized a 5th grade girl by saying that he dated her in 10 years.
See, like, I don't see that he. I mean, I can see where you see that he was sexualizing her, but my question is also like, how did the parents react to him saying?
You want to hear how the girl reacted?
You going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating
that
her
one,
in
that
10
video.
years.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Listen,
You going up the
listen.
escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
So is that sick, Andrew?
Is it wrong? And it's wrong and sick. Yes.
Would you vote for him after hearing that?
I think, to me, everyone knows who Donald Trump is. And
everyone knows that he likes to sexualize little girls.
No, I said everyone knows who Donald Trump is. Like you can easily recognize him. My question is, how did the parents react to that?
We heard the little girl go,
Right.
Who cares?
If I was that age and I had a grown-ass man coming up to me and like, hey, I'm going to be dating you in 10 years, or even a grown-ass woman come up to me when I was a kid and said, I'll be dating you in 10 years, I'd be a little freaked out and a little worried.
Yeah, I fucking wonder why. So why would you vote for someone like that?
But my question is, like, how did the parents react?
Why is that relevant? Why is that relevant though? That's like looking at like a man who raped a woman and then being like, well, how did she react? Did she imply that she might have wanted it?
No, I don't buy into the whole. Well, she was dressed that way. She wanted it. And I don't know.
So I mean, again, why are you asking how did the parents respond instead of saying, "Oh, that's
Because
disgusting behavior"?
Because I think it's how the parents would react. It's like if you had some multi-millionaire, billionaire guy come up to you and say that to your kid, which again, I've already established that.
Can you even foresee like a reasonable person being like, "Oh yeah, that was I'm so happy that 40-year-old man said that to my 10-year-old daughter." Yep, that makes me so happy.
Why does it matter what the parent thinks?
Well, but
They
me,
care about the little
for
kid
me, I
being
mean, I don't have kids, but jokingly, if I had a billionaire come up, yeah, I'd be like, all right, that's a little gross, but let's talk in 10 years, and then we can discuss. Like,
oh, that's so
deal or
gross.
something.
That's so fucking gross for you to say that.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I'm being facetious.
And that's gross for you to make a joke about that. That's so disgusting, dude. That's like such a weird joke.
I have a dark, sick, twisted.
Yeah, so if you like making like pedo jokes, I don't know, that's really weird.
I wouldn't really call it a pedo joke.
Is that not grooming?
What do you mean?
Is that not grooming? Him going up to like a 10-year-old girl and saying he's gonna be dating her in 10 years, and then you like trying to contact them when she's 20 years old?
And then like also like implying that the parents have like property, like ownership over the daughter.
Literally.
And when she's of legal age, they're gonna give her.
Well,
to
because when
him.
she becomes legal, then that daughter. She has every right to do whatever she wants to do. If she's of legal age, she can do whatever she wants.
Yeah, you don't understand that there's grooming involved, by the way.
You are literally justifying grooming right now.
Like literally.
It was a joke, being facetious about it.
Yeah, that's what all these Trump supporters say. Oh, it's just a joke. It's just a joke to sexualize the fifth grader. Just a joke.
I mean,
he was
listen,
just joking.
No, I'll accept that it's a joke. That doesn't make it any like less wrong. Like, do I think that Donald Trump was being serious? No, I think he was joking. I think you're right. I think it was a joke. But that doesn't mean it's okay. Like, just because something's a joke,
That's
doesn't make
still
it
a fucking
automatically acceptable.
disgusting joke, and it shows exactly
Yeah.
where he's coming from.
Yeah, like joking about like dating a girl in 10 years by sexualizing her because you think she'll be pretty is no less is no like less worse than like saying it in a non-joking manner.
Like, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. Now, definitely not the right time and place to make that joke.
So, would you vote for someone who did that to your daughter? Like, if Trump said that to your daughter, would you still vote for him?
It would definitely be I would definitely have to really think about if I even wanted to even vote at all, for that matter.
You'd have to think about it.
My daughter and said that, more than it's not going to end well.
Yeah. So if it's not going to end well, why would you have to think about it?
Think about like if me voting for him.
Yeah.
Like I said, I would probably have to just sit out at that point and have to wait for the next cycle of elections, because you're going to come up to me and say something like that to my kid. I'm like, all right, that's a little bit too much.
Why wouldn't you vote for someone opposing him so that he wouldn't be in office?
Might as well just write in Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck at that point. I mean, for me.
No, you want to vote for someone who can beat them?
Well, I mean, I guess when you put it that way, yeah.
Cyber, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying to check his hard drive. Thank you for the love, Cyber. W's for Cyber in the chat.
Yeah, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
You said sexually assaulting a woman?
Yeah.
I mean, everything that you're bringing up, it's like, it makes me, it's like I don't want to vote at all, because it's like you're telling me these are the two best people that we have to vote for?
These aren't the best people, but I'm telling you these are the two people.
The most popular ones, is what I'm saying.
I'm just telling you these are the two people, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, there's 30-something million, 300-something million people in the U.S.?
Yeah,
and these are the two people that we have? It's like, you're telling me that
I understand,
no
but
better?
given that these are your choices, what are you doing?
I mean, given the choices, like, really, I don't even want to vote at all. Given the choices. Given the choices, but for me, it's...
So you wouldn't vote against the person that said to your 10-year-old daughter that he'd be dating her in 10 years?
Say that again?
So you wouldn't be voting against the person that said he'd be dating your 10-year-old daughter in 10 years?
Sorry, my phone was cutting out. One more time.
So you wouldn't be voting against voting for the person that is running against and has a chance to beat the person who said your 10-year-old daughter that he's gonna be dating her in 10 years.
Like, then no. Like I said, I'd probably just vote straight third party or something, just to throw my vote away. Because then it's like I know my vote's not going to anybody.
Why wouldn't you vote against? Why wouldn't you vote for the person who can beat the person who said that's your daughter?
I mean, even if I vote third party, it's still throwing the vote away that he doesn't get the vote and she doesn't get the vote.
Okay, weird. So would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I mean, given that, no.
No? Okay, so Donald Trump's been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman. Would you vote for him?
I was like, you're painting this picture like I don't even want to. Like I said, I'm painting the picture between the two. It's like I don't even want to vote for anybody.
Sure. Then are you not going to vote?
I mean, at this point, might as well not, because if those are the two you
All right,
have.
base. Good enough. I'll take it.
No, yeah, I feel like that is probably where you meet them. It's just not voting at all.
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hey, I'm 39.
You voting for Trump?
Hell no.
Nice.
Yeah.
Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all.
I may not be on here for too much longer. I'll probably go until 4.
I got you. Everyone tap the screens, get to 1 million likes. Everyone share the live as well, y'all. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello? Hello? Okay. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, same.
Shoot, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay. For sure, for sure. Let's go on to the next individual. Yo, thank you for the ICU. Thank you so much. Let's get this next individual up here, y'all.
Yo.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
And first of all, for your last guess, he was found liable, but he wasn't convicted.
He was okay. So, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman? Because that's what I said.
Civilly liable. Civilly liable, no. Convicted, yes.
Okay, so you wouldn't vote for them, or you would vote for them?
I mean, civil liable. I mean, yeah, civilly liable, yes.
What's the difference
Convicted,
between
no.
What's the difference between like a civil and criminal court?
The civil and criminal court. I mean, it's kind of says it.
Oh, I'm waiting. What's the relevant difference?
There's a pretty big difference. I mean,
Wait, which is?
criminally and civilly.
Like what is the difference besides the words?
I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but I know that there's a pretty big difference.
Okay, so you don't know what the difference is. You just say that you will accept it because it happened to Donald Trump and you want to vote for him. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you the difference. So the difference between one moment, sir.
Go ahead, yeah,
The difference between a civil and criminal court is going to be the burden of evidence that the jury has to prove like the event to have occurred to. And a criminal court, it's going to be beyond what reasonable doubt would say. And then in a civil court, it's going to be a preponderance of evidence or what is more likely than not to have occurred. The argument that I would make is that the evidence that the prosecutor, the woman who got raped, submitted to the court and proved to the jury that she got raped, proved that Trump had raped her beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. The same standard of evidence.
Leslie, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Okay,
And if
what's
you
one piece of
dispute
evidence?
this, all I just simply ask you to give me is your reasonable doubt to the evidence she submitted.
Exactly. That's what I was going to ask you. What evidence has she submitted that?
Wait, you don't know any of the evidence?
That's what I'm asking you. You guys.
Do you know any of the evidence? Because you're disputing it. Do you know any of the evidence?
A little bit of it. I don't know the full case, but obviously you guys.
Name me one piece
So
of
let me
evidence.
ask you.
Name me one piece of evidence.
That's what I'm
submitted in the
asking
case.
you guys.
Name me one.
piece
Name
of
me one
evidence that you
piece.
guys agree with
I
me.
will, and I've said it multiple times in my life. Name me
Yeah.
one piece of evidence submitted in the case. Sassy, thank you for the shiny airplane.
We know the evidence. Our chat knows this. We're asking you because we're not quite sure if you do.
Yeah, I don't have my computer in front of me, so I can't. I don't.
You don't
can't
need
tell maybe
to. So
off
you don't know
the top of my
anything about the case, yet you still believe
Not
that
off
it's
the top
false.
of my head, sir.
Yeah,
Not off the top of my
that
head.
brings me with a great question. So, if you do not believe that Donald Trump has raped E. Jean Carroll, how could you come to that conclusion without knowing the evidence that E. Jean Carroll used?
I have
to
read
prove
the
that
evidence. I
Donald
don't know
Trump
it
raped
off the top of my head. This ain't what I do for a living.
I don't
But
think you have read the evidence. I think
I
you're
have
lying.
read the evidence.
If you've read the evidence, then you know something, one thing, anything.
So Well, give me one piece of evidence that you guys agree with. that you
Medical
guys-
records from the 90s.
Medical records from
Yeah,
the
therapist
90s.
notes.
Leslie, thank you so much for the
That
$10
were
on
submitted to
Venmo.
the
I
state.
appreciate you for the
From
love.
the 90s. Why are they being submitted? Why is this? a
Because
thing
that's
now?
that's when it happened.
Wow. Yeah, that's
Wow,
that's
what?
crazy.
That's when the grape occurred.
Wow, what?
What are you
Okay,
disputing?
I mean, from the 90s. Okay.
If Donald
And
Trump
then-
was criminally convicted of raping a child in the 90s, would you still vote for him?
Okay,
or would
and
you be
what
like,
medical
wow, in
records-
the 90s?
Can you tell me what medical records you guys agree with that she submitted?
Yeah, therapist notes.
Therapist notes. Oh my god. So you guys would believe that over believing his political party is actually targeting him?
Oh, yeah, I
Donald
quite
Trump.
literally am
And
going to.
girls are
believe the
throwing
funds.
themselves at him literally because he's
Yo,
Donald
you're
Trump.
so weird, dude.
Come on, dude. Like
No.
people do that all the time with famous people,
So
period.
portraying E. Jean Carroll as someone who's throwing herself at Donald Trump is disgusting as fuck when she was victimized by Donald Trump.
people do that to rich people every day.
Okay, so you just assuming that so rich people can't grape anyone?
And you guys are assuming with her.
Do you think rich people can't grape anyone?
I never claimed that, but you guys.
If you agree
are
rich people
claiming-
can grape someone, well then why are you voting for Donald Trump when he was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman?
civilly liable, so they're not convicted.
Okay, so you would vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Possibly, but I do not.
Would you
like-
vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
It depends because this is all a political case now, and it makes me question.
So would
our
you vote for someone held
justice system,
civilly
period.
liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Have people been falsely?
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
civilly liable? I already said earlier they got to be convicted until proven guilty.
Oh, okay, so
right?
you would vote for someone held okay.
Until proven guilty.
Okay, would you let
Hasn't
someone
been-
would you let someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child be a gym teacher?
be a gym teacher?
Yeah.
I mean, dude, I had a pretty rough gym teacher. Not gonna lie, but
So you think they should be able to be a gym teacher?
no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, do they literally check gym teachers' backgrounds now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. But anyways, they have to be convicted.
So do you think
Until
someone
proven
held
guilty, then.
someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child should be allowed to be a gym teacher, under your view?
So you're saying that because they're civilly, they're civilly.
Dude, it's crazy. Like, you understand, like...
You're
what's
saying
wrong.
because they're civilly liable, that they should lose their job.
Yes.
Are you saying that
They should
shouldn't?
not be able to be around children if they've been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting one.
Yeah, I could give you an even
Jesus Christ,
crazier.
dude.
I could give you
So-
I could give you
Do I
an
have
even
to- do I have
crazier
to, like,
circumstance.
Somebody
Give you
claims that
pictures?
you. So
I
some-
could give you
so
an even
some
crazier
girl claims
circumstance.
that
Let's
you did it to
imagine.
them.
Let's imagine that you had a 7-year-old daughter, and you had a babysitter that
No,
watched
he,
your
he, can't,
7-year-old
he
daughter.
can't understand in words yet. We have to give him pictures. Like we have to give him like a children's book.
Crazy. Where are the polka dots?
Hilarious.
Anyways, so you have
Why
a
are you guys
7-year-old
getting mad?
daughter.
You guys are getting in your
Connect
feelings
the
now.
dots. Connect the dots.
You have a 7-year-old daughter, and you have a babysitter that
Well,
watches
that's why you
your
guys are getting mad.
Hey, sir, one moment. So you have a 7-year-old daughter, and let's assume that you have a babysitter that watches your 7-year-old daughter 5 nights out of the week. You figure out that this babysitter that has been watching your 7-year-old daughter alone has been held civilly liable for the rape of another 7-year-old kid that they've babysitted in the past. Would you continue to let him babysit your daughter?
Would I continue to let him babysit my daughter? That's a weird situation, right? That's a kind of a funny situation because a
Funny?
child is involved. Yeah, because a child is involved. Not funny, like as in funny. It's kind of a different situation because a child is involved. But I mean, if it was my child, of course not. Of course not, because that's my child. Of course, it's
So you would
questionable.
accept
It's
civil
something that's
court?
questionable, but until they're actually proven guilty,
What are the first
you know what I
three?
mean? They
what are
need
the-
to be proven guilty.
I have a question. What are the first
That's
three
so
words of
disgusting.
the-
Saying that you would let someone who is held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child take care of your kid as a babysitter is
Who's making the claim?
crazy.
Who's making the claim in the first place?
No, it's not just a claim. It's someone who's held civilly liable.
Yeah, and how are you held civilly liable? Somebody has to make a claim.
Yeah, you have an
Obviously,
accuser.
but it's not just a claim. That's what we were saying, genius.
So you don't just have an accuser that's saying shit. You also have an accuser that would be proving the defendant's guilt through, like, I don't know, 2 or 3 years of deliberation inside of a courtroom. where you have
And
to
a
convince the
unanimous
jury.
decision by a jury when the decision didn't have to be unanimous.
By the jury.
Medical
Yeah.
records from the
The
90s.
jury- And let's talk about the juries. What, 13 out of 15 of them are actually
There was
Democrat?
not 15 jury members. How many
There
jury
was
members were
9.
there?
Yeah, I don't know
Also,
the exact
it was
numbers.
it's
like I
still a
said.
unanimous decision, regardless.
And when it didn't have to be. Like, listen, I think that we should make the we should recognize that you don't know anything that E. Jean Carroll submitted to that courtroom to prove that Trump had raped her.
Yep, you just believe it's false.
Yeah,
I don't see how in the
I
hell.
already told you.
One moment.
Bro.
I don't see how in the hell you could sit here and tell us that E. Jean Carroll is a liar and Donald Trump is not a rapist, even though you don't know her evidence to prove that Donald Trump is a rapist.
How can you sit here and say that she's actually innocent when the records that she submitted are from the 90s, are literally from a therapist? Like, you guys are delusional. You guys got to cut that shit out. You
Okay,
guys
so you wouldn't accept
Greatest
that?
argument ever. Greatest argument ever.
So you
If
wouldn't
we're-
accept that for grape?
until proven guilty.
Oh no, it's not innocent.
Okay, so
until
do you
proven
accept
guilty
Trump's
for you.
felonies?
His felonies in New York?
Yeah, like his felonies. Do you accept that?
It's great. Well, you know what?
This guy is such a joke.
You're
It's not
such a
guilty in
liar.
a criminal court, yet when he's guilty in a criminal court, I still don't accept it.
you know
I
what I
swear to
wanna
God,
think
the
about?
line in the sand just keeps on shifting for Trump supporters, and we just watched it shift
Obviously
on
not.
live. Earlier, you were virtue signaling out your fucking ass, saying you accept criminal courts, you would never accept a civil court. Then you went on like a 10-minute monologue rant back and forth discourse of why civil courts are so bad and why criminal courts are so good. But then when Donald Trump is convicted of something, in a
First of
criminal
all,
court,
you guys are putting words
you
in
also
my mouth.
reject it. Question I'd ask you is, do you even know what his felonies were for?
Yeah, I know what his felonies are for.
And what were they for?
Yeah, he's over there. So he's basically a real estate agent in New York. He has a lot of real estate, and he sells land, or he sells his businesses, or his property.
Oh my God, you're
than
talking
what
about
they were.
another civil court case. No, that was not what his criminal case was for. You're talking about another civil court case that happened much longer before. In the criminal court case, he was convicted of 34 felonies for the falsification of business records. So the question I have for you is, how come you reject the civil court that held him liable for rape? Meanwhile, you don't know one piece of evidence that the prosecutor submitted the case to prove him guilty. And you reject the criminal court that convicted him for 34 felonies, but you don't even know what his felonies were for. It sounds like somebody does not operate on an objective basis of logic, reason, fact, or fact, but rather operates off of, I don't know, like
That's
tribalist
hilarious.
bias.
No, it sounds like somebody operates very dirty, and they actually want to go after their political opponent with our crooked law system.
Remember, that's fringe conspiratorial bullshit, just like the flat
Oh,
Earth case.
come on.
What's the evidence? Convince me that that's not a conspiracy theory by providing me evidence.
There will be evidence that comes out.
There will be evidence that
There
comes
will
out,
be
trust me.
evidence.
Yeah,
There will be sometime soon.
The Twitter files.
There will be.
So it's just okay to believe things without reason? Is that your position?
No, there will be the Twitter files. Everything will be.
I just have a question.
Buzzword.
Is it okay to believe things without reason, or is that bad to do?
That's bad to do, sir, and that's not what I do.
So what's your reason to believe that Trump was being attacked by political opponents?
Because it's fucking obvious. If you have common
He doesn't
sense-
require any standard of evidence for that, but he does for E. Jean Carroll being
I
assaulted.
know. That's crazy. Literally no
Because
standard
it's
of evidence.
obvious. It's obvious.
Is it obvious that the Earth is flat?
It's just
'Cause that's what a
obvious.
flat
That's
earther
it.
will tell
It's
you.
literally just fucking obvious.
It's
just
obvious. It's so obvious that you have not had a conscious thought in the
No,
last...
it's just so obvious that I don't have to do no research. Like, it's so fucking.
Are you joking? Are you trolling?
easy.
Are you troll?
It's so literally it's so fucking easy to see.
Are
If
you
have
actually
two
trolling
eyes
us?
and 2 ears?
Isn't that the
If
flat
you have
Earth?
2 fucking eyes and 2 ears, then it's
Ginger,
obvious.
thank you
don't
for the
have to do no
$10.
research.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So, do you believe the Earth is flat?
What was that?
Do you believe the Earth is flat?
No, absolutely
Why not?
It's obvious, bro.
It's not obvious.
It's obvious.
Every single time you go outside, it's flat, dude.
Yeah, it's obvious, little bro.
It's obvious, bro.
I kinda
Yeah,
think of
maybe
the
it's
world
maybe
like a
in your
Game
head
of
it's
Thrones
flat.
map.
Because when you
No,
go
it's
outside,
obviously
in your
not
head.
flat.
You're like,
But
oh,
the
this
point
is
we're
flat.
making is that you can.
That's how you think.
The point we're making is that you
That's
can
how-
believe that
that's-
with no
that's
sufficient
literally your
evidence
thought
under your
process.
worldview. No, it's not. We
That's
require
literally-
evidence. You don't require any evidence.
That's how small you think. That's how small you think. You walk outside.
Are you
and think the Earth
trolling?
is flat.
Are you
No,
Christian?
like, bro, you walk outside and you think the Earth is flat.
Shiz,
because that's part of the
Shiz, are you Christian?
Am I Christian? I'm not really religious, honestly.
Okay.
So I just want to clarify. How do we differentiate between me saying that the Earth is flat because it's obvious, and you saying that political opponents are attacking Donald Trump because it's obvious. How do we determine who's right and who's wrong, or if we're both right, or if we're both wrong?
How do we determine who's right and who's wrong?
Yeah, if I'm saying that my evidence for the Earth being flat is the fact that it's obvious, and your evidence for the idea that Trump is getting attacked by political opponents is that it's obvious. How do we determine who's right and who's wrong?
Christian, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you, Christian.
Can you tell me how we determine this?
That's a bad argument, sir. Do you
No,
really
if it's such a bad argument, then why don't we
just
go to
saying
debunk
it's
it?
bad, nuh-uh, is just, a great argument in of itself.
If it's a bad argument, then just answer the question and show me how it's.
Have you ever been on a plane? Have you ever been on an airplane? Have you been outside of your city?
Yeah.
On an airplane? Okay. Can you see the arch?
Nope.
No, you can't? Okay. Well, I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, so you actually can't respond and tell me how we differentiate between flat earthers and yourself. If you can't tell me the logical distinction between yourself and a flat earther, doesn't that give you reason to believe that you may be irrational?
Bruh, you really want to argue about the earth if it's flat or not?
No,
think
dude,
we
we
both
don't
agree
think
it's
it's
not.
flat. You're just
Okay,
such a
thank you.
genius, dude. He's such a genius, he doesn't even know that's not where we're arguing.
No, I'm just saying, like, this is a
Fucking
stupid
joke, dude.
This is a joke. Like,
No,
I'd
you're the
rather-
joke.
I'd
No,
rather
you're
move
the
on
joke.
to politics.
No, you're not intelligent enough.
Dude, like, there's actually a lack of abstract thought there. Dude, wow.
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I am 23.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Yo, Faye, thank you so much. I appreciate the gold mine. So why so?
Immigration.
Oh, what about immigration?
The main issue is the illegal immigration coming into the country.
Okay, so do you want to? So how do you feel about
Thank you for
Trump
the
undermining the border bill?
That's not my issue. My issue is Trump had 4 years in office. Immigration was on a decrease until he hit COVID, and then Kamala Harris.
That's a total lie. You just totally lied.
No, it's
No,
not.
until
literally
actually it
the
was
inverse
literally
of what
the
you said was
inverse
true.
of what you said.
Yeah.
No, it's.
Yes, it is. You can find it from Customs and Border Protection. Yes, I do have a source.
Could you show it?
Customs Border Protection. Yeah, we can show the crossings right now. Dean, do you want to show it on your laptop?
Yeah, I'll literally pull up Trump's graph.
But what about Kamala Harris? What about how did she do under 4 years with her? There's been absolute floods of migrants coming up. They've had trains all up Central America bringing in illegal migrants. This is a detrimental issue to the United States. You see it
So
in
then
the
why don't
US
you want to deal with the
right
border bill? Why don't you want the border bill, which is going to help with the scenario?
Because the border bill, a lot of the problems with these bills is they have all kinds of, they name it one thing and then they have 3 other things that they're trying to sneak in the back door, and it's not actually.
No, there was a
addressing
solo
issues.
border bill because he said the appropriations was one of the reasons they passed the appropriations by themselves, but then he didn't undermine that, but he did undermine the border bill that was solo by itself.
Yeah.
So you look.
Yeah, here. So here's my source to debunk you, Sparky. It's literally Trump's campaign. Now, that's why this is so funny, is because it's Trump's campaign. Parker, if you want to throw me on the big screen for literally 30 seconds, I'll be quick. So I just want to clarify. This is literally from Trump's campaign.
Right,
okay?
this is 16,
So what we
17,
see,
18,
what we see.
19.
So right there is when Trump assumed office.
Okay.
We see a year-by-year increase until COVID lockdowns start, and he implements Title 42. What you will see, what this graph tells you, is that Trump is extremely ineffective with border legislation. What did the wall do? Nothing. Crossings only went. Just let me preach. What did the wall do? Nothing. Crossings only went up. What did the Remain in Mexico policy do? Nothing. Crossings only went up. And when does Trump claim his clampdown start? With Title 42. He was so ineffective for immigration policy. It's insane. And the only reason he had low border crossings as a whole was because of the public health crisis, because of COVID, and because of Title 42. But there's no way in hell you could demonstrate to me and Parker that Trump cares about the southern border, because Trump, as Parker said, torpedoed a fantastic bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate so he could continue to campaign on the crisis to get your vote.
Isn't that what Kamala Harris is campaigning on? And if you'd show the rest of that graph, you'd see her statistics
Jesus
over
Christ.
others.
No, that's when they got rid of Title 42. Right. So that's because of COVID.
That's all 4 years is because of COVID?
No, I'm saying that the increase that we saw, that was related to the getting rid of
you have
Title
a
42.
spike. Right.
and
You have a
COVID.
spike just like in
So
Trump.
yes, if there are worse
But then
economic
you should be able to
conditions
put-
globally, it incentivizes people to come to the United States.
But that's why you have strong borders.
Clear?
That is clear, but that's why you have strong borders and you have things like ICE and you deport people.
Sparky, I just answered this question.
So
if your house
strong
was
borders do not create a strong economy in the sense that you're referencing, because what you're referencing is getting rid of immigration.
And I don't think we have an economic problem in this country. We have a culture issue.
Right? You're not advocating to increase immigration, which is going to specifically allow for us to battle things like the insolvency of Social Security, Medicare, things like that, right?
Those
and deal with the debt.
Those have all have their own issue. Can I ask you a question?
I mean, you never really responded to what we were talking about with Trump torpedoing the border bill, which is something that I thought would be valuable, but sure, if you want to ask a question, go for it.
What is your
we can talk about the border bill first, and then we'll go and talk about what you want to talk about.
Well, what's your biggest concern in the 2024 election?
We'll talk about that in a second, but would you like to talk about why Trump torpedoed the border bill?
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't read legislation in every single bill that comes in. I'm not going to sit here and claim that I'm a legal expert.
Don't know?
I don't know it to the T.
Okay. How about this?
Melissa, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much, Melissa.
How about this? We could generalize it and speak about it in very simple terms. First, we are going to start with an analogy. If you were starving, hungry for food, and someone offered you a hamburger, would you accept it and eat it, or would you reject it and say you wanted a sirloin?
I mean, I would eat it, yes.
Okay, so if we have this unprecedented crisis at the southern border, and the Republicans and Democrats get together and come up with a border bill that would have significantly reduced crossings and encounters and expedited the legal process of entry into our country.
But your metaphor is inaccurate. Your metaphor
would you turn around and would you say that you want something better?
No, your metaphor is inaccurate because it would be if you were starving and somebody asked you a hamburger that was laced with rat poison, trace amounts that wouldn't necessarily kill you but would harm you, or you could wait potentially for a better sirloin or whatever. That's a better analogy.
That would be a great argument. That would be a great argument if That would be a great argument. Seriously, that would have been a great argument if Trump's problem with the border bill was the funding for Ukraine, the funding for Israel, etc. That wasn't his issue. And the reason we know that's not his issue is because of what ended up happening to Lankford's border bill. You understand that after Trump called the Republicans in Congress, they revised Lankford's border bill, excluded all of the provisions on the southern border, then passed the provisions for funding to Ukraine, passed the provisions for funding to Israel, and passed the humanitarian provisions for funding for Gaza. They passed everything in that bill except the border revisions. And if I take your analogy and tweak it a little bit, that's like you starving, someone coming up to you, offering you a hamburger with rat poison in it, and then you rejecting the hamburger and drinking the rat poison.
No.
It is, literally.
Trump doesn't really have any power right now. I mean, this border bill was passed, like you said, it had the Ukraine funding and all this.
Even Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell don't even say that.
Oh.
Even Trump doesn't say that. He says to blame it on him.
Yeah, literally.
Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham could go to hell. I don't like either
Okay,
one
so
of
then
them.
so can Trump.
No.
Trump said blame it on me if the border bill fails.
Yeah, he took responsibility. He took accountability, sir. What is your issue here? I listen, I think you should be genuine, and I think you should recognize in front of all 7.4 thousand people in the live that this is an example of Trump doing something bad. You obviously don't have an argument.
Yeah, I do.
What is it? Tell us what the argument is.
My argument is the other half of the graph that you wouldn't want to show because you didn't show.
We're talking about the border bill. We'll talk about that next. We'll let you cook, okay? Let's talk about the border bill. What's your argument?
You said after you got your point done, I could ask you a question.
Now we're pivoting. See, that's what they do. You can't respond to the fact that Trump did torpedo this border bill because he wanted to be able to let the crisis continue so he can continue to campaign on it. You can't respond, so you just want to pivot and deflect. You tried to pivot to the amount of entries under Biden and Harris. That failed. So now you're trying to pivot to another question that you have for us. Why are you so scared to talk about the fact that Trump torpedoed a bipartisan border bill that would have terminated the crisis?
He said it himself. He said, blame it on me if the border bill fails. He called up people in Congress to not support the bill.
If I say blame it on me if Russia invades Lithuania next week, does that mean it's my fault?
Why would he say that?
If you called Russia and told them to invade Lithuania, yeah. Okay? And that's what Trump did. He called the Republicans in the Senate and the House. We have Mitch McConnell on record saying so. We have Lankford, the person that drafted the bill
Mitch
that was Trump
McConnell?
endorsed, that was one of the 11 senators that supported his attempted coup in 2020, go on Fox News and say that, yeah, Trump tried to torpedo this bill. Same story with Ted Cruz. Then inevitably, we had Trump at a rally in Nevada tell everybody to blame it on him. This is no secret,
Hannah, thank you
sir.
for the $10. Thank you so much, Hannah.
No.
No.
What are you saying no to? Specifically, Sparky, quick question. What are you saying no to?
The way that you phrase the question and the way that you phrase your evidence, and I don't like the way that you frame it.
You reject? Why not? Why not?
Because I feel like you're being a little dishonest in the way
How's
that
that?
you
Would you like
present
a Kleenex?
How about you clean it up? Make it honest.
Would art thou like a Kleenex?
Trump can call in all he wants, and Trump can organize the Republicans to do it. But at the end of the day, Trump did not have a ballot to vote in and either accept or reject this bill. He did not have veto power like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. He had absolutely no legislative power. The only thing he had was influence.
And that's an issue. Isn't that another issue, like on its own? The fact that one man has so much influence over the GOP that he can get Congress to vote and sway sway the outcome of legislation, even though he's
Isn't
not in
that
office.
true with all the swamp?
Isn't that an
swamp-
issue?
Isn't that true with both parties and their swamp politicians, whether it be Nancy Pelosi or Mitch McConnell?
No.
You tell me Nancy Pelosi doesn't have some of the high.
If Nancy Pelosi tried to coup the government, we would all fucking not
Yeah.
vote for her. We would
Yeah.
all say that we wouldn't support her if she tried to coup the government.
So just want to clarify. So your argument is he didn't have legislative power, therefore he didn't influence the border bill to fail. That's false. That just strictly doesn't follow.
How?
How? Because he did influence it to fail by calling the Congress members. What me and
There's only
Parker
so
would
much-
say here is that there would be partial responsibility placed on the individual Congress members for not voting to the bill and
No,
listening to
majority.
Trump, and
Majority responsibility
and
would fall
partial
on their shoulders.
responsibility on Trump as well for doing these things. Like
would
if
be-
I hold like a golden nugget over your head and told you that I'd give you the golden nugget if you killed your family, are we both going to be responsible in that circumstance?
Coop, I appreciate the 9-month subscription. Thank you so much.
Yes, to an extent, but at the end
Okay,
of the
so
day,
if
you're
Trump
gonna
holds
get
like
the one
an
who holds
endorsement
gun
for the
is gonna get the
primaries
higher
over these
sentence.
people's heads and says, I will endorse you and support you if you kill this bill, who's responsible?
No, because it's not.
Okay, you're just
No,
acting
'cause
so
I didn't like
irrational.
it. I didn't like
Yeah.
it.
You're just
don't-
acting
you-
irrational. You're just acting irrational. Like this is an irrational individual.
Okay.
Appreciate the confetti.
So let me ask you my question then. What is your biggest issue in 2024, and why are you voting for Kamala Harris?
Yeah, because Donald Trump has been held civilly liable for sexually abusing
No,
a
no,
woman.
no, no.
She's
Why
influenced to
Kamala
get past
Harris?
she's influenced to get past the Inflation Reduction Act, the $35 cap on insulin, and the largest investment in renewable energy.
The insulin was a Trump thing for sure.
No,
Yes,
because it was
yes,
that was an executive order, which it was not enforceable. It was enforceable through Congress specifically due to a tie-breaking vote because of Kamala Harris.
Okay.
Kamala Harris was the tie-breaking vote. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever. She was the most influential vice president.
So what about her track record that really screams out to you, says I want her to lead the nation?
I just told you, Inflation Reduction Act, $35 cap on insulin for
Okay.
seniors. I also can mention the bipartisan infrastructure bill that brought us
Hasn't she
high-speed
done it in the
broadband
last-
specifically to rural communities, which is what she put in the bill specifically. The Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act. Right? I can mention plenty of things that she was involved in terms of engaging with Congress to be able to pass legislation.
But she's been in office for 4 years. Why hasn't she done anything about inflation then? You just told me she had the most.
So again,
she's the
inflation
most
is dealt with.
inflation.
Inflation is dealt with specifically by the Federal Reserve. It's not dealt with by the President of the United States.
Well,
but policy she advocated for and actually was the tie-breaking vote in determining was the Inflation Reduction Act, which was deficit reducing.
And I'm pretty sure she sent billions of dollars to Ukraine, and you can't just artificially create billions of dollars without
Actually,
having.
it was reallocated from the DoD fund. It wasn't "quote unquote" created.
But it's still, you're still sending money out of the.
Yeah, because of the
American-
Budapest Memorandum.
Either way,
We were contractually obligated to do so. Another really good reason to vote for Harris is because of her economic policy. It is literally so much better than Trump's. It's insane. Like, can we talk about that real quick, Sparky?
Go ahead.
Go
I
ahead.
thought you were referencing me for some reason.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, you could hop in here too. I feel like
No,
I'm
I
taking
thought
my
you were
brother
saying
too much.
Parky for some
Oh.
reason.
Oh, that's why I guess I should ask for your consent as well to kind of change the topic here. But
No, you're
anyways,
fine. I don't mind.
Cool, Mr. Sparky. A great reason to vote for Kamala Harris is because of her economic policy. She wants to cut taxes for 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class. It's going to cost $2.4 trillion over the next 10 years, and she knows exactly how she's going to pay for it. $1.7 trillion coming from an increase in the corporate tax cut, and then the other, like, let's see here, $700 billion coming from granting Medicare a greater negotiating ability with private
Jay,
like
thank you for the
pharmaceutical
dollar. Thank
companies.
you so much.
Then
Oh yeah,
in-
also the expansion of the ACA. You can mention that.
Yeah, and then an increase in like the an increase in the realized capital gains tax and an introduction of an unrealized capital gains tax for centimillionaires. So not only is our economic policy good for the low and middle class, good for the average American, but it is self-sustainable over the course of the next 10 years and will not increase the deficit a dime. But let's talk about Trump's economic policy so far. He wants to reinstitute the TCGA that disproportionately benefited the top 1%, the ultra wealthy, the corporations, and it's going to cost $3.5 trillion. And how in the hell is he going to pay for it?
How's it going to cost $3.5 trillion?
Through
Sharp,
deficit.
thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's debt-related
Sharp,
spending
thank you.
extrapolated through decrease in government revenue with
Thank
current
you.
spending trends.
Okay. See,
W sharp.
So Trump he brought jobs back to the United States. He really revived the Rust Belt and brought a lot of those people back through
Give me
those
any source?
tariffs. I can't name one off the top of my head. I'm not a political influencer. I'm not going to pretend like I am one.
I could give you a source that indicate there's actually more seas abroad that American citizens were working in comparison to under Biden and Harris's administration, right? But if your argument here is that he's going to pay for the $3.9 trillion by just influencing more jobs here at home in America to like increase consumer spending, to increase our GDP, well, we know that that argument is false because his macroeconomic, the macroeconomic tax effects of his tax plan from 2017 until now have been about a 0.04% increase in our GDP every year, which would equal about $10 billion per year. If we were to expand that over the course of 10 years, that's about $100 billion, right? You factor in, right, the fact that like government revenue would only be proportionate to that, let's just say 50%. It will only like generate $50 billion. So you can't say that $50 billion will pay for a $3.9 trillion tax plan. Is that MAGA math?
You've lost this.
Yo,
You've
Natalia,
spitballing
thank you so
at
much
me.
for the
I
$10. Thank you
didn't
so much
catch
for
any
your
of
such
that.
a
I'm gonna
cute
be
barky.
honest with
Thank you. Go ahead.
You guys, I'm glad you are exercising your ability to vote in this country. I hope this country becomes more unified. And I hope that you guys at least don't deal with the MAGA and treat them
Sin, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Okay, are you bowing out, man?
less human. But you guys have a good rest of your day. I wish you guys the best. I'm not voting for Kamala Harris, so thank you very much.
Okay. Let's go into the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
I'm going to go back to being a viewer. I need to go eat some food. Thanks for letting me out, man.
All right, for sure. Yo, JG, are you voting for Trump?
See ya, Chad.
Why so?
All right, sorry. What'd you say?
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Previous policies I think were good, and economic reasons and future policies were pretty good too.
So, like, what policies?
Previous or future?
Either or.
I mean, NDAA was pretty good. It funded, federal workers 12 weeks paid leave, paid maternal leave.
So, would you like to extend that for the rest of the country?
I mean, for everybody, yeah, but I think it was a good policy and which was passed to make sure federal workers were guaranteed that.
Okay,
12 weeks.
so you want to make sure that people have paid maternity leave, paternity leave. Countries around the world that have that are more social democratic countries than we have here in the United States, which means that they're more liberal, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm correct. We're.
Are you about to drive?
No, I'm not about to drive at all.
I can hear your car.
I'm sitting in the car right now, I'm not driving.
Okay.
I just stepped away from my son.
All right.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, our country right now, we're a capitalist country with a lot of socialism in it.
Okay, so what do you mean by socialism?
We have socialist things that we have as far as like the VA and things like that, and I don't think that it benefits anybody.
So Trump supporting the VA means he supports socialism?
No, I'm saying we have programs in the United States that have socialistic aspects to them.
So Trump supports socialistic policies?
That's not what I'm saying at all. I said our country has. We're mainly capitalist.
Also, I can literally hear you driving, you fucking liar. Why do people do that? Like, I can't hear you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, it's a pal to you? Are you voting for Trump? Why so? Jesus Christ. Oh, by the way, they can't hear you. Can you mute and unmute real quick? People can't hear you. And then plus, you said he cares about the military. How do you feel about him? By the way, did you mute? Mute and unmute real quick. No one can hear you. Okay. All right, unmute.
All right, can you hear me?
All right, can y'all hear him now, everyone? And then also, so you said he cares more about the military. How do you feel about Trump saying that veterans are suckers and losers? Not only saying veterans are suckers and losers, but saying John McCain isn't a war hero because he was captured, even though he was a POW for this country for 5 years and was tortured for this country.
No, he never said that. John McCain was a war hero.
He did say that. I can play the video right now.
The more
He
thing I'm
like
talking
people
about
that are captured.
No, the more thing I'm talking about is that Democrats have been in charge of this country 12 years out of the 16 years.
Do you want to respond to what I just said? I don't want to hear the NPC response. I want to hear a response to what I just said.
Okay, well, I can tell you that you can play that all you want. That's all hearsay. That's all people just making. You can change audio with their technology now, and it's just
really?
insane. Yes. With how things are, being in the military like I was under a lot of Democrats.
I never liked him as much after that because I don't like losers. Frank, let me get to it. He hit me. He's not a war hero. He's a war hero. 5.5 years. He's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured. Okay, I hate to tell you. Do you agree with that? He's a war hero.
He's still a war hero. It doesn't matter. He can sit there and say
he was not saying he's a war hero.
It doesn't matter. You can sit there and say how you want. John McCain was a war hero. Okay, Tim Walz is not a war hero because he never deployed overseas.
Whoa. What's up with your mic? What the fuck? Hello? Oh wait, yo, there's someone added right now. Can you leave the live? Oh, what is that? Do you hear that, Punisher?
Yes.
Okay. Someone just left. Okay, we're good. All right.
All right. Now, I respect Tim Walz for serving our country, yes. But he never served live in country in Afghanistan or anything. For him to sit there and say that he served over there, fought in this war, was a very disrespect to
No, he didn't say that. He said he accidentally said carried a weapon, right? And he didn't mean that.
And he also said he did serve in Afghanistan. It was proven that he did say that.
Okay, so I'd like to hear this, but like he did go to like areas, right? And he didn't like fight in them, but he did go to them.
He did not go to Afghanistan.
I never said he went to Afghanistan. I said he went to areas.
He went to areas. The only place he went to was Italy.
Well, so, and I think that he's gone to other places, but
I've been to Afghanistan 3 times. I know what it's like over there.
Yeah, you can say what you want. Has Vance been in combat? Did Trump dodge the draft multiple times? These are all
Vance
pivots.
has been in combat. Vance
has not been in combat.
He's been to Iraq. Yes, he has.
He was literally a reporter.
I've been.
Don't tell me he was he was fighting in conflict. That is ridiculous.
Hey, I'll be quick and then I'll leave. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt or anything, but Punisher is referring to a tweet that was done by Dinesh D'Souza about a clip that showed Tim Walz saying, "When I was in Afghanistan," and then it goes on to. But the problem is that D'Souza leaves out the entire previous section when Walz is talking about as a congressperson going to Afghanistan to inspect the troops and to meet them. That's what he was talking about. Walz never said that he served in Afghanistan. So See, that's the problem here. Is that you guys take these clips and you don't even look at the overall context because these right-wing provocateurs are feeding you misinformation.
No, he also said that he carried a weapon in war.
Hold on, that's a separate issue. That's a separate issue. You came on here. Hold on. You came on here and you said that Wallace lied because he never served in Afghanistan. And I said I know exactly where you got that from because I saw it all over X, and it came from somebody who left out the entire first half of the speech when Wallace is talking about going to Afghanistan to meet the troops when he was a member of Congress.
No, I never even heard him say that, period. Any of his speeches, he's never said that. If he would step up and say, hey, I was in Congress and went over there, but he actually said that he...
That's what they said in what you're referencing. David Littlecrown, thank you. That's what he was saying. You just didn't listen to it.
Yeah, are you not listening to me? I know the video that you are talking about. It was put out by a right-wing provocateur, and it was misinformation because he leaves out the entire first half of the speech where Walz is talking about going to Afghanistan as a member of Congress in 2006 to meet the troops. That's what leads him to say, when I was in Afghanistan.
Okay, I understand that part, yes, but you also hear a lot of speeches of Trump's the same way, that they leave out a lot of things that he says.
Well, this is not like a he said, or not a me, but not them. I mean, this is context. You came on and you directly quoted misinformation. That's the problem, is that you didn't even look into the fact that people were looking into this and found that it was total misinformation.
So how are you going to tell me you're going to vote for Tim Walz when you've seen an actual video of him? Someone asked him, hey, about the 13 members of Afghanistan that were murdered at the time when we were pulling out. And he just sits there and says, have a good day, bye. How is that?
I know that one too. I have the answer to that. It's because he was at the a Minnesota State Fair. He was brought up to, and he was already busy. Someone brought it up, and he was already busy. Now, should he have said something more? Yes, he should have. Okay, I fully agree with you, right? But that was in no way him disrespecting those 13 war heroes, because I would argue that Donald Trump going to Arlington, Donald Trump making a political ad and a political video on the backs of those dead men and women, that is worse than what Tim Walz did. Because Donald Trump used
that's actually a respect.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You know what? No. Respect is going, but having no photos and no videos. You do not film the grief and the anguish of the families and make it a political ad that you then use to show that how Biden is weak and stuff. That is, and by the way, he broke the law, by the way, because you can't even film it within that area. So he broke the law. No one is talking about that. The fact that if Joe Biden had done the exact same thing that Donald Trump did, if Joe Biden or VP Harris had gone to Section 60 and made a video off of the grief of those parents, the right would be excoriating her. But yet, when Donald Trump does it, people are like, no, it's okay.
Yeah, this would be like the only thing y'all talk about.
Understand that. I can understand that. And I respect you for that part. But here's the thing. Why didn't Joe Biden or Harris or anybody acknowledge or say anything to be shown on news or anything? They didn't have to do a commercial or ad or anything. They could have been seen at Arlington on the news or anything, because it's always seen there. They could have went there and paid their respects for those individuals.
I have the answer to that too. I answer that too, because this is already the answer.
Last person in the room, while making those calls of pulling out in Afghanistan and leaving all those weapons, because that was a total disrespect to the veterans.
I have the answer for you, and the answer is one, Joe Biden was not invited to go to Arlington. The people who went to Arlington during that day are all supporters of Donald Trump, and that's fine. That's fine, right? I got no problem with these families supporting Donald Trump, but they did not invite Joe Biden. They did not invite VP Harris. Why? Because they blame them for the deaths. Why would you invite the person who you blame for the deaths? It makes no sense, right? They only invited Donald Trump. In fact, you can watch a direct interview with one of the family members on CNN on Saturday, and you'll see them directly say to them, we blame Joe Biden. Why the hell would we invite him to this overall event? Joe Biden showed respect because he did not want to intrude on them having their day of overall grief. And as I said, Donald Trump's the one who made the mistake by taking photos and videos from Section 60 and then putting it within an ad that is illegal and is totally tasteless.
Well, okay, you can sit there and say that part, but they never showed the respect for those individuals ever since they pulled out of Afghanistan. They have never contacted those family members to show respect for those individuals at all.
Joe Biden met those families when it happened. Joe Biden hugged those families. He called those families. Joe Biden was there for that. And yes, I think Joe Biden should probably have done more because there's some reporting that Joe Biden was a little callous at times. I think Joe Biden should probably have done more to help those families.
He should have done a lot more. He should have done a hell of a lot more because I can tell you.
Hold on. But that is no comparison. But that is no comparison to Donald Trump, a man who is exploiting the grief and the fears of these families for his own political gain. I will critique Joe Biden any day of the week on this, but you cannot say that what Joe Biden is doing is in any way comparable to what Donald Trump is doing, because Donald Trump is using the grief and the tragedy for his own political gain.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
He literally is. He literally, by definition, is.
So you're going to tell me, okay, yeah, I'm not really changing the subject off of the veterans and this and that, but you're going to tell me the whole administration letting all the immigrants in and everything that they do illegally in this country, and of all the Americans.
Wait, what policy did they influence to get passed that did
Riley,
that?
like Lincoln Riley, that was murdered by an illegal immigrant.
Wait. Do you think Molly Tibbetts? Wait, do you think Molly Tibbetts dying is because of Donald Trump? I mean, Joe Biden, because she got killed by an undocumented immigrant.
I'm blaming this on that whole administration, not just one person.
No. Answer the question. Does the death of Molly Tibbetts reflect on Joe Biden's administration?
Yes.
Okay, well, it actually happened under Trump's administration.
Yeah. That happened under Trump.
Illegal immigrations that's in
that happened under Trump. Did you hear me?
A lot of them are gang
Did you hear me, sir? That happened under Trump.
No, it did not.
Yes, it did. Molly Tibbetts died under Trump.
Yeah, Molly Tibbetts was killed by an illegal immigrant in 2018.
When multiple people have been killed, a lot more under this administration compared to Trump's.
That doesn't change the fact. Yeah, that doesn't change the fact.
You just said that Biden was responsible for it, but Trump isn't. Now that's such a fucking joke.
And by the way, that's a hell of a pivot from what happened at Abbey Gate to all of a sudden talk about immigrants. Because we were talking about Donald Trump using the tragedy of Abbey Gate and for his own political purposes, and now you're bringing it back to all these immigrants. How did you make that jump?
I'm being more of a question of being over there. I could tell that you have never served in this country in your life.
How can you tell?
Have you ever been in the military?
No. How can you tell? Answer the question. How can you tell?
Just by how you are so defensive of this and that. I have been in the military. I've seen how everything is.
Defensive? I'm not defensive. I'm answering your questions directly. I'm giving you responses. I'm not defensive at all.
If you're gonna be truthful, be truthful. Tell me. Have you served this country?
No, I have not.
Okay. You have not seen the thing. Yes, I did 23.
Thank you for the glasses.
I did 23 years in this military.
Okay, and you shouldn't dispute someone's service, right?
No. 3 years.
You shouldn't dispute someone's service, right?
I don't dispute anyone's service.
Okay, so like with walls, right? You shouldn't do that?
No, it's a person's choice. If they decide they want to go in, they can. If they don't have to.
Okay, so then what's your point here?
My point is this. Everybody has their own decisions of who they want to vote for. I'm voting for Trump. I'm going to vote for him because the way the economy is going now, this country is going to end up looking like Afghanistan and Iraq.
That's so untrue. That's so untrue.
What are you saying, bro? Like, this guy's just making shit up at this point, dude.
I'm not making anything up.
You are.
guys
Lovey, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. My dad's a Vietnam vet, and he's saying this guy's a load of BS. Don't listen to him.
Yeah, me being me not serving in the military does not mean I cannot have opinions on this. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about politics. I'm not talking about like whether or not we should, do this military strategy or something. I'm talking about politics, which I do have qualifications for.
Okay, you can. That's your opinion.
Well, no, it's not my opinion.
No, it's a fact.
I have actual like pieces of paper that cost me tens of thousands of dollars to make sure I know what I'm talking about.
Well,
I spent 15 years of my life in this.
If you spend your life in that, okay, I spent my life in the military.
Exactly, and I'm talking about politics because that's what I spent my life in.
I've seen how countries how they run under this type of communism.
Communism?
Oh my God.
Can you define communism for me, please?
How the government...
Hey, could you define communism for me, please?
Look at Russia.
No, just define communism. Russia's not currently communist.
Look at how the higher-ups take the money and make themselves more richer, okay? How are you going to sit there and tell me
that's not communism? In fact, that's like unfettered capitalism. Like, what the fuck?
That's what we're going to end up going to. We're going to end up losing money to where, yeah, you guys are making a lot of money, this and that, but the people that are barely making ends meet, can't pay rent, or losing their jobs.
Yeah, and we're advocating for those people. Donald Trump is advocating to shift the burden of taxes from rich people onto poor people by increasing tariffs and decreasing income tax for corporations and for businesses. And for
please
for
tell
large
me
businesses.
which party. Yeah, please tell me which party historically and now is actually advocating for poor people and those that actually need help. Please tell me which party is doing that, because it sure as hell is not the a right-wing party here in the United States.
Democrats are only doing it now because Trump is doing it.
But they've been doing it for like 100 years. What the fuck are you talking about? Some of the greatest progress that we have made in this country to get rid of poverty and homelessness and all these other issues came from Democrats, not from Republicans.
Explain California.
I don't know. Parker,
I live in California. What about California you want to talk about?
California has 180,000 people that are homeless. And that's a Democratic state.
Okay, so can you name me one good Republican? Can you name me one good Republican? Name me one good big Republican city in this country.
Orlando, Florida.
Orlando, Florida. Isn't Orlando blue?
Nope.
You want me to pull it up right now?
I'm pretty sure Orlando and Tampa and all that.
Who's the mayor? Who's the mayor?
Top of my head, I couldn't tell you offhand.
Probably a Democrat.
If you look at California,
Yeah, Orlando's blue.
yeah, I figured.
Dude.
California has 180,000 people.
Orlando's definitely blue, bro. What are you talking about?
Parker, look up the homeless rate in Texas. I wonder what that is.
Let's look this up. We'll look up homeless rate by state. Because we have to know based upon population. Right. Let me look at this statistic. Okay. Alright, let me look. So, even if we do look by rate, we do see higher rates of homelessness in California comparative to Texas. We still do see that. But the point I would make for this is that people go to places like California and these particular areas because they get more help in these areas. So why is it the case that Republicans specifically
so they get more help.
continually listen? Why is it the case that Republicans continuously, right, will get funding from these bigger places like New York and like California, right? And then at the same time, people will go to California because it's warmer and because they get more social amenities. Because they can't get these social amenities in the Republican areas. So if they could get it in the Republican areas, would they stay there? And then also,
homelessness will be correlated with population. So the more population you have, the more homelessness you have. And also, the states that have more population are overwhelmingly Democratic. So it's just by the nature of it that's going to happen.
Yes, you're right.
But
And also,
I agree with you, Punisher.
But if you look in California, when they raised the minimum wage, remember when they raised the minimum wage, they were all happy. Look at how many people lost their jobs because the companies could not handle to pay these people. Look at
I don't
how
know.
many.
I haven't heard of mass layoffs in the state of California. I haven't heard of like
a lot of it.
millions of people losing their jobs because of the minimum wage
When
increase.
they raised minimum wage, a lot of people lost their jobs because they didn't want to pay the delivery drivers anymore.
Thank you,
They didn't
Cameron.
want to pay certain people.
I'm gonna need a citation on that. Sorry, but like because I don't know where you're getting that from. I know that certain businesses did raise their prices. For example, In-N-Out did raise the price of their like hamburger and stuff. Like, but like, okay, fine, you're paying more for a hamburger. Like, I really
but
don't. I mean, that's not going to.
that's smaller in proportion to again.
Oh, I know.
What
And
someone is going to get from an increase in their quality
Yeah,
of
exactly.
life due to this.
And people aren't going to be like, oh no, In-N-Out went up by 50 cents. I guess I'm not going to have that hamburger now. Like, that's not how it works.
But eventually, it will cause a huge financial burden.
Not necessarily. I don't know. You say eventually, but that could be what, 10 years, 20 years, 30, 50, 60, what? I mean, I need like evidence for that. Like I need give me a data projection. Like, I don't know if that's true or not. But by the way, I would say though.
Numbers guy? You're a
Sure.
numbers guy. I understand. I respect you on that. You're very good at your numbers and all that stuff like that. I'm just.
Well, Punisher, I will meet you in the middle on this, though. I agree that homelessness is a problem and that both parties should be doing more to do it. I would only push back.
Wait,
on
actually,
you.
let's take a look at like the level of homeless people in the country. So it went from like the high, like during the beginning of Obama's administration, it was up here. It decreased. Trump got in office, and it started increasing until COVID.
Well, we couldn't help COVID.
Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. So then why don't you specifically look at the fact that, again, there was a decreasing share of people who were homeless under the Obama administration?
That could be just stuff. You don't know what happened during time. I've seen a lot of more homeless people throughout the years than anything. People could just make up numbers and say, hey, yeah, we did this, we did that. You don't know.
Okay, so we're just making up numbers now. Okay.
And by the way, I'm so sorry. I've been getting Venmos and I have my phone on silent, so I'm so sorry. I just got to thank people. Danielle, thank you for the $5. Oh, he left. Danielle, thank you for the $5. Who else? Elizabeth, thank you for the 25. Barbara, thank you for the $2. Thank you, everybody. I'm sorry that I didn't see those. I apologize. And Parker, I will now leave because I've said my piece. So thank you for having me up. I appreciate you. Yeah, thank you.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
They're probably driving. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here real quick. All right. Okay, didn't accept this person. Let me try the next. If you want to support me, it's always Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. That's the best place to support me, y'all. That's not really Parker, it's AI. Yeah, totally. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yes, I'm 40.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Just because of the representation that he went when he went to talk to NATO about countries having a delinquent owed to the taxpayers, because the taxpayers is paying for Germany's security, but they're actually making deals with Russia, selling oil to Russia or buying oil from Russia. So
we're actually not getting any oil from Russia right now.
I did not say that. I said that Germany was actually doing business with Russia with the Nord Stream pipeline. Am I correct?
Sure. I'm asking you why you're voting for Trump.
Well, the reason I'm voting for Trump because the representation that he's given us in the interest of the taxpayers' money being spent the correct way.
Like how so?
Excuse me?
Like how so?
Well, a lot of NATO countries are doing business with Russia, but we have NATO for Russia. So it doesn't. It has a conflict of interest. I mean, I'm giving you money to protect yourself from Russia, right? But you're doing businesses with Russia.
Ukraine is not in NATO.
I didn't say Ukraine. I said Germany, sir. I said Germany.
I understand, but like, okay, so you say that we shouldn't engage with Germany because Germany has some engagement with
I'm
Russia?
I'm saying is, if you're doing business with Russia, then you don't have a relationship with Russia with that's your enemy. You don't do business with your enemy, right? So if Germany is a part of NATO, Germany is a part of NATO. Why is the taxpayers paying for Germany's security in NATO? Why is it on the taxpayers' dime? And that's what Donald Trump told them. There's a lot of countries that have
Donald
delinquent.
Trump, you're saying that Donald Trump doesn't want to fund NATO at all. So Donald Trump also said
What
that
I'm
he
saying
would.
is, what I'm saying is, sir,
Christ,
I'm not
dude.
saying it. I'm not saying that. You putting words in my mouth. I'm saying that Trump is telling Germany, if you're gonna do business with Russia, then stop asking the taxpayers for money. That's all I'm saying.
I'm sorry, but like he did not say this. Can you give me a quote?
He did say it.
When did you say this to Germany? Because when did you say this to Germany?
When he met with the NATO alliances.
That was not since Russia invaded.
No, I'm not, that was before Russia invaded. That was before. He said, look, Germany is doing business with Russia, buying oil, crude oil from Russia.
So they shouldn't have been buying oil from Russia, even though we were.
Huh? We were selling,
at that time. I have a question. So why were we buying oil under Trump's administration from Russia, even though we had a proxy war against Russia in Syria?
Parker, I'm asking you a question, right?
If you don't answer my question, I'll just go to the next person. I'm not going to deal this game where you don't answer any of my questions, and I have to just keep restating them. I can't hear you currently because you just paused. Okay, so under Trump's administration, they were buying oil from Russia, and we had a proxy war against them in Syria. Okay? John, I can't hear you right now. Can you unpause? Come back into the app. You have to see me in order for me to be able to hear you. Night Ketrick, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that on Cash App. Thank you so much. All right, I'm about to kick this person because they're not here. They left themselves. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Ooh.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Are you voting Trump?
Of course.
Why so?
Because I'm eating a pork tenderloin.
Okay, why are you voting for Trump?
Because I'm eating a pork tenderloin.
Okay, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. Share the live as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Dude, TikTok needs to fix their fucking guest system. This is so frustrating. Having to add up 1 million people just to talk to someone. Okay, didn't add this person either. Let me try the next. I'm trying everyone. Do give it a second for people to join up. Yo, Kimberly, thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much, Kimberly. Okay, it's not accepting this person either. Give it a second, everyone. They need to fix it so that you need to click a button to stay in the guest box or something. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Jesus Christ, it's every person, bro. It's every person I try to add up to my live. It's actually getting annoying that every time it takes so long. Please. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Are you fucking trolling, dude? Are you actually trolling? It's every person. Oh my gosh, chat. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. It's literally not working right now. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna go insane. Give it a second, everyone. Okay, this isn't working either. Thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you so much. Do give it 1 second, everyone. Do give it a minute. I'm trying to get someone up here. I do apologize. It takes a second sometimes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Are you voting Trump?
I'm eating a pork tenderloin.
Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? TikTok, please fix your app. It's like so dog shit sometimes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Are you voting Trump?
Trump, 2024 all the way.
Is there a way you can mute the sound in the background?
Yes, hold on 1 second.
For sure. And then why are you voting Trump? He left. I'm gonna cry, dude. Oh my. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm still eating a pork tenderloin.
Holy fuck, dude. You're on like 3 separate fucking accounts, dude. Leave me alone, dude. Get the fuck out of my live. I'm serious. I just want to talk to people. You're just annoying. Like, literally, like you're just a child. Okay. I literally just want to talk to someone. Like, stop annoying me, please. Jesus Christ, I can't add a single person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm eating pork tenderloin.
Okay, cool, dude. It's like actually taking me like 5 minutes to get someone up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Are you voting Trump?
I'm eating a pork tenderloin.
Thank you for the Lucy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alright, I'm gonna go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
52.
Are you voting Trump?
I know you want opposition, but I'm a Republican.
Thank you.
I'm a Republican that's voting for Harris just because he's.
I really do appreciate you a lot. I really do appreciate you. I'm sorry, but I've really been looking for like the past few minutes, and I literally can't add someone up, so. Alright, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. I can't reset the box. It's not possible. They don't allow for you to do that anymore. Alright, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Well, I'll tell you right after I finish my pork tenderloin. Give me a minute.
Yo, Madison, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Madison in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Madison. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Are you voting for Trump?
Mm-hmm.
Why so?
Because
Why so?
I want to.
And what reason?
Because I feel like it.
Push the corgi. Okay. Alright, chat, I don't know what to do at this point. This is getting really annoying. They're only saying that because I got annoyed. That's literally the only reason. It's like, I'm just like stop annoying me. Just like, let me just talk to someone, please. Like, I'm actually trying to do something here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 27.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
Economic policy.
What economic policy?
Just inflation and also, no wars during his presidency.
Okay. So there were wars under his administration. There was a 432% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East. There was an assassination of a top military general in Iran, specifically from Trump's commands. There was a block of there was an attempted block of arms going to Saudi Arabia, which was committing a genocide in Yemen, which Trump vetoed. There was the Turkish-Kurdish war from us pulling out of Kurdistan. There was plenty of things. So a proxy war between the United States and Russia and Syria. Bridget, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about, the World War threat, where we didn't have that in that period.
Are you driving?
I am driving.
You got to come up when you're not driving, yo. No driving on the live allowed. Carrie, thank you so much for the $1.25. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Can we get some W's for Elizabeth in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
He loves to eat pork tenderloins.
Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Push the money gun. Thank you so much. Why so?
Economic policy.
What economic policy?
The pork tenderloin policy.
Gerard, thank you so much for the $12. I'm donating 2 times every time they talk about pork tenderloins. Yep, please. This is getting ridiculous, dude. They're like literally such children. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Oh, why so?
Pork tenderloin.
Do y'all just like not want to debate? Like you don't want to like debate while you're voting Trump, so you're just like you're gonna do childish shit. Okay. All right. You guys are literally, honestly, too scared to have a conversation with me that you guys are doing this at this point. It's getting really sad. Gerard, thank you for the $6. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Gerard. That's 3 more. I know, right? Yo, what's up? How old are you? No, chat. It's not an inside joke. They just keep doing it. Like, I'm not joking. They just keep doing it. There's no inside joke. Nothing. They just literally keep doing it. I literally see someone in the guest box named Pork Tenderloin. Jesus Christ. You guys are fucking crazy. Yeah, mods, if you see another one, please start blocking them. Like, I'm done with it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. They're like literally either not here or like I seriously have not got a debate. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. I have not got a debate in like fucking 15 minutes. Cause like either the people's fucking MAGA mobile, they like don't connect in, they're not there, or they're like fucking trolling. Yo, it's a Palladium?
47.
Are you voting for Trump?
I will be, yes.
Josephine, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Why so?
No, for me, it's more or less the social issues, and I find myself more along Republican line on social issues than I do Democratic social issues.
Yeah. Oh, what particular social issues?
Well, for me, I believe that transgenderism is more of a belief system than a gender, than something that's scientific. I believe that's more of your opinion than science based. I believe that you have the choice to choose to do that way, not to force that. I believe in Title IX, where for women who. Go ahead.
So you said being trans is an ideology. What reason do you have to believe that?
It's a belief system. You could choose to be that way.
So, again, as it relates to this, Desta, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. Are you Christian?
Yep.
So why do you accept the identity of your God, right? But you don't accept the identity of trans people?
The identity of God is a belief system. It's not just a
no, but like you just said it was wrong because it was a belief system. Claire, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. And Malia, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on Cash App. Thank you so much, Malia. And Eric, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Angie, thank you for the $2.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, it's kind of hard to not believe that there is a God in this world just for the fact of something, everything that happens in nature and things that you can't see but still happens. To believe that it's just a genetic thing, that it's just a random, that with the world today's world.
No. I'm not saying that gender is biological. What I'm saying is it's sociological, and I think that you think that as well because your God, the Father, right, has no biology, right, is immaterial, and still is a man under your view. They're a father, they're a man, he, him pronouns. So you accept the pronouns, preferred pronouns, and preferred identity of your God that has no biology, but for some reason you reject it with trans people, and I'm going to ask you why.
Because I believe when God has always been determined to be a male thing. Now, whether that entity
Wait, why? Because there's no biology. He doesn't have a penis. He doesn't have XY chromosomes. He doesn't have small gametes.
Just again, it's a belief system. When it comes to the Bible, it's always believed that God is a male. But to me, honestly, he's more of an entity. I'm not saying he's male or female.
So he's not man. So it's not a. He isn't a father.
Because I'm not saying, because I don't know.
I'm trying to think of the $5. So why'd you refer to him as a he?
Yeah, God. He said it's always a genetic thing when it comes to that. But again, you're trying to change your gender of how you.
Didn't Jesus say his father?
Yeah, and again,
his father in heaven. So how is his heavenly father did not have any biology?
It does. It's that you play that game with when it comes to religion because you've never met God. You can't say that, but you've met a transgender person and you know who they are. So
trans people's identities are more valid than a God that we don't even know exists. Okay, good. Now, can you give me a reason why you dispute trans people's identities, but you don't dispute God's?
Because I look at who you are as a person, and again, you're trying to impose a sociologic status.
No, you already believe that, right? God the Father, does he have any biology?
God the Father, sure. I mean, if you want to take it that way, I mean,
what is his biology? How big is his dick?
Oh, I have not seen it, so I cannot tell you.
Amy, I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Well, there's nothing listed in the Bible that indicates that. Adriana, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
But it also says, I mean, if you want to go by biblical standards, it also says a man should not lay with a man, a woman should not lay with a woman. And I'm not even making those arguments yet. I haven't even made those arguments.
So, no, again, my point is that the gender of your God is sociologically determined. It's not biologically determined.
But
your God is immaterial.
But you are
God is not bound by the material world, right?
But God also has never been born either.
So, you actually, if you believe Jesus, do you believe Jesus is God?
Jesus is the Son of God, not God himself, no.
Not God himself?
No. He's always said this.
So you don't believe in the Trinity?
Yes, I do. The Father, the
Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit are all God, right?
No, they are the Trinity. They are three separate beings.
But they're parts of God.
They're God the Father, then God the Son, Jesus the Son.
So one God, right?
Period. One God.
So are they all the same God?
No.
So they're not God.
Jesus has never been a God. He's never claimed to be a God.
Yes, he did under your own scriptures.
No, he said he's the Son of God. There's a big difference.
Didn't you say the Father and I are one?
As in the fact that they are.
Why do I have to tell you this as a non-Christian?
Look, you want to make that, it's fine. You want to go biblical, that the spiritual to God that I've never met, but I believe in, yes.
Bro, you have an atheist schooling you on the Bible, bro.
But the fact of the matter,
Adam, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Well, that's just it. That's how I was raised, so that's how I would have believed. So that's why my morals were along the lines of Republican than they do Democratic. But my whole thing is this: you realize even if Kamala does win, she's gonna be a lame duck president because you guys are losing the House and the Senate. I mean, you already lost the House. You're not going to gain the House. And the Senate, you guys are to play the defensive role as the general, and you've already lost Manchin. You're not going to keep the Democrat in West Virginia. Testerman is losing his by 10 points where he is. I truly believe, even if Kamala does win, by some chance Kamala wins, you guys are going to lose the House and the Senate. So there's going to be a lame duck president. Now, I'm not saying that you guys We're not going to
So again, you don't have for sure evidence of that, one thing. Two, as it relates to that, even if I were to assume that, I would prefer that over Donald Trump having the power in that scenario and being able to sign in whatever legislation he wants.
Well, like I said, I mean, it's going to be. I think that Trump is going to win. I think that there are states that are in play that you guys that you guys have to put a lot of money, that Democrats are going to have to put a lot of money into, like Virginia, for example. Virginia is
no, it's mostly Pennsylvania.
Well, no, I'm saying, but you have to put money into Virginia because Virginia is within 3 points now, from what I've been reading.
Obviously, but most of the money's not going to go there. Most of the money would go to.
No, I know that, but I'm saying if you lose Virginia, and Virginia's an early state, if you lose Virginia, it's over.
No, it's if we lose Pennsylvania.
Well, no, but if Virginia is a big hit if you guys lose Virginia.
Obviously, but I don't think that's going to happen.
But again, I think it's going to be determined early. The funny thing is that, great, I live in Maryland. Blue is one of the bluest of the blue states. Harris is going to win by 20 points, or easily 15 to 20 points. That's
Based.
So
can we get some W's for Maryland in the chat, everyone?
But the fact that the Senate seat.
Chat, what am I eating? I'm eating a pork tenderloin, chap.
But the fact that you have Hogan, who's a Republican, who won both of his terms and had a 70% approval rating, who was anti-Trump before anti-Trump was cool, is tied with also Brooks. In a blue states, he's statistically tied. That's scary.
I'm just kidding, everyone. I'm eating mozzarella and prosciutto.
I'm not voting for. I'm not MAGA. For the fact I don't worship Trump or anything else like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
No, but question that because I don't know. Trump's first lawyer were an idiot. The new lawyers he has come out and says we're willing to give our DNA, and now the judge is saying that they're not going to accept it. I find that a little strange, in all honesty, and weird.
Can you read this for me, please?
Cannot. Yes, that was the original thing. Correct.
Just read it for me, please.
Jury finds Trump liable for sexual assault. But again,
okay. So you're not going to vote for him, right?
I will vote for him if that lesser of the two evils, in my opinion.
Wait, so you would vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I will hold my nose and vote for Trump. Yes.
So would you vote for Trump if you were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child with Jeffrey Epstein?
That I don't. That has not been proven, so I'm not going to say it has.
I'm saying, would you?
No, but again, it hasn't been proven.
Okay, so if you wouldn't vote for him if you were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child, why would you vote for him if you were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Because he's trying to defray. Well, the fact is that first off, New York changed their laws just to incriminate him. He's not federally charged.
Nope, wrong.
No, correct. The statute of limitation in New York is 1 year for federal charges. They had to physically
listen. So as it relates to the essay case, that was not related to Trump. She was able to try it in the same way. Over 2,500 other victims were able to try it in New York due to the change in statute of limitations for civil courts.
Exactly. So they changed the law.
They did not change it for her. They changed it, which allowed for her to hold him accountable.
Exactly. You just said it right there. They changed it to allow her to apply. Exactly.
No, James.
You just said it.
Listen to what came out of my mouth. Jesus Christ, you are being disingenuous on purpose. I said it was not changed for her. It was changed, which allowed for her to do this. It did not change for her. There were over 2,500 people other than her that were able to hold their abusers accountable. There's the Me Too movement. There were victims of the Catholic Church that were able to hold their abusers accountable because of this.
And Trump has the right to appeal, right?
Yeah, that's not going to go through. The appeal does not dispute the jury determination.
Well, the appeal does actually.
No, it doesn't. That's a lie.
So if he appeals and wins and found innocent of this,
that does not dispute the jury determination. Only some type of court proceeding or a judge determination or something like that. That's the only thing. The only official acts they could dispute. They can't dispute the jury determination.
But they can dispute the evidence involved in this, right?
No.
Well, they can't. So
that would be the jury determination.
I think I see. For me, I think that judge withholding, not allowing evidence to be resubmitted is
What did you not? The DNA?
Yep.
Jed, thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much. So he could have given up his DNA within the 2-year time slot he had. He didn't do it. He waited until after. The judge said that it was incredibly disingenuous for him to wait till after a time where he knew it wouldn't be accepted. So Trump was doing that purposefully.
Well,
so why did he give up his DNA within the time slot?
Different. Apparently, according to that, was a different attorney. First attorney didn't want him to do it. Now, first, second new attorney apparently does.
Money could buy such great attorneys, but couldn't buy the good enough determination there.
I guess not. So, but as I said, my whole main thing coming up here is mainly
also who was the lawyer before and who's the lawyer after.
I'm not sure of names. I just know I was just reading reports saying that.
Just making it up, yeah.
Huh?
Nothing. You were just making it up.
No, I'm not making anything up, but that's okay. I mean, you can go back, you can look and see that judge changed his lawyers for the appeals cases. So, but my thing is, the whole thing is coming was the fact of the Senate and the House and the Senate changing hands come election time, and how that in that case is going to be basically just a lame duck.
Okay,
president.
so no, you would vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but you wouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child. Why is there a difference?
Because again, to me personally, again, is I question the evidence that was provided in that case. I'm not saying
what evidence submitted. Do you question?
Well, apparently there was more than just one DNA on the dress.
No, there wasn't. That's a lie.
Well, this is what the reports I was seeing.
Nope, never saw that. I looked at the court documents. Nothing indicated that.
All right. Well, I'm going to have to go back, and if I can prove that to you, I'll send it to you.
Love to see.
And according to what also people were saying, that the dress wasn't even valid until 5 years after.
Nope. You literally have no clue what you're talking about. So what you're referencing is totally not true. It is not the case that the dress was made after this event happened. Thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much, Sandy. I appreciate it.
Well, like I said, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna bring back and make sure I can find some evidence, and I'll email you what I can find.
Sure.
All right.
All right. Let's go to the next person. Everyone, at least send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Thank you for the rock star. I appreciate it, Christy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Christy. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Everyone, thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. Thank you for the DJ glasses. Thank you so much, Ruby. All right, let's get this next person up here real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
63.
Are you voting for Trump? Thank you for the elephant. Thank you so much. Why so?
Because it's a joke voting for Harris.
Why is it a joke?
Because she's a piece of shit just like you are.
How so? Okay, what the hell? That was weird. They just left. Okay. Wow, dude, you really got me there. Wow, dude, you really got me there. You waited that long. All right, let's go to the. Thank you for the naughty chicken. Thank you so much, Bert. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Why so?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Why so? And are you driving?
Well, there's quite a few reasons, and I like his.
Are you driving, Jeff?
His tax plan. No, I'm trying to get my dog out of my way. Sorry about that.
Push the gem gun. Thank you. Okay.
So yeah, I'm voting for Trump. I like his tax cuts that he did last time around. I make a good amount of money, so I'm looking forward to his tax cuts even more.
How are you going to pay for that?
How what?
Yeah, it's going to cost $3.9 trillion over 10 years. How are you going to pay for that?
How am I going to pay for the tax cut?
Yeah.
I'm not going to pay for the tax cut.
So you're just going to debt spend?
No. Well, his tax cuts will eventually pay for themselves.
Not true at all.
Yeah, that is true at all.
Totally false.
Kamala's plan, on the other hand, is going to raise it, I think they said, up to about $14 trillion. That Kamala's plan will. I've been watching it for
Jeff,
a few weeks. I know you're going to say, look.
Jeff, listen.
Go ahead. Go.
So no, that's not 14 trillion. There's no evidence indicating that. I'd like to see
Yes,
what
it
policies
is.
add up. I'd like to see what policies add up to 14 trillion. But as it relates to Donald Trump, the 3.9 trillion over 10 years, you said it pays for itself. Actually, totally false, right? I actually can show you, right, an article from a not just an article, a paper.
And I can show you an article that says the different. That is
Shut
completely-
up. Listen. Jesus Christ, Jeff. Listen. Right? I can show you a paper. I misspoke. I can show you a paper from a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard that indicates there's 0.04% annual GDP growth, which amounts to about $20 billion, right? In terms of the amount that we would see an increase in federal revenue. So per year, that's it. That's not even anywhere near close enough to paying for itself. Right? So you would have to have... Thank you.
You know, you talk a lot about what your little papers that are given to you say, which are all one-sided think tanks. So, you know, you can think what you want on your side. I'll think what I want on my side. Regardless, I'm voting for Trump. He's not full of shit like you are.
Hey, Jeff, I'm not full of shit. I just told you a liberal and...
You can tell me all you want. I'm not going to believe a word you say.
Jeff,
I fact-checked you over and over and over, and you were wrong multiple times.
Where was I wrong?
Man, every time you open your mouth.
He hasn't fact-checked me, and he doesn't know where I'm wrong. But listen, so the liberal...
Why is it your facts are always
Jeff,
important,
please
but nobody else are?
Listen, Jeff. Do I need to mute you? Because you don't listen, okay? Listen. Jesus Christ, dude. It is the case that that I sent you a paper from a liberal and conservative economist. It's not just one side. I gave you both sides. I explicitly gave you a paper that included both sides.
Look at the author.
I
That'll
did.
tell you all
the
you need
two
to know.
authors are liberal and conservative. They're both they're from both sides. It's bipartisan. Jesus Christ,
Just because they're liberal conservative doesn't mean it is both sides. Just because one person agrees doesn't mean it is.
If it's both sides, what are you talking about?
Look up those authors and look at their past. Look at everything they wrote. Look where all their money comes from.
They're liberal and conservative. You literally are just disputing conservative economists.
No matter what you do, what you say, you're not going to convince me to vote for Kamala. She's a disaster.
How is she a disaster?
Well, her plan is going to lead to hyperinflation to begin with. When she starts offering all this free money, it's got to be paid for.
Hyperinflation? Oh, it's got to be paid. It's got to be paid for.
Yeah, when she starts charging these corporations more, that'll lead to...
So actually, the corporations tax, the corporate tax, is lower under 28% under hers than any other Democratic candidate throughout the past 50 years.
Can I finish my point without you cutting me off?
No, because you cut me off every single time I speak, Jeff.
I let you say what you want.
No, you didn't. I had to literally tell you like a million times for you to be quiet.
What are you going to do when election season's over? You're going to find a job in radio, that's for sure.
Jeff, I had a platform before election season. I talk about social advocacy. I do religion. I have other topics that I do, and I've had a platform for years now. Christine, thank you for the $5, and Susan, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I'm talking to you right now because this is such a threat to our country that I want to address this every single day I possibly can until the election happens.
So you think that Kamala's plan is going to pay for itself or whatever? You're
no. I'll tell you how she's going to pay for it.
Just let me finish.
Wait, no, I'll tell you how she's going to pay for it.
I let you finish. Will you let me finish without interrupting me?
You never let anyone finish.
Parker, how could you say something like that? You're the king of
Jeff,
not letting
go for it, buddy.
Finish.
Well, you should ask my girlfriend, but go for it.
Her plan is going to cause corporations to not invest into their own businesses. It's going to cause them not to increase wages. With the tax cuts, that's what they did. Companies reinvested into their companies, and they not on top of that, they put the reinvestment into wages, which was part of our huge wage growth that we've had lately, up until the past 2 years, I believe. Her plan will do that. It'll destroy the economy.
Corey, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
We don't need to keep giving people free stuff, especially the illegal aliens.
Okay, so again, the federal government's not giving any money to people who are here as undocumented immigrants. You calling them illegal aliens is crazy. Trickle-down economics doesn't work. We've seen since we've adopted it in the 80s that wages stopped increasing with productivity when prior they did. So there's a clear issue with trickle-down economics there. Secondly, as it relates to this, we've had higher corporate taxes for the past 80 years, right? for corporate taxes than we would have under a Harris administration. So the idea that corporate taxes going up would cause a big issue is ridiculous when it didn't happen throughout most of the United States history in the past 80 years.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
No, it's not. We'll see.
Trump's gonna win.
Okay, so that's not
That's
a response.
given. Jeff, even all of the
Jeff, that's not a
trolls.
response to what I just said. Thank you for the fantastic.
What'd you say?
So much, Pam. That's not a response to what I just said.
No, before that, then what did you say?
I gave you multiple arguments. Did you hear anything I said?
I generally don't listen to you, no.
So, Jeff, do you really expect me to have a conversation with someone that's clearly not trying to engage in a conversation with me?
I don't know what your rules are. You set your own rules for your own head. Do what you want.
Well, I want to have a conversation here.
All I know is that
Jeff,
you do the same thing to every people. You read the same scripts every
I
day.
don't have a script.
And you're probably going to say, well, let me see. You probably agree with molesting a child. Or you can say you agree that president should be okay to rape somebody. You do the same two questions with everybody. You do.
Yeah. So I do ask
without listening to the facts.
I do listen.
Trump didn't rape anybody, and you know.
Done yapping. So I do look at the facts. I was giving you facts. You didn't want to respond to any of the facts. You didn't listen to what I said, and you're like, "Oh, I just don't listen to anything you say." So you just ignoring the other side will make you think that you have all the facts, but that's just called the Dunning-Kruger effect. You're such a partisan hack that you're not even willing to listen to the other side.
I've listened to your side plenty enough. Your side is.
No, you haven't. You just said you
way
don't
out
listen.
there.
You just said you don't listen.
Yeah, it's way out there.
So what position is way out there?
Everything Kamala wants to do is way out there.
I have a question, Jeff. Do you think I'm paid by the DNC?
What's that?
Do you think I'm paid by the DNC?
Do I think you are? No.
No? Okay, good.
No, I don't think that at all.
I'm surprised.
No. And if you make a good living at what you're doing, by all means, keep doing it.
Nope.
By all means, keep doing it.
I'm surprised. Yes.
Why are you surprised?
Because I thought you would believe that. That's the type of shit that people who say the same things you do
I don't. I do my own news research. I don't go by Fox, Newsmax, CNN. They're all They're all owned by BlackRock, so I don't really care.
They're not owned by BlackRock, but I don't know
who does their investments. State Street or BlackRock? So
them doing investments for someone does not mean they own CNN. Okay, there's no source that indicates that CNN is owned by BlackRock.
Who carries their stocks? Who carries their portfolio? It's either State Street or BlackRock.
You understand? Carrying their portfolio does not mean that they are controlled by
BlackRock.
BlackRock.
55% of the stock.
You understand? Hey. You understand there are plenty of companies like Schwab controls people's IRAs. Charles Schwab. Is that wrong? Appreciate the
if you think the three tops don't,
does that mean that they're paid?
Don't control.
Do you have an IRA, Jeff?
You're wrong.
Jeff, do you have an IRA?
I don't have an IRA. No. I have my own plan through my own company that I own.
Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. So you don't have any
I'll be
investment
retiring
firm
in 2 years.
So you have no investment firm.
Oh, I have investments. You asked if I had an IRA.
Do you have any investment firm that you invest with?
Do I what?
Do you have any investment firm that you invest with?
I do have investments. I have quite a few investments.
With any firm?
Unfortunately, 5 of them are with a firm that I wish they weren't, which is Vanguard, which I don't like.
Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. Okay, so you're paid and controlled by them, huh?
That's what you think.
Yep, definitely. So, Jeff, I'll ask you the question. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I don't answer hypotheticals. I don't play semantics.
Did you eat
And I
today?
also don't. Hold on. I believe I carried that trial every minute it was on. I read the transcripts. I don't think it was the trial. I don't think it's going to uphold on appeal.
Why are people spamming that your following list is bad?
The voir dire and his jury instructions alone are enough to get this case overturned. And I mean, it's the legalities of it, and it's going to happen. It doesn't matter if you're left or right. It doesn't matter if it was Trump, Giuliani, or or Harris.
Do you have a wife, Jeff?
I certainly do.
Does she know you're following all these young girls?
My wife looks at my wife and kids control most of my TikTok. I just learned how to unmute the microphone 2 days ago.
So they follow. So do you have? So they are the ones following all the young girls.
I don't know who's following who.
I have no clue who's doing that.
No, I
Sarah,
said I
thank you
have
for the
no
dollar.
clue
Thank you so
who I'm
much.
following. I have no clue who I'm following.
Shirley, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Shirley.
Someone hits follow, and I just hit follow back.
When she told me she was 13, I thought she was joking.
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm making fun of you because you're clearly like guilty, right? Yeah, you're just trying to make up a joke. Mom, it's a virus. It's a virus, Mom. It's a virus.
This is the same shit you
Mom,
do.
it's a virus. I swear, Mom.
Dumb as fuck. That's
Mom, I
why.
promise you, I didn't
All
do
you
that.
do
It's
is
a
read-
virus, Mom.
You read the same shit.
Mom, I
over
promise
and
it's
over
not
and over.
me.
You just read the same thing.
I was
over-
trying to get Minecraft cheats.
You do the same thing to everybody over and over. Trump's not going to be convicted. It's going to get overturned. I don't care what you say. I'm pretty sure I studied the law a lot more than you have.
You've studied the law more than me? Okay, I'll ask you a question about the law. You ready?
Go for it.
Are you ready?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Ready?
I said go 3 times.
What's the First Amendment?
Freedom of speech, freedom of the press.
So, does it mean that violating someone's free speech is okay? Or does it mean that's not allowed?
Free speech is free speech until it becomes an annoyance or harassment.
Like, so for example, right? Trump wanting to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag, right?
Trump
Is that
I'm sorry, say that again?
Trump wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. So that's violating the First Amendment.
It's off. You know, I don't agree with it, but if they do it, you're right. It's their opinion. I don't agree with it. Hey, I don't agree with abortion, but if you want to get
but
one,
Trump
God, get
Trump
one.
wants to restrict people's First Amendment.
How does he want to restrict people's First Amendment?
He wants to restrict people's First Amendment specifically by, Cyber, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. By specifically putting people in prison for a year for burning the American flag.
You know that'll never pass.
So again, regardless of whether or not you think
it would be a bipartisan fail.
Okay, so Jeff, anything that you could say that you disagree with Harris on, I could just say it's not going to happen. Appreciate the glasses, thank you. And then that's good enough reason for you to vote for Harris? No, it's clearly
There's
not.
not one out there.
And also, I just want to clarify to people, the reason why I asked the question of why will you vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman is because it's a good point, right? And a lot of people haven't heard about these things, and it changes people's minds. Like, think about it this way. If you're playing someone
I followed the trial.
If you're playing someone in chess and you know that a move in chess typically beats people, would you keep using the move?
I'm voting for Trump no matter what you say.
If I keep crossing you up, right, and hitting a 3, I'm going to keep doing it. If I keep hitting the 3, I'm going to keep shooting the 3. I'm not going to stop shooting the 3 because I keep hitting it.
Nothing up with solid facts.
Push the heart.
And whenever someone has a fact, you say, oh, that's not a fact. You know, only your facts count.
Not true. You can give me an argument.
That
you
is
just give me
true.
nothing. What fact? Tell
I've
me
been
what
watching
fact.
you for a couple of weeks.
Can
That's
you give me one
entirely
example,
true.
Jeff? Give me one example.
You just the last guy you were talking to.
How so? Give me this explicit
Which is
example.
the reason why I decided to join. No, you're not going to be there, huh?
What is the explicit thing that you're referencing? I'm waiting. I was literally waiting for you to do it.
Waiting for what?
Jesus Christ. Can you give me the explicit thing that I did that was like going back on it or like lying or not accepting facts from the other side? Anything. Give me one example.
Everything you've said since you woke up. There you go.
That's not anything
Yeah,
explicit.
her tax plan, the way you try to explain it, is completely false.
What about it?
Your numbers that you give about border entries are false.
Border rent. What?
Everything,
Say that again?
everything.
Wait, Jeff, I didn't hear you.
Like I
What
said,
did you
I've
just
been
say?
listening to you.
Jeff, what did you just say? I didn't hear you.
I've been listening to you.
No, before that. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
You heard what I said.
About border entries? Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm. That's one of the things, yeah.
So that's not a lie. That's from the Customs and Border Protection.
So what were the numbers yesterday? 15,892, I think.
No, not in one day, no. They
You might want to look.
No, you can look. So the numbers are below 1,900, okay? So
No, they're not.
on a daily, yes, it is.
Maybe that's only a one port.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, it is true.
I'm talking through the border crossings in terms of the border.
And the only reason
Bro,
crossings are down is because of Texas.
Everyone thinks you're driving, Jeff. Is there a way you can prove you're not driving?
I don't have to prove to you if I'm driving or not driving. I don't care what everybody says.
Okay.
Why is that important to you?
Because everyone's spamming it and it's against TOS.
Huh?
Everyone is spamming it in the chat and it's against TOS.
Oh, well, I don't care if they're against me. I mean, of course they're going to be. They're your little lemmings that support you and pay you money.
TOS means terms
How much do you make a day off of this?
TOS means terms of service.
How much do you make off this a day?
Do you know what terms of service is?
How much do you make off this a day?
$1 trillion.
See, why do you have to be an asshole like that?
I'm not being an asshole. You're not answering my question.
I'm not going to until you tell me how much you make a day.
I'm not going to tell you. So I'll just go talk to someone else.
Well, go talk to someone else then.
Okay. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
38.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
I don't know. I just wanted to actually talk to you. Not really why I'm voting for Trump, but the whole thing that you always ask everybody, oh, why are you voting for someone who sexually assaulted a woman? Like you come off like you're some real hero and an honorable, amazing person. Like, why? I don't get it.
No, I'm asking why would you vote for someone who's held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman? Because I think that sexual assault is a disqualifier.
Okay, so what's the difference between a kid and a woman? What is that nonsense that you're talking about?
Yeah, so like a lot of people have the idea that they wouldn't vote for someone who's held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child, but they would vote for someone who's held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman. So the point I bring that up for is that they can't provide me a relevant difference between a woman and a child. That would mean that they'd vote for someone who assaulted one but not the other.
Do you not know the relevant difference yourself?
In terms of, I don't think there's a relevant difference in terms of sexual assault. That means that one is worse than the other one. I think that sexual assault
It's not that
is
one's
bad.
worse. They're both equally as bad.
Exactly. That's
Right?
exactly my point.
Okay.
So they can't dispute it on severity. They can't dispute it based upon civil liability because both of them are civil liability. So why do they accept one but not the other?
Okay, but
Appreciate
do
the
you
5-month
know
subscription. Thank you so much,
the
Deb.
difference? Do you not?
Age
do you not
genius.
see the
Holy
difference
fuck,
between
dude.
the two?
Obviously, I know there's a difference. That's not a relevant difference insofar as that you wouldn't vote for one, but you would vote for the other. The age being different
What is the
is
relevant
not a
difference?
relevant difference for why you'd vote for someone who raped a
the
woman
age.
over raping a minor.
First of all, it's not the age.
That is what we were bringing up.
Okay, no, it's not the age that I'm talking about. Think about it a little bit further.
What? Appreciate the ICU. Thank you.
You
And
know
thank
what?
you for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
The age, maybe it does have something to do with it. But I would think that what would make one not as bad as the other is that the woman, it could have been consensual and the woman can lie about it. But a child, there's no way that it can be consensual with a child. It's just wrong.
Oh, okay. So what you're saying is can a child not lie?
It's basically the same thing with a transgender.
Wait, so can you answer my question?
What?
That was the weirdest fucking thing for you to say. So I'm asking you, can a child lie?
Not before I finish.
Can
but
a
okay.
child lie?
The weirdest fucking thing for me to say. What do you mean? Of course a child can lie.
Okay, so then why are you only assuming women can lie? Natalie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Okay, so then that's not a relevant difference between a woman and a... Wait, that's not... Wait, so Trump doesn't even say that they had consensual sex. Trump says he never met her. So that's not a relevant difference that you can bring up insofar as you'd vote for one but not the other.
You ask the question, you ask, are you okay with someone who sexually assaulted someone?
No, you can't even remember the question. I asked you, would you vote for someone who's held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Okay. Correct.
Do you want to answer the question?
Would I?
Yeah.
As far as Trump, yes, I would. Yep.
Would you vote for Trump if he were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child with Jeffrey Epstein?
I'm one of those dirtbags that would vote
So
for
Vin, would you vote for Trump? Would you vote for Trump if he were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a minor with Jeffrey Epstein?
Of course not.
So why would you vote for Trump if you were held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman, but not if you were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Because Trump being in bed with a woman, having the ability to sexually assault her, would be, there's no reason why Trump should be in bed with a child and have the opportunity to sexually assault a child.
Okay, so again, he doesn't even say. Listen, Vin, Donald Trump doesn't say that they had consensual sex, right?
Okay.
The only account from the story is that E. Jean Carroll was sexually assaulted by Donald Trump, forcefully penetrated against your will. Okay, so again, with the child, in both of these scenarios, the only scenario that's been brought up is that they would have been assaulted.
Okay, we're not going to agree on this, but that's okay.
So again, I'm asking you, what's the relevant difference between these cases that means you accept one but not the other?
I just told you, because one is okay up until someone says it's not okay. The other one is not okay ever, period. The end. Do you understand that?
It's not okay to sexually assault a woman anyway. Again,
I'm not saying
the
it's
story
okay
was
to
there is no
assault
story.
a woman, Parker. I didn't say that.
What
I
sexual
said
contact
was-
against someone's will is always wrong. Do you
No
agree?
shit. Correct.
Rodney, thank you for the
I
$10.
agree
Thank you
with
so much.
right?
So again,
You hear what I'm
if it
saying,
is
right?
indicated that it was against her will, it's always wrong. So please tell me why you
Correct.
dispute
If
one
it
but
was
not the
indicated
other.
against it was wrong. But why do I have to believe her? Why is Trump?
Why do you have
would
to
I
believe her? Why do you believe the
over
kid?
Trump?
Why do you believe the kid?
What is a kid? I just told
They're
you.
both
I don't have to
civil
believe the
cases.
kid. The kid doesn't have to say a word.
Wait, actually, Vin.
Just the fact that they come into contact in that relationship period is wrong.
Wait, but you're assuming
The
that
kid doesn't
happened.
have to.
Vin, why do you assume that happened with the kid, but you don't
Assume
assume
what
it happened? Appreciate the Panther Pause. You assumed that there was sexual contact. With Donald Trump, you're not even assuming that that even happened, because Trump has said that there was no contact between them. So
Okay.
again, you're not even assuming that happened. So why are you assuming that happened with the kid?
What? You're not making any sense, man.
Why are you assuming that happened with the kid, that there was sexual contact with the... Oh, he got hate speech, hateful behaviors. Okay. All right. We'll go on to the next person. That guy is just like, has no clue what he's talking about. Natalie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Natalie. I really do appreciate that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? For honorable and amazing Parker, thank you so much, Natalie. I do appreciate that. All right, let's go to the next individual. Parker, stop using hypotheticals. I'm sorry you're not smart enough to use a hypothetical. My bad. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, first off, I just want to say I'm 57. I'm not the smartest person in the world, but I'm also not the dumbest. Kind of nervous, so let me relax. I'm a business owner. I used to call myself a Democrat when I was younger. I voted for Clinton. In my opinion, as of now, of my 57 years, he's about the only decent president under Democrat that I've seen from my way of life.
What about Barack Obama?
I did vote for Barack, but I wasn't as pleased with his results.
What did he do that was bad?
I thought he was really phony. A lot of things that he said he was going to do, I don't think he did.
Like what?
I can't state anything right offhand. Like I said, I'm kind of nervous. But I just want to go on and say that honestly, in my 57 years, the day that I heard Donald Trump was running for office, and I think a lot of us people who support Trump feel this way, is that we finally got a not government person into a government office. I don't know what you think about it, but I believe that a lot of the government is corrupt. And I believe there's a lot of things going on behind closed doors that we don't know about. I think it's been going on for years. And to have somebody come in that was not in government, had never planned on running for president, is refreshing. He exposed some things that were going on. I don't know. Have you ever watched? Because I've been trying to
Can I address this quick?
Sure.
So before you do, so I get the idea of what you're saying is like, I want someone who's like anti-establishment, and that was one of the things that when I originally like was looking at the 2016 election, that's what I liked. And I was a freshman in high school. I used to be a Trump supporter, and at that time, that was one of the reasons I thought it. Now, granted, I didn't know about all these bad things and stuff like that, and now that I can bring them up to you, I think that you should take them into account because he has not upheld what he said. He has been working in the establishment, if not literally has done things that are worse in plenty of instances than what we'd see with the establishment. So I don't see that as a good reason. Also, if you don't know that a particular bad action is happening, then you can't like say that it is.
Yeah, I get that. But what I see, and I think what a lot of us see, is just a way of life. And for 57 years, before COVID hit, the economy was the best I've seen it. And records show that up until COVID, it was the best that it's been for a long time. He was down to 3% unemployment.
It was 3.5%, 3.4% April 2023 under Biden.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, and I'm not saying that everybody else has done things wrong. I just feel that right now he's a better candidate than Kamala. I don't think she's got the experience to deal with other national leaders. She's been behind closed doors.
So why didn't you say that before with Trump? In 2016, you never brought it up as like, oh, it's an issue that Trump doesn't have any experience.
Well, I think.
But now you're bringing up with her when she's been in the Senate. She's been vice president. She had diplomatic relations with countries around the world. She does have the experience. And it is the case that she was in multiple other positions of power. Donald Trump wasn't in those positions of power. He didn't have any experience with that internationally. And yet you thought he was a good candidate, better than Hillary, who had significantly more experience.
Well, I was actually a Hillary supporter back in the day, but I just like Trump, and a lot of people are willing to overlook his past. I know the things he's done, but when you become, how old are you?
22.
And when you get to be 60, you're going to see that everybody has made mistakes in their past, and everybody. I'm not going to say
sexually
everybody's
assaulting someone's not a mistake.
Okay, well they
know what they're doing.
He was held civilly liable. I agree. But I also agree there's been a lot of other people that have been held civilly liable for things that shouldn't have been. So we can't guarantee that it actually happened. Nobody knows that for sure.
Wait. So would you let someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child be a gym teacher?
Probably not. No.
Why not?
Because I wouldn't want them around my kids.
Okay, so why not? You believe it then?
I would, I guess I would have to know the person. I'm not, I've followed Trump for many years. Did he get tied up in the wrong crowd? Yes.
So Joan, if one of your friends was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child, would you let them around your children?
Not without supervision, no, but he's not going to be
so
he's not going to be like running around.
I wouldn't let them around my child anyway, even with supervision. But like the point that I would make is that again, you see it as good enough reason to even indicate that your friends have done something wrong, but you don't with Donald Trump. So why do you put Donald Trump on this pedestal that you wouldn't even put any of your friends?
I've got friends that have a lot of crazy backgrounds,
liable for sexual assault,
including my husband.
So liable for sexual assault?
Not sexual assault, but things along that manner that I know why it happened.
What do you mean things along that manner?
My husband picked up a 14-year-old when he was 30, but he had a serious problem with addiction. And he is now 15, 6 what? Don't look so shocked. You see, that's your naivety, is that you're 22 and you haven't lived.
That's not my naivety. That's literally pedophilia. A 30-year-old picking up a 14-year-old for sex is never okay. That person should be in prison for the rest of their life. Okay? I genuinely believe that person should be in prison. There's absolutely no excuses for a 30-year-old picking up a 14-year-old. There are absolutely no excuses for that. So if you're willing to write off behavior like that, of course you're willing to write off behavior for Donald Trump. That if he were to date a 10-year-old, saying he's going to date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, that's not crazy. Saying you date his own daughter, if it wasn't his daughter, that's not crazy. He has sex in common with his daughter, that's not crazy. Walking into changing rooms of naked teenage girls, that's not crazy. That's what y'all think because you accept this type of behavior. That is unbelievable. That is unexcusable. There are no circumstances that justify a 30-year-old picking up a 14-year-old for sex. I am 22 years old. I am 22 years old. If someone my age did that, I think they should be in prison for the rest of their life. That person was 8 years older than the man I am today. 8 years older. Okay? Don't act like they didn't know what they're doing. Don't act like they deserve some type of withholding of accountability. They were not some kid. They were a 30-year-old man. Don't use addiction to justify literal pedophilia, okay? Because a lot of people who have struggled through addiction, and not a single time did they ever get into a circumstance where that was going to happen. So do not hide behind, right, the reality of people's addictions to be able to justify someone engaging in pedophilia. Sebastian, thank you for the firework. Thank you so much. How do you see that to be okay? Sure, thank you for the swan. Thank you so much. You can unmute. Click the microphone in the bottom right. Click your profile picture and then click the microphone.
All right. First off, you keep putting sex into my sentence. I didn't say he picked her up for sex.
Well,
Okay?
what is he picking up for a 14-year-old for?
He took her and two young boys to a party, gave them a ride, and he got picked up because he gave them alcohol. So there was no sex involved, but he did his jail time, and I eventually forgave him. But
Wait, what was this 14-year-old? Think of the galaxy. Thank you so much, Kelsar.
What's that?
Why was he picking up some random 14-year-old and doing that?
Well, there were 3 kids on the main street waving down, wanting to ride.
So to clarify, he picks up 3 random kids.
Okay, what does this have to do with
He picks up 3
this?
random kids. He gives them alcohol.
Yes,
right?
and drops them off
And
at the
drives
party,
some random
and a
kids.
cop pulled up behind him. So, where's the sex come from?
So I do apologize for jumping to conclusions, but that is not okay at all.
No, it wasn't okay.
And
But
why are
until-
they? That definitely tells me that there probably is some type of influence or intention that could be related to that.
Okay, this has nothing to do with the presidential debate. What
Yeah,
I'm
but like
talking
the
about
point I'm making is that you're willing to accept those particular types of actions from people. But
I am willing to
you're willing to.
forgive.
Yeah, are
I
you
am
willing to
willing
forgive
to
Donald Trump for
forgive.
graping someone?
Yes, I am.
You would forgive him graping someone.
And
So
when you get to be 60,
that's crazy. I
and
know.
you've been married, and
my
you've
mom
had
is
kids,
60. My
and
mom
you've
is
made
60. My mom is 60. She would not forgive someone for grape.
Have she ever made any mistakes in your life?
Yes, but not grape.
Right. But
No,
what
no,
if she?
not
what if
even
she
close.
did? What if she did?
Then I would not try to have a relationship with someone. Who's
Really?
done that. No, never.
You won't know that until you
Sarah,
become
thank you
a
for the
father.
$3. No,
Until
I
you
wouldn't.
co-
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I draw a line at
I
that.
thought so too.
Okay, Joan, I draw a line at that.
I
Okay,
thought so too when I was
you
22.
you can say that you don't draw a line at that, but that just shows how your morals have degraded. Okay.
Okay, I'm a very moral person.
No, you're
but
not.
I
Thanks,
believe in
Hannah.
forgiveness, and so does Jesus Christ.
Okay.
And
geez,
everybody
that's
other
probably
than
why.
murder
So-
should be given the opportunity.
Okay, would you
he was not even criminally
I have a question, Joan.
held
Joan,
liable.
would you forgive Jeffrey Dahmer? Love you. I appreciate
He
the dollar. Thank you
murdered
so much.
people. So no.
Wait, but Jesus forgives all, right?
Well, I think there's
Jeffrey
a certain
Dahmer,
point.
you want to know
Taking
something
another
crazy?
life is
Hey,
something different.
Oh, you want to know something crazy? Jeffrey Dahmer actually, at the end of his life, pleaded his life to Jesus and turned it to Christ. I'm not trolling.
Do you believe
Jeffrey
that?
Dahmer legitimately turned to Christ at the end of his
Okay.
life? So
Okay,
actually, under your worldview, you might believe he's in heaven right now.
I do believe that all
Angie,
spirits
think of
go
the
to the
dollar.
same place. I'm not religious, but I'm spiritual, and I believe that
You're not religious, but you follow Jesus? What?
Every spirit goes to the
What?
same place. There's no heaven or hell. You'll
What?
go up there and you'll come back as a rapist yourself.
You did not get this. You think I will?
Yeah, you might.
That's fucking gross.
Well, you might. You don't know. Do you believe in reincarnation?
I don't believe in reincarnate. No, I don't believe in any of
Okay.
them.
Well, we're allowed to our own rights, but
Wait, so I
also-
have a question, Joan. Do you think you were a rapist in a past life?
I don't know. I don't know what I was. Nobody does.
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God,
Okay.
I don't think I had a past life where I did that.
I think you're so naive. You've only got 22.
I'm naive, and
You do.
believe in mystical, fucking magical story tales, dude.
No, I
Like,
believe in spirit and the afterlife.
You
That's
literally
not
believe in
mystical
story tales.
stories.
Aaron, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for standing
I
up
think
against
it's
grape.
crazy
Yes, thank you so
that
much. I appreciate
people-
that, Aaron.
I mean, I'm great. Hey, you got a job. These people are paying you to do this. I think you're very intelligent. I think you have a lot of insight. I think you know a lot of policies. I will say this, that policy is policy. I have a business. I set a policy. That's just a policy. That doesn't mean that person is going to follow that policy. So you can think that she has better policies and maybe
Well,
she's
no,
better
I'm talking about things
written.
they've done. Okay, so what are the
Yeah, and
name
have
me
you
one
looked up-
economic policy that Donald Trump has influenced to get passed that's benefit the middle class more than it's benefit rich people?
Well, I would have to look it up, but there is, and if you've looked it up, you know that in his first term, I mean, in the first year, he did more than most presidents do in their 4 years term.
Not true. You can't even
Yeah, he
mention me
did.
anything. You literally
Yes, he
can't mention
did.
anything.
Yes, he signed over and
Deanna,
and the
thank you
thing
so much for the
was,
$20 on Cash App. Thank you so much for spitting facts, not to be brainwashed. And
What
love you.
the-
Thank you for the $1. Thank you. And also,
What
I
the
appreciate the
pub-
gem
what-
gun. Thank you, Sassy.
what the Trump people like too about Trump.
Actually, you could say that about Joe Biden. Joe Biden has passed some of the most bipartisan legislation of any president ever. Actually, you could
Whether
argue
you say
of any
that or
president
not,
ever.
How's your life right now? How's
My life is great.
Well, my kids are struggling because of the economy, and it's hard for anybody.
Yeah, and
your
how is
age.
that caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
Well, it was, and well, COVID hit, and then shit soared, and Biden didn't do anything to help it.
Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. What could he have done?
Well, he could have kept the oil over here instead of getting it from other countries.
We produce more oil in the United States right now than any point in American history, and we get less imports from other countries.
I don't believe that.
Yes, we do.
I don't.
Look
I
up
don't
U.S.
look it up.
Look up U.S. oil imports.
I talked
We
to
get
my
none
husband
from
about
Russia.
it, and he listens to you as well. We listen to you together, and he said, he's got a lot of valid points. You do. I believe you're intelligent, but I guess I'm just trying to explain to you why people like Trump and why they feel that it's somebody from the outside that's actually working for us. He doesn't take a salary. He's. Have you ever watched the? Do you know who Dr. Phil is?
Yes.
Have you watched Merit TV?
No, I
Dr.
haven't.
Phil.
Dawn, thank you for the $3, and Tyler,
I
thank you for the $5.
really suggest, and I told my sons this because both of my sons are Democrats, to please watch the Dr. Phil interviews with Donald Trump. I have a lot of respect for Dr. Phil.
I've seen clips of those.
Well, that's not. Yeah, they show what in context. You have to watch the whole thing.
Yeah, I'll watch.
But
the whole
Dr. Phil is a very intelligent person. He's a lawyer. These 34 convictions that he was convicted of.
Dr. Phil is a lawyer?
Yes. He's a psychiatrist and he's also a lawyer. He was originally coming to the public eye when he
Dr.
became.
Phil a lawyer?
Yes.
No.
Yes, he is.
No? I literally, I'm taking Siri's word over you. I'll look up, is
Does he have a law degree?
Phil a lawyer? Also, but I just want to let you know, you said Trump gave up his Trump gave up his what's it called? His salary. He actually only donated 30%, according to his tax returns. Also, he's not a lawyer. I just looked it up. He's not a lawyer.
Okay, well, he's got
Roberta,
some,
thank you so much for the
he does have
$15
some
on
degree in
Venmo. Thank you
law.
so much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
He originally come into the public eye when he worked with Oprah Winfrey's lawyers. So
Yeah, so
regardless,
he's neither a
I have
doctor
lot-
nor a lawyer, according to the Illinois Attorney blog.
That's
Marco, thank you
not
for the
true.
$25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Marco,
Okay,
for the
well,
$25.
Either way, I have a lot of respect for him. I'd have to look that up, but I know he's a doctor. So I don't know what you're looking at, but he even says that they did not allow the judge actually ruled not to allow Donald Trump to bring his information, none of it, into court. And so it was not a fair trial. And Dr. Phil agrees with that. He has a lot of valid points. And to see him, because he was always liberal, very liberal.
So, can you tell me where he got licensed? Abby, think of the hand heart. JT, think of the sunglasses.
Dr. Phil,
Yeah.
I would have to look it up, but
I will seriously give you time to look it up.
Okay.
All right, let's give her time to look it up. In the meantime, everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1.5 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Just make sure, Joan, to come here within like a minute or so, and just tap on TikTok so you can get here and you can see me real quick, and then you can go back and keep looking if you haven't found it, just because it doesn't kick you out of the live. Stephanie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for Dr. Phil's law degree student loans. Okay. Yeah, he ceased renewing his license to practice psychology in 2006. He doesn't have it anymore. But yeah, everyone, do tap that screen to get to 1.5 million likes. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. We'll bring you up. Did you find anything, Joan? Hello? Matt, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Matt. Thank you so much. And Matt said, I've worked oil and gas for the past 17 years. We've been eating under Biden.
It's because he's working in oil. I mean, what about the everyday person that's running a business, a small business?
Okay, so the Harris administration does want to help small business and people who are making less.
Why didn't she help when she was under the Biden administration?
Why didn't she help under the Biden administration? Help small businesses?
Right, I mean...
They did help small businesses, right? So I'll give plenty of examples.
I didn't see any help. Dr. Phil helped, or not Dr. Phil, Trump helped.
Does infrastructure help small businesses?
Yes.
Are there small businesses in rural areas?
Yes.
So if small businesses exist in rural areas, and she specifically fought for in the infrastructure bill, extending access of high-speed internet to rural areas, does that benefit small businesses in rural areas?
I guess, but...
Yeah, so wait, is that one example? That's one example. There's also roads and bridges. There's also the getting lead out of the pipes, specifically for clean drinking water, right? There's plenty of things that she advocated for. That was just the infrastructure bill, let alone the American Rescue Plan, right? Let alone specifically the Inflation Reduction Act, the $35 cap on insulin for seniors.
You know your stuff. I know you know your stuff, and I'm not going to argue with you. I just still know that I'm going to vote for Trump, and I think that protection-wise, he's going to protect our country a lot better than she will. According to the conversation between Dr. Phil and Dr. Trump, we are this close to World War III, and if he doesn't...
Joan, you own a business, right?
Yes.
Did you receive PPP loans?
Yes, I did.
Vincent, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Did you feel? Did you do that under Biden's administration? Did you receive any?
I did some under both. The ones actually I did under Trump administration were written off. The EIDL loans were written off. But the PPL, I'm going to be paying them for 30 years.
So you as a small business were helped by the Biden-Harris administration, and you were asking me what specifically helped small businesses in America?
I just can't say that
Bethany,
that
thank you for the
was.
dollar from Dr. Trump.
No, I did get money before Trump was out of office.
No,
He
I meant,
started it. He started it.
but
They
it also
followed.
happened under Biden.
What?
But it also happened under Biden, right?
Yeah, it did.
Okay.
I'm not saying that they did everything wrong. I just think that Trump is a better candidate. And
How is Trump a better candidate?
because he's stronger, because he's fighting
stronger?
Yes. Stronger as far as dealing with other country leaders.
What makes you think that?
I
Is it
just
his
think,
multiple national security advisors that indicated he's unfit for presidency and he's a threat to democracy? Is it these like chief of staff aides that indicate
What-
that?
how can you say he's a threat to democracy when Biden was like totally incompetent for the last 2 years, if not his whole presidency?
Sherry, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sherry. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Well, there haven't been many people in Biden's administration that have indicated this, but we have multiple people
Yeah,
specifically
that's because
from
they
Trump's
did. That's
administration.
because
We have multiple people
corrupt.
under Trump's administration that did this. Trump's third national security advisor, because he had two before that one, John Bolton, indicated, I believe foreign leaders think he's a laughing fool.
I believe some people probably do, but I think there's a lot of people that think she's a laughing fool too. I mean, you're always going to have people think
Can you
that.
give me one person in her administration that is
Oh,
believing
guys,
that?
see, that's where you know
Give me
you're.
one. Give me one.
That's where you're not. You're so book smart that you've studied and done all that, but you haven't lived life. And when you get to be 60 years old, like I'm almost, you will realize the
Your
difference.
sunglasses. Thank you so much. Okay, so once you reach
there's
Biden's
nothing
age,
we'll ever
once
agree
you reach
upon.
Biden's age, you're gonna realize that he actually was for the country. Iron, thank you for the dollar. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I'm not
Connor,
saying
thank you
he
for the $5.
wasn't
Thank you
for
so
the
much.
Country. He wasn't competent to be
Appreciate it. Thank
running
you.
the country.
Trump
I
is
wouldn't have wanted
incompetent to
him-
be running the country. Are you serious?
Yes, he is.
Really?
Bullshit.
You want
He's
me to?
run multiple businesses. You know he is. You know he can run the country. He ran the country for 4 years.
It's called rain. It rains.
Listen.
He ran
There's
the
so much water you don't know what to do with it. It's called rain. It rains a lot in certain
He-
places.
He's not a speaker. He's not a politician.
Did you see the other day? I opened it up and they closed it again. I opened it, they closed
Can
it.
I mute you?
Washing machines to wash your dishes. There's a problem.
Can I
They don't
mute
want you to
you?
have
Because
any-
I'm not listening.
And we'll play another one.
I've heard Trump more than
What would
anybody.
happen if the boat sank
I
from
love
its weight?
him.
And you're in the
I
boat,
love
and
Donald
you have
Trump.
this tremendously powerful battery, and the battery's now underwater, and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there. By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards, or here. Do I get electrocuted? If the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking. Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time.
I see. Thank you so much. No clue what that guy's saying there.
Ready for some tough questions?
You're going to be fair.
I'm going to be fair.
Just be fair.
But you're okay with some tough questions?
No. And again, I said to Vladimir Putin, I said, don't do it. You can't do it, Vladimir. You do it, it's going to be a bad day. You cannot do it. And I told him things that what I do, and he said, no way. And I said, way. And it's the last time we ever had the conversation. And again, I said to Vladimir Putin,
Sophia, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
but on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up on shore. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy. They're driving the whales, I think, a little batty. But on the other...
Yeah, you mute me. I muted you.
Yeah. So did you hear any of this?
No, I've heard Trump. I don't need to hear any more of it. I've
On the other
listened
hand,
to
their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up a show. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis.
Can you tell me that? Can you tell me what that means?
I know Trump is not the best speaker. He's never claimed to be.
Really?
He is not.
Really? I wonder how he did that one.
That's why that's why people like him. He's not trained to speak like regular freaking
they like him because
politicians lie. They just lie through their teeth in intellectual ways.
So he lied
like
about the
you
election. He lied about literally engaging in intercourse with Stormy Daniels. He lied about sexually abusing Eugene Carroll. Wait, give me any evidence. Joan, give me any evidence.
Let's see. They in the state of California, they do not require that you provide ID or social security card to vote.
Don't even, Joan. Do not tell me Trump won California. Don't even get me started.
Who says he did or he
Raj,
didn't?
thank you for the $5.
Is that still
He
fair?
absolutely lost
Is that
California.
a fair election?
Yes, it's fair, and he absolutely
No,
lost.
it's not fair.
Do not tell
He
me
won-
Trump won California. Don't.
Okay.
You're amazing. Thank you so much, Cami.
The
I live in
problem
Los
is that
Angeles. I live in
want
California. You have no clue what you're talking about.
I want to know.
It's so blue. It's so blue. You don't even understand.
I want to know what's true, though. I don't want to know that it was that people
Vincent, thank you
had
for the $5. Thank you so much.
people had the opportunity to vote 5, 7 times because they received 5 or 7 ballots in the mail. Why is that a fair election? I mean, what is so difficult about providing an ID and a social security number when you're in this
Because in order to be able to vote in the first place, you have to literally have those to be able to get the ballot in the first place. And also, this idea that undocumented immigrants are voting, there's no evidence supporting that.
No, that's not true.
I voted in California. If anyone knows about the voting process, it's probably going to be someone who voted in California, right? Not
yeah,
someone
but
who
also,
lives across the fucking country.
for you
There's
to
no damn
think
clue what they're talking
that
about.
mail-in
I promise
ballots-
you, California was won by Joe Biden. It wasn't even fucking close.
Well,
it wasn't even
you're
close.
in your own little world because
No, I'm not.
I see Trump signs everywhere.
Jesus Christ. Where?
Well, Ohio's Trump all the way.
Vincent, thank you so much for the $5.
But there were Arizona. Arizona was totally
I know your name is Vincent.
swept by Biden in the last freaking few hours of the election, and they do mail-in ballots as well. So, I just want to know. I'm not saying who won or who didn't. But
So how did Trump
I want
vote?
to know that it's fair. What?
How did Trump vote?
How did Trump vote?
Yeah.
He went to the ballot and voted.
No, he did mail in.
Yes, he did. No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes,
they
he did.
showed him go in and vote.
Joan, I'm actually totally serious. He literally did mail in.
Okay. Well, it was nice chatting with you.
Do you also
I
want to hear
appreciate-
his second Secretary of Defense? Second, by the way, Mark Esper said, "I think he's unfit for office. He puts himself before the country. His actions all are about him, not about the country." And then, of course, he has the integrity character issues as well.
There's all kinds of quotes about both candidates. That's what this is so one-sided in here. I mean, if
His
you want to
chairman
roll-
of the Joint Chiefs, retired General
If you
Mark
want-
Milley,
what about
seemed to invoke
RFK?
Trump. We won't take an oath to a wannabe dictator. We take an oath to the Constitution, and we make an oath to the
He's
idea
not
that
a
is America,
dictator.
and we are willing to die to protect it. Right?
wants-
I can mention his vice president. The American people deserve to know that President Trump asked me to put him over my oath to the Constitution.
I don't
Anyone
know
who
where
puts
you're
himself
reading
over the
from,
Constitution
and I
should
know
never be
you have-
president of the United States.
I didn't come to debate with a list.
Jessica,
of
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
I didn't come to debate.
Thank you.
with
I really
folks-
appreciate it. Thank you. His first Secretary of Defense, James Mattis. Donald Trump is the first president in my lifetime who does not try to unite the American people, does not even pretend to try. Instead, he tries to divide us.
Should I
Patty,
came
thank you for the
with
$4.20.
my list of-
Ohio for Kamala.
Should I have came with my list of my quotes from her side and things that he has said?
Go for it. Go for it.
Okay, well, I will do that and come back then, but I didn't. I'm just telling you why people like Trump and why I like Trump and that I will vote for him, and we'll see who wins. I don't know if it's going to be a fair election. I feel just like he does that, he's got to win big or there's no way, big enough so they can't rig it.
Okay, so you have no evidence that it was rigged. What court cases
I
indicated
don't have
sufficient
any
evidence to overturn the
I
election?
don't have any evidence. The only thing that I feel in my gut as an intuitive person is that it was not fair. Now, I'm not saying that she won or he won. I'm just saying I don't think it's a fair election. I think that every person should have to go into a ballot, show their ID, show their identification, their social security
Okay,
card.
then
and
make
vote.
make it free, but Trump didn't do that. Okay, not only did Trump not do
That's
that,
what he wants to get into office to do.
then why didn't he do it?
Well,
And why did he vote
was
mail
doing
in
a
for
lot of
multiple
other
decades?
shit.
He's voted mail in multiple elections.
He was doing a lot of other stuff when he was in office. He was working and he was talking to the public like on a weekly basis. He would
Vincent,
come on.
I have
and
no
talk to the
fucking
public.
clue what your name is, Vincent. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Okay,
no.
well, hey, I appreciate your side. I wish your debate was a little more calm because I think it's a little radical, and that's what I don't like about the left and the Democrats is all this speech about what you know and all the evidence you know.
Joan, respectfully, don't sit there and call me radical.
Side.
No, don't sit there and call me radical when your fucking side tried to coup the government. Don't even call me radical.
You
When I'm
don't
advocating
think
for
that
universal health
Biden
care, I'm
wasn't
advocating for childcare,
corrupt?
I'm advocating to get rid of homelessness. I'm advocating to help the American people, and you advocated to divide us and to literally try to coup the country.
the
Don't
only
even
reason
talk
it
to me about
divides
radical
us-
when your side is literally denying the election. Don't talk to me about radical when you're trying
Yeah,
to
but
restrict women's access to abortion.
we weren't burning
Don't talk to
down-
me about radical when you call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Don't talk to me about radical when all I do is acknowledge basic facts and call for people to have basic things that they need. That's it. That's all I'm advocating for. All right, Joan. Yeah, I'm just. You can unmute. Appreciate the IC. Thank you so much. You can click your profile picture in the bottom right and click the microphone. There you go.
So who was burning down cities and
Jessica, thank you for the $5. Thank you so
trying
much.
to take over
No
the law?
city, no entire city was burnt down.
Well, you
Okay,
know what
and
I'm talking about. Jesus,
and I
Criminy.
specifically-
Do we really have to seriously have to get into that specifics? I mean, there were riots and there was crap by all the Democrats.
Gerard, I appreciate it.
not
Thank you
the
so much for the under. I
Republicans.
appreciate it.
The Republicans, they rioted for one day to try because they were pissed about the election. It wasn't
One
fair.
day, you
Yeah.
still believe the election is stolen. Okay, not only that, but Donald Trump wants
Yeah,
to
but they
pardon the
didn't-
people.
they still
Donald Trump,
keep quiet to themselves.
Donald Trump wants to pardon the people that were convicted of and pled guilty to literally violently assaulting police officers. 56% of the people, right? That
How
I'm
many
referencing,
police officers
literally pled
violate
guilty.
humans and get away with it?
What's up?
How many police officers or policemen abuse people and get away with it? There's that stuff
Wait,
happens all
I'm
the
not
time.
disputing
That's
that, but what?
that's
Wait, I'm not
what I don't
disputing that, but
get.
I'm not advocating for those cops. I think that that's a bad thing and something we need to reform in our
Right,
system.
right. Bad
I thought you
stuff
guys were
happens
super
in this
pro
world.
police. You guys are so
Bad-
pro police right now.
I
So pro
am.
police.
I am. And I'm pro
So
country.
pro police.
But what gets me is that the Democrats
Kelsey, thank you for the
say,
$10. Thank you so much.
we are not the ones dividing the country. You guys are. You guys are the ones that can't stand that people like Trump. You think that he shouldn't
Yeah,
like
who
it
tried to
because
coup the
he's a
government.
rapist, because
He
he's
tried
a
to coup the
rapist.
government. He was held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman.
He was
yeah,
held
absolutely.
civilly, not criminally. That's
yeah,
different.
you don't. Do you accept his felonies?
Why was O.J.
Lilia, thank you for
Simpson not
the
in
$1.
jail?
Courtney, thank you for the $5.
Do I
No,
accept
do you
his
accept?
felonies?
Do you accept
No.
his felonies?
No.
Oh, so
Now,
even if
that's
it wasn't
where I ask you to watch the.
So even if it was in a criminal court, you wouldn't accept it. So you act like it's such a big deal that it's in a civil court, but then even if it's in a criminal court, you still don't accept it. Click your profile picture in the bottom right and click the microphone.
Why do you keep muting me?
Because you keep talking too much.
Really?
Yeah, you're talking.
I think I've been
Push
kind
me
of
hard, thank you.
compared to most people on here. I've just kind of been really being pretty nice.
It's not about nice. It's about you cutting off or like us not having productive dialogue. I mute people to increase the productivity of dialogue.
You mute because you're a liberal and you're a communist. You want to control.
Being a liberal is contradictory to communism. Being a
You want
liberal
to
is contradictory to
control.
communism. Can you tell me
You
what communism
are
is?
22 and
What is
you
communism,
don't know
Joan?
anything about life.
Joan, what is communism?
You don't know anything about life.
Joan, what is communism?
Oh, here we go. Let me look up the Let me look in the dictionary here. I'm going to look on my computer and get the.
Can you define it? You can't. So liberalism cannot possibly be communism because communism is a stateless. Listen,
That's
push that
where
hand
you're
up.
pretty
Listen,
naive.
Joan,
pretty
listen.
naive.
Joan,
because they may
This
claim.
is why I have to mute you because you won't be quiet. And
Well,
listen.
you may as well just get rid of me. 'Cause
Joan,
now
I'm
starting
seriously
to get mad.
Joan, I'm trying to educate you right now, and I want you to listen so that you understand. Okay? Because
You
like,
want to
you're making-
educate
you're ma-
me?
Yes, because you're making a point right now that makes no sense, and I want to clear it up for you. Okay? So communism and liberalism are contradictory to each other. Communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. In liberalism, there's a state, there's classes, and there's money.
Right.
Appreciate the paper crane. All right, so it's literally
then
diametrically
why-
opposed to communism.
Why do you not believe that states should have control of abortion then?
Because it is the case that I don't think that women's rights should be left up to the states.
Okay, but isn't that communism? I mean, if
No, protecting
if the
women's
federal
rights is not
government takes
communism.
over, if the federal
Push the hand
government
art.
decides, isn't that kind of leaning
No,
towards?
that's not what communism is. I just
See, the
told
thing
you,
is
communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. If there's no state, then you couldn't possibly enforce something without a state. So like that doesn't make any sense.
learned in your 22 years of life is even though they claim they're liberals.
What you haven't learned in your 60 years of life is what the definition of communism is.
I
and
know what
you didn't
communism
learn
is.
anything about economics.
I don't need you to
studied
tell me what
economics. I used to be a
communism- I'm
communist.
not even going to
Here's the
explain
corgi.
that.
Joan, I studied economics. I have a degree in economics, and I used to be a communist. Okay, I know what
Okay.
communism is. I can tell you
Yeah,
what
I do
communism is.
too.
I can define it to you in
I
multiple
do
senses.
too. Then why
Hey, Parker.
is the
You
left?
guys agree? Hold on, John, a second. You guys
Okay.
agree in economics, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you think there's things that the private sector does better than the government, or do you think the government spends better than the private?
It depends on the particular market.
Absolutely.
Like certain markets, the public sector does better. Certain markets, the private sector does better. Joanne, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Joanne. Can we get some W's for Joanne in the comment section?
So, over all the markets, overall,
Oh, you're literally driving, Vin. That's why I
No,
kicked
I'm not.
you.
No, I'm
Okay,
not. You didn't-
turn your camera on right now.
I will. Oh,
I
can't
can
turn
literally
it on.
hear the car moving.
I don't have live access.
Dude, I can literally hear the car moving.
Oh my gosh, I'm telling you, I'm not driving, bro. I don't know.
Are you inside a car?
I'm not driving. Yeah, I am inside a car.
Okay, is the car moving?
Is it moving? No, it's not moving.
So it's completely still.
Completely still.
Okay. So you're parked?
Yeah.
So why do I hear less noise now than I did?
Because I'm parked.
Really? Does it
sounds like
matter?
it was moving and now it's not.
Does it matter? I mean,
Yes,
sure.
it's TikTok's TOS.
Now, so I'm not.
It's parked now? Well, I'm kicking you because you just lied to me. So.
Lord. See, that's liberalist.
yeah. If you come up to me and you lie to me when it's terms of service and that can risk my channel, yeah, I'm gonna kick you from my stream. Joanne, you don't understand because you don't run a platform. If someone risks your platform
Okay, I
because they
didn't know.
engaged in particular behavior on stream, you do the same shit. Appreciate it,
Okay,
Thank you so
I have
much.
no idea what the.
That's totally respectable for me to have boundaries about literally making sure that my live can continue.
Okay, gotcha.
Gotcha. Okay, so what were we talking about?
The difference between communism and liberalism, and I think that you're naive to think that they want you to believe they're liberal, but they're the ones that's controlling what the country is doing. They're controlling TikTok, they're controlling Facebook, they're controlling social media, they're controlling TV media.
So like limiting free speech, that's communism, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so like
Part of
Trump wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag, so he's communist?
Well, I agree with him. I
So
agree
you're a
that-
communist,
It
he's a
is, I know it
communist.
is. I know it is.
Communism.
It is under the freedom of speech. I think it's wrong. I think that's where he runs his mouth and gets himself in trouble. I don't
So
think
why are
he
you
plans
supporting
to do
communism?
anything. I'm not supporting communism.
He is. He's a communist.
No, he's not.
You just told me that limiting free
He
speech is
just doesn't.
communism.
His values doesn't agree with.
You just told me limiting free speech is communism. I just gave you an example of him limiting free speech, and you don't consider that
Yeah,
communism.
and I just said that I don't think he's going to do anything about it. That's where he just rambles.
No,
and
he
says
said he
stuff
wants to
like
put
that.
people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. He just said it recently.
Well, he might.
Diane,
want
thank you for the
to. That doesn't mean he's gonna
$20.24.
do
Thank you
it.
so much, Diane.
I'm sure there's a lot that Kamala said she wants to do, but she won't. Do you think?
Wait, say that one more time.
I think there's a lot that Kamala says she wants to do, but she won't do it.
Yeah, so actually, there's a recent thing that she announced in New Hampshire that would allow companies to deduct up to $50,000 in new startup expenses to help small businesses in America.
Well, I'll believe it when I see it.
Michael, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's from the New York
Just
Times.
because-
Look
just
up Harris
because-
proposing a tax break makes
Just
a play
because
for
she-
small business owners.
Well, people propose things when it's time for the election so that they can get elected. Upon my history, I've seen.
Wait,
a
I
lot
just
of-
told you something she's advocating for to benefit small businesses.
Yeah, okay, she's advocating. That doesn't mean she's going to do it or do anything about it. That's
Yes, it is.
difference.
She's wait. So again,
That's
so
your
so
naive-
oh,
that's
okay,
your-
okay. So let's look at what Trump advocated for. Did he drain the swamp? No. Did he make Mexico pay for the wall? No. Did he repeal and replace the ACA? No.
There's a lot of presidents that say they're going to do things and don't.
Confetti, thank you so much.
That doesn't mean he didn't do anything. He
So
did.
can
put a
you tell
wall
me
up.
one policy that how much new wall did he build?
I don't know how many miles. Do you want me to look it up?
3.7% new wall. 3.7% of new wall.
I don't understand what you mean by that.
He only added 3.7% of new wall. Brandon, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much on Venmo. Thank you so much. It's about 52 miles. 52 miles new wall. 3.7%. He got a little bit over pi.
Right before the end of his candidacy, the illegals coming across the border, the graph, it was so few, the graph showed 0. Now, we know there was still some people getting across, but he had the lowest point of entry in the history of the United States.
That's not true. Thank you,
Yeah,
thank you
that's
so much.
true.
So you
Yeah.
think there were less people crossing into the country under
Oh,
Trump's administration? Listen, you
yeah,
think there were less
okay.
people crossing into the country under Trump's administration than there were in the 1900s?
Well, there probably wasn't half as many people as there is now.
There you go. So that just made no sense at all.
Yeah, it did.
No, it didn't.
You know what I meant.
No, it didn't.
In our relevant history, in my lifetime.
I'm sorry. That's very sad.
I think
Yeah.
it's sad that you guys don't even look. This guy has got a heart, and nobody thinks it, but nobody sees it. But
You
he's
think,
got
you
a
think
big
Donald Trump
heart.
has a heart?
He's a good father. He believes in God.
Wait, so I have a question. Does a good father say they have sex in common with their daughter?
He didn't say that.
He actually did.
No, he
Do you want to
didn't.
hear him say it?
How do I know it's true? How do you know it's true?
I'll play the video of him saying it.
And so, let me see the video.
Yeah, I got you.
And what source is this?
You're gonna see the video. It's from him on the I'm pretty sure Wendy Williams show. Let me pull it up. Give me 1 second. All right, here we go. Give me 1 sec. I have to see an advertisement and then I will show you. It's on video, so it's like.
Things the two have in common.
What's the favorite thing you have in common with your
I want to see the video.
I'll show you.
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
Even Ivanka seemed confused when talk show host Wendy Williams asked about things the two have in common.
What's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
Do you really think that he was not joking about that?
You think
You
it's okay
really
to? You think
think-
that's okay to joke about? Here, I'll ask you. Can I ask you about this? Is this okay to joke about?
I tell you, he says things like,
I
said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
so he thinks his daughter's hot. She is.
Far from protecting his daughter from being talked about as a sex object, he has encouraged it multiple times.
That's
on
the
Howard
media.
Stern's radio
Listen,
show in
listen.
2004 and then again in 2006.
By the way, your daughter, she's beautiful. Can I say this? A piece of ass. Yeah. She looks more voluptuous than ever.
She's actually always been very voluptuous. She's tall. She's almost 6 feet tall.
In May,
Great father, right?
I think he is. I don't know what he was in his younger days. People change. My husband changed. My husband's been 15 years sober, and he's a totally different man. And I forgive people, and I know what I see from him today. So let's just leave it at that. If I'm tired.
So you would vote for someone who sexually assaulted a minor?
No, I wouldn't.
So why would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman,
I
but
think
not
so.
someone held liable of sexually assaulting a child?
If he was held criminally liable, and
I'm
I
saying
saw-
civilly in both scenarios.
I don't. Civilly is to me just a civil suit, and I don't know if she was in it for the money. I don't know why she waited 20 some years. I'm sorry, but if Donald
Thursday
Trump,
night. You going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
yeah, he was like that. He hung with the wrong crowd.
Thursday night.
Okay.
You going up the escalator?
Can you
I'm going to be
let
dating
me
her in
off
10
of
years.
here?
Can you believe it?
You hear that little girl? Jared, thank you for the epic GG. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. You're okay. She just left, right? Instead of acknowledging the reality that what Donald Trump said there was disgusting and something that you can't defend, she had to run away immediately. Gerard, thank you so much for the epic GG. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Again, she literally apparently forgives her husband for picking up like a bunch of 14-year-olds and getting them drunk. And he got pulled over in a car with them. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. So that's interesting. Interesting. Very interesting behavior. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. It's the best place to support me. Let's get this next person up here. Everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Interesting or concerning? Both. It's like, I mean, concerning. That's what I meant by interesting there. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Follow me here if you're ready. I got back on the main account, everyone, so do follow me here if you have not already. Also, everyone, really interesting stuff coming out in less than a week. Either less than a week or within the month. I would think maybe in this week. Yo, it's how old are you? So watch out for the videos, chat, because I've got some interesting content coming out. Like very sorted out content, okay? It's really good. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 44.
Are you voting Trump?
I'm actually just going to say MAGAs are absolute fucking twats.
Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 32. Can you hear me?
I can hear you're in the car. Let's get on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. It will help get out to more people, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? You hear me?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
No.
Okay.
I don't like Trump. Trump sucks.
Nice, dude. Appreciate that. Bridget, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. The zoom in is too funny. Yeah, sometimes it's just what they say is a little bit so fucking ridiculous. I've got to give it a little bit of a oomph, you know? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are simply just looking for some debates Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Getting this next person up here real quick. Only join the guest box if you are MAGA and you have not been up here before. Otherwise, I will kick you. By the way, everyone. LJ, thank you so much for the $5 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. For keep up the good work. Thank you so much. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here, so do give it a second, everyone. It takes like probably like a minute or so to get someone up. But the debates will resume here in a second. I apologize, everyone. Debates will resume very soon. Yo, what's a pal to you? Hello? All right, debates will resume very soon. Give me 1 second, everyone. We're getting someone up here. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section. If you are in the guest box, yo, what's a pal to you?
25, bro. How old are you?
Are you voting Trump?
I am 25. Can you hear me?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir, I am.
Why so?
You see, the reason why I'm in the army, and I feel like this is a horse you don't have a race in right now, because, like, here's the thing, is, first of all, let's start with how it was. We'll start with when he was in office. He was pulling troops out of Middle East, everywhere else that you can think of. There was peace, pay raises to us. The second the Biden administration took over, pay cuts, deployments, Ukraine, sending everything. No, I'm in it, bro. What the hell are you talking? I'm in Germany right now. What are you talking about? Like that's false. That's false. I'm literally in Germany right now as the first line to go if something goes. I promise you. That's not.
I don't think that you're going to go, but you can go to the militarypay.defense.gov and you can quite literally see the active duty pay. If you look at active duty pay and the increases, appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. You can see the increase right from the year over year.
I wish I could pull my pay thing for you so you can actually see the literal pay cuts that were pulled as it's going.
What was the pay cut? What was the pay cut?
It was in late 2021 is when we got the first pay cut.
You said in 2021 you got the pay cut. You got a pay cut. What was the pay cut?
Like what was the pay cut from?
No, what was what percent?
They don't do I don't know the exact percent here. I just know that it was a cut. It was right when they started funding, getting ready to do this whole Ukraine thing, which was in 2022. I know, and
you don't know the pay difference.
Well, they don't just go like, yeah, this is going to be the percentage that you're dropping here.
They actually do put those numbers up.
Well, probably, but here's the thing: is like it was a pay cut. That's the end of like it doesn't matter if it was a 1%.
I don't see any year that does that because there's an increase specifically because there was inflation.
I would love to see this increase of whatever you're talking about.
In 2024, there was a 5.2% increase.
No.
Yes,
Absolutely.
there was. You can find this from militarypay.defense.gov. You can see right here on the website 5.2% in January 2024, January 2023 4.6%, 2022 2.7%, 2021 3%. Literally greater increase under Biden Harris.
Absolutely not. There wasn't though.
These are the facts. So
okay,
you can
the
sit
numbers
there.
are up there, and you're saying they're.
Where did you get a pay cut? Where? Tell me.
In 2022 is when it happened. We had the first pay cuts happening. We have.
So you got demoted?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so then why was the average pay increased?
Because millions of dollars started going straight to Ukraine. They had to pull money.
We sent $107 billion, and it didn't come from you.
It definitely got pulled from here, man. It did. Plus,
Corey, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Corey said both my brothers are active duty, and they said that you're lying.
No.
Wait, what branch do you work under?
Army.
No, but like what battalion?
I'm not dropping that out here. I mean, like that's not.
Isn't that public information?
Nah, that's not public information.
Yeah, it is.
I'm in 3rd Squadron here in fucking Germany. There. That's all. I'm not dropping anything else more.
Okay. So, yeah, so I don't know. I'm not really familiar with that. A lot of people are, I don't know. But I don't see where you got a pay decrease. I don't see that anywhere. Secondly, how do you feel about Trump saying that veterans are suckers and losers? Jessica, thank you for the $1. Thank you for the sunglasses.
Let's see it.
This was specifically from General Milley.
Oh, okay.
A 4-star general.
So
he
the
heard him say
four-star
this.
So the 4-star general heard him say this, and then he put it out there. And where are you getting this from?
From the 4-star general.
So the 4-star general told you directly.
Thank you. No, this is reported that he said this.
Oh, so it's just a report, but there is no actual.
Yeah, well, there's a quote specifically from General Milley.
Well, how do you
he
feel?
He said that
about...
he doesn't want to dictate. So, do you want to hear the quote from General Milley?
Let's hear it.
I got you. Give me 1 second. Mark Milley, right here. We don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator. We take an oath to the Constitution, and we take an oath to the idea that is America, and we are willing to die to protect it.
So
right?
he self-proclaimed. So he self-proclaimed Trump as a dictator. Dope. So that's
no,
okay.
No. Trump said that he wants to be dictator on day one. So do you want? So
Trump said
he also that same person that just said that who was literally Donald Trump's. He was Donald Trump's here. Sorry, I just went off of it. I apologize. He was Donald Trump's chairman of the Joint Chiefs, right? Literally a 4-star general, right? That indicated he said this. April, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. April said, military here. Ask him where he was stationed each year starting from 2021 to now. You get paid differently depending on the base you are stationed.
I've been here for 4 years. I'm married a German, so I got to stay here longer.
Jack, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Okay. So, again, the General Milley indicated this, right? So, you do think the general's lying?
I mean, I'm not going to speak on that because I'm in the army right now.
Okay. Secondly, about that, not only that, I'll ask you another question. Also, he said that John McCain isn't a war hero because he was captured. Okay? Mm-hmm. When John McCain was a POW for this country and was tortured for this country for 5 years.
So, like, you're pulling a bunch of all these quotes and all these things, right? From this.
Do you want to hear Trump say it?
Yeah, I would love to hear it.
Yeah, I'll play the video right now for you.
I wish I had a computer so we can do a Kamala comparison because she just babbles. That's the thing.
Say this.
I said they weren't crazy. They were great Americans. These people, if you would have seen these people, I know what crazy is. I know all about crazies. These weren't crazy. So he insulted me, and he insulted everybody in that room. And I said, somebody should run against John McCain, who has been, in my opinion, not so hot. And I supported him. I supported him for president. I raised $1 million for him. It's a lot of money. I supported him. He lost. He let us down. But, he lost. So I never liked him as much after that, because I don't like losers. But Frank, let me get to it. He hit me. He's not a war hero. He's a war hero. He's a war hero. 5.5 years. He's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured, okay? I hate to tell you. Do you agree with that? He's a war hero because he was captured, okay? You can have, and I believe perhaps he's a war hero, but...
So that's him saying that. Jennifer, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. He said he's not because he was captured when he was a multiple-time draft dodger.
So here's the thing: is with
and then people are saying, "What time in Germany?"
Like what? Like how long have I been here? Is what they're asking. I already said.
I think so. I'm not quite sure.
I've been here for 4 years. So I got here in early 2020.
Laura, thank you so much for the $11.50. Thank you so much, Laura. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
I got here early 2021. So I was here through the whole thing when Russia invaded.
Oh, what time is it right now?
Right now it's 2 a.m. I'm on a 24-hour shift at the moment, on a little break.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, I mean, I don't know. That's what people were asking, but
it's all good.
Yeah. So what were you saying? Hey, Jennifer, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for my husband. Army was talking about how dumb military guys are for that vote for Trump. Oh, yikes.
I mean, we can put out GT scores or whatever else, but I mean, it's cool. Like, if people are gonna like rally to you and insult me, or whatever, that's fine. It don't bother me. The thing is, you asked me about what I thought, how he talked about John McCain not being a war hero and whatever. I don't know anything about this guy. I don't know anything about John McCain, really. I don't know much about him.
John McCain was a POW for this country, was a veteran, right? And he specifically was tortured for years, right? And he said because he was captured, right, that he's not a war hero. He said he doesn't like people that are captured.
Yeah, it sounds like he raised $1 million for him and he's pissed off and he said some shit. That's just what he is, man. Like he talks. So like that's the thing. It's not cool he said it, right? I don't think anyone on the planet is gonna be like. That's the thing. Is like, it seems like your tactic here is to find like the one thing that you can't. Like I'm sure there's hundreds of things. You can
I'll
find
give you
Kamala
multiple
for.
things. I'll go with another one. Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Would you vote for someone who has been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman? Thank you for the hand art. Alyssa, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Are you saying that Trump sexually abused a woman? I'm sorry. Say it again.
Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll. Would you vote for him given that's true?
I don't think anyone would, right? So that's the question. You're asking loaded questions to make sure that
No, I'm not. This isn't a loaded question, Jen. I appreciate the confetti because he has been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman. Do you want to see it?
If he sexually assaulted a woman and was, held accountable for it, he would be in jail.
No, because it's in the context of a civil court because you can't try him in a criminal court because it's been too many years since the event occurred. Right, where it passed statute of limitations, which is a dumb law that shouldn't exist. But look, a jury of 9 people unanimously determined that he sexually abused E. Jean Carroll.
Okay, and so I'm not gonna go and discredit victims or anything like that. But what's the authentic? Like, is it actually you're trying to be like, this actually happened, this actually happened. But like,
yes. So the jury determination did not have to be unanimous, but yet it still was.
I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not gonna speak on that because I don't know.
James, let's take the dollar.
It was then that sucks. It would suck that if that was the case, but like I don't know. This is the first time I've ever heard of that, and it's crazy that how old are you?
22.
It's crazy that a 22-year-old is the first person to tell me something like about this. That's
why I bring it up so much because a lot of people don't know about it. And it's a really bad thing, okay? It's extremely bad, personally confetti. Like, it's something that you wouldn't vote for someone over.
Yeah, I got you. I'm reading the comments. Someone said she got paid $5 million, and then she went. I don't know.
She got paid $5 million for this, but she was a millionaire prior to this.
All right, so what do you? Okay, so if your whole thing is like you're gonna be voting for Kamala because you dislike Trump so much,
it's hard. I think the $2.
When I go online. Or even anywhere, and I see anything with Kamala Harris, all I see is just like literally like a babbling. Just she babbles. She doesn't make any sense. Like the whole.
Oh, Ethan! Someone said that the reason why you saw pay decrease is because you moved in 2021.
I saw that. I also saw people talking about COLA, which like it wasn't a COLA. The COLA actually was an increase. That's the increase that you're seeing. I'm pretty sure in those percentage-wise. That was the COLA increase that we got, but. The actual pay deduction was like my actual paychecks, and everyone here got a pay. It was a decrease, but the COLA increase is what made that.
I don't see that because I see basic pay increase.
I'm not going to try and say that like they're putting out fake numbers. I'm not going to try and say that because that's all conspiracy then. But I'm just telling you, everyone I know here had a pay decrease in that time frame. I'm not going to go out here and say that it's conspiracy or whatever else, but it was 100%.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry to hear that y'all got a pay decrease. Like, you should have gotten an increase according to what's said here.
Now, like in the 2024 thing, that's more accurate for sure. Absolutely. The pay is up now a little bit, but it was immediately. And the thing that I don't like is like, ever since the new administration took over, it's just been war. All we've been like, because I'm in the infantry, for example, right? So I don't know if do you know what that is? You probably do.
Yeah. I have a general idea. I mean, I don't know obviously everything. I know very little amounts, but obviously infantry is like going to be the ones that like are going to be sent to like war.
Yeah, it's like it's just grunt work, essentially, right? Like I'm highly overqualified for this job. Anyone is. It's not hard to get into this, right? And I'm telling you, ever since they took over, it changed from peace times to straight up like gearing up for an essentially imaginary enemy. Because like they're not gonna directly say like, hey, we're going to Ukraine, but I was training Ukrainians here on machine guns and getting them ready to go out and go do their thing in a pointless war that they didn't want to fight in, that we don't want to fight in, that the Russians don't want to fight in. But we're out there fighting for what? It's not for like Russia is going to take over the whole entire West, right? It's not going to happen. Like that's not his goal, and that's not anything here. There's a whole money thing going on with politicians.
So Russia does want to expand, right? They wanted to expand. There's a fact, right?
They're just not trying to. I'm saying that they're not trying to take over the entire. His goal is not to do that. He can't. They can't do it. They're fighting with like old ammunition right now. There's T-72s that have been blown up, and they found egg cartons stuffed in the reactive armor and all this other craziness. Like there's
because they become destabilized because of our response.
Nah,
You understand, like, our response to ensure we didn't even have to go. Like, U.S. soldiers did not have to be sent, like, into there.
100%, I agree with you. And the only reason why they did is because of this administration. They're pushing it so hard. And it's not just here too. They had an influence on Europe that also, like, Germans are pissed. They're not happy with this. They don't want this war either. Like, it's not a thing. They don't want it. They definitely do not want to be a part of it at whatsoever. But everyone keeps talking about war. And the thing with Trump that I'm holding on to as truth is the fact of him saying, like, he could get the war solved in a day. Is that
Dude,
because
that's such bullshit. He can't do that, right?
No, I obviously no one can make it happen within 24 hours unless he's literally in cahoots with Putin. Like, and I understand that. I'm not saying that he could genuinely get it done in 24 hours. I'm saying though that he does have the goal to pull troops back, because the whole time he was in office, he was pulling troops out of there, out of everywhere. Like we were at the most peacetime we have been in years when Trump was in, and that is fact. That is like that.
Okay,
That's
so how was it caused by him?
One more time, like what was
how was it caused by him?
Like,
how were the peace times caused by him?
Pulling troops back to the States, getting us back to our bases, not putting us overseas into pointless wars. Like the Middle East, pointless wars, obviously. Obviously,
which one are you referencing specifically that, like, the Biden-Harris administration got us involved in that you disagree with, that you think Trump would not have got us involved in?
There's a lot of, like, weird stuff going down, and, like, I know that they're doing stuff in Africa right now, which I don't know if that's hitting the media, and it's been going on for years, though. I mean, like, more special forces type stuff, but they're still putting troops out there in places that don't need to be there. They're messing up, like.
I'm very anti-war, but I don't see how that's worse specifically with a Biden-Harris administration comparative to a Trump administration. I think Trump has increased military drone strikes in the Middle East by 432%. He assassinated a top military general in Iran, which almost provoked conflict with Iran. He specifically left Kurdistan, which then led to the Turkish-Kurdish war. Yo, streaming! Thank you so much for the Interstellar. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, streaming. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Let's get some W's for them. And Chuck, thank you so much for the $40 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Chuck in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Chuck. I really appreciate the $40 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
I gotta say one quick thing real quick, because I'm just reading the comments where, like, people are, like, joking about calling my staff duty right now and, like, doing a bunch of crazy shit. Listen,
no, I don't think anyone should do that.
The thing is like, because you had me put out, like, where I'm a part of, and I was, like, okay with doing that, but like the thing is, it's my livelihood, and I'm a father of 2 sons. I don't need any stress. So, like, if like the thing is, if people are gonna be doing that, then, like, I can't be on here. But I would love to.
That's fine. I will respect you leaving for that, but, like, I definitely don't think anyone should do that. Please, everyone, do not do that. Right? I wouldn't advocate for anyone to do that.
I'm not trying to come out here and just spew lies. I'm just talking experience and what I'm seeing to genuinely have a debate with you. Like, I'm not trying to cause any hate. I'm not trying to cause anything else. I'm just trying to hear to, like, actually, because, like, I've popped in your stream a few times, and I've been, like, trying to, like, and I've seen some of the things said, and sometimes it seemed like you pull, like, some people that don't have too much intellect behind their, eyes, and they definitely say some crazy things. Like, I've heard some people say some wild things on here, so I've been wanting to get on here to also debate this, because this is kind of nice. But yeah, please, for the love of God, just nobody be messing with my livelihood. That's not cool.
Yeah. I mean, is there anything else you want to talk about or add before I go on to the next person then?
Yeah. One thing is I wanted to ask about, like, with Kamala Harris. What was up with how the fact, like, the whole time she was VP, right? Like, everyone seemed to hate her, at least from my perspective. And, like, I don't stick to one media outlet source. I use a VPN so I can get news outlets from all Europe, the States, on different things, so I can get an unbiased to the best of my ability. And she straight up seemed to be hated and was doing nothing. She said her, like, and I saw the comedian say she speaks in gypsy curses, which was funny. But
what? That's just, like, crazy weird shit. Like, there are people that make up crazy weird shit about almost any presidential candidate. Right. People didn't like her. I didn't really see that to be widespread. I think most people didn't really know much about her.
I mean, it was the fact of, like, she just, like, what did she do during VP that
yeah, she had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice presidential candidate ever. Literally,
woman of color to be running for office that was like in the
I'm not even. I'm referencing things she did. Right. She specifically advocated for the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which she added specifically within the bill the what's it called? She added the high speed broadband, specifically taking that from not just like non-rural areas, but to extending that to rural areas, like the same way we did that with like the New Deal. Sort of, we extended electricity to like rural America. It is the case that we also got the $35 cap on insulin for seniors, specifically within the Inflation Reduction Act, which she determined by by tie-breaking vote.
Okay. See, that's stuff that I don't know, but that's also stuff that I want to see the authenticity on all of this, because it's just like what
do you want on authenticity on?
On all of her stuff, man. It just was the whole time she was VP. It was just all I saw on both sides was just people essentially just shitting on her because they said that she was weak. It's not even smart. I get it. People lie to do whatever, but it was just that was all it was. And then all of a sudden, there's no one else to run, and now she's just this great hope to go against Trump.
I don't think anyone was really saying that. I don't know who you're talking about was saying this. I didn't really see that, to be honest.
I'm not even going to say I'm voting for Trump because I don't want Kamala Harris. That's where I'm at right now.
So you'd vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman who tried to overthrow the government and coup the government, who's restricting people's freedom of speech, just because you don't like Kamala Harris. But then I don't know what you don't like about her. Can you tell me one thing she influenced to get passed that you disagree with?
It's literally the fact that she dodges every question that is asked to her.
She doesn't. I can give you multiple circumstances where Donald Trump did that.
Yeah, but
Donald Trump, literally at the debates, wouldn't answer a question about what he was going to do for healthcare. He wouldn't answer the question about what he's going to do for childcare. He wouldn't answer any of those questions. But you don't look at him bad for not answering those questions. But for some reason, she's in the wrong.
In the debates when he was going against Biden started listing off all the good things that Trump did, and that was facts. I fact checked that one myself. That one was he started listing. Oh God, one of these debates for a minute ago. It was all of the inflation rates, everything. He was going off. He was dementia out for sure, but he was definitely.
I don't remember him doing that, but Kamala Harris has read off inflation rates at a rally, right? But what she's acknowledging is that there's a problem and what we should do to solve it. That doesn't mean she caused the problem. She clearly didn't cause the problem.
I just don't see how she's this great hope for America.
She's better than Donald Trump. That's what it is. We're not saying that she's perfect or that she's the greatest we've ever seen. What I'm saying is that she is better than Donald Trump, and it's not even close.
I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna respectfully disagree. This was nice though, Parker. It wasn't bad debating you.
I appreciate you coming up. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Are you voting for Trump?
For sure.
Oh, why so?
I don't know. My parents are, they have their own business, and honestly, it's just they're always talking about how great life was before them.
Okay, so just talking about how great life was doesn't mean it was caused by the Biden-Harris, caused to be worse by the Biden-Harris administration.
No, I'm
So can you
you.
tell me what the Biden-Harris administration did specifically that you disagree with?
No, I'm totally fucking with you.
Okay. All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Oh, Jenna, I didn't even notice that. Thank you for telling me, Jenna. Yo, are you voting for Trump? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Ken, thank you so much for the $2. I did just realize that. I didn't realize that before. Someone just told me that. Thank you so much, Ken, though. I appreciate it. All right, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
38.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Well, there's probably a list of things, but mainly I'm I would say I'm very disappointed in our political system, and I think that the Democrats have sort of taken over to be on the side more so with. Sorry, hold on. Let me think of how I'm going to put this. Basically, I think that you hear this all the time from the Republicans now. Oh, the left are going here, whether it's Tulsi Gabbard going to on the right side or
I see. Thank you.
RFK Jr. going to the right. And I think that's specifically because I feel like the left is also owned by corporations just as much as the right.
Okay, so can you? Okay, so did Kamala Harris go up to fossil fuel execs and say, if you give me $1 billion, I'll give you 110 billion?
Are you saying that Trump is doing that?
Yeah, Trump did do that. We have that on report.
No, but I would say that you can clearly see by the way that our wars are being fought that the Democrats are being bought out.
Okay, so you just saying that they're being bought out isn't like an argument. Okay, so can you give me like a reason why you're voting for Donald Trump?
Sure.
Because that's not telling me that Donald Trump's not doing these things.
Sure, but basically it would probably be the whole lesser of two evils argument.
Okay, so then how is someone who tried to coup the government, someone who tried to undermine our American democracy, someone who tried to restrict women's access to abortion, someone who was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, how are they like, the lesser of two evils?
The Democrats have absolutely no problem putting Bill Clinton on stage and praising him and pretending like he didn't do the exact same thing.
Juju, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I have an issue with that, but again, there's not even the same standard with Bill Clinton as there is with Donald Trump. Bill Clinton wasn't even held civilly liable for sexually abusing someone. Okay? So like he not even to the same standard. So if you accept it with Bill Clinton, why don't you accept it with Donald Trump? And you're not voting for Bill Clinton, you're voting for Kamala Harris.
Can you say what specifically exactly what you're talking about for Trump?
He is held civilly liable for sexually assaulting E. Jean Carroll.
Yeah, I don't really know too much about that. I just would say that I know.
What do you know about Bill Clinton?
Well, first of all, it's been reported that he was on the Epstein flight log.
So was Trump. That's ironic that you said that.
He didn't go to Epstein Island though. He did. He did.
So you said the flight logs. Yeah, he was on the flight logs.
He was on the flight logs twice.
Multiple times, yeah.
And he also did have Epstein there.
So I have a question. So why do you say that that's enough of a reason to condemn Bill Clinton, but not enough of a reason to condemn Donald Trump?
No,
DJ classes. Thank you.
What I'm saying is, that's your argument. Is you're saying that Donald Trump is a sexual predator, but yet you have no problem supporting the DNC, who supports.
I don't support the DNC. I specifically prefer Kamala Harris over Donald Trump. I never said that I love the DNC.
Okay, so would you be voting for anybody as long as it's not Donald Trump?
Not anyone. I wouldn't vote for Hitler.
Would you vote for Joe Biden if he was still running?
Yes.
And you don't think that that's an issue? The fact that they hid that he's, I don't know, clearly cognitively in decline.
They didn't hide anything. If you could see that he had cognitive decline, no one was disputing that he's gotten older. Like that's not disputed. But Donald Trump has significant cognitive decline as well. And if you can't acknowledge that, you're just putting on blinders. So I would love for you to acknowledge it on both sides if you're going to do it, not just one side.
I don't see a massive difference. You could tell a huge difference when you see Joe Biden just, 4 years
You can tell it with Donald Trump. You can see a huge difference.
He's not mumbling. He's not staring off into space.
Wait,
he's not.
Joe Biden today wasn't mumbling, right? Joe Biden does not mumble every day.
So you're trying to compare. You're trying to tell me that Joe.
I can find low energy days of what's it called, Donald Trump. But Joe Biden specifically, you can hear him. Like I just heard him today, and I was like, dude, he sounds totally coherent.
Right? They probably have him drugged up.
Okay, so they didn't drug him up for the debates.
So
why? Let's hear this shit. They start drugging him up now that they're done, But they didn't do so when he was in the debates. That's fucking totally incoherent.
Yeah, because they actually need him right now. At that,
What?
They were done
What?
with him. They were done with
No.
him. They said, okay,
No,
really?
this was wait. By the time that most of the Democratic Party wanted him to step down was after the debates, not before. Totally lost, dude.
Sorry, my wife or my daughter was yelling in my ear right when you were talking.
You are totally lost.
So you're telling me that you believe that that Joe Biden is just, or that Donald Trump is just as in high of a decline as Joe Biden?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that they both have a clear decline that makes them like unfit to my standards to be president. Can they fill the necessary qualities of being president? Yes. But are they to the standards that I would want and that you would want? No.
I mean, I disagree with you as far as
Kamala Harris is, though. She's totally mentally there. Thank you, user A1. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Thank you for the ICU.
So, do you mind me asking where you typically get your
AP News, Reuters, NPR. Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much, M. Economic data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, St. Louis Federal Reserve. What else? What else would you want to hear about? Like other studies are in my bibliography.
Okay. No, I'm just curious. I'm not one of these people that are like completely stuck on Trump. I'm not a big Trump fan. I just feel like he. I'm
So
concerned.
again, why are you voting for someone who tried to coup the government? I really want to know.
I don't believe that he tried to coup the government.
Oh, really? So like when he tried to send fake electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win, that's not trying to coup the government? Appreciate the boxing up. Thank you so much. Trying to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results, that's not trying to coup the government?
Well, the first part I never even heard of.
Well, his lawyers don't even dispute this. His lawyers specifically say that it was a official action of his presidency was to send fake electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win.
I mean, I don't know.
Got nothing?
Yeah, I don't. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's not even disputing that he did this. They're just saying he deserves immunity for it.
So is that what they're trying? Is he supposed to go to court for that soon, or?
So he is charged with multiple proceedings relating to it. So like yes, but this is totally related to the immunity case and whether the Supreme Court determines if there's immunity or not.
Okay.
Also, if he gets sentenced to prison here soon, like if he gets sentenced to prison for his felonies, would you vote for him behind bars?
No.
No? Okay. But the only difference is that he got sentenced, so why would you vote for him now?
Because, well, aren't you innocent until you're proven guilty?
He's already been convicted.
So then why is he not in jail?
Because sentencing happens after convictions.
So who's in charge of the sentencing?
I'm pretty sure the judge determines that. I have to check.
Okay. Well, I'm just curious why it takes so long to sentence something like that.
That's just how the process works. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure it's here on the 18th. Should probably go hang out with your daughter. But yeah, appreciate you coming up.
All right, thanks.
All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's get to 2 million likes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's going on? I'm 34.
Are you voting for Trump?
I believe so.
Why so?
I don't really have a maybe such a way with words or of articulation. But in regards to mostly the policies.
Yeah, like, can you name one policy that he influenced to get passed that you like?
Yeah, so businessman myself, I enjoy a little more of his business mindset in regards to how he builds things out. I enjoyed his border security and immigration.
I asked you, like, what policy?
Can't name them verbatim, but in terms of like maybe results per se, at the most.
Okay, so in terms of border crossing numbers, do you think there's a border crisis right now?
I believe so.
Okay, so there's actually less border crossings right now than there was at the end of Trump's administration. So if there's a border crisis right now, well, then there must have been a border crisis at the end of Trump's administration. So is Trump responsible for not fixing the border crisis?
I wouldn't say so, but I think there's more things in play. One thing I would look at is the overall term. So like looking at across the 4 years, what were the factors that were involved? And then like also vice versa, looking at the 4 years for the Biden administration and as well as the Trump administration, seeing what are those factors that led to it, right? Not necessarily.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I asked for the
things
policy
in the administration, right? But the policy in terms of like, when did what policy come into action? How did it affect? How many years does that play into play or go into place as well?
Sen, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. So what border policy specifically led to the border crisis under the Biden-Harris administration?
Once again, don't know the names per se or what would like the titles or anything of that nature. I wouldn't be able to name anything on one side and one end or the other side for the other either.
For sure. So if you can't indicate any policy, then how do you know which one was worse or better for the border?
Ooh, right off the bat, I think kind of going back to the result side of thing in regards to the amount of border crossings in a 4-year period. So not maybe towards, I know you referenced towards the end of Trump administration, you're saying there's more than there is today.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have the numbers in front of me. I don't know those numbers by any means. I do know the total amount of number. Now, I don't know the total amount of numbers off the top of my head, but in terms of whenever I was referenced to it, it seemed to be pretty a large concern in terms of the policies for it. I know that's something that Kamala got some scrutiny over as well. Kamala,
yeah.
Got some scrutiny over as well. But
yeah. So it doesn't seem like we have any policies here. So like, what policies do you like of his, if you can mention any?
So let's see here. I can't name immediate policies. I wasn't really prepared to do so.
Anything like conceptually?
What do you mean by
like
that?
You don't have to give me like the name of the policy, but I meant like what it did.
Okay, so foreign policy in regards to how he handled maybe strength in terms of like, what he had interacted with China, in regards of the end result of tariffs and being able to, for us to make a certain amount on
tariffs cause inflation. Did you know that?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things cause inflation. Anything with printing money or anything that we have to print money on is going to cause inflation.
There was a greater increase in the M2 money supply under Trump's administration. Did you know that?
No, I did not know that.
Yeah, so there's actually more money printing happening under Trump's administration.
Well, I mean, it definitely makes sense, especially with the timing of the COVID-19 and everything else in terms of how he printed money. But the only thing with that I'd see a big difference in is when he printed money on that end, it was given more directly to the people rather than just to the banks. But in terms of the inflation,
what do you mean it was more given to the people? Because
when I say more given to the people, I'm referring to the PPP loans and checks in regards
that
to
went to like businesses.
Well, yeah, those went to businesses, right? To keep the small. I mean, that's the biggest movement of our economy is small business, and then so in regards to also the personal checks given to the individuals was a big.
Did you know that there was those also given under the Biden-Harris administration?
I do. It was continued under the Biden-Harris administration. I thought that was a great, step off or handoff as well.
Okay. So if they agree on it, then that wouldn't be like a relevant difference as to why you'd vote for one over the other, right?
Under that specific topic, yeah. I mean, I think those are one and two of the same in terms of like connections. I do know one in regards to now just the top of my head, something else that's relatable because I know that. Do you know about, I guess, the current position on sorry if I mispronounce her name again, but
Kamala?
Kamala?
Kamala.
Kamala.
Like Kamala. Or you can just say
Kamala.
Vice President Harris.
that works too. Because I know they took a pretty strong stance on not fracking, or really going to
No, she did in the past where she wanted to ban fracking, but now she said that she doesn't like believe in that. She disagrees with that now. So
Yeah,
like, JD Vance, for example, in the past has said that Trump is America's Hitler.
Yeah, I remember. I mean, I'm not necessarily. It's and I think this is where it kind of comes hard, right? Because a lot of people will look at these individuals as their saviors and their saving grace of what's really good for them. But at the end of the day, on both sides, you can see so much. I'd say, well, dishonesty, right, or just not showing who they truly are. Or
I don't think it's dishonest to change your position. Hey, I don't think it's.
I'm not. Sorry,
I used to be a communist. I don't think that makes me dishonest for having a different position now.
No. I mean, I'm not referring about changing positions. I'm just, thinking about in general, right? Maybe I just took that off mark, complete off mark.
Okay, so then, okay. So then, what would be your point here? Like, why do you think Donald Trump's a better candidate?
I mean, and speaking from like a business perspective, looking at the United States, I believe if you run it like a business in terms of a for-profit type of nation, if you will, I know that's the terminology is way different. I think.
Can you name me one good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies? Beth, thank you for the confetti.
Ooh, man, I can't name you a businessman who hasn't gone bankrupt. To be honest,
No, I meant 6 bankruptcies.
No, I totally get that, and I'm not refuting the 6 bankruptcy. I think that's, I wouldn't necessarily look at that as the one determining factor of discrediting somebody, and not also considering what he has done well. And I'm not saying that to defend.
No, but I don't see that. I don't see that his business record is something that's like, oh, this is so fantastic that it's going to make the country so great.
No, I'm just referring more towards like when you're looking at business in general, right? And you're thinking about a for-profit type of business. There's a lot of like different things to consider, and that's why I think about foreign policy. When you think about, and I forgot what the term was or what it was called, but when it comes to Japan sending over or selling so many of their products to Americans, and really American not profiting at all from it, it came to a position to where Japan. Or Trump putting in some of the policies. Once again, don't know the names, don't know.
No, I think he's just lying about those things. He was just trying to argue for broader tariffs, which tariffs are bad. Tariffs hurt the middle class of this country. He wants to decrease taxes and do like the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and he wants to replace those taxes with tariffs, which tariffs would then shift the burden of taxes from people who are richer, right, from the corporate taxes and stuff that mostly affect rich people, comparative to what we see now with it being with tariffs where it would be mostly with people who are poor. Kathy, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Because like people who are poor, right, or people who are in the middle class spend a greater portion of their income on goods, right? And if those goods cost more, well, then that's going to be, a fault of, for example, like, Donald Trump for shifting the burden of taxes.
So can you explain to someone who is maybe not as smart as you, explain a little bit in regards to what that looks like in terms of how tariffs work and how that actually
tariffs are a tax on an import coming into the country.
Correct. And how does that get shifted in regards to the middle class?
Yeah. So you can look at like the overturn rate of specifically like the taxes for tariffs, and out of all taxes, they get passed down to the consumer. I'm pretty sure like 95%. So if there's like say a 10% increase in tariffs, appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. Those prices will become at least 9% more expensive, right?
So you're saying any goods in regards to that, we're just, they're going to ticket their item or the product a lot higher. So therefore, the middle class still wants to buy.
Because if there's a tariff on their good, they essentially have to tack that tariff onto the price, the same way like you do with sales tax.
Okay. And so you're saying just by putting tariffs or taxes in this, so it's either you're funneling the money from what I'm understanding, you're funneling the money somewhere, whether it's going directly towards taxes, for example, towards, per se the middle class, because typically the middle class will always be the ones that are being affected versus, you're buying imported goods, which are just now at a higher price point.
Yeah, and
in
not
order
only would
to
it do that,
balance.
so it would actually do that, and it would increase demand for American goods, which would increase the cost of American goods with the low supply, which would already make it hard for people to afford these types of things.
Sure. Okay. I guess I can see the cause and reaction from that. Not entirely sure in regards to the end result, though. But I can agree with in regards to the cause and effect of it for sure.
Sure. So given what I've said, why would you vote for Trump?
Well, I mean, given what you said, I don't think it gives enough reason to. I think it's just
being held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman, trying to overthrow the government, restricting women's access to abortion, denying science as it relates to climate change, calling for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, not renting to black people in 1973, calling for the execution of 5 innocent black men who were literally who were boys at the time, who were exonerated based upon DNA evidence, yet he still believes that they're guilty. He specifically popularized the birther movement, saying Barack Obama was born in Kenya when there's no sufficient evidence of that, when there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States. He said that Kamala Harris turned black, saying that she wasn't black prior. Tina, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Tina. And my dog, thank you for the meerkat. Let's get some W's, Tina, for the chat, everyone. So all of that isn't enough for you to not vote against him?
Well, I love it. I mean, if I were to address every single one of those, I mean, because what you're doing is you're just listing out random things that you disagree, or I would say things that aren't really good of Trump in general. And I wouldn't necessarily look to disclaim any of those things. But if I went to go list out 10 or find 10, 15 things of Kamala or Biden, then that would be it. It doesn't give a good appearance either. But once again, it's not looking at.
Go for it. Try. If you can say all those things about the other side, go for it.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, I'm not as once again prepared or articulate, but I do know, and I'm sure you can find a series of debaters who are excellent at this, way better than I could be.
Where?
So
I'm waiting for the Trump supporters. I talk to them every day.
I mean, one of those individuals is what's his little program? His name's first name Charlie. Excuse me for not knowing, but he owns a
Turning Point USA, founder of Turning Point.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, no,
I always say you guys would have a great time having a conversation.
You should follow my account. Just keep looking around for my videos. Just look for my videos.
Yeah.
Really soon. Just really look at the videos.
Are you guys gonna have a debate? Because that would be sick.
Just look for my videos.
Okay, I will. Okay, thanks for the time, man. I really appreciate it.
All right, appreciate you coming up. All right, let's go to this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Dude, why do they always say that, dude? Oh my god, they always say that. It's so funny, dude. It's so funny. Yeah, thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, let's get this next individual up. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. You already know the deal, everyone. Yo, Sassy, thank you so much for the superpower. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's get this next person up. If you're a MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and we'll bring you up here. If you're a MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and we'll bring you up. Jesse, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. For a monster, you have low energy today. Do I have low energy? I feel like I don't. I felt normal today. But yeah, maybe I have low energy. Let me know in the comments. Appreciate the DJ glasses. Thank you so much, Em. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Are you voting Trump?
20.
Why's that?
I'll tell you why. Kamala, Joe Biden, they didn't even bother to send their condolences to the fucking 13 soldiers that died under their rule. Yet Trump
That's wrong.
was there.
Can you give me any source on that?
Bro, go look at the news. It's all over the place. You're on TikTok. Bro, it's all over the place. The 13 families even came and spoke out against this.
Can you give me a single source? Give me one source.
Bro, it's on CNN. It's on Fox News.
Give me the title. Because I can show you multiple articles right now of Trump literally violating laws at Arlington specifically to get a photo op. Okay?
Who gives a fuck about that? He's the lesser of the two evils.
How is he the lesser of two evils?
All right, so my grandfather runs a small business, and under the Biden and Harris administration, my grandpa has been struggling. I have been
Okay.
struggling. I work with my grandfather. I work 16 to 18 hours a day just to pay my bills, and I
Maya,
still
appreciate the
can
$2.
barely
Thank
get
you.
by.
Okay, so I don't think you should have to work that long in order to be able to pay bills. And also, that's what the Kamala Harris and Walz administration advocate for. They
Have you
advocate
ever
for
been to a
workers'
damn
rights,
grocery
for
store in the
increasing
past 3
wages.
years?
Yes, Chelsea, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Can you
so
tell me how
22
the
and
Biden-Harris
20
administration caused inflation?
I can't tell you directly how, but I can tell you when I would walk into a Walmart, there would be barely any food on the shelves. Because you know why? Because
So
they
that's
took
just like
jobs
in
away
your
from
area.
our
I
suburbs.
go to Walmart and I see it fully filled.
Well, you're also in California. I'm in Florida.
Oh, yep, Florida's a bad state. My bad. Really bad state. So that's probably
Yeah,
the reason.
because the inflation.
Republican. You know what I mean?
No, that's not
Really
it.
bad state.
Did you know that California has the
No, I'm
most
just
homeless
kidding.
people?
Hey, Emmanuel. Other people in Florida don't have this issue. Okay, so I think it's probably just
lot
like
of people
the
in
particular
Florida have
area
this
that you're
issue.
in. I know people in Florida who don't
I
have
live
that
in
issue.
Orlando, one of the wealthiest areas in Florida.
Yeah, and I don't think that it's just going to be everywhere in Florida because it just is the case in your area.
I live in College Park. Each house around here costs over $300,000 plus. I'm
Cool,
talking
man.
$3,000 a month for rent.
Wow. You want a cookie?
Under Trump, we were paying $1,800 to $2,100 a month for rent.
Okay,
Now we're
can you
paying
tell me how that?
30
Can you
grand.
tell me how inflation was caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
Inflation was caused by the Biden-Harris administration because, one, they stopped our truck imports. They closed off the border. Not only that, I've been hearing
Appreciate
you
it, Cassandra.
talk
Thank you
about
so much for the
these
subscription. And no,
illegals.
and actually no. So they did not stop truck imports.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
They shut off all our ports, bro.
No, they did not. When did they shut off all your ports? Are you saying during COVID?
They shut off all the ports during COVID.
So
And
okay,
yes,
so during
in this
COVID, that happened under Trump's
24
administration.
No, it did not. It did not happen until 2021, which is near the end of COVID.
No, that literally happened under Trump's administration.
No, it did not.
So please give me any source that indicates it only happened under the Biden-Harris administration.
Bro, just go watch the news.
I have.
I see you listing all
And I
these
don't see any source that
sources.
indicates that.
I see you listing all these sources.
Yep, because I get facts. You know, you guys just have feelings. I have
You're
facts.
listing all these sources, right?
Yeah, yep.
But yet, all these sources
Facts and
are
evidence.
Democrat related.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are. They're not a non-bias related.
Yes, they are. So AP News is independent.
That's Democratic.
Amy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. No, it's not. Gerard, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
If this inflation was not such an issue, how come?
Chelsea, thank you for the $5. No,
my
I didn't say
grandpa-
inflation isn't an issue. What I said is it's not caused by the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay. Bread, when Trump was in office, costs $1 and some change. Guess how much bread costs in Florida? Almost $5 a loaf.
Okay, dude.
So now when I go to the
Hey,
store,
Emmanuel, I'm sorry to break it to you, but like that has nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration. There was
it
global.
does.
Listen.
It has to do with the people running the country.
Emmanuel.
Printing
No, it
less
doesn't.
money.
No, it doesn't. Emmanuel, listen. There was actually more money that was printed under Trump's administration, but I
I know.
digress. So listen. So actually, it was not related to the Biden-Harris administration. It happened globally. It happened in Africa. It happened in Asia, South America, Central America, everywhere around the globe. So this isn't a uniquely American issue. I like how you blame Joe Biden for global inflation, but you don't blame Donald Trump for a global pandemic.
Did you know that actually Joe Biden was behind the making of the COVID-19? He was in cahoots with China.
So no, they were not in. That is such a dumb.
Did you know that
I don't
Bill
even want to respond to
Gates
that. It's so
also
dumb.
funded that?
Jesus Christ! Can you give me any source that Joe Biden caused the creation of COVID-19?
It's not
Because
going to tell
you
you that.
seriously just made that up.
I
You
did not
seriously
make that up.
just made that up.
I did not make that up.
Yes, you did. Give me a source.
I don't have the source.
Exactly. That's what I fucking thought. It's trust me, bro, dude. You just rely on trust me, bros, because you have no facts.
You believe everything
No facts,
you
no
read
evidence.
on the internet.
Wait, I know you do because you have no fucking source.
You believe that's because I don't get my sources from the internet. I get my sources from opening my fucking eyes.
Okay. Are you everywhere around the world? No. So how the
No.
fuck are you going to have any of the information relevant? That is like one of the dumbest
got
points I've ever
people in
heard.
higher
You're like,
places.
yep, I just use my fucking eyes. I don't look at the internet. I don't look for sources. I don't look for anything to inform myself at all. I use my fucking eyes. But
So
but watch the
you're
news.
telling me-
Watch
so
the
you're
news.
telling me
I don't
our
look at anything online. I don't believe everything they say, but watch the news.
So you're telling me that we have a better economy now than we had under Trump?
No, I'm not saying that we have a better economy right now. What I'm saying is that the things that are bad in our
We
economy right
can't even
now.
afford to live.
What I'm saying is the things that are bad in our economy right now are not related to the Biden-Harris administration. Anyone who has half of a brain cell working, right, knows this is the case. Just because two things are correlated does not mean one caused the other. Literally, every economist knows this.
Not only-
okay? No economists are out there saying, Biden, why did you cause all the inflation? Biden, what the hell, man? No one's doing
Okay,
it. No
first of
economist
all-
is doing. Name me one economist doing that.
First
Jesus
of all-
Christ, dude.
First of all, watch your fucking tone. I'll tell you that now. Don't talk to me the way
What, do you want a
talk to me.
Kleenex?
No.
Okay.
We from Florida, we built different. So you little California little pussies over there that support the gays and all that bullshit.
Oh, he's so mad. He's so mad.
Ain't nobody mad.
Did you say it's
I'm
because
just-
you support GAY people?
I do not support gay people. I do
Why not?
Because it's not right to fuck another man in the ass. It goes against
Christian confetti,
Christianity.
thank you so much. Oh, it goes against Christianity? Oh, okay.
Yes.
So I have a
So does
question.
the Democrats.
I have a question. Why do you say that about GAY people, but you don't say that to people who tell their kids Santa Claus exists? Because that's a lie. That's against Christianity.
That is a lie.
Appreciate the
And I
handout.
will not teach my kids that Santa Claus and Easter Bunny and all that exists.
Okay, but like, why don't you say that about people who do that? Secondly, why
They're
don't you say that
wrong
about
to
people who
do
do that?
that.
Secondly, I have another point, right?
I have told my
You
own mother.
want to hear something crazy? Why do you think it's okay for God to have impregnated his mother with himself? Do you think perfect men impregnate their mother?
I don't know where you got that from. God
Couch,
and
thank you for the
Jesus are
subscription. Thank
two
you so much.
totally different people.
Oh,
God
okay,
put
so
a
Jesus
seed
isn't
in
God?
the womb of Mary. No, Jesus is not a God. Jesus was a man.
Oh, okay. So when he says
God is a spirit.
so Emmanuel, so when Jesus says I and the Father are one, what did he mean? Thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much, Sylvia.
The Father.
Anna,
the
thank you for the
Son,
$25
the Holy
on Cash
Spirit.
App. Thank you so much. What's up?
The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And if you have any idea about Christianity,
That's the Trinity, right?
that
Which means that they're
means-
God.
that means
3 in 1, like shampoo, like Head and Shoulders.
That means that He, God Himself, lives through Jesus Christ.
So that is God, right? So literally,
No.
God impregnated his
God-
mother with
God-
himself.
God lives in everyone.
So does a perfect father like impregnate his mother?
No. That'd
No.
be wrong.
Oh, okay. So God did something wrong.
I did not say that.
God, stop
So
sinning.
you're
Stop.
twisting
Don't
my
impregnate
words
your
around.
mother, God. Stop sinning. Thank you for confetti. Thank you so much. Or was
So
it
you're
good for
twisting my
him to
words
impregnate his mom?
He did not. God impregnated.
Mary is
Mary.
Jesus's mom, right?
Mary is Jesus' mother. God
Is
is
Jesus
no
God?
man. No. God
No,
is no
so
man.
when God says when Jesus says that I and the Father are one, is he saying he's God?
No.
No? What is he saying?
When Jesus says that I and the Father are one, Jesus
jam
is
time.
saying that God's Spirit lives through me. And through that, you shall receive salvation.
Okay. So not only is that incoherent and you're disputing most of Christian doctrine saying that Jesus isn't God, but you're a heretic under your own view. And actually, I'm not trolling. In the past, you would have been burnt in the stake the same way you claim GAY people would have. Christian, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much on the Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Secondly, as it relates to this, can you name me the verse in the Bible that condemns two women engaging in sex?
Sodom and Gomorrah. God destroyed
No. I
that
asked you for the
city.
verse. Keith, thank you for the $20
I
on
don't
Cash
know
App.
the
Thank you so
verse.
much, Keith.
I don't study the Bible
Appreciate
like that.
super power. Thank you so much. So you don't study the Bible? Here, I'll give you a verse. Leviticus 25, 44 through 46. God says you can own people as slaves and pass them down to your inherited to your children as inherited property for life.
What version of the Bible
Any version.
did that come from?
Any
That did
version.
not come from the King James version, which
Do you
is
want me to
the
read
only
the King
true.
James version?
Read the King James version for me,
Okay.
because the King James version is the only version that is closest to the Hebrew Bible. And the Hebrew
Not even
Bible
close.
is the
No,
only
not true at all.
Bible.
That's totally false, by the way.
That is not.
And you can
false.
read the Hebrew
I am a
Bible, right?
Pentecostal.
Yeah, I
believe in
understand.
speaking
I
in
understand, but the
tongues.
KJV is definitely not.
That is your
Okay, so
opinion.
this is specifically here. I got you. At least I think of the $6.66. This is in the KJV, and Matt says as a Hebrew reader, the King James is terrible. Yeah, I'm not reading this, dude. That is horrendous.
Read it. Read it.
Bond thy
Read it.
bondmen and thy bondmaids. Like, well, I'm not reading that, dude. I'm not reading that. Jesus Christ.
What happened
do you
to
want
the
do you want me to
swords?
bring up someone who reads
What-
Hebrew? Hey, you want me to bring up someone who reads Hebrew?
If you want,
Okay.
I would prefer that.
Yeah, so someone who
And-
reads
and
Hebrew can tell you
I
what
do
it
believe
says.
the Bible does contradict itself in some ways because in
Yeah,
the
it
Hebrew
contradicts
Bible,
itself, yet you believe in it. That's unbelievable.
because the Hebrew Bible says thou shalt not murder, but the King James version, which is what I follow, says thou shalt not kill, which I do believe is a false presentation because murder and killing are two different things. Killing
Okay.
is what our soldiers do. Murder is what street thugs do.
What is this? What the fuck was that? Holy shit! Thank you. Holy fuck, let's get some W's for them in the comment section. I've never seen that one before. That was sick as fuck. Matt, by the way, I can't find you in the guest box, but holy fuck, what was that? I have never seen that shit before. Can we get some W's for Apple in the comment section right now? Holy shit. What was that?
This bitch just said I'm texting her husband. I don't know your husband.
Why are you referring to a woman as a bitch?
It's Florida. That's what we call everybody.
I don't fucking care if you're from Florida. Show some respect.
That is respect to us.
That is not
Everybody's
respect,
a bitch.
genius. That is not respect. Okay, Matt for some reason can't join, but he reads Hebrew and he says exactly what I'm saying. So
Okay.
he's just gonna reaffirm what I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay, not only that, but in Exodus 21:20 through 21, right, it says that you can beat a slave insofar as that they recover after a day or two. But everyone, let's give some W's for Apple. That's so insane.
That don't even make sense.
What do you mean?
You said they can be a slave as long as they recover within a day or two?
No, he said that you can. It says that you can beat your slave insofar as that they recover after a day or two.
I don't believe in slavery. Neither does my religion.
Yes, it does. Oh, there's Matt.
Hey, yeah, sorry that gift like threw off the guest thing, and then my entire
It was so cool though. I've never seen that one before.
I've never seen that before. It was some like fucking Assassin's Creed looking thing. I was like,
I know,
what the
right?
hell
That
is
was so sick.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what the hell's going on. So on the slavery thing, so the King James version uses the word bondsman, which is very odd considering that the Hebrew word is eved, which means slave, but it can also mean servant based on the context. And how we got slave in modern translations is based off the context of the code that's found within Leviticus. So the word doesn't mean bondsman in any way or anything like that. It means slave/servant. And the reason why we know it means servant is because previously when they talk about Hebrew slaves, they add that adjective to it to make it so that you know that it's a servant, not a slave.
Okay.
Yeah. And the King James Version uses a text of the Hebrew Bible that is older and does not include the Dead Sea Scrolls. Modern Bibles use the Dead Sea Scrolls plus the Masoretic text to get a fuller picture because the Dead Sea Scrolls include parts of the Bible that were lost when the Masoretic text was made in the 8th century or so.
Okay.
Let's get some W's from Matt in the comment section.
Yeah, it's not that hard. I don't know why people say, no, it's not slave, it's not slavery. It's because people don't want to translate it that way, but it's very clearly that's what it is. You can look at any modern Bible, Plus, look at the Hebrew and the English translation found by the Jewish Publication Society, which I have on my bookshelf. It clearly says slave. Like, no one disputes this, by the way. Yeah, which is always funny to me.
Like, so, like, yeah,
I
slavery is
appreciate your
okay.
input.
So, given that slavery is okay in the Bible, would you say it's okay?
In today's day and time, no. And
No,
that
but
day
back
and
then,
time, no.
do you think it was good?
I do not believe that it was a good thing.
Okay,
I
so
do not
was it
believe
okay
that
back
people
then,
should have
though?
been slaves. No.
Okay, so Donald
But
Trump,
that's what happened.
or Donald Trump, sorry, God commanded something evil.
I'm
Me
not gonna
mixing
say
those two up is
God-
crazy.
I'm not going to say God is almighty and all good and all that, you know. I'm not.
That's
I
what
got a
your
very
religion
mixed
says, by the
opinion.
way.
I got a very mixed
So
opinion
he's
on
not
God
Christian.
and
This guy's not.
Christianity.
This guy, you're not Christian.
I grew up Christian, but no,
I grew up Christian too.
I'm not technically a Christian.
Okay, so there's no point to talk about this.
That would explain.
Really
Wait, why do you have a problem with GAY people then?
I have a problem with gay people.
Yeah,
I
why?
wouldn't say I have a problem with them because I do have gay friends. I have a problem with people that put it on me and that think I should call them by their pronouns.
What?
Their pronouns.
Pronouns don't even relate to GAY people. Not only does it not relate to GAY people.
LGBTQ.
Not only does it not relate to GAY people, but I have a question. Do you think God the Father is a man?
No, God is a spirit, not a man.
So the Father isn't a man?
Wait,
no.
I mean, he's not a Christian, so the whole Trinity doesn't even hold up anyway because he's not a Christian. So why? So the Trinity doesn't even matter, right? Guess
No,
you're
really
not a Christian, so why do you give a shit
It
about the
don't
Trinity?
matter to me. But I do believe that
Push the coral, thank you.
particular part in the Bible. I do not believe that, you know, people should ask me to accept them for who they are.
Okay, so why should I accept you?
I don't give a fuck if you accept me or not, honestly.
Okay, so should we just start stigmatizing you for being a toxic man? Because I'm down to do that.
I mean, you can. I don't care. It's not going to hurt my feelings.
Okay. So we should just start stigmatizing this guy as a society. I totally agree, dude.
But do you use the Bible to justify your dislike of GAY people? Because you brought up the Bible, so why would you use the Bible if you're not even Christian?
I brought
Because
up the
he doesn't
Bible.
know. He doesn't know what it means. Wait, what? I hate getting banned at like 7K. That's kind of annoying. But we'll get it back out. I've probably got another hour or so left on the live. Maybe a bit longer than that. We'll see. Maybe a little bit shorter. We'll see. Only 10 minutes? Yeah, it was a 10-minute ban. It's been a minute since I've got one of those. But yeah, do tap that screen that's running up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. It will help get out to more people. Let's get the next person up here pretty quick. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up, everyone. If you are MAGA, if you type in the comment section right now, I likely will be able to bring you up. Why'd it happen? It literally just said community guidelines.
How you doing, Parker? 40.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, but I just had one quick question. When everybody say that Trump wants to be a dictator if he does get elected, what didn't that stop him? I'm just saying. I'm not saying I wanted it to happen, but why didn't he just do that in the first place instead of just waiting just for his second term if it does happen? If that makes sense a little bit.
Yeah, you could assume greater level of consolidation of power. And then also, it's because people are only saying this because he said it himself. Like, he said that he was going to be a dictator on day one. That's no one else saying that. He said that himself.
I got you. I just mean it's just like I've been hearing on like TV and TikTok and like other places, but I mean I don't know. I mean I don't mind Harris being the president. I mean I'll vote for her. I'm still thinking about it though, but I mean I don't mind having a woman president if that makes sense to me. I think that'd be cool. And if it does happen, if she does become president, if I like how she did, then I'd vote for her second term though. So
Yeah, like, do you know anything that she's done so far? Like, is there anything that you don't like about her?
I mean, I'm not really. I mean, I follow some stuff. I'm not really like fully into it and stuff like that. I mean, I'm just. I mean, I like her as a person. I think she's cool and pretty and stuff like that. But I'll see how it goes if she does become president. If I like how she did, then I vote for her.
Yeah, for sure. So like, okay, for example, do you think it's good to bring about like a $35 cap on insulin for seniors to make sure that they don't have exorbitant costs for insulin?
Oh yeah, I believe that will help. Yeah, I support that. You know, yeah, if it helps them out, yeah, I support it.
Yeah, that's something that she got put into the bill that she got passed by a tie-breaking vote. One of the powers that a vice president has is a tie-breaking vote, and she did more tie-breaking votes than any other vice president throughout history.
Oh, cool! I did not know that. So
yeah, a lot of people say she's done nothing, but it's actually ironic that she's done more than every other president. Yet they still dispute it. So I think it's just kind of people who don't really know like what she's done, because like the vice president isn't really put in the media that very much.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. Oh, well, that's what I wanted to come up and say, so, but thanks for having me up,
For sure.
so.
I appreciate you coming up to me. Good seeing you.
No problem. Thank you, man. Yeah.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. You have not been up here before. Do tap that screen that's run up to 100,000 likes, share the live as well. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
What new wars did Donald Trump have when he was in office? What new wars? Not existing wars. What new wars did he have?
New wars, what's your qualification? Is it something that hasn't happened like prior? There's been no conflict prior?
Yeah. What new war did he start?
Okay, then there was no war under Biden's, no new war caused under Biden's administration.
Yeah, there was.
What was the new war?
He was starting to help Ukraine, and Russia didn't like it, so Russia
annexed Crimea. Russia annexed Crimea already before that, so that's not the first point of conflict. So try again. What conflict?
How much money was sent? How much money was sent to Ukraine in like weapons and all the stuff under the Biden administration?
$107 billion to the Ukrainian government.
No, it was actually $95 billion.
It was 107, but
no, it wasn't. It was 95. It was just posted like 2 weeks ago. That was 95.
Well, I mean, from the numbers I've seen, it's 107. I can show you right now if you'd like.
So
it doesn't matter. We have homeless plate.
So instead of helping the homeless, right, and the veterans that are killing themselves every single day, or unaliving them, sorry, why did we support Ukraine, but the United States of America and the presidents aren't supporting the homeless when Donald Trump gave the money back to the homeless and didn't take any paychecks from when he was president?
So he actually did. He only gave up 30% according to his tax returns. Secondly, he spent $35 million a year of taxpayer money on golf trips. So I wonder why he did that.
No, he didn't. No, he did. That wasn't
he
the
signed off on more
money.
debt-related spending. That was his money because
he's a multi-billionaire.
No, it wasn't. It was taxpayer money. So he signed off on on more debt-related spending than the Biden administration by two times, talking about non-COVID related debt spending. And I actually have it right here from CFR. This is from the Council on Foreign Relations. They indicate that to the Ukrainian government, it's $107 billion.
Okay, so you know that we had the lowest unemployment rate when Donald Trump was in office for African Americans.
No, so it was actually lower under Biden's administration.
No, it wasn't.
You can go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. In April 2023, it was lower.
Listen, you can't fix it. If he's not going to do it, research, just let it go.
No. Wait. You can find this on the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Okay, I studied economics. I have a degree in economics.
Okay,
this is where we get our data, right? It's from the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
What do you mean you study? You're like 20 years old.
I'm 22. I have a degree in economics.
You, Dean, and Harry are obsessed with this lady that doesn't know what she's doing. She can't even speak a full sentence or do an interview. She can. So why was it that when she talked about the Supreme Court, she said the Supreme
Mikey, she did a recent interview with CNN. Why are you
she
so
did
mad?
That was quote unquote live.
No, she did. She did do an interview, and it was bad.
What was bad about it? Can you tell me one thing she got that was wrong?
Has nothing to do with statistics, and she can't even.
What did she do that was bad in the interview?
In the interview?
Uh huh.
She needed notes. She has no policies. There's nothing
No
plastered on the
policies.
website.
She mentioned multiple policies in that interview. I can mention a few that she mentioned.
Like the grocery cap?
So no,
So that way our farmers go broke?
Mikey, that's not what it is. So you saying grocery crap? No, or cap? No, that's actually something that already exists in 46 states. She's just enforcing the same law that already exists in 46 states federally.
You see what she's done to
Right? What she's
All right.
advocating for, she said the $2,000 cap on pharmaceutical drugs out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin for everybody. She wants to make it specifically that you have a
I'm in the medical
$25,000
field.
subsidy
There
for
is no
first-time
cap on
home
insulin.
buyers. She wants to
There's no
hold
cap
up,
on insulin.
can I please
My
finish?
wife, my
Yeah.
wife is in the medical field. There's no cap on insulin.
It's for Medicare.
There's
Okay,
no cap on it.
Yes, there is. Right now, there is for
Medicaid and
Medicare.
Suffering can't get it because they're not old enough? That's
So
not fair.
Wait, I agree, but that's how they could get it put into the bill. They want to pass it to everyone. That's what Kamala Harris is advocating for. She's advocating
But
to
if you
expand it to everyone.
But if everybody has the same health care, the same insurance, the same everything like Obamacare, which she's promoting and wanting to put back into place, which was a mandate.
Wait, by the way,
That's socialism.
no, Mikey. One, that's not socialism. I need you to define socialism. And two, it is the case that the Affordable Care Act, it doesn't take away your private insurance, right? You're not forced to go on it, and the mandates were taken down by the Supreme Court. So there's no mandate according to the ACA right now, and they advocated and got the expansion of the ACA already.
She
So
wants to
what's socialism?
Socialism, she wants to make everybody have the same health care, the same everything.
What's socialism? Can you tell me what socialism is? Can you define it?
Everybody gets the same exact amounts.
No, that's not what socialism is. Socialism is when the workers control the means of production. It's about extending democracy to the workplace.
Which
That's
means
what
everybody makes
socialism
the
is
same,
about.
the same.
You don't know what socialism is.
Well, then educate me.
I just told you. It's
Because
when the
you're
workers.
continually wanting to vote for somebody who can't even do a goddamn interview without notes. So
She
please
did an
explain
interview.
that to me.
Having notes to write down things to be able to
No.
like
She
make
wanted
sure that you have a
notes to read
response.
off of. She didn't want notes to
Oh
write
wait,
shit
no,
down.
that's not true. Give me a single source that indicates that.
Donald Trump had the best economy. He's
Wait,
proven
hold
himself.
up. Can you give me any source that indicates that she had notes?
Yeah, it was right there on the CNN table. She was supposed to go to an interview. I believe it was with Fox News or ABC News, one of them.
Thank you so much.
And she wanted to have notes. She wanted to sit down.
She wants to take her own.
Hey, Parker.
No,
Stop
she wants
talking.
to
Let her actually.
She
explain
wants
it.
to take her own notes. She wants to take her own notes. It's not
No,
that
she
she
wants to
wants
bring notes, but she doesn't wanna
pre-written
fuck
down
up.
notes.
Okay, so what made the economy better during the Biden administration? Name 4 things that made the economy better. Then we'll tell you 4 things that made the economy better when Trump was in office.
Okay, so the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act. That's 4.
The inflation. Wait, hold on. The Inflation Reduction Act. How is the Inflation Reduction Act in effect when gas in the United States is about minimum?
Mikey, you don't know what it means. That's just the name of the policy. So the name of the policy is meant to cause a disinflationary pressure in the long run because it makes us less dependent on foreign oil. It was an investment, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin. So aiding the effects of inflation would be making things more affordable for people
Why did
who
he
need
cancel
it.
the pipeline then for Michigan?
So the XL pipeline, that was specifically from the Supreme Court, and he followed through with a Supreme Court order.
No, he fired everybody. They laid them all off.
No, that
They
was
all
a
lost
Supreme
their
Court
jobs.
order.
I know
It
people
was
work
a Supreme Court order that he followed through with.
I don't.
That no, it's not because he was.
And it was Canada's pipeline, and those were temporary jobs that you're mentioning.
If people want, listen, it's plain and simple. If people want everything to stay the way it is and keep moving forward the way it is, and having
Do y'all want to give me 4 policies?
Vote Kamala.
Give me
that.
4 policies.
I'm sorry. I vote military. I vote our life. And I stand
Is that
for
why Donald Trump said that veterans are suckers and losers, and said that John McCain's not a war hero because he was captured?
If you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Who's the fucking racist?
Wait, by
here?
the way, Donald Trump who didn't rent to black people in 1973, who called for the execution.
Hold on.
Who called for the execution of 5 black boys, right? Who were shown to be innocent with DNA evidence, the Central Park 5. Okay, those things, right? We can mention how he popularized the birther movement, where he specifically got like people to believe, a large amount of people to believe that Barack Obama was not born in the United States because he was born in Africa, he was born in Kenya, when there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States. It's ridiculous bullshit that he continues to perpetuate even today, saying that Kamala Harris turned black, saying that she wasn't black prior. That's clear racism. And I'm not going to dispute that Biden has a history of racist acts. He's apologized, he's tried to do better. That doesn't justify it. Those are still racist acts. Now, I think that Donald Trump has done racist acts and hasn't apologized. And also, Joe Biden's not the one running. So why are you voting for a racist over a non-racist, Kamala Harris? I meant to unmute you. Sorry. Think of the goose.
Whether Kamala's racist or not is a moot point. I'm not voting.
Then why were you
for
bringing up the
person.
racism of Biden if you don't care about racism?
Listen, I'm not voting for the person because of their personality. I'm voting for their policies. And
Okay,
quite
so can you
frankly,
guys name me the?
Donald
I asked you for the
Trump
policies
I
and you couldn't
agree with
mention.
them.
Think of the rock star. What's the policies? Name them.
Listen, he had the lowest unemployment rate for
That's not a
African
policy.
Americans.
No, it's not. It was lower under Biden, and that's not a policy.
He just wants to make America great again. He wants to bring back jobs to the American
Who was it great
people.
for,
He
and
wants
when
to
was it
lower
great?
Grocery bills.
Oh, who was it? When was it great? And who was it great for?
It was great for the African Americans. During the time that Donald Trump was president, more African Americans had more jobs. That is a proven fact. It's a proven fact. You can look it up.
No, you can look up unemployment rate, Bureau of Labor Statistics, and then go to. I appreciate. Thank you for the. I appreciate this superpower. Thank you so much. Go to by race, okay, and you'll literally see. Listen. Listen. No, I'm not. The Bureau of Labor Statistics is the literal data from the government. Okay, you can find it from the St. Louis Federal Reserve. So you guys just dispute economic fact. So if you wait, the same economic fact that he just cited, I used to show that he's wrong. If you look at literally 2023 and April 2023, you can.
Show me it.
I'll show you. Karen, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much on Venmo. I actually even made a video about this.
April
like a bit ago.
2020. Wait, would you say April 2020? Right? You said that?
April 2023.
April 2023. Okay, so now go to when Trump was president from 2016 to 2020.
Wait, say that again?
Nobody's going to convince anybody to vote for the other person. That's not.
Or no, what was it? 2018, sorry. 2018 to 2020 that Donald Trump was president.
Okay, so here, look at this. So this is from my video, actually.
Do you consider yourself woke?
Hold up. Can you? No, I don't. So
you are though, but you are.
No, don't.
He's on the right.
Don't assume.
He's on the left side.
So you see this? 2019, right? There's 5.3%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
I just know I wasn't paying $11.
April. Hold up. Sorry. Is it really gonna fucking do that? I'm sorry. I'm trying to fix it. You see how in this one it was 4.8%. April 2023.
April 2023.
It was 4.8%. I just showed you. Okay?
That's April 2023. I'm talking about 2018 when Donald Trump was president. Donald Trump was president from 2018 to 2020.
Yeah, where I was referencing the unemployment rate. So what I was just showing you is that in April 2023, the unemployment rate at 4.8% is lower than at 5. I think it was 3% or 5.4%.
But if you're talking about 2023, when was Donald Trump president? 2020 to 2022, correct? Or is it a 4-year term? It's 4-year term.
Yeah.
So 2020 to 2024.
Okay, Mikey, stop yelling because you're just unbelievable. He was inaugurated in 2017 and he left office in 2021. Okay, so it's 4-year term. Jesus Christ. The fact that you thought it was a 2-year term from 2020 to 2021 is crazy.
What I'm saying is,
no, Mikey, be quiet. Be quiet. Listen, please. Just it's actually ridiculous. Please stop talking. Okay.
It's ridiculous saying not showing for 2020.
Why do
That's
you
what I'm
keep
asking
talking?
you. 2020.
Prove this point.
Let me describe to you what it is. You're totally wrong.
You didn't show from 2020. You showed 2023. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand. So listen, I showed you the very lowest point under Trump's administration when it was at 5.4%.
Where's my phone?
Yeah, April 2023 is under Biden's administration where it was
But
even
you didn't
lower.
show 2020.
Mike, listen. Please be quiet for a second and listen. Stop yelling for a second and listen. I'm telling you, I'm describing.
1 second, Chris. I want to say something really quick. No, this is actually important. People in your live
I'm about
Can
to kick
stop
you from my
commenting
screen,
on my
Mikey. You
post?
are the most insufferable person I've almost ever talked to. Be quiet for a second and listen. You have incapacity to listen. Listen,
He doesn't
listen,
want to agree with you.
listen,
Just let
listen.
it
Just
go. That's what
listen.
they do.
They're both fucking.
That's why you don't do
They're
live.
both the most insufferable people. Listen, listen. I'm trying to tell you one basic fact. I can't even tell them one fact. Jesus Christ, he had to mute himself. He muted himself because they're fucking in MAGA meltdown. Listen, okay? The unemployment rate under Trump's administration at the very lowest for Black Americans was 5.4%. Okay, under 2023, right? For Joe Biden, this is under Joe Biden's presidency, it was 4.8%. So it was even lower at the lowest point under Joe Biden's presidency compared to the lowest point under Trump's presidency. Does that make sense?
Sure, but can you tell people to stop commenting on my post from you live?
Don't comment on his post, everyone. Comment on here.
Okay, and honestly, you guys, I hope Kamala loses because she doesn't know what she's doing in life.
Did you want to respond to what I just said? What I just said?
Kamala, whatever her name is.
Mikey, what did I just tell you? Like, did you remember? The unemployment rate was lower because under Biden's administration for Black Americans comparative to under Trump's administration. Not only that, but it is the case that doesn't even mean that that's from the policy. That just means it happened under their administration. So that's not even like a point. Like, you're the one who you brought it up and is acting like it's amazing. He just left. What the hell? Thom, thank you so much for the $20.24 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate Thom. Why are they running? What is up with the people today, bro? People are so wild. They never gave us the 4 policies, by the way. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello? Hello? Okay, we already got them to fall asleep. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Someone get Bryce Hall to come on my live. I want to debate him right now. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
John Pork.
How old?
John Pork.
Okay. All right. Someone please get them on here. I would love to talk to that guy. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
18.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
I don't know his policies.
Thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much. His policies? What policy?
The what is it called? The closing the border. Mom,
What policy was that?
Go for this dumbass sellout.
What was the policy?
Come on.
Mustache. What was the policy?
Argue with him. Debate that nigga.
Whoa, what the fuck? Okay, we're just going to go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello? No, Bryce didn't say anything about me, but I've just been seeing him make pro-Trump content, and I'm just like, dude, there's no way he has any brain cell. Like, I'm sorry, but there's no way Bryce Hall knows what he's talking about politically speaking. So, like, I would love to talk to him about it. Teishi, thank you for the DJ classes. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Should we just, like, should I make a video calling him out? Like, to a live debate? I think I might do it. I think I'm going to do it here pretty soon. Oh, you literally have a slur in your bio.
No, I don't.
Take the slur out of your bio.
What is it?
You know what's in the bio. Literally, look at your own bio and figure it out.
Okay, I'll
Fucking
fix it
weirdo.
after this.
Yo, what's up, how old are you? Yo, what's up, how old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hey, how you doing? I just want to say, first of all, thank you for doing what you're doing. I'm 45 years old.
I do appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'm going to get on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. I do appreciate you, though. Thank you so much, though. I am just looking for people who are voting for Trump. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 23. I'm over Brent Peterson. Brent Peterson, President of the United States.
Only sending us requests if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. All right, let me get someone up here who does want to vote for Trump. Do give it a second, everyone. By the way, everyone, if y'all didn't realize, I got banned earlier for like 10 minutes, but we got the account back, so we're fine. All right, let me try to get this next person up here. It's really not adding someone up, so do give it a second. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and I will bring you up. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Jesus Christ, bro. Bro, what is going on? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Do give it a second. Why'd you get a ban? It was just community guidelines. I don't even know why. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Parker.
Are you voting Trump?
I am voting Trump.
Why so?
And
description, thank you.
probably for the security of our country.
Okay.
The ability that he has to speak to other world leaders and keep peace in this country and around the world. We saw it during his term. There was no conflicts going on. I'm not talking about previous conflicts that were already in the books. But nothing new happened under his name. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so why were there multiple national security advisors of his that like say he's like unfit for presidency, that he's a threat to this country?
I would have to say that they didn't play along the way that they wanted him to play along.
Okay, his third national security advisor, John Bolton, said, "I believe foreign leaders think he's a laughing fool." His second national security advisor, H.R. McMaster, says, "We saw an absence of leadership, really anti-leadership, and what it can do to the country."
You have to understand that a lot of these huge generals that control all the wars that we get into, they all have a piece in the pie.
These people are appointed by Trump. Appreciate the rock star. Thank you.
Maybe he made some wrong decisions there, and he just didn't agree with their way of thinking.
That's a lot of people.
Maybe so, but even at that, he did not get us into any new wars while he was in office.
Appreciate the ICU. Thank you so much. So didn't get any into new wars. Can you tell me the new war that the Biden-Harris administration got into?
How about Israel?
So that's been going on for decades. You understand that? I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. The Nakba happened in the 40s, right? The ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. Appreciate the rock star. Thank you so much, Taishi.
The Israeli and Palestinian.
That's been happening for decades.
It's actually biblical.
That's not new. Don't bring religion into it to justify anything.
Well, I mean, if you want to go back 40 years, let's go back thousands of years.
No, the point I'm making is that you were saying that's a new conflict. I'm telling you that's not new. So give me a new conflict that we got into.
Wow. Well, maybe you got me on that one. But were we in this much turmoil with other countries under President Trump?
Regardless of whether or not we were, I don't know how I could identify that. I think we were in a lot of turmoil. I don't know if we were more or less. Thank you, super hard. Thank you so much. I think there's a lot of turmoil now, and there's a lot of turmoil then. Right? Like, so yeah, I would say yeah, but like I don't know how we'd quantify that.
I just think that President Trump got a lot more respect from third world countries.
Really?
Other countries than
what tells you
Biden. Look at what Putin has done in Ukraine.
Okay, how did the Biden-Harris administration cause that?
Because they didn't fear Biden. They didn't fear Biden and what he was going to do.
They didn't fear Biden?
They didn't fear him one bit.
So, okay, you're saying... You're saying they don't fear Biden. Why do they fear, by the way, Kamala Harris is the candidate, but why do they fear Trump?
Well, it happened under the Biden administration, for one. The oil pipeline that the Biden administration gave Putin the right to do to benefit them selling that much oil versus the United States selling the oil to Europe.
Wait, you understand that? No, hold up. You understand that the United States produces more oil in the U.S. right now than any point under Trump's administration or of any country ever? And are you driving?
No. I'm sitting in my garage. No, I'm not driving. No.
Go for it.
If that was the case, why are oil prices so high?
Because we are getting less oil from other countries around the world. So there is an agreement signed that Trump signed with OPEC to cut their oil production that was extended beyond 2022. I appreciate the CB. Thank you so much. And there was also a cut in oil we're getting from Russia because of the Russia-Ukraine situation. So the less oil available to the United States, which is going to lead to an increase in gas prices.
But gas prices were down under the Trump administration.
Yeah, I understand that was prior to this agreement, right? And then once the agreement undergoed, we were still under the Trump administration, right? Or not the Trump, we're still under coronavirus. So it is the case that there was significantly less demand.
A slight, but you still can't justify that as far as air travel, vacation travel. People still got to go to work and drive the vehicles to work, COVID or not. But even on top of that, the next one is inflation. Even Kamala admitted that she wants to go back to the Trump era where inflation was down, but she says her slogan is, we won't go back. We won't go back.
No.
So admitted that Trump.
No, when they say we're not going back, they mean in terms of those candidates. And by the way, it's Kamala Harris.
Well, maybe I don't speak the same. I don't pronounce my words the way you do. Don't judge me on that.
Well, Kamala is not difficult for you to say, is it?
No, neither is nachos or tacos or tacos. You see, it's a tomato or tomato, whichever way you want to pronounce it, Bubba. It's the same thing.
No, so I mean, if you know how someone's name is pronounced and you can pronounce it that way, why wouldn't you do that?
I don't want to get into this deal with you about how I pronounce my words or names like the way you.
No, I'm not saying all names. I'm just saying like someone's name when you know they have a preferred method or preferred way of pronouncing it.
Sure, some people say tomato, some people say tomato.
Yeah, so that's not. I think it's disrespectful to say that like her name is reduced down to the name of tomato. Right? Like I think that obviously our names matter more than like the name of a tomato.
I did not say
that's not a person.
Some people say tacos and some people say tacos.
Okay, that's still not a person.
I wouldn't fault them for that.
Is a taco a person?
Of course not, but what I'm getting to is the way people pronounce their syllables. There's nothing wrong with that. Why are you going to fault me for that?
Because it's a person, and you can not do that?
But I so choose to do so. You're going to tell me how I can and can't speak or pronounce names?
If you're going to purposefully mispronounce her name, I think that it's legitimate to take that as disrespect.
Parker, I just pronounced your name properly. And somebody in New Jersey calls you, hey, Parker. Are you going to give them riff because they pronounce your name Parker instead of Parker? Does that make them a bad person?
So again, if you are purposefully mispronouncing my name, right, in a manner in which I prefer not to be, right, then yeah, I wouldn't think that's okay. Right? Like if I had a particular way of, if you had a particular way of saying my name that like I didn't like and that you like again clearly didn't do that, then that's fine. But you having like an accent or someone having an accent is not the same thing as literally, right, mispronouncing her name on purpose. Her name is Kamala. That's literally a pronunciation. That's not an accent.
I would like to understand why it bothers you so much the way I pronounce your name. It's
okay,
just,
so do you just want me to go on to the next person because you're just like being utterly ridiculous?
No. You brought this.
They have a preferred way for you to pronunciate their name. Is that difficult? Is that really hard for you to understand? That they have a preferred way of pronouncing their name?
It's not, but so now we have rules on how to pronounce people's names. And if you don't pronounce it correctly,
you're just being obtuse. You're just being obtuse. Like you're doing it to purposely disrespect her.
I don't think so.
You're gaslighting at this point. No, because you know it's disrespectful. You know everyone knows it's disrespectful, and you still keep being like, oh, trying to play like, oh, I don't think it's disrespectful. There's no way. I didn't know that. Like,
Well,
what? No, come on.
Well, okay. Kamala. That make you feel better?
Kamala.
I'm sorry. You see, that's just the way it comes out. I don't mean no disrespect or anything like that. I mean, not everybody can pronounce it the way she wants it to be pronounced. I don't think it's anything disrespectful.
You can pronounce it that way. There's nothing stopping you, and you're purposefully mispronouncing it so that you can piss people off.
I don't.
You're
think
doing that on purpose. You're a rage baiter, bro. Totally rage baiting.
Oh my goodness. I did not want to get on your live feed to do this. That was not my intentions at all. At all. I don't want to disrespect your live feed in any way, Parker. Not in any way. I just wanted to come in here and have a friendly discussion, not an argument, a discussion with you. That's all.
Okay, do you want to have that conversation?
I'm
Or do you like
certainly-
just get off on like the public perception?
Public perception? No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
I
Not
love
at
you.
all.
Thank you so much.
Well, let's talk about the inflation fact. She was, as vice president, run under Biden economics. That's Bidenomics. That's what they called it. And now she's totally flip-flopped on that.
On Biden's economics, which ones?
Well, they called it Bidenomics.
What is she flip-flopped on?
Well, she was for the Green New Deal. She's starting to flip on that. She was against
So
fracking.
you understand that she changed views over time?
I know.
Or she
Just in
voted
the past.
You understand that in the
40
past, Trump
40
didn't want to
days.
leave it up to the states. In the past, Trump didn't want to pay for IVF. In the past, Trump didn't want to do plenty of things. Right? He's changed his views. In the past, he didn't advocate for no tax on tips. So is he flipping?
No, she's flipping because now she's.
Oh, why is he not flipping?
Now
He's a Democrat. Why is he not flipping? He was pro-choice. Why is he not flipping?
He flipped for the right reasons.
He flipped for the right reasons. So did she. Now you're just fucking
So,
weird for saying that.
He stole his slogan about no more tax on tips when she
Stole? That did not come. No, that's been talked about for a long time. Ron Paul?
Ron Paul's not running for president, bro. He's not.
Was.
And I hope you don't
did
mind
say that.
calling you bro.
I hope you know that it came from people prior to him.
But in the last 35 days, she's flipping on everything that she previously said just months ago as vice president.
Yeah, Bernie is too, by the way, everyone. But someone just got annoyed with me saying that for some reason. So I
None
didn't
of
say
these,
it.
none of these
Perfect.
other cats are even in the race. We got to talk about the here and now. Who's running for presidency and how they're flip-flopping. Trump hasn't flip-flopped in the past, we're going on, what, 7.5 years since he first took office
No
till
tax
now?
on tips. He flip-flopped. He flip-flopped recently with the paid for IVF thing. Right, because his Republican base really didn't like that. He literally flip-flops all the fucking time. He said he wants peace, but then he's urging Netanyahu to he wants people to stop dying. I want peace. Stop dying. But then urges Netanyahu not to accept a ceasefire because it would make the Democrats look good. And then also, he says he really cares about the border. The border is such a big issue, but then gets people in Congress, calls them up to not support the border bill and undermines that, right, to not let the Democrats get a win, okay, on that as well. So there are multiple things that he went against in terms of his core values, right, just to win. So don't talk about flipping for me.
Well,
Don't even bring that up, bro.
Would you at least give me this? That under the Trump presidency, compared to the Biden presidency, which is we're living in now,
Max,
there
thank
were
you for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
far fewer immigrants coming into this country under Trump than there are under Biden.
So actually, their daily crossings right now are lower than what they were at the end of Trump's administration.
Okay. I don't want to argue about that because that, to me, that's a false statement. Second,
it's from the you can literally find this from the head of the DHS, and you can find it from the Customs and Border Protection. Preach the rock star. Thank you so much, Taishi.
so you're telling me under the Trump administration, there were not any more migrants coming into this country than there are under the Biden administration today?
So there was in the prior years and like months ago, but now due to a recent executive order, it is the case that there's a reduction in the amount of people who are coming here. There was a 50% reduction in border crossings, right, due to a recent executive order.
I'm taking into the consideration the day that President Biden took office till now. I'm not just talking about the past couple of months. Secondly, California given up to $30,000+ to immigrants for a down payment on a house.
So that's nothing to do with that. I'm talking about the presidency.
Well, Biden's president.
Thank you. That's not federal policy.
That's not federal policy, but yet.
And what you did you say Gavin Newsom? Because that's a proposal that's not even passed.
But to even think of proposing something like that,
that's for a state government. That's not even the federal government.
But what way does the state of California vote?
Leave the handout. Thank you so much. Well, we do through like propositions on like the ballots.
No. California.
Kelvin, you think I'm paid by the DNC? Trisha, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Trisha. Thank you.
Definitely.
Why do you think I'm paid by the DNC?
I don't know. You're just too smart, man.
He's well versed. I'll give him that. Hello.
Yeah, you're still here. Appreciate the detail. Thank you.
Yeah. Why is it the blue states and the sanctuary cities are all blue states? And now, look at what my governor here in Texas did, shipping all these immigrants up to New York, Chicago, everywhere he could. And I live about 2 hours away from the Mexican border, down here in South Texas. And
Republicans do that with people across the board. They do that with people who are homeless. They do that with people who are literally migrating to the country. You understand they do that, right? I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Because out of like spite, because they think it's like bad. They're like, oh, immigrants are bad. Homeless people are bad. We got to send them to those places where they're going to care for them more. Because we won't do it.
But
what happened to community? What happened to caring about people? Like small town areas pride themselves on like, right, oh, we really care about each other. But then like those places, like honestly speaking, have like some of the lowest level of like social services to help people. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. And they just rely on big cities to do that.
Well, exactly, because that's where most of your Democratic run places are, is in big cities.
So then why don't we just federalize it? Why don't we federalize these systems? Make sure everyone has them. So it's not just specified to particular areas.
That's socialism.
That's not socialism. What defines socialism?
The government paying for everything for everybody. Everybody has equal pay.
So no, that's not equal pay. Two, that's not what socialism is. Socialism is when the workers control the means of production, right? It's about democracy in the workplace. That's what socialism is. It's a method of production.
Talk to somebody and I haven't talked to anybody that lives in Europe, but talk to people that live in Europe that lives under a socialist.
That's not socialism.
Regardless, why is it that all these sanctuary cities, and when all these immigrants get sent to New York, they got put up in hotels, they got, for lack of a better term,
talking about state policy. Do you want to talk about Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, or do you want to talk about random state policies, bro?
Well, it to me it goes hand in hand.
No, it doesn't.
If the state is blue,
let's have a conversation. Let's have a conversation about again why you think that Kamala Harris is worse than Donald Trump. Tell me, why do you think Donald Trump's so great, even though he's been held civilly liable for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies, tried to overthrow the government, tried to restrict women's access to abortion, called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims into the country, right? Literally is coming after people's fundamental rights. You just don't care.
Fundamental rights? Don't you think it starts in the state? Where the voting comes from, in the state, what the state's doing for the people there, and then they vote nationally? That's why we have blue states, red states, because it starts at the local level. And so if these sanctuary cities are just handing out money to all these illegals that they're hoping to turn into voters.
Oh my God, I'm gonna cry, dude. I want like something that relates to Kamala Harris. What did she do that you dislike? Name one thing that Kamala Harris did that you dislike.
You know, I think this is the best way I can answer your question. She hasn't done anything that I could even think of disliking because she hasn't done anything. She hasn't done anything.
So
judge her on.
you say
But
that
she doesn't do
you just
anything.
have. You know what that tells me when you say that? It tells me you've done no research. Because you want to know what's crazy? She literally has done more than any other vice president in United States history. The main thing that a vice president can do, what is it? It's being the person that can be the tie-breaking vote in the Senate. Okay? What did she do? The most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever. The most tie-breaking votes, including things like the Inflation Reduction Act, which had the $35 cap on insulin, something Trump wanted but couldn't enforce through an executive order, right? And then also the largest investment in renewable energy ever, which actually makes us less dependent on other countries around the world for energy. So long term, that benefits this country and puts America first. And you're sitting there like, oh, Donald Trump's doing those things when that policy did it. And you don't even acknowledge it. You say she did nothing.
So
expanding access to the Affordable Care Act, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, right? This is massive legislation that got done by the Biden-Harris administration that benefit middle-class Americans, benefit veterans, benefit people in this country.
You just mentioned veterans, and the Democratic Party is treating illegals way better than they're treating our veterans. Our veterans
That doesn't make any sense. Name me one federal policy that gives money to people who are undocumented, and stop calling people illegals, bro. That's so fucking weird.
Well, because we have laws in this country, that's why.
Okay. Donald Trump has 34 felonies he's been convicted of. We have laws in this country. You don't care about them. Donald Trump's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll. We have laws in this country. You don't care about them. Donald Trump right now is under indictment, right, literally for fucking insurrection, okay? And you don't care. Don't talk to me about the law and enforcing our laws when you don't give a shit about enforcing these laws as it relates to Donald Trump. It's rules for thee, but not rules for your king.
Parker, he
Sonia, Bridge of the Galaxy, thank you so much.
The insurrection deal and got acquitted of all that stuff, Parker. They did.
No, this is a recent
Parker,
indictment,
you
genius.
knew if they could lock him up, they would have. Why haven't they?
Sentencing's going to happen here pretty soon, buddy. Hey, I hope he goes to prison with sentencing. I bet you'd vote for him from prison behind bars.
Parker, you just mentioned 34
Would
convictions.
you vote for Donald Trump behind bars?
Why isn't the man behind bars?
Would you vote for Donald Trump behind bars?
Probably so. But Parker, you just mentioned
see what I mean? September 18th. September 18th. I hope he gets fucking put behind bars. Think of the blessing of. Thank you so much.
You mentioned
you're going to vote for a convicted
convictions,
felon
Parker.
behind bars that's a proven sexual abuser, fraudster, election denier who tried to overthrow the government. This guy's a threat to this country. This guy's a threat to this democracy, and you're voting for him. He's going to be written down in the history books to be such a threat
If
to this
he's
country.
so guilty, Parker, like you claim, why isn't he behind bars already?
Because September 18th is literally sentencing, and for the civil courts, that's because statute of limitation law.
You know, Parker, I had a individual that murdered my son about 3 months ago, and he's not
I'm
behind
really sorry to
bars.
hear that. And I think that person's guilty. I think that person's guilty, and I believe you, Isaac, even though it is the case that you don't have that criminal conviction, even though that person isn't behind bars. So that's crazy that like you can't identify in this scenario that even though someone's not behind bars, that doesn't mean they didn't commit a crime.
So, do we live in America or do we not live in America? I mean, if you're guilty of a crime, serve the time. And
Well,
they've tried and tried
to
and
get
tried
sentenced.
with Trump, but they can't convict him of anything. If he's convicted
He was
felon, like
convicted.
you say, then why isn't he behind bars?
Sentencing happens September 18th. You're acting like just because there's not sentencing, that means that they're not convicted. You don't know how our criminal justice system works.
But yet, this man has almost half the country supporting him.
So?
But
people supported Hitler. What's your point?
That's comical.
I mean, it's true. People did. And people are
You're
supporting
right.
Donald Trump.
And what happened to Hitler? Yeah, bro. I don't know. mean to argue with you, Parker. I appreciate you letting me on and everything. It's been a great conversation. We'll just see what the American people want. And I guess the vote will speak for itself and go from there. You know, it's kind of like picking the lesser of the two evils. You know? You
So
can put
how is
Democrats
the convicted felon, proven sexual abuser guy who tried to overthrow the government and restrict women's access to abortion somehow the better choice? Appreciate the hand art. Like, please make it make sense.
You know, I would hate to answer that question because I'm probably going to get thrown off of this live video chat. Because, I'm just not going to go there, man.
Why would it get you thrown off?
Well, let's just talk about our VP pick. His nickname is Tampon Tim or whatever it is. He wants to put tampons.
Yo, I fucking love Tim Walz. I love Tim Walz.
So why
He's an
does he have
amazing
the
guy.
nickname-
And
why does he have the
you don't know
nickname
that policy.
Tampon?
That policy does not say that you are mandated to put it into boys' bathrooms. What it does is it says that any person who is menstruating has access to menstrual products.
you just said
That's
any
all it
person.
mandates. That's all the
know.
bill mandates. It mandates that people who have literally a system that menstruates, right, will have access to menstrual products. That's a right. That's a right to me. It's a right to Tim Walz, and I fucking love that guy for that. That's amazing. Universal school free lunches, paid sick leave. This guy fights for workers in America. He fights for the American working class, and you're voting for a guy that fights for corporations over the working class. What the fuck are you talking about? This guy is a 24-year veteran, right? He's high in the military, and that guy, he's coming to support this country. And yeah, absolutely, I fucking love Tim Walz.
Parker, when I was
CB,
in,
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
when I was in elementary and kindergarten, I had free lunches. That's nothing new. That is nothing new to have free lunches at school. That's nothing new at all. They're proposing old plans. And you mentioned,
Universal free school lunching and lunches and like breakfast. That does not exist universally around the country. And I hope that Tim Walz can bring it to the country, right? Everyone.
You're telling me that kids that go to school this day will be denied food if they don't have $5 in their pocket to eat.
Yes, and yes.
Oh, they might not get to eat what everybody else eats, but they'll eat something. They'll eat something. They're not.
It depends on the state. It depends on the state.
But you're okay with that going back to the state, but you want it federal.
So again, so yes, I want it to be federally protected that kids have these types of lunches. Right. I want it to be federally protected that people have health care. I want it to be federally protected that women have the right to get access to abortion. Right. I think that stuff should be federally protected. I don't want those rights should be left up to the states. When I say free lunches, I think there should be significantly better lunches for our children. I think that we should treat our children very nice in this country. And I think right now, like the lunches that I grew up with, the breakfast I grew up with, I would like better than that.
I would have to disagree that the free lunches that were given at school were way better than what some parents feed their kids at home.
No, I'm not saying they weren't. What I'm saying is that like we should have really healthy food. We should have really good food. It tastes good, right? Given to our children. I think it should be a thing that like if people rely on like having food at school, like that's okay. That like if a kid goes that like they don't want to eat all these things, right? There's so many kids that are like that. When I was a kid, I literally like there are so many kids out there that because of certain like eating preferences and whatnot, they can't eat the food that exists there, right? I have a lot of issues as it relates to eating throughout my entire life. I've dealt with it, and as a kid, I literally wouldn't eat the lunch. I literally wouldn't eat it, right? So I think it's very important to ensure that kids are incentivized to eat because it's very important for their development, right?
Oh, I agree.
And again,
100%.
eat healthily, right? Eat healthily. So like, there also needs to be dietitians in schools, right? I think that's very important. The fact that every school does not have a registered dietitian is concerning to me. Okay, I think that should be mandated in every public school in this country, a registered dietitian as well.
Parker, I'm almost 50 years old. I did not have a dietitian when I went through school.
Me neither. I mean,
I didn't learn
I think
about heart disease and cholesterol and all that stuff till I got into my late 30s, early 40s. This, that, and the other. But you are. I'm not saying you, but it's going to be very difficult to convince teenagers and early 20s people to eat healthy and convince them, hey, this is going to help you out longer in life. Start doing it now. No, People are
if
at that
if it
age,
tastes
we're just-
good, if it tastes good and you get them involved early enough, it absolutely is something that you can convince people. to
I
do.
know.
We just
So-
have created a culture where that type of stuff isn't as relevant to people, right? And
Well-
a lot of and it's very expensive. So if you do provide it for free to everyone and you make healthy food not expensive, I think people will choose to have the healthy food that tastes good. Because a lot of people associate healthy food with not tasting good. It's really important to make the healthy food taste good. And I think
so
like
tell
that'd be
McDonald's to stop using.
and Julia,
kids
thank
in
you
their
for the
commercials.
$50 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Julia. Can we get some W's in the comment section right now for Julia? Thank you so much.
Well, let's start telling kids and using kids in McDonald's commercials, Taco Bell commercials, Pizza Hut commercials. I mean, and these are your
Thank you for the hand
huge
card. Thank you so much.
corporations
Hey.
that are running
I don't think the
businesses.
way to restrict this stuff necessarily is to completely cut it off from people doing like private stuff. What I'm arguing for is to incentivize it through the public sector, through through public schools, right? That's what I'm advocating for, and through education, right? And then also in society, I think that we need to have the same types of regulatory standards as what they have in other countries, right? So I'm not advocating we completely restrict everything. I'm advocating just for the regulatory standards that are accepted worldwide.
You know, I think we are where we are in this country because of capitalism, free choice, free will, everything. Everything's about
Rebecca, thank you for the $10.
You know, and people that own these humongous corporations don't care about your kids. They don't care about
like
the
Donald
future.
Trump. Like Donald Trump. So why do you want to vote one
Man,
into
will
office
you
who
give
clearly
me
doesn't care?
just a minute, please? You know, I'm trying to agree with you just a little bit, and when I do agree with you, you still want to shut me down. You know, I am not.
I was making another point.
I am not saying what Donald Trump wants to do with this country is the best thing in the world. I'm not saying that, but the way I look at it, probably the last greatest decade that we had was like the 80s, early 90s. And I'm sure you were born, in 80?
According to what qualities? According to what standards? Savannah, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much for Tampon 10. Thank you so much.
There wasn't so much hatred back then. You know?
There wasn't so much hatred? Thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much. You don't think there was vast racism, homophobia? You don't think that was very prevalent? You don't think misogyny was prevalent? Okay, if you're a white man in America, a white cis straight man in America, yeah, you probably didn't realize it because people didn't talk about it as much. But now people do talk about it.
Thanks to what? Social media.
Yes.
Everybody
because
puts their opinions
I
out.
am able to make these platforms, other people are able to make those platforms, and we're able to talk about these things. We're able to spread awareness.
Great. That's great. I appreciate that. That's great. I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying.
I'm not saying you were. I'm just acknowledging that the culture is different now due to the internet and technology and social media.
But a lot of people, I'm not saying a lot of people. I got to be careful with my words when I'm talking to you because you chop block my words sometimes when I'm talking.
Sorry, I'm a debater.
You know, and I know you didn't want to talk about the Bible, but this goes all the way back to biblical times in the book of Corinthians. Homosexuality has been alive since the beginning of time. The Bible talks about it. The thing was that it was just very hidden and very quiet. Nobody wanted to say anything about it. And now social media has just exploded.
You're saying people have been stigmatized the same way people were stigmatized for being left-handed. People were stigmatized, and not many people talked about it. It wasn't really recognized, right? Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. But over time, it became less stigmatized. But there were plenty of cultures throughout society that didn't stigmatize it in the same way we stigmatize it. But that doesn't mean that just because it was stigmatized or not stigmatized in a particular way, that means we should do this a particular way. I appreciate the hand. Thank you so much. I don't look towards the past to do that. What I say is that we should not stigmatize being GAY because there's no good reason to do that. What is the reason why you want to restrict two consenting adults from consensually engaging in what they want to?
You have my vote on that 100%. I never said that, and that's not what I believe in. Don't get me wrong. Don't twist my words. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just pointing out the obvious, how times have changed, that it's more open now. It's everywhere now. You know, I mean, Target's making commercials.
Yeah, because it's okay to be GAY. So I can't say it because TikTok TOS for some reason they took down my last slide because people were saying GAY, but like it's really weird. I don't know why they do that, but yeah, that's the point. Is that there's more inclusion. What's the issue with inclusion?
I would have no problem with inclusion.
I live in Los Angeles and it's not everywhere. So it's like where the hell do you live that like it's everywhere?
Oh no,
I do not see pride flags everywhere, and if I do, I would be like based. I'd be like, that's based.
Maybe
it's inclusive. Like,
what
what is so fucking wrong with a rainbow, bro? What's so wrong with saying we should accept people who are GAY? What is wrong with that? That should be something that you accept as a great thing about this country, that we can accept people and there's freedom, right? For things that there's no reason to restrict people or to stigmatize them for. That should be a good thing about this country that we celebrate. We celebrate the fact that we are able to include more people in the land of the free, right? How can you say it's a land of the free if you don't extend that to GAY people?
Parker, may I get a word in edgewise here, Bubba? Appreciate it. And forgive me for calling you Bubba. I'm sorry before you.
I don't mind. I don't care.
It's not the inclusion, if that's what you're trying to sum up in a nutshell, to be included in anything. It's when they try to shove it down your throat.
How?
Well, let's take Tampon Tim, for instance. We'll go back to that conversation.
Tampon Tim, that's a compliment, by the way. Making sure that people who are menstruating have access to menstrual products is a good thing.
Okay,
I'm sorry you don't realize that as a man.
Parker. Yeah, see, you called me a man because that's what I am. But
yeah, no, you're a man that doesn't realize that.
Okay, would you answer me this? When would I ever need a tampon? In my men's bathroom.
Do you have a significant other?
Yes, I'm married for the past 25 years.
So she says, "Oh, can you get one for me?" Are you gonna walk into the women's restroom, or are you gonna go into the men's restroom and you can grab one for her, right? And then come
Usually, my wife is a very responsible woman and takes everything she needs.
Let's say she didn't have one, though. Let's say she didn't have one. Is that not totally legitimate? Not only that, but for people who are menstruating. And also, by the way, the bill did not mandate tampons to be in boys' restrooms. It did not mandate that. It mandated that everyone who's menstruating have access to menstrual products. Most schools in Minnesota do not put them in boys' bathrooms.
You know, Parker, if I was to walk into a woman's bathroom at a restaurant and ask for, geez, I can't even think what I could ask for that I would need in a woman's bathroom, they would call the cops on me and have me arrested for walking into a woman's bathroom.
Yeah, so Isaac, can you just acknowledge that you would just go into the bathroom and you could get it there and you could get the tampons there, it could be useful in that context?
No, I would tell my wife, sweetheart, if this is what's going on, we need to get back to the house. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Let's go back.
Why wouldn't you want to be
CVS or something or Walgreens and get what you need, and we're out. I am not going to walk into a woman's bathroom and scare the bejesus out of women because
Isaac, I'm not advocating you do that. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm saying, Isaac, listen. I'm saying there are some contexts where it could make sense.
Okay,
let's say my girlfriend. Listen, I'll
explain.
Me and my girlfriend are at a restaurant. She forgot her bag. She doesn't have anything, right? I could get one for her. Does that not make sense?
Well, why don't they just put it in the lobby then? Why does it got to be in the men's bathroom? Put it in the lobby.
I never said it has to be in the men's restroom. I never said that.
But that's what
Isaac, shut up and listen.
That's what Tim wants to do.
Thank you so much. No, it's not. I just explained this to you, Isaac. Literally, Isaac, the bill literally does not say that you have to put tampons in boys' bathrooms or men's restrooms. It specifically says that people who are menstruating will have access to menstrual products. Most particular schools did not have them in boys' restrooms, and they still complied with the law.
So you're telling me that the janitors don't fill up the tampons enough in the women's bathrooms that they have to put them in the boys' bathrooms in case they run out in the women's bathrooms?
This guy is like the most unbelievable.
What? I mean, no, I'm not. I have a very difficult time understanding your logic about this, why they have to be in the boys' or men's bathroom. if they don't keep stock.
Listen. I never said they have to. You're not listening to me.
I am now.
I literally have an AI thing, and it thinks I'm not real, and then I'm hitting refresh, and it's not letting me do it. So do give it a second, everyone. It's saying I have no internet connection to. Oh, here we go. I got it. We're good. We get verification complete. It knows I'm not an AI. There we are. So again, why are you freaking out over tampons?
Well, that's the thing. What do they call that? Context. What's
Jerry, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Jerry.
I still, against your argument, if you feel that they need to put tampons in the men's restroom in case...
Isaac, I never said that. Jesus fucking Christ. Capable of fucking listening. Alexis, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Tampons can plug bullet wounds. So real. So real. All right, dude. Are you going to unmute, man? You have to click your profile picture in the bottom right and then click the microphone. And then he's not going to hear anything that I just said. By the way, everyone. Did you hear anything I just said?
Yeah. Are we bringing somebody else in?
No. Tell me. Can you tell me what I just said?
I mean, you were praising everybody for the flowers and the money and everything, so yeah, I got kind of confused with that stuff. But I think what you're saying is, and what Tampon Tim did, he gave the state the right, if they so choose to do so, they could do that.
Yeah, what's the issue with that? If the particular district wants to do that, what's the issue with that?
No, if the district wants to put
most of them don't
in boys' bathrooms, he just gave them the right to do it.
Yeah, he gave them. Yeah, no, they had the ability to do it before.
Exactly.
Isaac, they had the right to do it before. The mandate that he imposed was just to make sure that people have menstrual products. They could have done this before. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And you understand that if there are trans men, right, in men's restrooms, that they need to be able to get access to menstrual products.
You're gonna have to say that one more time.
Trans men in men's restroom need to be able to get access to menstrual products as well.
I'm confused on the whole trans woman, trans men thing. Which one is which? Is it a woman going?
Dude,
a woman?
Isaac, you're just like intelligent as fuck, dude.
Dude,
Okay,
no,
listen,
it's not bad.
Listen, a trans man is biologically female, but is a man.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And a trans woman is biologically male, but is a woman.
That's all I want to do is just get it straight. I'm not knocking it. I'm not making fun. I'm just making sure I'm on the same page with you. That's all. That's all. You don't have any children, do you, Parker?
I have 10 children.
Parker, you look like you're 22, 23 years old.
Thank you so much.
Parker.
I am 22. Alexandria, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much, Alexandria. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah,
So you don't have any kids?
I do have 10 children.
You don't have any kids that were born to you that came out of your sperm to make kids? You don't have any kids?
Yeah, I do.
You're 23, you're 22, and you've had 10 kids?
Yeah.
That carry your blood type, your bloodline?
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing. You must have got started really, really early.
I did. Appreciate the Stephanie. Thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
What are the names of your 10 kids, Parker?
I can't tell you. I can't dox them.
I tell you what, Parker, it's been a great conversation.
Wait, so what's the relevance of me being a father? Appreciate the hand. Donald Trump influencing it past that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
The capital gains tax. Capital gains tax has helped.
Not a policy, and that's not a policy that Trump influenced get passed. Alicia, thank you so much for the $10. Nika, thank you so much for the $5 for curing your depression. Oh, thank you so much. I don't know if I can do that clinically, but I do appreciate you that I was able to help.
What's wrong with the capital gain tax? Do you know what Kamala's economic policy?
Lewis, thank you so much for the $10 for 10 kids. Yes, I do know what Kamala's economic policy is.
It's called her wealth tax.
No, well, I mean, you could technically call it that, but an unrealized tax on wealth over 100 million?
No. Not at all. Let's say my house is worth 200 grand, and then 3 years it goes up to 400 grand. I'm going to have to pay 22 to 25% tax on that increase in appreciation.
No, not if you reinvest that home through 1099.
No, not at all. That's not the way the law is written.
That is exactly how it works. Alicia, think of the $5. Thank you so much.
No, it doesn't. It does not work like that, what she's proposing. She wants to tax you on money that you're not earning just because the appraisal district raised your...
For income, or not income, for wealth over 100 million. It's only for over 100 million. Also, I appreciate the singing mic. Thank you so much. Property tax right now is an unrealized tax. So you're okay with property tax and unrealized tax on the middle class and on everyone, but for some reason you're not okay with an unrealized tax on people with wealth over 100 million? Got it.
You know how many people that are worth over $100 million compared to the middle class? It's a drop in the bucket.
Sorry, say that one more time.
It's a drop in the bucket. People that are worth over $100 million that you say she's taxing them, but she's not taxing the middle. The middle class runs this country. That's who she's $5.
Thank you so much. No, she's not. She's only going to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year, and she's only going to increase taxes on wealth over 100 million. Zach, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. They said, Parker, come home. The kids miss you. Okay. I am home. The kids are fine. Don't worry.
That's called Bidenomics.
The kids are asleep right now. They're all infants, so they're all really young. One's a toddler, or a few are toddlers actually. Appreciate the DG classes. Thank you. I mean, I don't know if they're in the midpoint where you consider a toddler or infant. You know what I mean?
Well, we'll see what happens, Parker, in November.
And they have better emotional control than most MAGAs.
If you're still on in November, we'll see who wins, and I'll be glad to. If we lose, I'll still come on and chit chat with you, and I'll submit to you.
Becca, thank you so much for the $20.24. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Did you say submit to me? What? What? Jesus Christ. Ruben, thank you for the $3 for Parker Jr. Thank you. Jeez. Appreciate the superpower. Thank you so much, Heather. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Submitting to me is crazy. I've never had someone say they were going to do that. That's insane. On live, at least. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Wait, when I said on live, everyone, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it like that. I was just. I don't know why. Why do you think that? Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much, Joseph.
Well, is Putin more afraid of Donald Trump, or is he more afraid of Kamala Harris?
Kamala.
Kamala.
And I would guess Kamala Harris because they got the entirety of NATO to defend Ukraine. So it's almost the entirety of NATO, almost the entirety of Europe. So it's it's really good, and I don't think Trump would have done the same thing.
What about China?
What about China?
Well, I think China, Ukraine, the Israel war, I think that's all I think everyone's just gonna roll her. I mean, convince me otherwise.
Wait, sorry, say that more time. Sorry, I was reading something.
Yeah, no sweat. What policy, or I mean, why would China, whoever Xi Jinping and Putin, fear her? And what's she going to do about the Israeli?
I don't think that they fear either president individually. I think they fear the country, right? But if they were willing to fear the ideology of the administration more, it would be the Biden-Harris administration, as it is the case that they've been more harsh on Russia. The sanctions, they've been more harsh in terms of getting Ukrainian support, right? Which I don't see to be the same degree with Trump, and he also indicates that wouldn't be. McKenna, think of the dollar. Like, he wants to give up Ukrainian land, which Ukraine doesn't.
Okay, and let me just follow up on that other guy with this tampon Tim. So where are they going to put the tampons if they're not going to put them in the bathroom? Where are they going to be made available?
Thank you so much. It depends on the school. The school determines that. They just have to make sure, in order to comply with the law, that everyone who's menstruating has access to menstrual products.
So what, like the nurse's office?
Yeah, probably.
Someone could just go to the nurse's office?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. So you think?
Thank you so much.
So you're saying I shouldn't vote for Trump? That Kamala Harris is going to end these wars as fast?
Rachel, thank you for the $10 for
Who's
tampons
going
and
to
child
end the
support.
war in 24 hours?
No one.
He's not going to do that?
No one's going to do that. Donald Trump's lying to you. If you believe that, like, I'm sorry, that's like believing me when I tell you that when you die, you're going to go into a Pokemon world and you're going to, like, be a Pokemon master. You're going to be the very best that no one ever was. To catch them is our real test, and train them is our cause. Are you going to go for it?
Stop it.
All right, like, come on, like, those are just as valuable, like, as statements.
I'm trolling you, man. I love you, brother. I love you, brother.
Appreciate it. I appreciate it. They were a decent troll, actually. They were a decent troll. I did not expect them to be a troll. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can't
Hello?
hear you.
Are you voting,
Can't
Chubb?
hear you.
You can't hear me?
Barely.
Well, I heard myself through your mic, so I promise you can fucking hear me, buddy. Turn up your damn volume. I think that's a you problem, bro. Hey, Kiki, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. No wonder you have 10 kids. Yep. 10 children. You know, it's a pal to you? Okay, let's go on to the next person. Appreciate that hand art. Thank you so much, Joseph. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Stop singing, or your next caller. We want to submit you on live. Yeah, crazy. I do need to stop singing. I know I sang Happy Birthday to Dean a few times. That was pretty bad.
No.
You know what's a pal to you? People ask what my kids' names are. Like, what do y'all think? What do y'all think are good, like, boy names? Because I feel like girl names are, like, really easy. Like, I feel like they're all, like, there are a lot of cute ones, but, like, boy names are so difficult. I feel like they're really hard. Someone said Dean. Dean is crazy. I think Oliver is something that I've looked at. Die, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I don't know. I'm not really into, like, a lot of the names. I don't know. I like my name though, which is really weird because I don't know if I want to name. I wouldn't like name my kid after me. Appreciate super. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. But I do like my name. Yeah, I don't know. Some people saying Donald is crazy. Yo, Jack, thank you for the $1. Angie, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I'm going to have to submit this to you. Thank you so much. Bartholomew the Third? Yes, so real. What's up, how old are you? All right, let's get this next person up. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up, how old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. All right, all right. Yo, what's the pal to you?
I'm 23.
Are you voting Trump?
I am, yeah.
Why so?
Foreign affairs.
Okay. What about foreign affairs?
I just feel like how we've handled the Israel situation and Palestine and then Ukraine. I don't believe so. No, I think it's my first time on your live.
Okay. So yeah. So what about it?
I feel like the fact that there's not a ceasefire in Palestine right now is kind of ridiculous. And
so why is Trump urging Netanyahu to not accept the ceasefire? Sasha, thank you for $5. Thank you so much. Do you want me to pull it up? I mean, there are plenty of articles indicating there are people around Trump saying.
What has the current administration done though?
For the ceasefire, they give the $5. Thank you so much, Hannah. Well, they're just engaging in communications to get them to come to the tables for a ceasefire. That's all they can do. What else could they do?
I mean, I just feel like
done humanitarian
as a partisan standpoint, the Republicans are looking to isolate more than the Democrats currently.
Okay, so if Republicans are looking to isolate more, then I have a question. Why do they not block the appropriations funding?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's valid.
Yeah, but Trump said he didn't want that.
Are you going to pull that up, or? I mean, I'm not like by no means a big Trump guy. It's more of a partisan vote than anything.
Okay, so it's just a partisan vote. So only because you're on this side.
Yeah.
So it's not. So it's not about foreign affairs. So it's just about the Republican side. So if
I think foreign affairs is the. Sorry,
if
go ahead.
Kamala Harris was a Republican, would you vote for her against Donald Trump as a Democrat?
Yeah, I believe so.
Come on, bro. That's so ridiculous, Blake. Another Blake.
I mean,
subscription. Come on.
I just think too many people get caught up on the personal affair, like personal stuff of presidents. But
come on.
I mean, a lot still.
Come on. No, that is the most cringe shit I've ever heard. You're all party. You're no policy. There's no substantive aspect.
No. I'm 100%.
Put the party over the country.
100% policy. I mean, no president's pushing.
If you were 100% policy. If you're 100% policy, then you wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris just because she were a Republican and Donald Trump was a Democrat.
I mean, if you go and look at the current state of parties and what they're trying to do.
Actually, bro. I'm not taking that seriously. That's not even worth engaging with, bro. Bro's just voting for him because he's Republican, bro. Are you fucking trolling, dude? Are you trolling? Because he's Republican. If he were a Democrat, I wouldn't be voting for him, even if he had the exact same policy. Yo, it's a pal to you?
57.
Are you voting for Trump?
No.
Based. Good for you. Based. We love that. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm voting for Harris.
Based.
When I normally vote.
All right, everyone. Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's get this next person up here.
Oh my God, hello?
Yo, it's a pal to you? And Hannah, thank you for the $5. Are you voting Trump?
Parker, I just want to tell you, please just let me, don't kick me, please. I have been following you, and I just want to say how much you've inspired me, and Kamala Harris 2024, and thank you.
I appreciate you. Have a good day. I typically do kick people off, but I was just going to let her do it for a second. Sasha, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Let's get this next individual up here. Yo, JV, thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 28.
Are you voting for Trump?
No, but I'm a teacher and I wanted to clarify the tampons in school.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't just accept that we're gonna do this now. I can't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. I gotta get someone up who's MAGA, or everyone's gonna leave. All right, let's get this next individual up. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, y'all. Let's get this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Support me is always Venmo, Cash App in the bio. It's the best place to do so. Getting my my PayPal. I apologize, everyone. I've been so lazy with it, so utterly lazy. It's really bad. I know. I'm so sorry. All right, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. It's getting harder to add them. I know, right? Thank you for the little crown. Thank you so much. I literally add someone who put in the chat, oh, if you want a good debate, add me up. And they didn't add me up. Or they didn't add up. This person accepted it. Oh, there it goes. Yo, it's a pal to you? Yeah. Appreciate the confetti. You like a Minecraft zombie? That's what you kind of sounded like there. Like, were they trying to? They should do that for Halloween, bro. That was like the exact sound on Minecraft. I swear. I'm not even trolling. Yo, Melanie, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Jacob, thank you for the subscription. Can we get some W's for Melanie in the comment section right now for the $100? Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Melanie. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's so sick. Thank you for the $100. Melissa, thank you for the 10 as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yo, it's a pal to you?
Yes, I'm 30 years old.
Are you voting Trump?
Oh, heck yeah, I am.
Why?
There's plenty of reasons, because Trump, I believe, is the resurrected man of Jesus Christ, for one, and he's here to save our.
But yeah, Melanie, can we get some W's for Melanie in the comment section right now? That is so amazing. Thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Everyone also tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes before I do end it. We got banned earlier, but we got back, everyone. So we got the account back. But yes, let's try to get this next person up. Let me see how much longer I have, everyone, because it's totally dependent on whenever my girlfriend wants me to leave. She hasn't said anything yet. But yo, what's a pal to you?
Hi, I'm 32.
Are you voting for Trump?
No, free Palestine.
Based. Free Congo. There's lots of genocides happening around the world. It's really sad. It's really, really sad. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Ashley, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Here it is.
Maya, thank you so much for the $2 as well. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
57.
Are you voting Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
Well, I was going to vote for Kamala until she put out her tax policies, and then I flipped to Trump because.
So what about Kamala's tax policies do you dislike?
Okay, the first thing is that she wants to raise capital gains from 20% to 44.6%.
For what income threshold?
All income thresholds.
Not true.
100 million if you want, so there's 3 different types of.
And where'd you get that? Because that's totally not true. I promise you the 44.6 is not true at all. For everyone, no. Also, I can't hear you right now because you have to be on the app for me to be able to hear you.
Sorry, I'm new at this. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so on Fox News, they had this thing, and one of my friends sent me the picture, and it says there's 3 different tax brackets that she wants to raise. And the reason that I'm concerned about it is I'm getting ready to retire in a year and a half at 58 and a half. And if she raises the capital gains when I sell my company, 44.6% of that money that I made on that would go to taxes versus to me. And I've worked my whole life, and it's really scary to me. I was going to vote.
How much is it worth?
A lot. I don't really want to say that because people know me. So
then you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
I won't be fine.
Yes, you will.
It's not that much.
If it's
Okay, listen, you got to have about $5 million nowadays to retire, because if you don't, you're not going to be able to continue until my family lives into their 90s.
Okay, if you have a few $1,000,000 and you have an investment, like, or even dividends on a particular stock, you can live on just the dividends. Did you know that?
That's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah, I absolutely.
So why do you need $5 million to retire?
You got to. You have to have.
Why
that
do you
much.
need $5 million to retire?
You have to.
Really? So what percentage of $5 million, right, do you need every year? Do you need like a $500,000 income to live?
Oh my God! You wish it was that. Try about 200,000 if on 5 million, because you got to pay. You still have to pay state tax, right? So even if you have like tax-free bonds, you still have to pay state tax on that if you live in a state where there's taxes, which I do. Okay.
5 million, literally 4% of 5 million is 200K.
Correct.
Okay,
Now,
so if you had dividends, 4%.
Okay, subtract 8% of that overall for state tax, and then you take 44% of that, and you tell me what that is.
So you're taking 44. You're not going to take 44% of 200,000.
No, I know, but
pull
she's
that much
going to
out,
take
you're not
half of
going
the
to take
wealth,
that much
so
out.
you got to reduce it down.
No, wait.
to
Tell me where you
2.5
got the
million.
44.6% from. That was
Fox
specifically.
News. I was
that was
trying to
specifically
send
for
it to you.
everyone.
I
Like, you
want
have
to
to tell me
send
the
it to
title.
you.
You have to tell
They
me the
have it
title.
out on Fox News. We took a snapshot
Because
of
they're
it.
not increasing capital gains on, on tax on anyone that's income is under $400,000 a year. So if you are pulling out 200K from dividends and that's your yearly income, you're not going to be paying a higher tax rate.
Okay, so I own several businesses, right? And look, it's really difficult for all of us in business right now with Trump and this tax thing. Kamala is all a lot better on everything except for the taxes. If she would leave that alone, she would win in a landslide, because people are tired of Trump's BS because he doesn't speak well. He doesn't support the United States well. And we look like idiots when he speaks because he doesn't know how to speak. But when Kamala comes up with this, massive tax, thing that she's talking about, honestly, it scares the hell out of a lot of us that are business owners. And, we have a lot of influence. I have 3,200 employees, so when you think about that, there's a lot of people that it affects. And honestly, I really want you to look into this for me, because the honest truth of it is, okay, so Biden tried to pass the tax, the capital gains, to raise it from 20 to 28%, and he didn't get it done. Okay, it got shot down. But if she comes in and, the House and the Senate, if the one's bipartisan and then the other one is
so the
owned by Democrats.
44.6% is for income over 400K.
Right.
So your income over 400K a year gets taxed at that percentage. That's it.
Well, when I sell my company that year, it will be over 44%, or it will be over 400,000. So I would lose half of my wealth. That's the problem.
If you only take into account that the income is taxed at the highest bracket.
Right.
That's
well,
not how the brackets work, though.
Well, yeah.
Also,
if you're
as it
selling a
relates to that,
company, even if
if
it's
you
$1
have-
million,
if you-
let's just say it's $500,000, you're still going to get the 44.6%.
No, you're not. No, you're not. If you take it as income for the year, then yeah, you would.
Well, you have to if you sell a company.
Okay, so you take it as income for a year. You don't reinvest any of it? Because you don't need to, like,
When you're
for
trying to
example,
retire, you probably
I understand you're retiring, but when you
Yeah.
retire, you don't take out all your money and put it in a savings account.
Well, when you
right?
sell a company, a person buys you out and they give you a check.
I understand,
for
but you
their
put your
part.
money into like a stock that produces dividends. You put your money
Well,
into
yeah, you can,
a rental
but-
property
Okay, listen, this is the deal.
that produces cash flow.
Just say I sell my company for $1 million. Okay. It's over the 400,000 threshold. She would take 44.6% of that. So
You're not listening,
$446,000.
Angie. You don't know what you're talking about at all. Listen,
I do.
Listen.
You don't
No,
know
you don't.
what
Listen,
you're talking
listen.
about.
No,
I'm in
if
business. Do you own businesses?
Ma'am. Well, I technically do, but listen.
Okay.
So the tax brackets for the first bit, you only pay that bracket. And then for the next bit, you pay that bracket. And for the next bracket, you pay for that bracket. So you have to look at the effective tax rate. What you're looking at is the top marginal tax rate for the highest level of income.
Is what? Do you know what that is? Because I pay it every year.
Yeah, right now?
You know
Or
what
for
the highest tax bracket is today for
what? It's like
income?
37%.
for feds, and then you add your 8% for your taxes for your state.
Well,
if
you just
have
told
four.
everyone what state you live in.
How do you know? There's
'Cause
lots
it's
of them that have
8%.
it. Yeah. Where's it at?
Well, I would have to look it up. I don't know. I'm just telling you. If you said 8%.
Well, there's a lot of them that have 8. Some have 6. Some have 10. It depends on where you live, right?
Oregon?
Nope. I'm not telling you where I live because it's too scary. I'm old and I don't use these apps very much. And I've been listening to you for a very, very long time. And I was all about Kamala until I got that update. And now I'm just like, this sucks. I mean, I really wish that she wouldn't put that crap out there because we really need somebody besides Trump.
So
but
can you
when
show
she
me a
does
source that says that it's
Yes.
44.6 for the income that you're referencing?
Yes, I can. And there's 3 different things. If I go up on this, it
Because the
seems
44.6 is for only income over 400K.
I know. But let me hold on. I'm trying.
You're not going to take out all your stuff as at like 400K in 1 year. If you were smart, you wouldn't do that.
Okay, when somebody buys your company, they pay you a lump sum and they take over. You don't have a choice.
Also, do you think
Oh,
that
they
you think
don't
the
pay me
House
more
would
than
pass
400.
that?
Huh?
Do you think the
I
House
hope
would pass
not.
that?
That's my only thing. All my friends are saying the House is not going to pass it. It won't ever pass because Biden couldn't get it through. But then I'm sitting here thinking, will it go or will it not? You know? And these guys are all telling me to see a financial advisor. Well, duh. I already have several of those and they're telling me the same thing. That's why I'm telling you guys. She really needs to drop that BS.
Yeah,
and everybody
so
vote for
what
her.
you're not understanding is that it is the case that you can literally reinvest your money and then take your money out in a manner in which you are not going to get extreme taxed on it.
You don't understand. When you sell a company, you get a lump sum of money in that year, and you have to take the money, then you can invest it. But when you take it, it's capital gains.
Yeah, like
And you pay your
just want to pay
taxes
zero.
on it.
You just want to pay zero taxes. Like, I'm sorry,
No,
ma'am, that's
I
not how
don't wanna
life
pay
works.
zero taxes.
If
I wanna pay
if you have
20%.
money, you pay taxes. Sorry to
Yeah,
break
for
it
sure.
to you.
I want to pay 20%. I don't want to pay 44.
I understand you want to pay 20%. Everyone else doesn't do that though. Yeah, everyone wants to pay 20%. I'd like to pay 20%. I don't. I pay
on
more than
capital
20%.
gains. Everybody pays their income tax at the whatever rate they have.
So
But capital
again,
gains is
so
different.
so
If you work really
wait,
hard,
you should
your whole
be
life-
honestly speaking. If you think other income should be taxed that high, then capital gains at that high should also be taxed the same as income. Tell me why it shouldn't. Tell me why it should be lower for capital gains. Please tell me. Is that to benefit
Okay.
rich people because mainly rich people get capital gains?
No, and I've never been a rich person. I worked really hard.
You've never
I
been a
started
rich
at
person, but yet you have a
17.
multi-million-dollar business.
No, but listen, I'm telling you, I started at 17 years old and I built my own company up, okay, my whole life. And so now when I go to sell it, because most business owners, they don't really have a lot of money till they sell their business. And that's how they kind of retire, right? Because business owners can't be part of 401ks and stuff like that. You can do a SEP, but it's not the greatest, right? It's not as good as having a 401k. So when you do, or even, Roths, you can do the different things. And I do a lot of those things. But what I'm saying to you guys is this, is that if it is true that she supports the small business person, i.e. myself, why in the heck would we want to do a 44.6% tax on capital gains over 400,000? That doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, so if you were to put all your money into a stock that just did dividends, and we were to assume a 4% per year annual return for you, which is like in the middle between what we would expect between 2 and 6 for dividend yields, it is the case that you literally, if we assume $2 million, right? If you assume $2 million, you would be pulling out income every single year, literally by you'd be pulling out $80,000. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
$80,000 just off of $2 million. Okay.
Yep.
Just in
I
dividends.
understand exactly what you're talking about. That's not what I have a problem with, Parker. What I have a problem with is when I sell my company and that money gets taxed by 44.6%.
Yeah. If you reinvest
Not the
it into
annual stuff.
hey, if you reinvest it into a dividend, right? It would be the case that you would
You can reinvest it.
listen,
That's right,
if you
but you're
reinvest into a
losing half of
dividend,
it.
you don't lose it.
upfront.
No, you don't. Because
You
of a
do.
1099. If you reinvest the money
Yeah,
within a year,
1099 employee? Is that what you're talking about? Are you talking about
not
1031?
1099. Sorry, I forget the number of the
1031
exchange.
exchange.
I don't know
I know
why
exactly
I
what
thought
you're talking
1031
about.
exchange. Sorry, I apologize. I was thinking 1099. I apologize. 1031 exchange. You put it into
I
the.
do know what I'm speaking about.
Sure, but listen. So you can reinvest it, and within the year you don't have to pay taxes on it. if you reinvest it.
In if you reinvest it in like a REIT or something like that. But the problem is when you do that, then they start penalizing you 10% anytime you want to take money out. So it's kind of a bummer all the way around. I wish that she wouldn't have put that out.
So wait. So again, if you set it up in a manner in which you get enough dividends to fit your lifestyle, then obviously it wouldn't matter. And also, if you get penalized to take it out, you would pay taxes anyway. So you're going to pay taxes. So what's the point?
You pay taxes and the penalized if you do it in like 1031 exchange.
You don't have to get penalized for it though. You can pay without getting penalized. You can
Have
sell
you
a
ever
stock.
moved money into a 1031 exchange? Because
No,
I
I
have.
haven't.
I have.
You
And
don't
so
get
I know
taxed, though.
exactly what I'm talking. Right. If you can do it. But when you go to retire and you sell a company, you can't turn that into a 1031 exchange because you're selling a company and a business, you're not selling real estate. 1031 exchanges are.
Are you saying it only exists for real estate?
It's a real estate exchange. Yes, 1031 exchange exists for properties and real estate.
So it doesn't
not
apply to
businesses.
business. So okay, I must be mistaken then. So are
Yeah.
there not business ones where you can reinvest the money and not pay tax on it? The same exists for real estate?
Not that I know of. I'd be happy if it really was, because honestly,
Well, ask
I mean,
one of your financial advisors.
everybody
They would
on
know,
this-
right?
Yeah, everybody on this debate has to realize that. I mean, everybody kind of gets cracked.
Wait, is the 1031 only applying to real estate because of the TCGA? Someone said that. I don't know if that's right.
Yep.
So then
It
that's
is
Trump's fault.
Right, exactly.
Thanks, Trump.
Yeah. Yep. And all the tariffs that he did on the Chinese and raised all our prices. I mean,
So that's why. That makes sense. So
yeah. So like I said, I was completely not going to vote for Trump, and then I went to Harris, and now I'm just thinking, geez, neither one of these guys work really great. But what's the lesser evil of it? If she will stop doing the capital gains thing, all of the small business people would follow her. I wish she could hear us, but talking to people like that's like rare. You're not going to be able to do it. But anyway.
Yeah. So again, the point that I would make is that I think that you still are going to be fine even if that does happen. I do think that's true. But the point that I would also make, I wouldn't worry about it getting passed, and also, like within the year that you'd be like retiring. What year were you retiring? You said pretty soon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's gonna be passed within like a year or two?
I don't know. I don't
pretty
know.
pretty unlikely.
Right.
And then wouldn't it apply to like the next?
I don't
apply
really want to
2025?
vote for Trump, and I'll tell you why.
So
Trump
if you were
is
to sell
bankrupt on
now,
the United States.
if you were to sell now, right, or sell before then, you wouldn't have to pay it.
Correct. Yeah, but
So
it's
then
just all about, what it is.
So I don't really see why you would want to vote for Trump.
Well, it just depends, I mean, you get these presidents in there and they all have, their ways of making things the way they think they need to be. But, a lot of times they don't really think about like people that have worked from when their whole life, working up to when they can retire. And then boom, you get this humongous,
They
tax.
do. And again, the tax that you're referencing, I still don't think you're going to take it as income for the year, right? But I mean, even if you did, like the point, it would be the case that you'd still be fine if you have multi-millions of dollars in that.
Yeah. Well, again, it's hard when, they sit there and everybody's like, oh, I hate business owners. Well, guys, let me tell you something. Without business owners, none of us go around. I mean, what are we all going to do?
They're
Live
not
off the
talking about you.
government?
They're talking about bad business owners that do not treat their employees well and that are greedy. Okay, and it's very prevalent. So don't just tell people, oh, it's we keep you afloat. Oh, there are hella people that are out there that are very greedy individuals, and that's why people have that particular association.
Well,
Right?
that's
So
not
if more
me. I
business
take
owners
very
weren't
good
like
care.
that, people wouldn't have that association. If
No,
people like
I get
Donald
that.
Trump and Elon Musk didn't go on calls bragging about how they like to fire union members, right, who specifically go out and protest, we wouldn't have that association. If we had people that didn't like try to cut wages and cut benefits, right, and not increase wages, right, and make sure that people are taken care of, right, we wouldn't have that issue. If we had maternity, paternity leaves, paid sick leave, paid vacation leave, like other countries do it in the or around the world, like in Europe, well, we probably wouldn't have that same type of association. So, like, I think you need to identify why in the U.S. do we have this association, but that same association doesn't exist in a bunch of other countries around the world.
Yeah. No, I mean, I get it, but I'd really like to, I mean, when you were talking earlier with that other gentleman on the taxes and stuff about the 1030, or you said 1099, I was like, okay, there isn't, you know,
Yeah,
1099.
I meant 1031. I apologize.
Yeah, it's 1031, but it is really only
1099
for real estate.
is for like it's for income tax.
Right. Anyway, but lots of people, I mean, you think about Kamala and the Kamala, she's a millionaire. I mean, definitely. I mean, all of
these will apply to them. And also Tim Walz, her VP, is actually the considered poorest candidate ever to run, right, in the modern era.
Well, yeah, because he's a teacher and we don't pay very well for teachers, which is about the most ridiculous
Yeah,
thing
and then they were like, oh, he might not actually be as poor as you might think because he has pension plans.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of weird stuff out there. But again, I just feel like,
What's up, Matt?
people should realize about these tax things because it does affect all of us. You know, one of the other thing that I'll leave you with on, just thinking about, like if your parents pass away and say they have a house that is now over 400,000, because the problem is most houses are in the United States, unless you live in different areas, but most homes, you can't even get one for less than $500,000. Where I live, and that's in the entire state. It's ridiculous. Everybody's it's been tough, So when the housing, so when you do that, if this goes into effect, and they do they want to do the capital gains, and they also want to do the inheritance tax, and I mean that's not very great, especially if you live with your parents.
Oh, come on, inheritance tax. Yeah, okay, so inheritance tax for very high levels of wealth, I have no issue with, and I think it should be increased.
Okay, but what if your parents owned a house that was $400,000, right? And
I'm not saying it should apply to a house of 400K. I'm saying tens of millions of dollars.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, that's different. I mean, I'm talking about people.
And the inheritance tax, by definition, was introduced to stop the kind of perpetual wealth building that you saw from like the 1890s to like 1920s, where you had people like the Rockefellers who would give their children, in today's money, billions of dollars, right? Billions of tax-free money. And I think that's the point. That's the point.
Well, that's not me. I'm just a regular business owner, and I've built this thing to where it's at today. And again, that was my thing. It really did affect me because, you think about working 40 years, and then all of a sudden, bam, you're going to lose half of it when you sell your company. I think that's kind of terrible, honestly.
But also, let's look at it from another angle, right? I don't know what state you're in. Can you at least tell us, is your state like really blue or like really red?
All they're doing is changing it to the same income tax rates. So I just hope you know that. So it's like, if it's okay for income tax, like, well, I don't understand why it's not okay for this.
Yeah,
Lisa, thank you so much for the subscription.
My overall question is, you're willing to, I understand your concerns. I'm not like downplaying them, but you're willing to sacrifice, it sounds like to me, your entire morality, your entire values just for the money. Because if you're so opposed to a Donald Trump, right, and everything that he stands for morally, on your values, on every policy except for economics, and yet you're willing to vote for that, I don't know how you gaining a little bit of money is going to be beneficial when 3 years down the line and Donald Trump has banned abortion. He has made it so that the rich, like the ultra rich, are paying less in taxes, that the poverty level has gone up, that
thank you so much.
He's best friends with Putin again, that the entire country of Ukraine is now under the yoke and a grip of a dictator. How all these things happen, and yet Ange is sitting on her porch saying, well, at least I got to keep my money. Right? I mean, do you understand how that sounds to us? Because I understand what you're saying, but when you think about the threat that Donald Trump is and all the possibilities that we might have in 4 years, will it really be worth it for you to have that extra money if the world around you and the people that you care about are in a much worse place?
That's a good point. No, it wouldn't matter because that doesn't matter. I mean, I get what you're saying. I totally understand what you're saying. It's just so frustrating because it'd be nice if we could get somebody that would at least, take middle ground. I mean, like Biden, he took the middle ground on it and it didn't pass. Like Parker, you said, it may not pass, and it may not pass. That's the whole thing. I was really disappointed when I saw that because I had 100% made up my mind about Harris. And then, dang, this came, and now I was like, well, that's not cool.
I view Democrats, when they talk about tax policy, the same way that when a Republican talks about like social issues on like certain things. When a Republican says to me, I'm going to protect GAY people, or I'm going to protect IVF, I don't believe them. Right. I think no, they're just pandering. Democrats and the Democratic Party, unfortunately, tends to favor the rich also, just not as much as the Republican Party. And I do not see in the House that we the Democrats will have a stranglehold on the House. It'll probably be by maybe like a seat of maybe 2 or 3 at most. And there are more than 5 Democrats that I can think of off the top of my head who are very, very pro-rich. They live in very rich neighborhoods. They represent rich clientele, and they're not going to let something like this pass. So that's why, as much as I would like it to pass, because I think it's a good idea for someone like me, I think it's very, very unlikely to pass. These are statements of values, not statements of what will happen.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I don't doubt that, and I've helped people my whole life. My career was in medicine, and I've helped people my whole life. And that's why, it is very difficult when you get to this age and you have a plan and then it gets derailed, and so that really is the basis behind it, honestly.
And also, too, talk about being pro small business. Tomorrow, in New Hampshire, Harris is going to introduce a new policy proposal that will give small business startups
$25,000 Thank you so much,
tax breaks to be able to start up their business. Right now, you only get, I think it's like $5,000 at most. She wants to increase that by $20,000. Donald Trump doesn't have a policy like that. Right? Donald Trump isn't like advocating for that. She is, right? And so, yes, you might be disappointed with this one policy, but I guarantee you, as with all policy, this will be negotiated and changed. And because Congress is so heavily moderated by those who represent the rich, I do not foresee this capital gains tax or these marginal tax rate changes to actually happen in the way that she's proposing right now. It's very unlikely.
Yeah.
And so,
Jeremiah, think of the $3. Thank you so much.
From your own perspective, but I think you need to possibly, and I mean this with like total respect, you need to look inward and think, am I willing to forgo everything that I believe in simply for money? Because I do not believe, and I think that you will probably agree with this, that you're going to be destitute, or you're going to be poor, or you're going to be on the streets in 5 years or something. It just means that you'll have less money. And that's even if it passes, and that's if it passes within the same range that she is currently putting it into, which I think is highly unlikely.
Mm-hmm. I hope it doesn't pass, because I know there's a lot of small business owners that do sell their companies and stuff. And even if it's, $500,000 for somebody that's worked for 40 years, that's not that much, you guys. And I mean, some of you guys are younger than us, but when you get to, close to 60, like I am, it matters to you, because you are aged. You can't work as long as you used to, in the hours and stuff like that.
And that's why we want Social Security for.
Right, exactly.
And Republicans are threatening Republicans are threatening Social Security and Medicare when it is the case that they are undermining things like immigration, right? When they're undermining things that are going to help out our ability to pay for that long term, right? And they cut taxes for rich people, like that undermines our ability to pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
And Penny, by the way, I just followed you. You can message me. I'll give you my PayPal. I give it to some people.
Thank you, Dasha. And also too, I want to kind of put this in perspective. You're about ready to retire. I'm 32. Parker's 30. Parker is
crazy.
I know. Parker is 22. Right. Mm-hmm. We had crises in our life where I can't even buy a house right now. right? I make just enough money to where I'm living well, but the issues that are impacting me and will impact Parker are about how to build families, how to buy houses, how to do all the things to be able to build that wealth right now. And I'm going to be totally honest with you. Far too much of our public policy is geared towards the baby boomers who are going to retire, and not enough focus is on the Gen Xers and the millennials and the Gen Zs, those that are building this, because we cannot proceed the same way, which is why I think these tax policies, because unfortunately the baby boomers have had their cake right now. They have had their cake. They have lived through some of the best times in all of the U.S. history, and now we, the people in their 20s and 30s, are going through hard times, and we need a government that will advocate for us, because I want to be able, by the time I'm 40, to buy a house.
That's a good goal, for sure. I bought my first house when I was in my 40s, so that's
I
good.
know. And see, my parents, who are baby boomers, bought their first house when they were in their late 20s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I mean, the baby boomers had that. Like, I'm not a baby boomer.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I'm a Gen X, so
okay. Then like, you understand though why we are going to be the Gen Zs and the millennials will be the future of this country. We're going to outlive the baby boomers in like 10 years' time. We'll be the predominant age. And we want policy that's going to help strengthen our generations, because right now, especially we millennials like me, I have lived through crisis after crisis after crisis. I don't remember a time in the United States that was like peaceful, right? I don't remember the 90s because I was too young. All I remember is 9/11, war, 2008, a financial crisis, Trump, and then COVID. Like, where amongst that time did I have like a big boom in my life, right? Unlike my parents, who lived through some of the best times in their life when they were making wealth, when they had strong unions, they had strong employment, they were they could buy a house for like a few $1,000s. I mean, and I don't want those people to be bitching and like about how hard it is, because they don't understand, because they had their cake and they want to eat it too. But now it's our turn.
Mm-hmm. No, I think it's important, that we all listen and understand each other, because honestly, we all have a lot to offer. And especially like you guys, I mean, I think about my kid, same things happened to her. She's lived through COVID and just constant change and stuff like that. And I get that. It's not been easy. I mean, I was in healthcare when COVID hit, and trust me, it wasn't easy, and I saw a lot of death.
$10.
It was tough, and I mean, I'm not saying that the thing is, you guys, is that on all of these presidential candidates and stuff, it's so dang difficult, because it's just like the party passes that they do, like even these bills, they'll write some crazy thing in there. They're going to put $1 million towards watching a grasshopper go through a trail or something weird like that. I mean, I've seen the weirdest stuff in my day, and I hate that we have to do that kind of stuff to get things passed, but that's kind of the way it is. It's like, okay, we'll take these and put them together in one. And then, we out here just get to pay taxes still. And I don't mind paying taxes, you guys. I've paid them my whole life. However, there is a time and a place that, we need to flatten taxes out for everybody. I've always been a proponent that they should take and tax everybody at 10%, period, no matter what. So if you make $1 million, you're paying $100,000, done.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So people who make $10,000, they should pay the same rate as someone making $1 million.
Well, okay, think about it like this. So when you have the wealth like Donald Trump and all those guys, think about Trump. He's bankrupt six times. Who do you think's paid for his bankruptcies? The American people. Truthfully, okay, putting it right out there. He bankrupt 6 times. The American people have paid for that. But he sits in his gold chairs, I get it. There are certain wealth that is ridiculous. But even if he didn't get a tax, see, these guys know how to get all the tax breaks, you see. They're smart. They know how to use the system. If everybody had a flat tax, and he had $1 billion, he'd have to put his taxes up every year on that money. that he makes, and that would be fair. So if you make 10,000, there should be a break off. I don't think we should tax anybody that makes less than like $40,000 because I think kids need food and things like that. So there should be that flat, you don't pay taxes if you make less than this, but over that, everybody pays. Yeah. And then you have and then if everybody paid 10%, that'd be fine, and there would be no like write-offs.
I still don't think a 100K family should have to pay the same as a $1 million family. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's true. I guess it depends on, that's why I say it gets into the weeds too much, right? Because you think about children and what you need for a break for children, and my gosh,
especially like 100K in California is not the same as 100K in like
absolutely not. I mean,
state.
100K in California won't even last you half a year probably over there.
I think you can live on 100K in California. I just I don't think it's the same as 100K in a different state. Like 100K in Wyoming is a lot of money a year. 100K in California is like upper middle class, I'd probably say. For not for household income, but for personal income.
My final thing to say to you, I mean, and I'll let you go, is honestly, I think I would highly recommend. I don't know what state you're in, but if you're in a swing state, just if, okay, and if you're not, then okay, then you're not. But if you're in a swing state, highly self-reflect and think if you can, with your values and with your morals, whether or not you can live with yourself, knowing that 4 years from now, that if Donald Trump is reelected, that all the chaos he will bring and that he will wrought, whether or not you can live with that, knowing that you at least made some more money. And I think you have to at least think about that because from all that you said, you oppose Donald Trump in so many ways, except for on this whole tax issue. And I want to know that if Donald Trump bans abortion, or if Donald Trump causes all of Ukraine to go into the toilet and now it's controlled by Putin, or if more Palestinians are killed because he lets Bibi Netanyahu just do whatever the fuck he wants, right? If that happens, can you live with yourself and say, well, at least I made more money and at least now I can retire, even though now instead of 40,000 Palestinians, now it's up to 100,000. Right? Because and that's my point. I don't think we should have any wars.
I think it's so bad. I wish people would quit doing that. Nobody deserves to die because they're always over religion or, wealth, and it's pretty much the two reasons everybody goes to war, and it's just sad. We shouldn't be doing that.
It's sad, but only one candidate has a solution to it and actually wants to move to where both the state of Israel and the Palestinians have a brighter future to live in safety and in harmony, and that is not Donald Trump. It simply is not Donald Trump. And so, once again, I think you can make a list of all the policies and say, okay, here's Harris and here's Trump. And you would check off Harris on each one of those policies until you get to one tax policy, which is unlikely to go into effect anyway, because the House is so damn divided that it's unlikely to go in no matter what, because you need, a 217 plus 1. So it's just unlikely to happen no matter what. It's just unlikely because
that's what my friends have been telling me. But then I was worried, because I'm just
Trump
thinking,
was lucky because he had a clear majority of 30 seats. Right now they only have a majority of 2, and so now they can't pass shit.
Gotcha.
Right,
yeah,
and so that's not likely to change, by the way.
Yeah. So you guys, it's been a really good talk. I really appreciate it because it's super important to me to just I've been on listening to you for a long time, Parker, for many days, because I was just sitting there thinking, gosh, this person's really good. It's going to be great. Kamala will come in and she'll come in and she'll make it good. And I think that, she was the right candidate, and then that all happened. But again, I saw a few people saying, well, can you really take Fox News for what it is? I don't know. I don't know if any of the news you can take for anything that it is, so I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't even look at Fox News, to be totally honest. I would look at like AP News. I would look at Reuters. I would look at NPR. All right, those are the places I would typically look at. I wouldn't look at Fox News.
Yeah, well, sometimes you get friends that are Republican and they're always telling you, do this, do that, and I really can't even say anymore what politicians we should vote for. You really have to listen to each one of them and make a decision, because I work with both in healthcare. I work with really good Republicans and really good Democrats, and there are really good people out there, you guys. There are. However,
who's undermining people's access to healthcare, though?
Right.
It's Republicans.
Yeah, trust me. You know what? That's the biggest thing is if they take over and they privatize all of Medicare. Like, well, we have some people that are, they call them freedom fighters, and they're wanting to do away with the Medicaid policies and stuff. And I'm just like, gosh, I mean, they're young, they don't understand sickness and stuff, and they want everybody in their own families to take care of people. And I'm like, well, what if you don't have any family left? Then what? Do you just lay on the street?
It's like they don't have anything for anyone, and that's like what we also are advocating for. Is like we're saying like, Trump wants to repeal and replace the ACA, but what's his healthcare policy?
Yeah.
What is it? He's 9 years into running. I still don't know.
Once again, who is more likely to dismantle the current protections that we have? Like for example,
the $5.
Who's the only party or the only candidate who has tried to 70 some times dismantle the ACA, right? I mean, it's Trump, right? And I guarantee you he'll try again, even though he says he's not. I don't believe a word that's coming out of his mouth because he already tried. So I believe that he probably will again. And so that's the problem, right? That's the problem. And again, all I'm asking you to do is just think about, especially if you're in a swing state, think about who you're voting for, because I understand your concern. I'm not going to say that it's not valid, but you should consider, if you can think, live with yourself, going farther down the line, and the world is, not the way that you want it to be, but at least you're doing okay. Because I know that I wouldn't be able to, because of the fact that I care so much about everybody around me, if abortion was banned nationwide, and I voted for Donald Trump because I got more money in my pocket, I would feel bad. I don't know about you, but I would feel bad at myself because unless I have no morality, then I don't know how I wouldn't feel bad.
Mm-hmm. As a healthcare professional for 34 years, I've been in healthcare for 40 years. I worked as a CNA till I became a healthcare professional. They should not ban abortion, and I'll tell you why. That is between the healthcare person and yourself. That is absolutely right. One candidate might want to do that, I mean, yep, and he'll put people in power who will do that, and so that's why we have to say. And Ann, thank you for the $50. Thank you, Ann, for that. I appreciate you so much. So that's the problem. Is that I think how you want to vote.
Jennifer, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Jennifer.
Is holding you up, and I would highly recommend that you speak to somebody who might be able to use the current tax system to your advantage, because I think you want to vote this way. It's just that you have some concerns, and if anything that I said here tonight, the most important thing is it is highly unlikely, and I mean very unlikely, that the policy that she's proposing right now will be passed in the House and the Senate. It's just very unlikely.
Mm-hmm.
Diana,
I thought about that's why I got on tonight, because I really needed some help, because here I am thinking, Harris is the way for me, and then all that happened, and I'm like, geez, is that really the way? So that's why I was like, okay, I guess maybe I do need to look at Trump and vote for Trump, So it was good to come on tonight and talk, because here's the thing, guys, as all of us as United States citizens, if we don't work together to have the people in politics work for us, it doesn't work. I mean, when we come together as people, as with a heart, and talk about the real issues that we have as humans out here, and look, everybody that's in politics that it's at that level are multimillionaires, okay? Except for maybe this gentleman that's joining this Tim Walz, okay? Everybody else, they have a lot of money, and so it may not really matter to them. But I'm telling you, I'm the only person in my family that could even go to college. I am from very, 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 minimal wealth in my family.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's super important for me to share some of the things that are real to people out here. And again, when you've worked all these years, you built a business, and you know, when you're going to go retire and you think about, oh my gosh, you know, I had this plan, and then boom, it's gone. It means something to people, you know.
No, and I understand
Blake,
that.
thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Blake.
I just think that what's happening is you. I don't think that you're understanding though the wider range of consequences, right? Because I understand what you're talking about. It's that I just want you to understand that if you're in a swing state, and again, I'm assuming that you are. I'm gonna just assume you are. That if you're in a swing state and you vote. And Bridget, I'm totally calm. I have a stutter. Calm down. All right, I'm fine. If you're in a swing state, and if you are going to vote for Donald Trump, you may help swing the election to Donald Trump. And then once again, I don't want you to look at yourself 4 years from now and say, "Oh, I'm more money in my pocket," but at the same time, all this shit around me is going to hell in a handbasket.
Right.
All right. I think I am going to get off here for tonight. I might just go join
1 second.
Lori before my girlfriend.
I want to say something real quick. Hold on just 1 second. I want to do a public announcement. Let me turn my camera on real quick.
All right. Also, everyone, like literally everyone, big stuff coming out literally this week. Matt, I'm going to text you.
Oh, this week? Okay. Nice.
I think it's here. I'll tell you this day might be it. That might be the day.
Okay. All right. Nice. Cool. That's cool. It's gonna be big. I'm looking forward to it.
Either that or like that. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the first one though.
Okay. All right. I mean, hopefully.
No. The second one is it's not that one. It's this one. That's the second one.
Okay. All right. I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, that's a good time. I mean, it's soon. You know, it's soon. Okay, I want to make an announcement for everybody because I see even supporters saying that, and this is to Bridget, and I didn't mean to like yell at you, Bridget, or anything, but I want to give you an idea what's happening. When people see me, they don't see my face, so you don't see what's happening. When I pause, or when I am stammering, or when I have blocks, okay, that's what it's called. It's called a block, and what you'll see, let me turn off the display. What you'll see, my throat will freeze. Okay, my throat, and I get tension, and I freeze, and I do this. I go like that. Okay, I freeze. So what's happening is I'm calm, I'm breathing fine, but my entire body will tense up, and I will freeze. So anytime you hear that, I guarantee you, I'm calm, I'm collected, I'm not elevated. It's that literally my throat is frozen in place. Yeah, exactly. My throat is frozen in place. Okay, so that's the point. Okay, and so please don't tell me to calm down because I guarantee you I am calm. If I wasn't calm, my voice would be highly elevated and I'd be yelling. But
and also like we acknowledge when we're like not there. Like I mean,
I know.
Like we don't have an issue with doing that because the people that come on our live are literally insane. Like they're actually insane people.
And most people, I understand. It's people who don't understand it, and that's fine. I'm totally okay with that. I'm explaining it for people who need to know. If you hear me talk and you hear pauses or it sounds like I'm like trying to catch my breath or something, it's because literally my body won't let the voice out. Okay, so that's what's happening. Okay, so don't freak out or anything. That's what's happening. Thank you all. Okay, thank you, Parker. Have a good night. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Okay.
Have a good night. Man.
Okay. Bye.
All right, everyone. Let's send everyone over to Harry's live. I'll probably join him for a second before I do get going. I'm probably going to be going here really soon, but we'll send everyone over to Harry. Look up Harry J. Sisson. Spam Parker raid, spam Love and Parker. Harry J. Sisson, spam Parker raid, spam Love and Parker. I love y'all so much. Everyone go there right now. Harry J. Sisson, spam raid, shade raid Parker, Parker raid, raid Parker, Parker raid, or Parker raid. All right, I'll see you in a second. Tax cuts extension. Not only that, but also the corporate tax decreasing to 15% would cost even more. So tell me, how are you going to pay for that?
Let me answer the question. First of all, people think corporations is Microsoft and Tesla, and people label corporations as these giant companies. And why are you simping for these big companies? That's not true. Harry can open a corporation. He probably has his own corporation just from this, if you wanted to, off this TikTok. because you probably have this guy Parker and other people helping you make this channel. You start selling merch. You have 2-3 employees that you can form a corporation. Corporation doesn't mean, what are you laughing at? What's so funny?
You thought I was a part of his corporation?
You're not listening to what I'm saying. I
am listening to what you're saying. I understand there are corporations of different scales. You understand that? You understand the corporate tax rate? The rate that you're referencing, 35 or 28%, is the highest marginal tax rate.
Listen, I promise you there's people on this live. I know most of the people on his channel are going to go blue. I get it. And I'm an idiot because I like Trump. I get all that. It's fine. Say whatever you want. I don't care. But there's people that own small businesses that know exactly what I'm saying. You have to pay a 6% payroll tax. It's prohibitive because it makes it difficult to run a small business when you pay that, and you pay a higher corporate
Trump
tax.
wants to get rid of that too. So how are you paying for this? I still haven't heard are you cutting spending?
I'm not an economist.
Well, I have a degree in economics, so I'm asking you, how are you paying for it? Because I don't know, because they say they want to pay for it by increasing tariffs. Not only would that not pay for it, doing the 10% tariffs on every good coming to the country, because it would actually reduce the amount of goods coming to the country, so we would get less money from the goods coming to the country in terms of taxes on them. So we wouldn't even be able to pay for it that way. But also it would shift the burden of taxes from corporations and from large businesses, 83% of taxes to the top 1%, to the middle class and to working people, because they spend a greater proportion of their income on goods.
Listen, we don't know what's going to happen as far as tariffs goes. I follow closely a lot of like a company like NIO that makes EVs from China. They want to start importing them to the US. Why is there a problem if they tariff incoming goods? I don't understand that.
Because it causes the price of goods for American consumers to go up, and it also increases the likelihood that they're going to put tariffs on us, which then reduces exports, U.S. exports.
Parker, I'm going to stick with the garment industry, which used to be dominated in this country. It's no longer dominated in this country. Everything comes from China. Everything comes from overseas. The reason is because it's just way cheaper. Go on Alibaba. Harry, you can get that sweatshirt you made for $3 that you're wearing with your logo on it for $4. You can't do that domestically. So all he's saying is, if you put I don't know what that was, but all he's saying is if you put a tariff on the incoming goods, it kind of level the playing field. I don't see what the problem is with that. Why do
it doesn't level the playing field. It makes it worse for American consumers. It causes inflation.
What caused inflation was a shortage. You know that. From COVID to now was a shortage.
If you reduce imports coming into the country because you increase the price of them, and that which lowers demand for them, that means that there's a lower supply of goods in the country, which increases the price of goods.
I have a question for you. So why are groceries? Why, if I go on Uber Eats right now and order for me and my 2 sons, why is it $90? Why? It's not. It's
because
not,
you went to Uber Eats.
Oh, so now
you're probably going to some restaurant.
Your issue is with Uber Eats, which is not a foreign company.
If you go, what? No, if you go and pay for delivery, it's going to be expensive, right? That's going to be expensive regardless. Those other goods are not the good you're referencing there isn't going to be what's expensive unless the goods that you were buying through Uber Eats were imports. Okay, tariffs cause an increase in consumer products related to imports.
So you believe that only imported products would raise is the reason for inflation?
Well, other goods would raise, but they wouldn't be as much as like the imported goods.
So like some of these people in the chat I don't know what they're even talking about. But if you don't forget about Uber Eats, forget about that example. If I call a restaurant and I tell them to bring me food, or if I go to a restaurant, you don't think the price of taking your girl out, Parker, you take your girl out for dinner tonight and you get drinks with her, you don't think that that's up 50 or 60% from 2 years ago?
Well, I don't think it's up that much, but I do think it's up. But yeah, I'm not disputing that. But I don't know, but I don't think it's 50 to 60%.
That has nothing to do with tariffs, right? That has nothing to do with tariffs.
Yeah, I'm not saying it does. Appreciate the gloves. I'm saying there is going to be even greater level of prices right in the future because of the tariffs. That inflation was not caused by the Biden-Harris administration. That inflation happened globally. It happened in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, everywhere around the world.
No,
it's not specific to the United States.
I didn't mention Harris.
So he's going to make the inflation problem worse rather than making it better.
The way they're going to make the inflation problem, technically the way they're trying to make it go away is by not lowering the interest rates, right? They're trying to keep
interest rates relate to the Federal Reserve. That has nothing to do with the president. And also, Trump wants to put back in office. Trump wants to put back in office Jerome Powell, the chairman of the Fed.
Appointed by Trump, right? He
was appointed by Trump.
Right,
I'm pretty sure he was
exactly.
also appointed by Biden, and now he's going to be appointed by Trump again if Trump gets in office. Trump said he's going to appoint him again.
Right, but the goal of the Federal Reserve is to keep the to keep the inflation roughly around 2%, right or wrong?
2 to 3%.
Right. So his theory was raising the interest rates would do that because people would spend less money and then the demand would go down, but it just didn't work.
No, it did work. That's why inflation has gone down.
It hasn't gone down. It hasn't gone up as much as
that is a ridiculous statement to say that inflation has not gone down. Inflation going down. Listen, you're misunderstanding.
Parker,
hey, I didn't say prices went down. I said inflation went down. Inflation is the rate of increase in pricing.
Of course, but the prices, Parker, the prices are already high. So the inflation is what, 2.5 to 3% right now, roughly. So it's still going.
Yeah, it's around 2.9%. Yeah.
Right. So it's still going up. It's not going down.
Yeah.
It will never go.
Wait.
Let me just say one thing.
Can I explain though?
But let me just say one thing first. The goal of Jerome Powell, his goal is to get inflation to 2%, right or wrong?
2 to 3%, I said.
That's his goal.
Again,
That's
so
the
you
goal of the
don't
Federal
want
Reserve
deflation. Listen, you don't want deflation that would cause a recession. You don't want very low inflation because that can reduce the likelihood of stimulated wage growth, right? And reduction of the valuation of debt, which would decrease the likelihood of investment. So actually having a 2 to 3% inflation is very, very, very good for an economy. Now, granted, it does not feel good for us right now because we just experienced a way higher rate of inflation. So I get it. We experienced multiple years of inflation within a couple years. I think that's very bad. But I'm telling you, it happened globally, and it happened to a lesser degree here than a bunch of other places around the world.
I agree with that. I know that. But the reason the inflation came up was because of the corporate tax, and then you mentioned the tariffs.
No, inflation did not go up because of the corporate tax.
I mentioned the corporate tax. You said, how are they going to pay for it? And then you mentioned
You never told me. You still never told me how they're going to pay for the tax cuts.
I told you I'm not an economist. I don't know how.
You don't need to be an economist, but did Trump never even gave a method to pay for it?
I'm speaking as the person with business that I'm just telling you, some high corporate tax, okay, and a payroll tax at 6% makes it difficult.
Did you know that the 28% is the lowest effective or the lowest marginal tax rate for corporations supported by a Democrat in the past 80 years?
Say that again.
Look at the lowest look at the effective tax rates for corporations. We've had literally lower corporate taxes being claimed by Democrats right now than in the past 70 to 80 years.
Well, it was 35% at one point under Obama.
35 under Obama, yes.
Yeah, and they started
28 is what Harris is advocating for.
Right. Trump has wanted, I believe, 21 down to 15.
Yeah. That's not necessarily good. If you look at historical effective tax rates, you're saying it causes all these issues, but historical effective tax rates have been higher.
Okay, well, we could debate that all day. Honestly, we could debate it. As a person that owns business,
well, that's a fact.
That's fine. I prefer a lower tax rate, but that's just I believe.
Okay. We're asking
that,
what's best for the economy. We're not asking what's best for you.
Well, small business fuels the economy. No,
I agree, but you understand that's increasing the corporate tax rate to 28%. 28% is not the one you pay. That's the one that the largest corporations pay. That is the highest marginal tax rate. Your rate is lower than that.
I understand, but I'll tell you this. If you drive down the streets in New York City, you'll see a third of the retail stores closed because people don't want to open the store.
That's related to COVID. That has nothing to do with the corporate tax rate.
I don't know what part of New York City
Obama, it was 35. Under Obama, it was 35. So why didn't they close then?
We're years past COVID, though. I mean, how long are you going to use COVID as a reason why?
Wait. You understand that is the main reason why we saw inflation. That's why it happened globally, right?
Yeah, because of the shortage from COVID, of course.
Yeah, and that happens for years. It's a global pandemic. It impacts multiple years of economic development. Absolutely. What?
My point
what
is,
were you saying, Harry? I want to make sure.
Why would you not want to give?
I was just saying, I don't know what part of New York City you're driving through where you see all these retail stores closed down. What part of New York is that?
I'm all over the city. I do private security. I'm everywhere.
Yeah, I know. What part of, anyway, it doesn't matter.
Oh, you want to know specifically? Let me see you drive down 6th Avenue, drive down 8th Avenue. Let's just say from 14th to the 59th Street Bridge. You want me to make you a video?
Yeah, that's utter nonsense. That's utter.
I'll send you a video.
Okay, you should totally do that because I was just driving there the other day. I don't think I saw like maybe five closed retail stores. I don't know what you're talking about. But please, by all means, make a video.
You're wrong. I drive there every single day.
Make a video. By the way, not like small bodega kind of shops, but like actual retail stores. I want to see it.
There are no small bodega shops in New York City anymore. They've all been phased out with the.
What the fuck? Okay. All right. No. Continue, bro. No, you got to go to like the Lower East Side. Go to Lower West Side. There's bodega shops all over the place there. Go to Brooklyn.
Tell me where the Lower West Side is. What is that neighborhood? I've never.
I don't know. You can look at like Greenwich Village kind of area.
Thing as the Lower West Side. Okay, you're talking about. There's no such thing.
Well, yes, there is. Yes, first of all, yes, there is. But like Greenwich Village area, there you go. Go to Greenwich. Go to Chelsea. Go to Greenwich Village, and you'll find some bodegas
Chelsea
there.
And I work in Chelsea, and there's Greenwich Village,
and you'll find many bodegas there.
You'll find. Listen to me.
Go to like Gramercy Park area as well.
You won't find bodegas. You'll find bodegas in the Bronx. You'll find the bodegas.
Golly,
in
that's
Washington
crazy.
Heights.
That's crazy.
You'll find bodegas in Harlem. You won't find bodegas in Greenwich Village. Come show me one bodega. Show me one bodega in Greenwich Village.
Well, I won't speak. I'm trying to be vague here for a reason, but there are bodegas that I frequent in those areas. That's why I know you should go there.
Tell me where
you should go there. No, I'm not going to say the name. I'm not going to say the name publicly because that gives away identifying information. But there are bodegas in these areas that I frequent publicly. You should go to.
The bodega you go to is top secret.
It's not top secret. My God. Anyway, go ahead.
There's no bodegas in Greenwich Village. I don't know if anybody on this chat is in Greenwich Village, but there's no bodegas.
This guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
I don't know what I'm talking about. Come to the Bronx. Come to Grand Concourse in the Bronx. Let me see over there. That's where the bodegas are. I'm sure you don't go.
I don't dispute that there are bodegas in the Bronx and Brooklyn, but I'm telling you that there are some in Greenwich Village. There's some in Chelsea. There's some in Gramercy. There's some in
New York City.
Not Soho, not NoHo, but in and around those areas.
New York City
for sure.
over the last 10 years, all those little places got phased out. They're mostly big corporations, big stores. They're like Starbucks type of stores.
So you want to put more pressure on those big firms? How about this? We agree on a higher corporate tax rate for those large businesses to help small businesses out, like in competing.
That's fine. I don't have an issue with that at all.
Okay, so that's what most corporate taxes are going to apply to.
Let me just say one more thing, and then I'll let somebody else get on here. When you overtax these giant corporations, let's just use Tesla for an example. Okay,
7% lower tax rate is not overtaxing them than Obama's, by the way.
I'm just saying, people think when these big corporations pay all these big taxes, that's a good thing. But the bottom line is most of these companies are public companies. They're not private companies. They're public. So people like Parker and Harry and everyone in this chat might own stocks in these companies. So when you tax them a lot, it just affects what they make in their earnings. They lower their earnings. It affects the stock. You understand? Like, it affects everybody. These are public companies. They're not private companies. Like, people pin it like it's one guy that owns this giant company. There are no big companies like that. They're public. I can't see what that is.
Yeah, so I'll tell you.
I got you. I can make you big if you want.
Yeah. You do that real quick. So you see 1950, this is what the corporate tax rate was.
Okay.
1950, 1960, it's up there.
Right.
This is where it is now. It's all the way down here.
Okay.
Okay, so 28% right here for literally since the fucking 40s, since the damn Great Depression, we've literally had, right, a higher effective tax rate than what we would have under the Harris administration. And you're making like such a big deal about what it would be under the Harris administration.
I actually didn't mention that at all, Parker. I said why I liked Trump. He asked me, why do you like Trump? Was his first question to me. And I said, I like his corporate tax. I like his tax cuts. I like them. I never even mentioned.
Even under Bush, it was 35%.
Yeah, it's too high.
Under Reagan, it was 45%, 46%. Under Reagan.
I understand. I understand, but I wouldn't support it. I don't like it. It's too high. It's no good. It's no good for small businesses. If you own a small business, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Last time we had that level of corporate tax rate was literally right around the time where the Great Depression happened. We increased it during World War II, right? Which is when we had massive growth in the economy.
I mean, you're going back 50 years. I understand, 60 years.
That's a lot more than 6 years ago.
I'm saying you're going way back. I understand. But I don't know what, I don't.
Thank you for the subscription. Appreciate you.
I don't think it's,
We're going back to 1940 levels, bro.
Okay.
That's the last time it was that low.
It's good.
Okay.
All right, bro. You have a good rest of your night, all right?
You too.
All right. I got to get going too, so.
Oh, you do?
All right. Yeah, I do have to get going. I've been on for a really long time today. It was good seeing you, though. Have a
likewise,
good time
bro.
online,
Thanks
man.
for coming in, man. Appreciate it.
Of course.
Shout out Parker, everybody. Show Parker some love, yeah?
Peace.
Appreciate it, man. Shout out Parker. Great guy. Bro, Bro, I had to like double take. Yo, can we get some W's for DMC in the chat? I need the whole chat right now filled with WDMC for $200 on Venmo. Brother, you're kidding me, bro. Fill the chat with WDMC for me, bro. We love DMC. He's always in the live supporting. $200? You're kidding me, bro. You're kidding me. Show some love for DMC. He said, just DMC, please keep crushing MAGA. Yo, my man, please fill the entire chat with WDMC. Look, we've already hit 200. I don't even need to tell you guys to hit 200. Shout out DMC for $200 on Venmo. That's crazy. Thank you so much, my man. I appreciate you, and thank you for your continued support. That is wild. Shout out DMC, man. $200? Bro. That is too generous, man. That is too generous. $200? Oh, man. Golly. Say, keep crushing MAGA. Jeez. Show some love for DMC in the chat. Please continue to show some love for DMC in the chat. Roberta, thank you for the $5 as well, saying, just want to say, hang in there, just 62 days left. God, I know, right? Lemuel, thank you for the $5 as well, saying, good evening, I'm independent, can I still join? For sure, we talk to anybody. But man, DMC Neil with $200, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. I appreciate that so much. Angela, I just invited you if you want to come up. Yo, WDMC, I mean, he's legitimately like always here supporting the live. He's the GOAT, for real, like genuinely. I appreciate that, man. Harry, football season is underway. Thank God it's back, man. Honestly, like, I might be more of a college football kind of guy. I don't know. College football is really fun. And I don't even I didn't even go to don't go to a college that has like a football team. It's fun. DMC as in the DMC. Yeah, damn right. The DMC. That my friend, my guy, such an amazing individual. So thank you. I appreciate that so much. That's incredibly kind. And we have some others that just came in, that just loaded for some reason, which I will get to after this debate for sure. But I appreciate all of you guys. Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support. Also drop a follow if you haven't already. All right, man. Why you MAGA, bro?
Because Kamala is just horrible. Kamala. She's horrible.
How old are you?
Communist.
How old are you?
Gouging. 27.
All right. Can you define communism for me and how it applies to Kamala Harris?
She just wants to choose the price at the grocery store.
How so? When did she ever said that?
She's been talking about that.
When is she? Can you define communism for me?
She wants a capital gains tax, which is just going to screw everyone.
A tax is not communist. Can you define communism for me, though?
Communism? I mean, not really. No, I can't. Not off the top of my head. I'm a little nervous.
Why are you labeling her as a communist if you can't define it?
She just wants to give free handouts, which is basically communism.
That's not basically communism, and she doesn't want to just give free handouts. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what a handout is, but she doesn't want to do any of that.
Free housing to illegal immigrants.
She does not support free housing to undocumented migrants.
She wants to give them, like, breaks, basically.
He give them breaks?
Like loans for
no, that's not true.
Immigrants.
That's literally not true. I don't know where are you getting this from. Brandy, thank you for the subscription. Appreciate you. Where are you getting this from?
Everywhere.
Where? Just name. Well, do you have a source for this? Just anything. This is objectively false. She has never once come out in favor of anything you've mentioned this far. You can't define communism. You don't know what her housing policy is. You don't know what her immigration policy is.
I could say one thing that I didn't like when I seen a video of her talking about how she gave medical care to inmates for gender reformation or whatever.
Oh my god, bro. Gender reformation, dude.
Whatever they do. Now she changed the policy on
yeah, I'm debating whether like kicking you out right now.
And how she changed policy on inmates that to be able to get gender transforming medical care.
Okay. Yeah, you just get the hell out of here, dude. Just get the hell out of here. First of all, yeah, allowing people to get Extreme, thank you for the subscription. We've had this argument before on live, but allowing inmates to get a procedure or a surgery that's deemed medically necessary is constitutional. Doing the opposite, depriving somebody of a surgery that's been deemed medically necessary, is unconstitutional. It would be a cruel and unusual punishment as prohibited by the Constitution of the United States. What did he call it? Gender transformation? What the fuck? I was almost saying like, it just, whatever, bro. I'm so sick of these. Jamie, thank you for the $10. Saying, why vote RFK to take votes from Trump? Wouldn't you just vote Harris? Please explain it. I'm not understanding how that works. Yeah, so essentially, I made a video today, a couple videos, that RFK Jr. is going to stay on the ballot, one video, on TikTok at least, that he's going to stay on the ballot in Michigan. And that's good for us on the Democratic Party because more people, or RFK Jr. takes more votes from Trump than he does from Harris. So for people who don't like Trump or Harris, they might vote for RFK. Those people typically are between RFK Jr. and Trump voters. So if we have RFK Jr. on the ballot and he takes votes away from Donald Trump, that's a good thing for us. So I don't know, maybe that helps. Jessica, thank you for the $5 saying, thank you for all that you do. Jessica, thank you for all that you do. I know you're working hard as well. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. And Nicholas, thank you for the $25 as well, saying, let's win this, Denver, Colorado. Yo, Nicholas, my man, thank you for the $25. Show some love for Nicholas in the chat. I love that. Let's win this. God, I'm so hyped up. I'm so happy that you all are part of it. And also DMC as well, my man. That's my guy right there. All right. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. Come on up. please, bro, please be better than, dude, what do you say? Gender transformation. I mean, bro, what the hell is that, dude? Goddess healer. Oh, man. Sheesh. Let's bring her up here. Thank you for the swan. I appreciate all the gifts, everybody. And as always, Venmo Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support, and drop a follow if you haven't already. You know the drill by now. All right.
Hi. How's it going?
Hi. Good. How are you?
Good.
All right. Why are you MAGA?
I'm MAGA because I support more of I'm voting for policies that help financial stability within the country, and I don't feel that Harris offers that. I feel
what policies might those be from Trump?
What?
What policies might those be from Donald Trump?
Well, the biggest one I have that Harris wants to implement is
no, from Trump.
No, but first I just want to discuss the 25% capital gains tax she wants to put on homeowners if they sell their home. So say I sell my home for $400,000. I basically have to sell it for $600,000 because if I sell it for $600,000 and say I make $200,000 profit after paying it off for 30 years, the government's going to take half of that if it goes under her policy, which is ridiculous that they're going to put that on homeowners.
It's not for
after
homeowners.
Raising their taxes, raising the PMI, raising the insurance, tripling the insurance.
Can I ask you a question? Do you have a net worth of over $100 million?
No, I don't.
Okay, so then the capital gains tax wouldn't apply to you.
Yes, she wants to pass a law on homeowners for 25% capital gains. Look it up. Yes, she does.
I actually just looked it up just to make sure I knew the exact number for for whether it's 100 million. I forgot the exact number.
No, it doesn't have to be 100 million. It's on regular homeowners.
Yeah, I'm going to read it to you really quick. I'm going to read it to you really quickly.
Okay, go ahead.
The Democratic presidential, this is from Forbes, by the way. Forbes is not partisan. The Democratic presidential nominee supports a plan first introduced in 2022 by Biden to impose a 25% minimum tax on unrealized capital gains accrued by Americans with net worths of over 100 million or more, according to the Biden administration's latest 2025 tax proposal released in March, which would alter a fundamental principle of how capital gains are taxed in the U.S., but only affect a small fraction of America's wealthiest populations.
Saying it's also on homeowners.
There's not a single mention of homeowners in this policy. You need to
I need
go
to what? Now
sources
you're
of
going to name
information.
call me. That's what Democrats are known for, name calling. It's horrible. It's like
You just name called. You just like attacked Joe Biden. You need to get. What I was going to say is that you need to get better sources of. What I was going to say is you need to get better sources of information. I wasn't going to call you a name because I don't know where you're getting this from, that it's like elder abuse or that he has dementia or anything like that. But please, just like look into this. You would know,
and
just watch. Great. You want to watch Joe Biden's recent speech? And we'll see if he can complete a sentence.
That's a person that's not even him.
What?
You know that they put in people in his place.
Oh God. Okay, now I will name call you. Please tell me you're not that stupid. Please tell me you're not that stupid.
Did you see the video of how much taller
Please tell me you're not
now?
that stupid.
Have
Please
you
tell me
seen
you're not
that
that
video?
stupid. Please tell me you're not. Please tell me you're not trying to say right now that it's like a body double. Please tell me you're not saying that. Oh my God.
100% believe it's body double.
Okay. Just for a reminder, everybody watching, this person votes. Their vote counts as much as yours. So make sure you get out there and vote. And also bring your friends, family, loved ones, everybody that's eligible to vote to vote. So people like this don't
like
end up in power.
Who don't own a home, who probably don't have a real job, who's never worked a 9 to 5 in his life, probably.
Oh, you're cooking. You're cooking with gas right now.
So,
Jesus Christ.
I mean, don't insult me. I have a master's degree. So you're
a master's
insulting
degree in
me?
stupidity, maybe?
In
I don't know.
stupidity, no, because I don't believe the
What do you
fake
have a
news
master's
that's on
degree in?
every day, because
What do you have
it's
a master's
ran by
degree
the
in?
government. It's fake news.
What do you have a master's degree in?
Education.
Oh, God.
Educational leadership. Educational leadership.
Oh, man. We just handing those things out nowadays? What the hell are you talking about?
Handing those out?
If you have a master's degree in educational leadership, then God, I'm the king of England right now.
Educational leadership. I've been a principal for 15 years.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay. All right.
That makes sense, right?
That makes sense. Got it. What state are you voting in, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, I do mind you asking.
What state you're voting in? You mind me asking? Okay. Are you in like are you in a swing state?
Yes, I am in a swing state.
Are you in the Midwest?
I am in a swing state, and I can tell you that all my neighbors are voting for Trump.
Okay. Well, that doesn't answer my
Everybody that
question.
I know is voting
I don't know
for
what you
Trump.
consider a swing state. Like are you in either North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, or Nevada,
Yes,
or
I
Georgia? Okay. All right.
And I can tell you all my neighbors are voting for Trump.
Well, I'm sure you and your neighbors get around the campfire and talk about how you think Joe Biden's a body double, but everybody else is laughing at you.
Well, I think all the news out there is fake because it's ran by the
Well, of
government.
course you do.
And they don't
You think that Donald Trump's Truth Social page is the most valuable source of
really?
information. You
I
take his
mean-
word as gospel and things like that. Of course you think that.
All right. Do you go to college right now, or
Yes,
you
I do
already
go to
graduated?
college right now. I go to college.
So you've taken poli-sci.
Yes, I have.
So
I've taken poli-sci classes.
You know that the news is ran by the government. They just
No.
want you to see what they want
No.
you to see.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. That's the
No, it's not.
first number one thing they teach you in poli-sci. Like,
That is
come
not
on.
the number one thing they teach you in poli-sci.
Yes, it is.
Really? I don't know what poli-sci your class you're taking, but maybe it's the same place you got your master's degree.
Yeah, well, I went to school in New England, so, you know. Yeah.
Not Harvard.
Not Harvard, but born and raised in Massachusetts. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's just not true. Like the government's not running CNN and the government's not running Fox News.
Okay, so who runs the media company? Who owns all the media companies?
Most
Everybody
big
who's
media
backing
companies are
Harris.
owned by like conglomerates. So like
Everyone
CNN.
who is backing Harris and her campaign owns those media companies. Look it up.
Well, that's not true. Like Rupert Murdoch doesn't support Kamala Harris. Rupert Murdoch supports Donald Trump. He owns like the entire Fox conglomerate that includes Fox News and New York Post and things like that.
But the rest of them, ABC, NBC, CBS, they're all
No, some of these people, like Disney, for example, which owns, I think it owns CNN, if I'm right in saying that, they've donated to Republican candidates. The business of the corporation of Disney is donated to Republican candidates.
Well, you should look it up because honestly,
You should look it up. I don't know where you're getting this that the government runs media sources. Where did you get that
they've
from?
been running media sources
Maybe you should like
forever.
Or maybe
the 80s.
maybe no, they run ABC. Disney controls ABC. Disney is donated to Republican candidates, but this is just not true. You're just making stuff up. Like what's your source of information? Where do you get your news? Where do you get your news?
Listen, I'm not making it up, and I don't have to Google everything. I learn things through books and through articles.
Okay. Where do you get your news?
That I read.
Where do you get your news?
Does that? I don't Google like you, because you just Google everything.
Oh.
All right.
Yeah,
now I'm getting a violation warning.
Where do you get your news?
Why am I getting a violation warning?
I don't know. It's fine. Where do you get your news?
No, it's not fine, because I don't want warnings on myself.
A true Karen.
Yeah, call me a Karen.
If the shoe fits, where do you get your news?
Listen, I don't want to talk to you anymore because you're rude.
Okay.
You're
All right,
rude.
bye.
You need to get manners. Why don't you get some manners?
All right. Listen, when you come back without conspiracy theories, then I'll talk to you like a reasonable person. Until then, I can't talk to you like a reasonable person. Oh man! All right, we just got a harassment and bullying warning, unfortunately, which means the live's in jeopardy. So we'll talk about that in just a second. Let me just make sure I'm getting everybody on Venmo here. Oh man, jeez Louise. Sierra, thank you for the $5 saying, I can't wait to vote for you one day. Sierra, I can't wait to earn your vote. If that's the path we decide to go down, I appreciate that. Thank you, Sierra. Shout out you. Shout out Sierra. Jenny, thank you for the $20 saying gender reformation for prisoners. Of course, yeah, Jenny. I mean, honestly, I've said this before. I'll say it again. Sounds like these MAGA Republicans like her kind of throw a bunch of things into a hat, like swirl it around and then pick out a couple different pieces of paper and come up with a conspiracy for that day. Today was gender reformation, whatever that is, for prisoners. That woman was just talking about Joe Biden being a body double. I mean, golly, somebody help us. Golly. Trista, thank you for the $5 saying, I love you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. And Sherry, thank you for the $25 saying, trying to educate those who really need it. There's no help in that lady right there, though. There's no help in her. Meg, thank you for the $25 saying, for your patience with ignorance, for your promotion of honesty and facts, for your integrity. Thank you, as always, Harry. Well, Meg, I'm flattered, but I think I just exhibited the opposite of patience. I just straight up called her unintelligent to her face. So I don't know. I mean, I'm flattered, though, that you think I have patience. I appreciate that. Shout out, Meg. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. Lisa, thank you for the $5 saying her name is blank blank. I won't read her name out publicly because, not a fan of that. But I appreciate the $5, Lisa. Thank you. And Bren, thank you for the $5 as well, saying, Harry, my boy, always cooking up the MAGA. Let's go. Harris 2024, love, babe. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Bren. We love that. We love supporting Vice President Kamala Harris. Everybody should support Kamala Harris. And Lemuel, again, thank you for the $5 saying, I don't know how to join. Request, please. Well, unfortunately, we're coming to the end of the live, so I can't. Maybe another day you'll come through. Listen, everybody, we're going to wrap up the live now because we got a harassment and bullying warning, which is unfortunate. Kind of sucks that we have to do that, but that's okay. I'm deciding whether to go to YouTube and go stream over there now. What do you guys think? Can we do a poll? Can some of the mod maybe? I'm like ordering the mods around. It's not your job to do that. Like I can do it. I'm such a piece of shit. It's not. I can do it. I got it. Here we go. Move. Hold on. Move. I can't spell. Move to YouTube? Question mark. Yes. No.